Jidao Tianmo, demons run rampant, and the world suffers. Divine weapons and demonic blades illuminate the realm. A game modifier on a mobile phone unexpectedly became the extraordinary ability in Lu Sheng's mind, serving as his sole reliance in this chaotic and dark world. Chapter 1. The Law of the Tao is ruthless. The cold wind cut like a knife, and heavy snow fell in flurries. As Lu Sheng opened his eyes, he found himself seated in a yellowish-gray carriage, which swayed gently. Beside him, a young girl spoke in a delicate voice. Outside the carriage, a cacophony of voices filled the air, vendors calling out, cheers, and the laughter of children. With a deep sigh, Lu Sheng realized he could not return. From a complacent worker in a state-owned enterprise, he had awoken in this world after a drunken stupor, and it had been 5 days since. He inhaled the fragrant air, rich with the scents of wine, flatbreads, and fried pastries. Ah, the sweet osmanthus wine from Ho Fong grows ever more enticing. The petite maid, Xiao Qiao, chimed in with her youthful voice. At merely 12 years of age, her cherubic face and small stature made her appear no older than 10. Her chubby cheeks glowed with a rosy hue as she donned a green cotton dress, deftly preparing a hair tie for Lu Sheng with her small hands. This hair tie, made from the bark of a rare tree, naturally emitted a subtle fragrance, albeit it hardened in the cold and required warming to soften. Lu Sheng smiled but remained silent. The carriage soon came to a halt. He lifted the curtain and stepped out onto a gray-white street paved with large blue stones, each the size of a basin. The thoroughfare bustled with carriages and pedestrians, with vendors and strolling women unabashedly mingling, laughter ringing in the air. Lu Sheng gazed up at the tavern before him. A white signboard, rectangular in shape, boldly displayed the characters, Ho Fong. Young Master Lu has arrived. Please come inside. A private room has been reserved for you. A jovial servant approached with a wide grin. Lu Sheng nodded, exuding the demeanor of a wealthy heir, as he accepted a silver-edged white paper fan from Xiao Qiao. With a gentle flick, the fan unfolded to reveal an exquisite landscape painting, mountains and waters intertwined, accompanied by an elegant inscription befitting a person of high status. With practiced ease, he followed the servant into the tavern. The establishment featured 2 levels, and the bustling hall on the first floor was filled with patrons listening to a performance. A young girl in green stood gracefully in the center, her melodious voice captivating, while a middle-aged woman played the pipa beside her. They sang a poignant ballad of a general's love for a fox spirit from the mountains. Regrettably, the audience consisted mainly of rough men, with only a few cultured gentlemen able to appreciate the performance, and the remaining patrons paid little attention, offering scant rewards. Lu Sheng paused, noting the lively atmosphere, and chose a vacant seat on the first floor. Who ordered this song? He casually inquired of the servant. His status at Ho Fong was unparalleled. If the tavern resembled an upscale entertainment venue on Earth, he was its supreme VIP patron, spending at least hundreds of thousands yearly. Such expenditures classified him as a top-tier client in the small northern city of Julian. It was ordered by young Master Zhou. Zhou Ke, the servant replied quietly. Lu Sheng waved him off, dismissing him with ease. As he sat with Xiao Qiao, his gaze swept the crowd, soon landing on a pale, frail young man dressed in white, wielding a gaudy golden leaf-patterned fan, swaying it gently. I wager he has taken a fancy to that singing girl, Lu Sheng remarked, shaking his head. The eldest young master just warned him last time. That fellow is truly a scoundrel. Xiao Qiao pouted in disapproval. Lu Sheng chuckled softly, choosing to listen quietly. Soon, a table laden with food and drink was presented before him. He sampled stir-fried lotus stem with shredded pork and took a sip of the delicate white osmanthus wine. The faint sweetness of floral notes mingled together, reminiscent of fruit juice. A life of silk and satin, free from worries, with a lovely maid to warm my bed. This existence is utterly decadent. Lu Sheng often pondered whether he should live this way for the rest of his days, as such a leisurely lifestyle had been his aspiration in his previous life. He savored a bite of food, sipped his wine, and opened his mouth for Xiao Qiao to feed him a peeled saltwater ice shrimp. In the northern snow city, ice shrimp were a local delicacy, easily caught from thick icy holes, yielding a bounty of semi-transparent small shrimp. These ice shrimp, though half the length of ordinary shrimp, were renowned for their exquisite flavor, melting in the mouth. However, they were quite costly, with most people considering it a luxury to enjoy them once a month, unlike him, who indulged in them daily. As Lu Sheng relished the culinary delights, sipping fine wine and listening to the music, his thoughts wandered elsewhere. Having spent several days in this world reminiscent of ancient China, he had observed many peculiarities. Initially, he believed he had returned to a bygone era, but soon realized the customs, festivals, and climates here were far removed from any dynasty or region he knew. While deep in thought, the tavern door swung open once more. A group of robust men dressed in short, fitted attire entered, taking seats at a corner table with a thud. It was evident that these burly men were not locals, their attire and demeanor reminiscent of those from the Central Plains rather than the rugged north. Alas, the leader of the group, a bald man adorned with copper earrings and a face full of rough features, sighed heavily. Life has become unbearable. What troubles you, brother? If we can't pass through Li Family Village, we could take a second route around Zhang Village. Another man furrowed his brow. You don't understand. I came through Zhang Village to meet up, and the situation there is just as dire. Many have perished, the bald man's features twisted with concern. What exactly has happened? Brother, enlighten us so we may broaden our horizons, one of the men urged. The bald man sighed again. I don't know the specifics, but I've heard that several fishing villages by Suiyang Lake have encountered misfortune, seemingly due to water ghosts. Water ghosts? Surely not. Lu Sheng, sitting not far from them, overheard their unguarded conversation. Initially, he merely listened for amusement, but was taken aback by their discussion of the supernatural. In this life, Lu Sheng's family, the Lu family, was among the wealthiest in the northern I city, their fortune immense. If compared to Earth, they would be classified as billionaires. During his recent outings, he had heard numerous tales of demons and spirits in the tavern, mostly mere legends. However, this first-hand account from these men was a first for him. Thus, Lu Sheng perked up his ears to eavesdrop intently. Fortunately, the men spoke freely, continuing their animated discussion of the fishing village's strange occurrences. That water ghost, I saw it with my own eyes, over 10 feet tall with a green face and sharp teeth, covered in seaweed. By the heavens, had I not run swiftly, you would not have seen me here. The bald man still appeared shaken by the experience. Brother, is there really such a thing as a water ghost? One man expressed skepticism. Surely, you must be fabricating a tale, another chuckled. Lu Sheng found this amusing, suspecting it was merely a braggart spinning tall tales, having encountered many such individuals in recent days. After finishing his meal and drink, he requested the servant to bring the song list of the singers, perusing it casually. Though San Hui Chuan was delightful, it was not fitting for the occasion, so he intended to request a more cheerful tune. However, just then, the bald man turned crimson, slamming his fist on the table. Did you really think that I, Hu Laoda, am merely a braggart? Behold, what do we have here? This is a fragment of bone that the water ghost dropped. He carefully extracted a jade-like green stone from his pocket and placed it on the table. Isn't this just a piece of inferior jade? A man chuckled. Inferior jade? Is that what you call it? Nonsense. The burly man's face flushed crimson. Brother, may I have a look at that? A gentle voice suddenly interjected from his side. Lu Sheng stood beside the table with a smile, his gaze sweeping over the green stone. Do you dare to desire this? It is an item left behind by the water ghost, the bald man exclaimed in astonishment. He intended to showcase it briefly before discarding it. After all, it was not a relic of the living. If the water ghost were to seek retribution, it would truly be a case of losing more than one gains. No worries. I merely wish to examine it, Lu Sheng replied, skeptical of the water ghost's existence, finding the jade's appearance rather appealing and not resembling ordinary inferior jade. It is worth noting that typical inferior jade can be found in shops and stalls everywhere. It is merely the byproduct of jade processing, exceedingly inexpensive. Yet, for reasons unknown, upon seeing this piece, he felt something was amiss. Hu Laoda glanced at Lu Sheng, noticing his distinguished demeanor and opulent attire. Dressed in a blue robe with a white fox fur coat, wearing a jade cap and embroidered black boots, his ensemble could sustain a lavish lifestyle in Ho Hat Fong for several months, perhaps even enough for a common family's expenses for over a year. If the young master desires it, it is not beyond reason. Perhaps one tael of silver would suffice. The burly man hesitated before speaking. Agreed. Lu Sheng instructed Xiao Qiao to place one tael of silver on the table. Here you go. The bald man promptly handed the jade over to Lu Sheng. The others exchanged glances and quickly departed. Lu Sheng remained silent, watching them leave while clutching the jade, scrutinizing it closely. One tael of silver, if converted to Earth's China, is equivalent to 1,000 renminbi. This is the most extravagant I could afford in this lifetime. He shook his head. One tael of silver meant little to him, as, according to the memories of this body, his monthly expenditures exceeded 100 taels, sometimes even reaching 1,000. That amounted to over 1,000,000. With this thought, he mentally rebuked himself for being profligate. Holding the jade, he ignored the curious onlookers and beckoned Xiao Qiao to leave the tavern, heading towards the carriage waiting outside. However, just as they exited the tavern and had traversed halfway, he suddenly halted, lifting the jade into his palm. To his astonishment, the jade began to melt within his grasp. In mere seconds, the formerly solid stone transformed into a dark green viscous substance, from which a faint scream resonated. Suddenly, the viscous material erupted, dispersing into a cloud of green smoke before Lu Sheng. He stood dumbfounded, glancing down to find the jade still in his hand, though the green hue had mysteriously vanished. What just happened? He stood there, lost in thought, replaying the previous scene in his mind. Young master? Young master? Xiao Qiao called out to him repeatedly. Coming to his senses, he looked at the stone in his hand, now merely an ordinary pebble, no longer even resembling jade. A chill ran down his spine, but he began to comprehend something. Let's go, back to the residence. Xiao Qiao blinked, somewhat bewildered. Oh. The two climbed into the carriage, and the driver cracked the whip as the two shaggy black horses began to move. Inside the carriage, Lu Sheng remained silent, continually gazing at the pebble in his hand. Xiao Qiao soon noticed something was off about the stone. You've been deceived again, she muttered to herself, choosing not to elaborate. This time, the young master had fared relatively well. Previously, he had been swindled for a so-called antique wine pot, costing over 1,000 taels of silver, nearly driving the master to despair. This time, it was merely 1 tael. Sometimes, the young master spent more than this on a single meal. The carriage continued on its way home. As they passed the city gates, Lu Sheng overheard someone shouting outside. I've heard the water ghost has been dealt with. A wandering Taoist intervened and resolved the crisis in the fishing village. Has someone from the court arrived? They came early on. I heard even Captain Ouyang from the city's magistrate office nearly fell victim. Luckily, he encountered a wandering Taoist who, upon making his move, emitted a flash of golden light, causing the water ghost to scream and transform into green slime, which then exploded into smoke. Isn't that the work of a court expert? Of course not. Lu Sheng recognized that these were the officers stationed at the city gates, chatting idly. He often deliberately passed by this gate, knowing that the officers and soldiers here were well informed and enjoyed sharing tales of the unusual. What a coincidence! Lu Sheng's expression remained impassive. He recalled the jade piece, feeling a heaviness in his heart. The carriage gradually approached the bustling Ku Rong Street. At the end of Ku Rong Street lies an affluent district. The Lu residence is among them. The carriage traversed to the end of Ku Rong Street, entering a garden-like area. Gray-white stone walls enclosed this area in a large, oval shape. The Lu residence was located on the left side of the entrance. With a black door and red lanterns, the two stone Qilin statues at the entrance were covered in white snow, enhancing the tranquility of the estate. The carriage halted at the entrance of the Lu residence. Lu Sheng disembarked, and the door, having already been alerted by the sound, slowly opened to reveal attendants waiting to welcome them. As Lu Sheng and Xiao Qiao entered, they noticed a man and a woman standing on a stone bridge to the right. The man was handsome and elegant, with a refined demeanor and striking features, exuding a scholarly aura. The woman was gentle and graceful, with a constant smile, her features picturesque, embodying the qualities of a noble lady. Lu Sheng's thoughts momentarily faltered upon seeing them, but his spirits lifted slightly, prompting him to approach and greet them. Brother Su, your cousin has missed you greatly. Why have you only come today? He smiled as he walked onto the stone bridge. The man turned to see Lu Sheng and replied with a grin, Ah, it is young Master Sheng. I was tasked with investigating a case, which I have just wrapped up before coming to see you. Do not hold it against me. One cannot defy orders from above. A case? Has there been a significant incident in the city recently that required your personal involvement, Brother Su? Lu Sheng was aware of Su Daeran's esteemed position. He served as the county magistrate of Tongji County under Julian City, responsible for overseeing all public safety matters. The county magistrate ranks just below the county governor, akin to the chief of police for the entire county. Just a few minor cases from some fishing villages, but they have been resolved now, Su Daeran replied with a gentle smile. By the way, little Sheng, when do you plan to assist me? You previously promised to help manage the public safety planning in Tongji. Lu Sheng could hardly recall any previous commitments made by this body and hastily laughed to deflect. He quickly shifted the topic. Fishing villages? Is it related to the rumors about the water ghost causing trouble? There is no water ghost. It was merely a madman, driven to insanity by grievances, committing murder indiscriminately. I dealt with him on the spot. Su Daoran shook his head, speaking nonchalantly. The case is resolved. Let us not dwell on such dreary matters. Do you recall what I promised to you last time? To visit Honglian Temple for incense offerings and enjoy a spring outing? Lu Sheng quickly responded with a smile. You remember these trivial pleasures well. Su Daoran sighed. You are not a child anymore. You are 19 this year, right? It is time to find some meaningful pursuits. You cannot spend your life like this. Having watched Lu Sheng grow up due to their family's long-standing friendship, he regarded Lu Sheng as a younger brother and felt compelled to offer guidance. Lu Sheng shook his head with a smile. Brother Su, do you wish for me to pursue a career in government or in commerce? Without a doubt, it should be in government. This is also your father's aspiration. Your uncle and your elder uncle all hope that you will step forth to assist them soon. After all, you are the eldest son of the Lu family. Su Daoran advised, let's not speak of this matter. There is no rush. I am still young, and there is no reason to hasten to thrust the family's eldest son into the world. Lu Sheng dismissed the suggestion lightly, engaging in a bit of evasive reasoning. Su Daoran and Lu Yi exchanged glances, rendered speechless and unwilling to press further. Not wanting to continue the discussion on government service, Lu Sheng took the initiative to change the subject and led Xiao Qiao towards his bedroom. Upon returning, he changed into another set of clothes, clutching a pebble in his hand. He chose not to visit his father and instead wandered alone to the back garden. Su Daoran, hailing from the Su family, was akin to the Lu family, being one of the prominent households in Julian City, with numerous branches of the family holding various positions throughout the city. Lu Sheng held a favorable view of Su Daoran. He was a man of integrity, devoid of selfish motives, and genuinely fond of Yi. To Lu Sheng, he was as amiable as an elder brother. Yet, as Lu Sheng squeezed the pebble in his hand, his mind drifted back to the earlier scene he witnessed and the coincidental account he overheard at the city gate regarding the death of the water ghost. Do ghosts truly exist in this world? Are there indeed immortals? He gazed at the snow-laden garden, a vague sense of unease settling within him. Perhaps, as Brother Su suggested, it is merely a case of human misinterpretation. He shook his head, yet a sliver of hope lingered in his heart. That evening, he returned to his room early to wash up and retire for the night. The events of the day left him perplexed. His mind was awash with thoughts, and he was weary. He fell into a deep slumber until the break of dawn. Just as the first light began to creep in, a series of urgent knocks echoed on his door. Lu Sheng jolted awake, sitting up in bed and looking towards the door. Who is it? Young master, it's bad, came a voice of Xiao Qiao. Lu Sheng hurriedly got out of bed and opened the door, only to find Xiao Qiao's face as pale as a ghost, devoid of color. The young girl, with her slightly chubby cheeks, trembled violently. Su, Su, Su. Upon seeing her, a sense of foreboding arose in Lu Sheng's heart. What has happened? Take a deep breath. He patted her back firmly. Only then did Xiao manage to catch her breath and spoke through her tears. The Su family. Lord Su's family is all gone. Lu Sheng froze. Xiao quickly helped Lu Sheng into his outer garments, and without exchanging further words, they rushed out of the estate. Lu Feng, the head of the Lu family, stood outside the residence, hands clasped behind his back, his expression dark yet trembling slightly. 3 black double-row carriages were parked beside him. Lu Sheng, along with his cousins, quickly bowed to Lu Feng, and they all boarded the carriages. Lu Feng and Lu Sheng sat together in silence, neither uttering a word in the carriage. Lu Feng, in his 60s, bore a white beard, his slender frame and handsome features giving him the appearance of a cultured gentleman rather than a merchant. The carriage sped onward without pause, soon arriving at the city gates of Julian. As Lu Sheng stepped down from the carriage, he was taken aback by the scene before him. On the left side of the carriage path, neatly laid out in the snow, were dozens of corpses. From the elderly to the young, male and female alike, they were all members of the Su family. Dressed in the Su family's custom robes, Su Daoran lay in the center of the third row. His complexion was ashen, body rigid, eyes tightly shut, his expression frozen in sheer terror, as if he had witnessed something exceedingly dreadful. Lu Sheng observed the officials maintaining order at the scene, noticing his father, Lu Feng, standing before the corpse of an elderly man, silent, fists clenched. The arriving magistrate bore a pallor that mirrored the surrounding snow. Lu Sheng took a deep breath and approached a constable nearby. What happened? The constable, recognizing him and aware of his status, sighed deeply. They were all found hanged by water plants in their own residence. We don't know where the water plants came from. Suddenly, a gasp erupted from behind. It was evident that his cousin, Yi, had fainted. Lu Sheng inhaled sharply, recalling a phrase Su Daoran had said to him just the day before. He had just returned from resolving a case in the fishing village. The fishing village. The water ghost. That peculiar pebble. In an instant, a multitude of thoughts flooded Lu Sheng's mind. He had only arrived in this world a few days prior, and his bond with Su Daoran was not deep. Thus, he felt only a sense of regret and shock, devoid of the profound sorrow others might expect. He had witnessed death before, but never so many at once. Where's the Red Ridge Taoist? He heard Lu Feng inquire of the constable. At another location, the body was dismembered, with parts even gnawed upon by wild beasts. The constable replied in a hushed voice. A heavy silence enveloped the crowd, including members of the Lu family, the magistrate, and the onlookers at the city gate. The Red Ridge Taoist wielded a swift sword, surpassing even Uncle Zhao. Lu Feng's voice trailed off. Uncle Zhao was the most formidable martial artist employed by the Lu family, yet the Red Ridge Taoist, stronger than him, had also perished. This case had transcended a mere homicide. It had evolved into a grave matter that posed a threat to everyone present. Among those gathered, who dared claim superiority over the Su family, not even the magistrate would risk such a declaration. Lu Sheng stood silently by the roadside, previously believing this world to be safe, merely a replica of ancient China, with only subtle differences that posed no great concern. However, it now appeared. He felt the pebble in his sleeve pocket. The pebble was astonishingly warm to the touch. He hesitated before gingerly tossing it aside. It was a potential harbinger of trouble. The Su family, as formidable as the Lu family, had been eradicated overnight. This left Lu Sheng in a state of profound agitation. After a moment's contemplation, he returned to the pebble, bending down to retrieve it. Suddenly, he felt a sharp sting on his finger, having inadvertently cut it on a blade-like grass protruding from the snow. The grass was a unique type, its edges as sharp as a knife. Lu Sheng's finger was instantly sliced, a drop of blood falling onto the surface of the pebble. Young master? Xiao Qiao, following closely behind him, looked worried, her little face streaked with tears. Su Daoran's death was evidently a blow to her as well. Lu Sheng stood frozen in place, and a peculiar sequence of sounds echoed in his mind. Welcome to the Deep Blue skill cheat. Lu Sheng's eyes widened in shock. It took him a moment to regain his senses. He gazed at the translucent blue interface materializing before him, displaying his name along with the skills he possessed. Isn't this the cheat I programmed for that sword fighting game? Lu Sheng felt as though he were losing his mind, plagued by a series of hallucinations. Reborn into the body of a feeble scion of a wealthy family was one thing, but now he was witnessing all manner of illusions. In his previous life, out of boredom, he had created a simple cheat for a challenging game. He had named it the Deep Blue Cheat. Ironically, the voice he had just heard was recorded by himself using a voice changer. Unexpectedly, Lu Sheng promptly examined the interface with great scrutiny. The interface was exceedingly simple, filled with numerous small squares. At the top, it read, Lu Sheng Martial Arts, none. Chapter 3. The Black Tiger Blade Technique, was it an illusion? Or was it not? Lu Sheng squinted, suppressing the thoughts swirling in his mind. It was nothing. He straightened his back and calmly responded. Young master, Lord Su, how could such good people, such virtuous officials, possibly? His eyes brimmed with tears. On the verge of sobbing once more, Lu Sheng silently gazed at the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground of the Su residence. All the corpses were a ghastly shade of blue-gray, each bearing a mark upon their necks. The governor glanced at the scene a few times before hastily departing, entrusting the matter entirely to the chief investigator of the case. A few other officials tasked with the investigation also gathered with the chief to discuss the circumstances. Young master, the master wishes for you to come over. A servant approached Lu Sheng and whispered. As he spoke, he cast a sympathetic glance at the bodies of the Su family. I shall go at once, Lu Sheng replied, regarding the servant. Are you not afraid? Indeed I am. The servant, no more than 18 or 19, exuded a maturity that belied his age. However, I fled from the eastern kingdom of Jio. There, famine ravages the land, and corpses litter the streets. Many families resort to cannibalism. I have witnessed such horrors too often. Alas, he sighed, then quickly realized that Lu Sheng was not one of his usual companions and lowered his head. Witnessed often? Are there many such occurrences in the eastern kingdom of Jio? Lu Sheng inquired casually. The servant fell silent for a moment. Indeed, many. Lu Sheng felt a tightening in his chest, but did not halt his steps. quickly approaching his father, Lu Feng. Lu Feng, styled Quanin and nicknamed Genuine Wang, was a man of considerable wealth, well known throughout Julian City. The impending union between the Lu and Su families had already become the talk of the town, even reaching the nearby city of Zihuacheng, where gifts had been sent in congratulations. Such a momentous occasion had now turned into this grim reality. Lu Quanin's expression was grave, a palpable weariness and concern evident in his eyes. Speak with Captain Zhao regarding yesterday's events. He stepped aside, granting space to a burly man with a beard who approached. The words of Su Daoran echoed in Lu Sheng's mind, leading him to suspect that the case of the water ghost was intrinsically linked to the demise of the Su family. He proceeded to recount his conversation with Su Daoran from the previous day, omitting nothing. Captain Zhao furrowed his brow, unable to discern any clear leads. Seeing there was nothing further to inquire, Lu Sheng took his leave. Before departing, he observed as the officials began to collect the bodies. Standing aside, he watched for a moment, and upon seeing Su Daoran being carried away, he sighed and moved closer to a constable, asking, "Brother, are there any surviving members of the Su family?" He hoped that if there were any survivors, he could offer assistance and perhaps glean some valuable information. None. All perished. Even the families of distant relatives have been implicated. Perhaps a few distant kin remain in Zihuacheng, the constable replied, shaking his head in a low voice. Lu Sheng discreetly slipped a piece of silver into his hand before joining the servant and climbing into the carriage with his family. The carriages made their way home. Yet the tragic fate of the Su family lingered in everyone's hearts. As the head of the family, Lu Feng gathered everyone for a family meeting, announcing the cancellation of the engagement with the Su family. He urged the women to comfort one another and then retreated to his chamber alone, downcast. The younger members of the family dispersed, heading either to the taverns or brothels, seeking solace in drunken revelry, while the women made their way to the nearby Holian temple to pray for peace and protection, hoping to obtain a talisman from the Taoist priest to safeguard their home from malevolent forces. A sense of unease enveloped the entire Lu household. Lu Sheng, however, did not indulge in frivolity. Accompanied by the servant, he made his way to the family's grand library. The room was quiet, and upon entering, he found a plump woman dusting the shelves. The crimson bookcases, furniture, and the dim light filtering through the windows cast a somber atmosphere. He stepped inside, maneuvering around a circular wooden screen adorned with floral and avian designs, inhaling the faint scent of wood. "Please, leave me for a moment. I wish to read in peace," he instructed. "Understood," the servant replied obediently, exiting with the woman. Alone in the study, Lu Sheng gazed at the rows of bookshelves, letting out a faint sigh. He began to search through the shelves, quickly locating local historical records. He pulled out various tomes, one by one, and began to peruse them. With the soft light from the window guiding him, he soon finished reading one volume. In the 72nd year of the Great Song, a man appeared in the outskirts of Julian City, driven mad, wielding a blade, and slaying 12 individuals before being surrounded and killed by the authorities. In the 85th year, a man in the bustling market of Julian City suddenly had his head severed, the cause of death remaining a mystery. In the 91st year, numerous travelers went missing from a dilapidated temple outside the city, with the count reaching 15, and the case remains unresolved to this day. In the 95th year, the proprietor of a music house in Julian City vanished, with his limbs discovered in 4 different locations outside the city. Just 4 days after his death, the corpse had already decayed to bones. In the 116th year, the sound of a child weeping echoed at night outside the city, with all who went to investigate disappearing without a trace. The cries persisted for 3 days before ceasing on their own. As he read through the accounts of various incidents, Lu Sheng felt increasingly unsettled. In such a perilous world, where calamity lurked at every corner, it was remarkable that the people had not succumbed to madness. He opened another tome, this one even more astonishing than the last. In the 119th year, a heavy snowstorm blanketed Julian, with reports of the Dragon King manifesting and the snow ceasing after 3 days. In the 128th year, a fog enveloped the main road leading to Zihuacheng, causing those who entered to lose their way and inexplicably find themselves on the shores of a white, icy ocean, miles away. The fog dissipated 10 days later. Upon reaching this point, Lu Sheng was nearly convinced that the world was not as simple as he had presumed. The existence of demons and malevolent creatures was entirely plausible. At least from his current societal standing, there seemed to be no discernible means to manipulate the weather. He shifted in his seat, took up a flint, and lit the candle on the table. The bright yellow flame illuminated his face, casting shadows that danced across his features. If this world truly bore the dangers I suspect, what means do I possess to ensure my own safety? What resources do I have to protect myself? He pondered. After contemplating for a while at the table, Lu Sheng slowly rose, extinguished the candle, and returned the books to their rightful places. He then opened the door and stepped out. "Young master, have you finished?" Little Xiao, who had been dozing at the door, was startled by Lu Sheng's sudden exit, but quickly regained her composure. "Yes. Do you know where Uncle Zhao is at this time?" Lu Sheng casually inquired. Among the many individuals named Zhao in the Lu residence, only one was commonly referred to as Uncle Zhao, the family's foremost martial artist, Zhao Dahu. Known for his formidable prowess, Uncle Zhao is usually at the training grounds at this hour, honing his skills and training the guards. Little Xiao had a good rapport with the other servants and was fairly well informed. "Let us go find him." Lu Sheng had contemplated for some time and realized that Uncle Zhao was likely his most accessible avenue to acquiring the means for self-defense. Navigating through the narrow paths of the estate, Lu Sheng soon traversed 2 residential quarters and arrived at the expansive training grounds behind the mansion. There, an elderly man with graying hair was leading a dozen guards and practicing their martial arts under the bright morning sun, which gradually softened the harsh memories of the previous day's tragedies. Martial artist Zhao Dahu, clad in a fitted outfit of dark attire and gray trousers, carried with him a formidable broadsword, a constant companion. Lu Sheng observed nearby, waiting for the spectacle to unfold. After a brief training session with the house guards, Zhao Dahu approached Lu Sheng, having noticed his presence. "Young master, what brings you to the training grounds today? Do you seek assistance from this old man?" Zhao Dahu held a position within the estate akin to that of the master himself. Other martial instructors also enjoyed a similar standing, engaging in equal exchanges with the young masters and ladies. Lu Sheng glanced at the guards practicing their martial arts in the distance. "Zhao Bo, I wish to learn martial arts." Upon uttering this statement, the smile on Zhao Dahu's face faltered. "Young master, are you jesting with me?" "I am not jesting," Lu Sheng insisted, shaking his head. After considerable contemplation, he concluded that the most accessible means of acquiring self-defense skills was to seek instruction from the martial instructor within his own household. Zhao Dahu was a master of swordplay, renowned throughout Liancheng, with few capable of surpassing him. Zhao Dahu scrutinized Lu Sheng and then shook his head. "If you truly wish to learn martial arts, I can impart some of my skills to you, but your age is a concern. Your bones have already set, and many techniques will be difficult to master. If the movements are not executed correctly, their effectiveness diminishes significantly. That is of no concern. Zhao Bo, please teach me," Lu Sheng replied earnestly. Beyond seeking means for self-defense, he desired to validate a personal experiment. Zhao Dahu pondered for a moment before acquiescing. "Very well. I have no offspring and have enjoyed my years within the Lu family. The master has treated us well. Ordinarily, one would need to perform a formal apprenticeship when learning from me, but given my relationship with the Lu family, we can forego that. Just ensure you do not disseminate this knowledge." Zhao Dahu waved his hand dismissively. As the eldest son, Lu Sheng was destined to inherit all the family's business ventures, and he harbored intentions of fostering a closer relationship with Zhao Dahu. However, he cautioned, "Young master, there is something I must clarify." "Please, go ahead," Lu Sheng replied earnestly. Zhao Dahu stroked his beard thoughtfully and spoke solemnly. "I understand that the incident with the Su family this morning has left you shaken and seeking martial skills for protection. Yet, I must be clear that even the most formidable martial artists cannot contend with the bizarre and inexplicable events that may arise." "I understand," Lu Sheng nodded. "I merely wish to find some peace of mind, to do what I can. That is all I ask," Zhao Dahu said, contemplating before producing a small booklet from his robes, carefully wrapped in layers of yellow cloth. He unwrapped it slowly, revealing a modest tome inside, upon which was inscribed the words Heihu Daofa. "This is a rudimentary sword technique imparted to me by a wandering practitioner in my youth. It is considered third-rate in the martial world. Do not underestimate its simplicity. Even third-rate techniques can gain entry into the repositories of great sections. Peruse it carefully. It contains detailed illustrations of the stances. Practice on your own, and if you decide to continue, seek me out again, regardless of your choice. Remember to return this book to me." Zhao Dahu handed the booklet to Lu Sheng with great care. "Thank you, Zhao Bo." Lu Sheng accepted the booklet with caution. Armed with the Heihu Daofa, he retreated to his chamber, closing the door behind him. He lit a candle and began to examine the contents within. Though referred to as a sword technique, the Heihu Daofa encompassed merely 3 offensive moves. The first, Hu Sha, the second, Hu Wei, and the third, Hu Shao. Each move employed distinct trajectories of attack, yielding varying degrees of impact. Lu Sheng quickly grasped the basic concepts, but the effectiveness of these moves hinged upon mastery of technique, reliant on strength and speed, which in turn depended on one's physical coordination. Thus, Accompanying the three techniques was a set of mental training methods known as Xinfa. Xinfa emphasized the alignment of one's spirit and thoughts with daily life to maximize the efficacy of the sword techniques. The external movements were adjusted through the techniques, while the internal state was refined through Xinfa, harmonizing both to achieve a state of unity. The Heihu Xinfa comprised 3 levels, simply designated as the first, second, and third levels. Mastery of the Xinfa, combined with the proficiency in the external techniques detailed in the booklet, marked the completion of one's training in this swordplay. Lu Sheng gently closed the booklet, sitting in silence at his desk for an extended period, mentally cataloging the challenges and intricacies of the Heihu Daofa. He repeated the concepts in his mind before silently uttering, "Deep Blue." Instantly, the interface of the Deep Blue skill modifier materialized before his eyes. Within the blue-bordered display lay numerous small grids. In the first row and column, his current status was displayed. Lu Sheng, Martial Arts, Heihu Daofa, not started. It appeared deceptively simple, merely indicating the Heihu Daofa he had just perused. Indeed, it was no illusion. Lu Sheng's body stiffened, not from fear, but from exhilaration. The world was perilous. Initially, he had intended to live a life of leisure, but now he felt as though he had plunged into a den of serpents, surrounded by venomous threats, where even a moment's inattention could cast him as a mere footnote in a ghostly tale. Death was not an option. Yet now, there was a glimmer of hope. If this modifier truly functioned, suppressing his excitement, Lu Sheng began to recall the original purpose behind the creation of this cheat device. The Deep Blue modifier's sole function was to alter the martial arts skills possessed by the character. It could elevate martial arts realms directly to mastery or pinnacle status, but it could not modify proficiency, vitality, strength, speed, or other assorted attributes. Its only capability was to modify the martial arts realm already acquired. Observing the grids, he discerned that the only skill available for modification was the Heihu Daofa. He pondered how to initiate the alteration. In solitude, he instinctively flipped through the small booklet while focusing intently on the Deep Blue modifier in his mind. He meticulously studied the interface repeatedly until he discovered a minuscule button at the very bottom, inscribed with the words, "Start Modification." This was it. Lu Sheng concentrated, envisioning a finger pressing down firmly on the button. Suddenly, the entire Deep Blue modifier flickered. He felt a surge of control over the various elements within the modifier. This sensation was extraordinary, yet he quickly redirected his focus to the Heihu Daofa. As his attention sharpened on the status of the Heihu Daofa, which read not started, it promptly shifted to started. Lu Sheng's heart soared with joy, sensing the potential, and he maintained his concentration on the Heihu Daofa. In swift succession, it transitioned to the first level, then the second, and finally the third level. Success! Elation surged through Lu Sheng as he realized the modifier was indeed effective. He was preparing to release his mental strain when suddenly the Heihu Dao vibrated once more. The fourth tier. The Heihu Dao Fa unexpectedly advanced to the fourth tier. Boom. At that moment when the Heihu Dao Fa ascended to the fourth tier, Lu Sheng felt a thunderous ringing in his mind. A piercing headache seized him, and his body trembled violently, as if struck by lightning. He leaned heavily on the table, taking a long time to catch his breath before he could laboriously lift his head. Beneath his nose was damp and tinged with a metallic scent. When he reached out to touch it, he discovered it was dark red blood. His vision blurred, and every inch of his body ached. He felt weak and powerless. Even the effort to stand was daunting. He glanced at his hand, which appeared ghostly pale. His eyelids felt heavy with fatigue, and he longed for sleep. This was a sign of a significant depletion of qi and blood. Although Lu Sheng was not a physician, he possessed some basic knowledge and realized he might have suffered a severe loss of vitality. He sat at the table, barely managing to support his body, and stowed away the small booklet before collapsing onto his bed to rest. "Shower, young master? Do you have any instructions?" Xiao Qiao gently inquired from outside the door. "Please prepare me a bowl of red date and millet porridge, adding some ginseng, preferably of an older vintage," Lu Sheng replied with great difficulty. Such was the privilege of a wealthy young master. In ordinary households, ginseng was typically reserved for medicinal purposes, rarely consumed as a supplement like Lu Sheng. Xiao Qiao acknowledged and swiftly rushed to the kitchen to prepare the porridge. Alone, Lu Sheng lay on his back in bed, taking a long time to regain his breath. Yet he still felt dizzy and weak. However, amidst these sensations, he was astonished to extend his hand, feeling a familiar and adept sensation, as if he had practiced the knife technique for many years, flooding his mind. The 3 moves and 3 tiers of the Heihu Dao Fa had somehow become second nature to him. He comprehended not only the hidden layers within the moves, but also understood how the heart techniques intertwined with the forms, the various methods, realms, and applications, all crystal clear. It truly worked. Lu Sheng closed his eyes, overwhelmed with joy. This experiment had succeeded, although it seemed to have drained his physical vitality. The mastery of the He Hu Dao Fa was more than sufficient compensation. Yet, how had the fourth tier emerged when the He Hu Dao was only known to have 3 tiers? This puzzled Lu Sheng. Moreover, the essence of the fourth tier felt strangely familiar, as if it had originated from his own hands. The underlying concepts and philosophies seemed beyond the comprehension of anyone from this world, resembling instead the basic principles of modern scientific mechanics. Though merely a civil servant, he had previously studied engineering mechanics and human biomechanics in university. Before he could ponder further, Xiao Qiao had returned with the porridge. I happen to be making blood-nourishing porridge for the third miss, primarily with red dates. Since she refused it, I've brought it to you. This is a lily and red date soup, nourishing for the heart and blood, with ginseng added. Would you like some, young master? Xiao Qiao quietly asked from the doorway. Please bring it in, Lu Sheng responded softly. Xiao Qiao gently pushed the door open and stepped inside, only to notice a small stain of blood on Lu Sheng's collar. Why, young master, what has happened to you? Xiao Qiao exclaimed in shock, nearly spilling the porridge. Lu Sheng managed a wry smile. I am fine. You claim to be fine while you are spitting blood, Xiao Qiao said, her face paling in fright. I assure you, I am truly fine, Lu Sheng replied helplessly. Xiao Qiao hurried over, offering him the bowl of porridge. Here, young master, drink some warm porridge. Under her attentive care, Lu Sheng devoured the bowl of porridge. Feeling somewhat comforted, he began to carefully recall the myriad fragments of information and experiences regarding the He Hu Dao Fa that had suddenly appeared in his mind. Strangely, these insights felt as though they had always existed within him. He could easily grasp any challenges, and his body felt capable of executing them with ease. If it were not for his current physical condition, he would have eagerly sought a knife at the training grounds to practice. Xiao Qiao quickly departed after he finished his porridge, heading to the pharmacy to find the family physician, still worried about Lu Sheng's health. The Lu family had their own dedicated physician, a lean old man with a goatee, who rushed in with a large medicine box. After sitting beside Lu Sheng and taking his pulse, the physician's furrowed brow relaxed. There is nothing serious, merely a depletion of qi and blood and significant mental exhaustion. A few days of rest and recuperation will suffice. He produced a sheet of paper and swiftly wrote out a prescription. Take this to the pharmacy. Administer it to the young master twice daily for 10 days, and he should recover. Thank you, physician, Lu Sheng sighed in relief, as this aligned perfectly with his own assessment. Soon, Lu Feng and Lu Quanan arrived. What happened? They inquired, accompanied by Lu Sheng's second and third mothers. Lu Sheng's biological mother had passed away long ago, and his second mother, Lu Tsiyu, had cared for him since childhood. Lu Tsiyu was gentle and kind, treating him no differently than her own children. It's just a bit of a blood loss from training. Nothing serious, Lu Sheng explained to his family. As the eldest son, destined to inherit the family business, any mishap naturally drew immediate concern. Training? Lu Quanan frowned. Why have you resumed training again? He was about to reprimand Lu Sheng but thought better of it upon comparing him to other young masters who indulged in debauchery. In contrast, Lu Sheng's actions were decidedly more commendable. The admonishment died on his lips, and he sighed instead. If you wish to practice martial arts, you should seek out Zhao Bo for proper guidance. Don't practice alone, it can lead to accidents. He shook his head and turned to leave, pausing halfway to add. If you need any medicinal herbs, feel free to ask. I will provide you with 2,000 taels monthly for expenses. With that, he strode away. Lu Tsiyu gently wiped away Lu Sheng's sweat with a towel. Your father is simply too soft-hearted, she sighed. The patriarch of the Su family is an old friend of his, and given the current circumstances, he is undoubtedly troubled. Your training is commendable, but remember, others begin cultivating their foundations from a young age. At this age, it may be somewhat late. She rambled on. But Lu Sheng's attention was primarily on the newfound He Hu Dao Fa. It was indeed marvelous. Lu Sheng slightly narrowed his eyes, appearing to listen to his second mother while actually focusing on his physical condition. He flexed his arm muscles. They felt the same as before. Yet there was a sense of familiarity, as if he had trained in the knife technique for many years. He also tested his leg muscles, which felt noticeably more responsive than before. He could distinctly sense his strength surging from his feet, racing up to his waist, and then to his arms. This seamless transfer of power was elaborately described within the He Hu Dao Fa. This was known as tongli. According to the teachings of the knife technique, practitioners of martial arts typically possess a method for mobilizing a significant portion of their strength. Those capable of harnessing 50% of their strength are considered proficient, while those who can summon 80% enter the so-called realm of Tongli. Lu Sheng reflected, recalling from his memories that he had once overheard Zhao Bo and several other martial instructors discussing this topic. The realm of Tongli was among the highest echelons within Julian City. The ability to consolidate one's power into a single strike could unleash terrifying force and speed, far surpassing that of an ordinary person. Zhao Bo was indeed within the realm of Tongli. Lu Sheng sighed with relief, as the effects of the modifier were undeniably effective, lifting a heavy burden from his heart. Unfortunately, it seemed that the modifier consumed something akin to vitality or spirit. After just this one alteration, it was not akin to the legendary techniques that harness inner strength, but merely an ordinary external sword technique, which nearly left him in a state of exhaustion and illness. Lu Sheng began to grasp the essence of the modifier. It appeared to function as an adjuster, capable of inscribing experience, memory, instinct, and martial arts onto the body. However, such adjustments required energy, seemingly drawn from his own vitality. Moreover, altering bodily memories was not an instantaneous process. The body resembled a collection of materials, and the modifier should be utilizing these materials to forge a new foundational structure rather than transforming muscle strength or bone density out of thin air. This led Lu Sheng to a significant hypothesis. In the following days, the changes in his body validated his conjecture. From the very first day, his physique began to recover gradually, with his arms, legs, chest, and back slowly developing solid muscles. Furthermore, he notably sensed a numbness in his sense of pain. Thickened layers of calloused skin gradually formed on his palms. His appetite also increased significantly. To avoid drawing attention, he stealthily ventured out each day to supplement his meals. Having consumed 4 meals at home, 3 square meals, and a late-night snack, he sought to consume an equivalent amount outside as well. After 7 days of this regimen, Lu Sheng's physique had subtly transformed, becoming more robust than before. He had also returned the complete sword technique manual to Zhao Bo. Upon hearing of Lu Sheng's illness, Zhao Bo merely shook his head with a sigh upon receiving the manual, offering no further remarks or inquiries regarding his sword practice. Lu Sheng speculated that Zhao Bo assumed he had recklessly attempted to practice the sword and had consequently injured himself. Zhao Bo, indeed, harbored similar thoughts. He had anticipated that Lu Sheng would seek him out for guidance after his practice fell short, only to hear the next moment about Lu Sheng's injury and subsequent bedridden state. With the return of the manual, Zhao Bo ceased to inquire about the He Hu Dao, presuming that Lu Sheng had lost interest and given up. In response, Zhao Bo could only sigh in resignation, and life returned to its previous rhythm. The daily life of the Lu family seemed largely unaffected by the tragedy of the Su family. The younger generation continued to venture out for outings, indulge in revelry, listen to music, ride horses, and partake in poetry and flower festivals. Though Jiuliancheng was not vast, it was not small either, offering a plethora of leisure activities. The older generation occasionally attended various gatherings, engaging in discussions at the city hall. Lu Quanan remained engrossed in commerce and business. It appeared as though everyone had forgotten the tragic event concerning the Su family and resumed their lives as before. The only noticeable differences involved 2 individuals. One was Lu Yi, who, having lost her fiancé and suitor, wept daily, growing increasingly haggard. The other was Lu Sheng, who had developed a newfound inclination for venturing outside. He was not seeking amusement or music, but had found a secluded grove outside the city to practice the He Hu Dao in solitude. Heifengling lay to the southwest of Jiuliancheng. As the wind howled at night, Lu Sheng procured a simple blade from the city's blacksmith and made his way toward this location. He did not aim to reach Heifengling, but intended to seek an opportunity to test his sword. The He Hu Dao was acquired through the modifier, and he was reluctant to expose it, as it could serve as his trump card. To outsiders, he appeared to be an ordinary wealthy young master devoid of any martial prowess. Under such misconceptions, should any danger arise targeting him, his newfound skills could very well become his greatest asset. Of course, this hinged on the efficacy of the He Hu Dao experience he had acquired. Lu Sheng was uncertain of the precise location of Heifengling or its distance from Jiuliancheng. The city had no curfew, and the gates remained open at night. Disguised in voluminous clothing, he bowed his head to obscure his face, donned a simple outfit, and applied a touch of powder to his visage, transforming into an unrecognizable traveler. As he slipped out of the city under the cover of darkness, he gazed into the distance. The dark, desolate mountains loomed like slumbering giants, quietly lurking beneath the moonlight. A sense of trepidation stirred within him. Yet in pursuit of concealment and to test the might of the He Hu Dao, he mustered his courage and proceeded toward Heifengling. The sound of jingling bells echoed from returning merchant caravans along the main road, their chimes carried by the night wind. Lu Sheng exited through a side gate. Where the city gates were peculiar, they did not close at night, and multiple gates existed. The towering walls appeared imposing but were riddled with gaps, failing to provide adequate defense. Was it night again? It was not pitch black outside, yet he had stumbled on the road and encountered misfortune. The voices of the caravan leader and the city guards drifted from the main road. Lu Sheng stood on a narrow path heading southwest, which was considerably smaller than the main thoroughfare. The dark side gate was illuminated only by the dim flicker of 2 torches on the walls, casting a feeble glow that barely illuminated objects within half a meter. Truly, it felt like an ancient time, Lu Sheng mused. Looking ahead, he saw darkness enveloping 3 directions, with only the distant lights of Ju Liancheng behind him. Without a flashlight or any illumination, the wilderness of ancient times resembled a paradise for wild hunting. He hesitated slightly, but the surging experience of the He Hu Dao within him quelled his fear. For there existed methods within the He Hu Dao to navigate such dark environments. Or rather, the Black Tiger was inherently adept at hunting in the shadows. The He Hu Dao demanded acute auditory awareness and spatial discernment, making it unfazed by such surroundings. Tightening his belt, Lu Sheng gripped the simple blade and quickened his pace along the path leading to He Fengling. After traversing several hundred meters down the path, he retrieved a flint from his waist pouch and took out the small torch he had prepared beforehand. Placing a piece of flint at the torch's tip, he struck the 2 stones together vigorously. A spark leaped onto the torch. Initially, a small flame flickered, but it swiftly spread, engulfing the torch in light. At last, illumination broke through the darkness. Lu Sheng glanced back. The glow of Ju Liancheng had faded significantly. Holding the torch aloft, he proceeded cautiously. According to the hunters, wild wolves often roamed this road at night. He would leave it to fate. He was reluctant to venture too far from the city, aware that this world might hold supernatural entities, and thus, he refrained from straying too far. Had he not sought numerous methods within the city to test his abilities, he would not have dared to wander here alone in search of fortune. Continuing onward, he soon discovered traces on the ground, the signs of the wild wolves the old hunter had referenced. Several oval droppings resembling white clay were present. Lu Sheng picked up a stone and prodded the droppings. They had dried and hardened, and upon crushing them, he found fragments resembling nail clippings within. This must be the spot. The droppings were likely several days old, and per the old hunter's account, he had seen the old wolf here just yesterday. It must be lurking nearby. Lu Sheng raised the torch in one hand and slowly drew the simple blade from his lower back with the other. The simple blade, a derivative of the fusion of soldier and farmer, featured a long handle. Lu Sheng's version had a handle equal in length to the blade, allowing it to double as a farming tool when detached. It resembled a miniature guandao. He gripped it with one hand, still feeling somewhat unsteady. Deciding to insert the torch into a nearby crevice between the rocks, he found himself surrounded by a chaotic array of stones, with jagged boulders scattered about and no trees in sight, alleviating any fire hazard. Lu Sheng carefully inserted the torch and cautiously retrieved a paper packet from his waist pouch, within which lay a piece of freshly cut pork he had acquired earlier that afternoon. As he slowly unfolded the oiled paper and placed it upon the ground, the surface of the meat still glistened with blood, and a strong, pungent odor quickly wafted through the air. Lu Sheng, gripping his knife, stepped back slightly, taking refuge behind a large boulder as he waited. The wind was somewhat chilly, and he leaned against the towering white stone, gazing towards the meat. Time passed gradually. Suddenly, a faint sound drifted through the breeze, reminiscent of either the wind itself or the whimpering of some creature. Abruptly, a dark shadow lunged at him from the side. The torchlight reflected onto a pair of glimmering green eyes. The shadow moved with astonishing speed, darting towards the meat, snatching it up and fleeing. Lu Sheng felt a surge of joy and prepared to spring into action. However, he was suddenly struck by a tightness in his back as a cold gust swept over him. With wide eyes, Lu Sheng turned, brandishing his knife for a swift horizontal slash. Chapter 6. He Hui. This strike was both rapid and ferocious, as if he had practiced it countless times. Lu Sheng's body instinctively responded, and he saw a dark figure lunging towards him from behind, which he met with the edge of his blade. The knife rebounded with a resilient and firm sensation, sweeping the shadow aside with immense force. Thud! The figure crashed to the ground, rolling several times and emitting a whimper. Illuminated by the torchlight, he discovered it was a wild wolf, its midsection brutally slashed open. Without time to ponder, Lu Sheng spotted 2 more wolves approaching from either side. Emerging from the darkness, his body reacted instinctively. He raised his knife to the left, blocking one wolf, then pivoted and struck, sending it crashing into the other. With these two powerful blows, he found his strength waning. After all, he had recently been a frail young master. Both wolves yelped in pain and were thrown back. Breathing heavily, Lu Sheng, his eyes reddened, aimed his knife at the nearest wolf and unleashed a technique known as Husha. The blade descended from above, slightly angled, as his wrist trembled violently, resonating with the rhythm of his martial arts. In the wind, it seemed to echo with the roar of a fierce tiger. The two wolves, startled, hesitated in their movements. In that fleeting moment, the glint of the knife flashed, and one wolf was decapitated on the spot. The other was grazed on the neck, blood quickly seeping forth. Lu Sheng, summoning his strength once more, executed another strike, this time employing Hu Wei. His forearm vibrated 4 times. Each burst of energy distinct and united in a concentrated force upon the blade. Hu Wei was swifter than Hu Shao, albeit with slightly diminished power. Yet, it was not something the wolf's fragile neck could withstand. The wolf had no time to dodge and was struck forcefully by the suddenly accelerated blade. With a sickening sound, the wolf's head fell to the ground. Lu Sheng gasped for breath, the exertion causing beads of sweat to form on his brow. There remained one final wolf, the one that had previously snatched the meat. It now circled around the stone, its fierce green eyes locked onto Lu Sheng. He felt an urgency due to his waning strength. However, he maintained his composure, knowing that in the face of wild beasts, retreat or fear was not an option. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he fixed his gaze upon the wolf. The last wolf, after a moment of tense eye contact, slowly began to retreat into the shadows. Only when it had completely vanished did Lu Sheng release a heavy sigh of relief. His strength was nearly depleted, his arms felt weak, and even his grip on the knife trembled. Were the wolf to charge at him, he was confident in his survival, yet he knew he would sustain injuries. Once assured of the wolf's departure, Lu Sheng grasped the torch and hurried towards Jiulianqing. He was acutely aware of his limitations. Outside the city, wild wolves posed a significant threat, as Xiaobua had once recounted tales of his glorious feats. In his youth, Xiaobua had mastered the art of the blade, single-handedly slaying 3 wolves in an encounter with only minor injuries. Such accomplishments were remarkable. Here, the wild wolves differed greatly from those he had known. They were larger and far more robust, akin to large domesticated golden retrievers. Moreover, unlike the wolves on Earth, these creatures operated in small packs rather than in vast numbers. Lu Sheng jogged back to the city gates, feeling a sense of relief as he spotted the flickering torchlight atop the city walls. He quickly rolled up his clothing to conceal the bloodstains, stashed his knife, and confidently approached the gates with his identification. Shinga, listen to me. This item is no ordinary thing. Upon my arrival in Zihuacheng, I had it brought over from there. It is said to be the first miraculous stone in the Central Plains. Countless wealthy merchants vied for it. But it ended up accidentally dropping into the river and was washed ashore by the Zihuahe, subsequently caught by a fisherman from Zihuacheng. The tale is intricate and lengthy, but if it weren't for do I look like a fool to you? Lu Sheng gently waved his folding fan, regarding the rotund figure before him with a faint smile. This rotund individual was Zheng Xiangui, the second son of the Minggui auction house in Jiulianqing, and a close childhood friend of Lu Sheng. They had grown up together, sharing a bond that was both deep and genuine. However, Zheng Xiangui had one significant flaw, his insatiable greed. According to his own words, even brothers must keep clear accounts, otherwise, feelings would eventually be hurt. The two were seated in a private room at the Jinyu Jiulo, where Zheng Xiangui was accompanied by a slender girl in a pink dress. And he gazed at Lu Sheng with a pained expression. Shinga, this is where you are mistaken. After all the effort I put into acquiring this rare treasure and offering you an internal auction opportunity, you do not appreciate it, and instead belittle me. He pointed at Lu Sheng, feigning deep sorrow. Enough of that. Put your theatrics aside. Have you any news regarding the martial arts manuals I seek? Lu Sheng pressed on, his purpose for meeting his childhood friend being to gather more martial arts knowledge. One manual on Heihu Dao Fa was insufficient. Far from it. He had come to understand the perilous nature of survival in the wild, as Xiaobua had expertly demonstrated. It was no wonder that he had never heard of anyone traveling alone over long distances, in the wilderness, where fierce beasts abound. Embarking on such a solitary journey was akin to courting death. Xiaobua, known as Da Hu in Jiulianqing, was renowned. Yet even he could only contend with 3 wolves at once, perhaps 4 at most, any more than that. And even the so-called elite of Jiulianqing would be brought to their knees. Martial arts manuals were fraught with uncertainty, their authenticity was often dubious, and many contained hidden traps. Even if genuine, a slight misstep in their teachings could lead to lifelong disabilities. Shinga, what do you need that for? Without a master to guide you, These manuals are of little use. Zheng Xiangui queried, rubbing his white jade ring curiously. You possess insight. Lu Sheng replied with a smile. I have my own reasons. Just procure a few for me to examine. Zheng Xiangui leaned in. We do have some. Recently consigned by a new client, 2 martial arts manuals. We had them evaluated by a master, and they should be authentic. However, without a master, no one dares to practice. How much do they cost? Lu Sheng directly inquired. Oh dear, Xingge, are we not friends? Why the formality? Zheng Xiangui laughed. Can you spare me the flattery? Just state your price quickly. I'm pressed for time. We can only sell you one. The other has already been reserved by another esteemed customer. Zheng Xiangui chuckled. One is fine. Do you have it with you? Lu Sheng inquired, raising an eyebrow. Of course, Xingge knows me well. Upon sensing your urgency, I have brought it directly. Zheng Xiangui produced a thin, gray cloth booklet from his person. This manual contains no martial techniques, but rather a unique skill involving a special form of energy manipulation. The price is fixed at 100 taels. Let me see it first. Lu Sheng extended his hand. 100 taels is equivalent to 100,000, and the audacity of this plump man to make such an offer is remarkable. The rotund fellow chuckled twice and placed the booklet into Lu Sheng's hands. As Lu Sheng carefully examined the manual, he noted that it appeared to be a fragment torn from a larger tome, containing only a brief insight into energy manipulation. The technique described within is known as plunging. It is said that once mastered, one can accumulate energy throughout the body from the moment of attack, leading to a sudden explosive release that significantly enhances speed and strength. After reviewing the contents, Lu Sheng observed that the methods do not overlap with those of the He Hu Dao Heart technique, suggesting they could be used in conjunction. However, this was not what he sought. His desire was for an internal martial art manual capable of enhancing his physical constitution and vital energy. From the unfortunate outcome of a previous modification, he deduced that to mitigate the side effects of such alterations, one must first strengthen one's physique. Is there a legendary internal martial art manual available? Internal martial art manual? Zheng Xiangui stroked his chin. You have posed a challenging question, Xingge. If such a thing truly existed on the market, regardless of authenticity, it would be snatched up in the blink of an eye. You mentioned the difficulty in discerning truth from falsehood. Surely you have some of these in stock at home? Lu Sheng understood the workings of an auction house. They typically create a copy of any manual they auction to keep as a record. Given the Zheng family's extensive history in the auction business, they must possess a considerable archive. Those, Xingge, even I cannot ascertain whether any of them are genuine. If there is one authentic copy among 100, it would be remarkable. To date, no one has managed to cultivate energy from them. Are you certain you want to pursue this? Zheng Xiangui hesitated. My brother, I advise against those archived copies. Should anything go awry, your body may suffer irreparably. Do you have a way to find it? Lu Sheng raised an eyebrow. Familiar with the plump man's expressions, this demeanor indicated he had a lead, but was unsure whether to divulge it. There is indeed a way. Xingge, the manual you seek is actually up for auction this time. Zheng Xiangui's face revealed a hint of distress. Why did you not mention this sooner? Lu Sheng raised an eyebrow. It is not that I did not want to share, but this particular item is to be auctioned at a clandestine gathering. Zheng Xiangui sighed in resignation. A clandestine gathering? Lu Sheng suddenly understood. The clandestine gathering is an anonymous auction where all attendees conceal their identities. The items auctioned are often dubious, some even stained with blood. Those who frequent such gatherings are typically desperate individuals or nefarious characters. Can you arrange for me to attend? Lu Sheng was resolute in his decision to participate. Ordinary criminals would not dare provoke the Lu family. The Lu household boasts 30 to 40 robust guards, with several skilled individuals, such as Zhao Bo, among their ranks. Lord Lu Quanin maintains numerous connections with the authorities, which could summon military assistance if necessary. Such a prominent family would not fear the average villain. Arranging attendance is certainly possible. However, Zheng Xiangui appeared troubled. The attendees of the clandestine gathering include murderers, robbers, bandits, and petty thieves, individuals of unknown origin. Should Xingge inadvertently clash with someone and sustain injury, it would be unjust. I should keep a low profile, correct? Lu Sheng chuckled, aware of the other's concerns. He represented not only himself, but also the Lu family of Jiulian City. Any harm to him would undoubtedly lead to repercussions for Zheng Xiangui. It is good that you understand. Your status is unique. If it were anyone else, I would not be as worried, Zheng Xiangui lamented. Understood, please make the arrangements. I must acquire that item, Lu Sheng insisted. Alas, Zheng Xiangui relented, acquiescing to his request. Lu Sheng and he confirmed the start time of the clandestine gathering, awaiting Zheng Xiangui to send over an invitation for distinguished guests. With the invitation in hand, He exited the tavern. Fine cosmetics. Ladies, come and take a look. First-rate goods, just arrived from Zihua City. The exquisite blush infused with the fragrance of Zhiyang flowers is unparalleled. Outside the tavern, vendors pushed carts selling cosmetics, slowly moving along the street. Lu Sheng glanced around. This street was dedicated to the sale of such goods, frequented by many female patrons. As the sun began to set, a light drizzle had just fallen, leaving the ground damp and reflective, tinged with a faint red hue. Lu Sheng exhaled, his breath materializing as a white mist that dissipated gently. He turned to glance back at the tavern, the imposing shadow of the Jin Yu Tavern cast by the sunlight. As the largest tavern in Jiulian City, it was bustling with patrons coming and going for meals, the noise overwhelming. Standing in the shadow of the tavern, Lu Sheng surveyed his surroundings. Aside from the entrance of the tavern, the rest of the area felt somewhat desolate. Vendors continued to push their carts slowly, moving in the shadows. As Lu Sheng observed, he contemplated purchasing small gifts for Yang and Yi. These cosmetics were reasonably priced, and occasionally one could find quality items, making them suitable gifts. He strolled down the street, searching for a vendor with the best offerings. As afternoon waned, the street grew increasingly quiet, many shops closing their doors. The pedestrians on either side of the street were scarce, only a few appearing occasionally. Strangely, the vendors selling cosmetics, despite the lack of customers, continued to smile broadly and call out to passers-by. Their shouts echoed in the empty street. Lu Sheng squinted, finding nothing odd about it. Perhaps it was a peculiar custom of this world. After scanning the area, he spotted a vendor with a cart painted in pale red. The vendor's cart bore a banner reading, Zhong Yuan Li Ji Shui Fun. The vendor, dressed in gray cloth and wearing a gray-white hat, pushed the cart slowly, a smile on his face. I recall that Li Ji Shui Fun is a reputable old establishment from Zhongyuan. Recalling this from memory, Lu Sheng proceeded toward the vendor's cart, intending to select some fine cosmetics for Yang and Yi. The vendor moved forward slowly, while a few children played and frolicked nearby. As the cart passed the children, it turned into a small alleyway shrouded in shadow along the street. Lu Sheng guessed he was preparing to close up for the day and quickened his pace to catch up. Hey, Shenggu! Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from behind him. The voice was quite recognizable, belonging to someone he knew. Lu Sheng turned to see a robust scholar with dark skin approaching briskly. Lu Sheng? He hesitated for a moment before recognizing the individual. Lu Junyi, another affluent young man from Jiulian City, but unlike others, he had achieved academic success. He had recently passed the imperial examination and reportedly possessed considerable literary talent. Lu Junyi's relationship with him was moderate. However, due to his name resembling that of a hero from Liangshan, Lu Sheng had remembered it easily. Shenggu, I'm in urgent need of assistance. Lu Junyi approached, his face flushed. Lu Sheng immediately understood the reason for his visit. Despite being from a wealthy family, this fellow had a penchant for gambling, often leaving him financially strained and borrowing money from others. It seemed he was once again short on gambling funds. With a smile, Lu Sheng retrieved 10 taels of silver from his pouch and handed it over. How has luck treated you today? Not too bad, haha. You are truly generous, Shenggu. Lu Junyi eagerly took the silver and hurried away. Lu Sheng shook his head, dismissing the matter of money as trivial. For the Lu family was affluent and prosperous, and it was only a matter of time before someone would come bearing gifts. He turned his attention back to the vendor selling powdered watercolors. The vendor's cart had already ventured into the alley, leaving only a small portion visible outside. He hurriedly quickened his pace, taking 2 steps at a time, and followed the cart into the narrow passage. Suddenly, Lu Sheng halted in his tracks, for he discovered that the alley was a dead end. It was empty, devoid of any carts or even a single shadow of a person. His eyes narrowed, and his body instinctively tensed. He meticulously surveyed the dead-end alley from end to end, left to right. This narrow passage, scarcely measuring a dozen meters, was flanked by the gray-black walls of houses, with a weathered black wall blocking the end, adorned with several seals. The white paper with red characters appeared somewhat grim under the setting sun, with corners curling up, suggesting they had lost their stickiness. There were no hidden doors in the walls, so where had the cart gone? Lu Sheng racked his brain, clearly recalling that the small cart had entered this very alley. He stepped back, observing a group of children still frolicking and chasing one another by the roadside. These children, dressed in simple attire, appeared to be from ordinary families. Lu Sheng donned a smile and pulled out a few copper coins from his pocket, catching the attention of a girl who was chasing after her friends. Little girl, may I ask you something? He inquired. What do you want to ask, big brother? She replied, her voice cheerful and unafraid, her face rosy from playing outdoors. I would like to know if you saw the cart selling the Li Ji powdered watercolors pass by here. Did it enter this alley? Lu Sheng pressed a couple of copper coins into her palm, prompting a bright smile to spread across her face. I didn't see the watercolor cart. We play here every day, and the cart usually comes in the morning. In the afternoon, it heads to the antique street. Didn't you see it? Lu Sheng was momentarily taken aback, suspecting that the child might be lying. Noticing his expression, the little girl widened her eyes and insisted earnestly, I'm telling the truth. There were no carts on the street today. You can ask others. It's completely empty. At that moment, the other children ran over to chime in. Yes. My mother was planning to come buy something, but none of the vendors showed up. It's truly strange. The little girl pointed at Lu Sheng, saying, This big brother said he saw a Li Ji powdered cart. Where? They clamored, but then they laughed. You must have dreamed it, right? Lu Sheng felt his smile fade as he turned to glance at the Jinyu restaurant. The bustling establishment was filled with patrons, thriving in stark contrast to the desolate street he stood on. Have you seen? Lu Sheng began, but his voice trailed off. The children who had been by his side had mysteriously vanished without him noticing. The street around him appeared desolate and lifeless, devoid of any sign of life, even pedestrians. The sounds of the children's laughter had abruptly ceased, which seemed implausible for children of such age to vanish so synchronously. Lu Sheng, confident in his training with the black tiger blade, prided himself on his keen senses, yet he had failed to detect the departure of those children. Observing the desolate street, he felt a chill run down his spine and hastened towards the Jinyu restaurant. As he approached, the sound of his footsteps resonated clearly. The closer he got to the restaurant, the more warmth enveloped him. Suddenly, it was as though he had burst forth from beneath the water's surface, and life surged around him, vibrant and full of energy. Patrons brushed past him, some accidentally bumping into him and quickly offering apologies. Women disembarked from carriages with smiles, greeted by attendants as they entered the restaurant. Standing before the establishment, Lu Sheng glanced back at the street where the watercolor vendor had been, only to find it now bustling with pedestrians, a stark contrast to the previous emptiness. He inhaled sharply and quickly hailed a carriage. To the Lu residence. Certainly. Please take a seat. The coachman cracked the whip, and the frail old horse began to move slowly. As Lu Sheng rode, he reflected on the peculiar encounters he had just experienced. The vendor and the children were certainly odd. Recalling the vendor's unchanging smile, he found it unsettlingly artificial. With thoughts of the Su family tragedy flooding his mind, he sensed a storm brewing on the horizon. This city was becoming increasingly perilous, he murmured to himself. The carriage soon arrived at the gates of the Lu residence. The doorman, upon seeing Lu Sheng seated in the carriage, rushed over. Young master, you have returned. The doorman, surnamed Wang, was the 8th child in his family and was often referred to as Xiaoba. At just 17, he had taken over his father's duties as the doorman for the Lu family. Xiaoba was quite familiar with Lu Sheng and often shared intriguing tales from both within and outside the city, which Lu Sheng found entertaining. Is the master home? Lu Sheng inquired as he disembarked and paid the fare. The master has gone to the yamen. The governor summoned him, apparently to retrieve something. Xiaoba replied with a grin. What is it that he is searching for? Lu Sheng, preoccupied with his own affairs in recent days, had not kept up with happenings at the residence. I'm not sure. Yesterday, the master summoned all the heads of the merchant guilds to the residence. I overheard them discussing the need for assistance in locating something, which seems rather serious, Xiaoba remarked. Lu Sheng remained silent, his expression darkening. He proceeded through the main entrance while inquiring, have there been any unusual occurrences of late? Well, although I keep my ear to the ground. Unusual events aren't an everyday occurrence, Xiaoba shrugged helplessly. However, the Jinyu restaurant you frequent caught fire last night, consuming half the street. Even from a distance, we could see the flames clearly. A fire, Lu Sheng's heart sank, a foreboding realization creeping in. Are you referring to the street where the watercolor vendor usually sells? Indeed. That very one. Xiaoba nodded vigorously. They say many perished in the flames, entire families were lost. Such a tragedy. I wonder who would commit such an atrocious act. Lu Sheng fell silent, burying the matter deep within his heart, unwilling to dwell on it. The Black Society had scheduled a meeting 3 nights hence in a cellar outside the city. During these 3 days, Lu Sheng maintained his usual routine, eating and resting. And he could feel his body growing stronger, as if the modifications made to the Black Tiger Blade were also enhancing his own physique. Over the course of those 3 days, he revisited the street near the Jinyu restaurant, now a charred ruin with many engaged in the reconstruction of buildings. Retracing his steps through the path he once walked, he noted that everything appeared just as it had before, including the dead-end alley. Though he sensed a growing awareness within himself, he remained unperturbed. If this world harbored water ghosts, it could just as easily harbor other entities. He had intended to modify the tattered volume of jade strength he had acquired, but thoughts of the Black Society restrained him, fearing that altering his body might lead to injury and the loss of opportunity. Time passed swiftly, and before long, the appointed day arrived. Around 7 or 8 in the evening, Lu Sheng donned a complete outfit of black attire, complemented by a crude tiger mask, a mere child's plaything purchased casually from the streets. Outside the gate of the Lu residence, the carriage of the Zheng family was already stationed. He hurriedly boarded the carriage, where he found Zheng Xianggui seated within, voraciously devouring a braised chicken leg with both hands. This corpulent fellow was also clad in black, yet his exaggerated physique made it evident to all that he was none other than the illustrious young master of the Black Society. "You're here at last. We were waiting for you." Lu Sheng was urged to take his seat. The two settled in, and the carriage commenced its slow journey. Throughout the ride, Zheng Xianggui lavished Lu Sheng with an array of instructions on what to do and what to avoid upon arrival, a plethora of disorganized reminders that Lu Sheng diligently noted. Before long, they exited the city, veering from the main road onto a winding path that led them through a considerable stretch of terrain, ultimately reaching the outskirts. After a brief drive through the rural expanse, the carriage halted before a dilapidated stone house at the heart of a desolate village. "This is the place," Zheng Xianggui declared as he disembarked. A black-clad man guarding the entrance of the stone house approached and bowed to him. "Is everyone gathered?" Zheng Xianggui inquired. "All present. The first item is already being showcased," came the reply. Zheng Xianggui nodded, urging haste. "Let us descend. The proceedings have commenced." He grasped Lu Sheng's arm and led him into the stone house, where they passed through a wooden door on the floor, descending a staircase that led into a sizable cavern below. The cavern was quite impressive, featuring a vast hall at its center, with stone walls encircling a series of small chambers, reminiscent of individual compartments affixed to the walls. Sparse attendees occupied the hall, and the adjoining compartments were devoid of light, clearly unused. "This space is rather expansive," Lu Sheng remarked. "Indeed, we stumbled upon it by chance," Zheng Xianggui chuckled, guiding Lu Sheng towards the foremost row of seats. Only a handful of individuals, barely a dozen, constituted the gathering of the Black Society, all scattered across the front seats of the hall. On the platform stood a tall, slender man obscured by a mask, energetically presenting the details of the items for sale. Two dwarves flanked him, dressed in vibrant garments, holding aloft a copper tray that bore a rusted short sword. This ancient relic, likely unearthed from the lands of the ancient Guyong kingdom, was inscribed with archaic characters. "Going once. The fourth bidder offers 1,000 taels. Any higher bids? Any higher bids?" The man on stage called out with fervor. Lu Sheng and Zheng Xianggui occupied seats on the left side, where the benches were composed of rows hewn from white stone, exuding a chilly aura devoid of warmth. The rotund figure beside him leaned in and whispered, "The item you seek is the fifth, the second to last." Lu Sheng nodded in acknowledgement without uttering a word. The short sword on stage appeared freshly unearthed, likely acquired through grave robbing. Bidding intensified, and within moments, the price escalated to 1,800 taels. Lu Sheng's heart raced. This sum equated to nearly double his monthly allowance. He shifted his focus from the competitive bidding on stage to the surrounding patrons. Most attendees of the Black Society bore weapons of various lengths, all donned in black, though there were exceptions. Among the dozen or so guests, 3 stood out, unmasked and conspicuous. One was a burly red-haired man clad in tight yellow leather armor, wielding a large sword. Another was a diminutive, gaunt youth with a sharp face. 2 bulging black pouches secured at his waist, the contents unknown. The third, and most striking, was a pair, a man and a woman. The man, seemingly a guard, wore a silver tunic and bore a long sword at his side, his demeanor indifferent, save for a flicker of gentleness when glancing at the woman. The lady, adorned in a fitted black gown unlike any traditional garment, exuded an alluring presence. Lu Sheng could not help but admire the woman's visage, high cheekbones, captivating eyes that shimmered with a hint of mirth, and cascading black hair that glistened subtly. Her beauty far surpassed any effects of modern cosmetic enhancements. He silently commended her allure, recognizing that she was no ordinary individual. Such beauty, displayed so brazenly in the Black Society, suggested an unwavering confidence in her own capabilities. "That is Duanmu Wan," Zheng Xianggui interjected, noticing Lu Sheng's interest. "However, I advise against harboring any intentions towards her. She is quite formidable." "Formidable? In what manner?" Lu Sheng inquired, curiosity piqued. His interest was not driven by any ulterior motives, but rather by the striking impression she left. Zheng Xianggui chuckled softly. Glancing at the second item on the auction block, Duanmu 1 arrived in Julian City 2 months ago, reportedly accompanying a merchant caravan. For two individuals to traverse such distance alone is no small feat indeed. It is no small feat, Lu Sheng acknowledged. Moreover, her beauty has attracted quite a bit of attention since her arrival, ensnaring many a handsome young man. And you know what happened next? Zheng Xianggui sighed, shaking his head. What transpired? Lu Sheng pressed, his curiosity further ignited. A throng of infatuated suitors engaged in fierce duels, leaving several grievously injured and a few even dead, Zheng Xianggui exclaimed. Yet, those who suffered still harbor fond memories of her. Meanwhile, she has swiftly forgotten them. Lu Sheng squinted, a chill running through him. He had heard whispers of such incidents, but had not anticipated that she was the catalyst. The notion that those injured still held affection for her was beyond mere beauty. It suggested a manipulation of emotions that warranted caution. He mentally affixed a label of extreme danger to Duanmu 1. A woman capable of ensnaring so many hearts was either exceptionally astute or possessed of unique abilities. Such a persona was best avoided. His attention returned to the auction, where the fourth item was now being presented, a piece of bronze-hued half-armor known as the Ice Wolf armor, crafted from the hides of 19 white wolves from the white grass plains. The leather, tanned to a remarkable thinness, boasted a resistance to blunt instruments and blades that surpassed ordinary armor, akin to wearing an additional layer of chainmail. The auctioneer proclaimed the starting bid at 200 taels, but silence ensued. Unperturbed, he instructed a dwarf to display the armor, drawing a short sword to strike at its edge. The sound echoed, and the blade merely grazed the surface, leaving only a faint scratch. 300 taels. Someone immediately called out, and bids began to rise. 400, 600. The prices climbing rapidly. Lu Sheng felt a surge of temptation. This armor was lightweight and agile, far superior to metal armor in terms of mobility. If its protective qualities were as described, it was undoubtedly a valuable asset. He contemplated placing a bid, but as the price soared close to 1,000 taels, he restrained himself, reminding himself that his true objective lay with the forthcoming tome. One must not sacrifice the substantial for the trivial. Ultimately, the armor was purchased by the red-haired man with the large sword. Following closely, we arrive at the penultimate item, the Internal Martial Arts Manual. Chapter 9, Duanmu 1. Next, we present a tome of legendary repute, a manual of internal cultivation, the veracity of which remains uncertain despite our assessments. After all, mastery of internal energy demands prolonged practice and discernment, rendering immediate judgments on authenticity impossible. However, our examination of the material reveals that the fabric containing this manuscript has surpassed a century in age. The host chuckled softly, observing how the audience was enlivened by his words, all eyes now fixed upon him. He proceeded with deliberation. This manual is titled He Sha Gong. Two diminutive figures carefully approached the stage, bearing a brass tray that swayed gently. Upon it rested a pitch-black cloth-bound volume. The He Sha Gong comprises 32 levels. According to the text, advancing through each level allows one to enhance their physical form. This particular manuscript encompasses the first 5 levels. It is merely a fragment. A voice emerged from the crowd, expressing skepticism. Internal energy is notoriously difficult to cultivate, and with a manuscript that is incomplete, who would dare practice? If the text has been altered, one might be courting disaster. Others chimed in with derision. You need not purchase it, came another mocking retort. Ladies and gentlemen, please quiet down, the host urged, hands raised to calm the crowd, a smile adorning his face. This He Sha Gong was indeed consigned to our auction by a guest, who has verified its authenticity to a degree. Not to mention, the first 3 levels are entirely viable for practice. His statement, intended to incite excitement, instead met with indifference from the audience. Lu Sheng subtly shook his head, grasping the underlying reasons. Zheng Xianguang, puzzled, inquired, Brother Sheng, what is amiss? The response is not as expected. It is not amiss. It is quite normal, Lu Sheng replied nonchalantly. The prolonged duration required for mastery of internal martial arts, often measured in years, deters participation. Regardless of demonstrations, no one dares to gamble on the possibility of failure. Furthermore, I have heard from Xiaobo that internal martial arts may not be as formidable as rumored. Unless practiced to the pinnacle, their power may sometimes pale in comparison to a full-force strike from an external expert. Why is that? Zheng Xianguang inquired further. This may be a point of ignorance for the young master, interjected a figure standing behind them, the captain of the guard. His name was Chen Wuda, one of the 2 most formidable captains of the Zheng family. Given the significance of this gathering, he had been dispatched to maintain order. Like Xiaobo, he was also a martial artist of the external realm. Chen Wuda glanced at Lu Sheng before continuing. Internal and external practices both aim to cultivate strength. The external approach relies on muscle and external striking drills to forcibly stimulate bodily power. While this method can be detrimental, it yields rapid gains. Conversely, the internal approach focuses on the organs, nurturing qi and blood, which is a slower process but does not harm the body and can even prolong life. The distinction lies in this difference. In truth, top external experts are not inferior to their internal counterparts. The most formidable practitioners are those who master both disciplines. I see. Zheng Xinguang acknowledged. Lu Sheng nodded in agreement. I have heard Zhao Bo express a similar sentiment. Yet, why does everyone still fervently pursue internal martial arts? The increase in strength seems minimal, Zheng Xinguang mused. To prolong life, Chen Wuda replied with a sigh. While external experts are indeed strong, they begin to decline after the age of 30. However, with internal cultivation, one can maintain peak condition well into their 50s or 60s. The difference is stark. At this moment, Lu Sheng's attention shifted back to the manuscript on stage, and he eagerly initiated bidding. The host announced, pointing towards the cloth-bound volume. Let the bidding commence, starting at 100 taels, 130 taels, 150, 200, 300, 330 taels. The bids ascended rapidly. Even one of the earlier scoffers joined in, revealing that while doubts lingered regarding the manuscript's authenticity, faith in the black market's appraisal and credibility remained strong. Someone is deliberately inflating the bids, the rotund figure muttered quietly. Lu Sheng narrowed his eyes, fixated on the stage. 500 taels. He raised his hand, calling out loudly. The room fell momentarily silent. In this era, 500 taels equates to approximately 500,000 yuan, all for a manuscript whose authenticity and integrity remain unverified. 550 taels. A voice rang out again. Lu Sheng turned to see a man with slanted eyes and yellowish skin, his face obscured by a black mask. Appearing gaunt and lacking flesh, his fierce gaze suggested a formidable demeanor. Lu Sheng had anticipated such an occurrence. Who would not vie for a prized internal manual? Undeterred, he raised his hand once more. 600 taels. 700 taels. The same man persisted, closely following Lu Sheng's bids. 800 taels. Lu Sheng stated calmly. As his father, Lu Quanan, had granted him a monthly allowance of 2,000 taels, even if depleted, he was determined to secure this manuscript. With a modifier at his disposal, as long as he could glean even a hint of its teachings, he would uncover the martial arts names and elevate them to their utmost potential. 900 taels. The man's fierce gaze now bore down on Lu Sheng. 1,000 taels. Lu Sheng declared with composure. 1,100 taels. The opponent's voice sounded strained. Friend, I hail from the Baiyuzhang family. Grant me this favor. Baiyuzhang family. Lu Sheng's expression shifted. This family was not from Julian City, but rather the preeminent clan of nearby Zihua City, associated with the local governor, Zhang Song. Baiyuzhang family. Here in Julian City to scout for treasures, Zheng Xinguang remarked, astonished. The Zheng family oversaw the black market and managed auctions, indifferent to the origins of their clientele. 1,200 taels. Lu Sheng raised his hand again. Zheng's eyes flared with indignation. In the vicinity of Julian and Zihua cities, he had never encountered someone so unyielding towards the Zhang family. The Zhang family boasted not only Governor Zhang Song, but also the renowned Zhang Songshi, the foremost expert of Zihua City. Their influence in both the internal and external realms fortified their authority. Disregard him. In the black market, the highest bidder prevails. And even the Zhang family would not dare to breach the rules. Otherwise, who would continue to collaborate with them in the jade and stone trade? Zheng Xinguang observed with a sense of schadenfreude. Zhang Jundong, the man from the Zhang family, was specifically sent to Julian City to gather potential internal manuals. All internal manuals on the market were monitored by them, intercepted before being presented for auction. This singular manuscript had slipped through the cracks. A sudden arrival by a guest who consigned it to the black market without following the proper protocols, thus evading interception. 1,300 taels. Zhang Jundong gritted his teeth, raising his hand again. 1,400. Lu Sheng remained steadfast. At this juncture, only the two of them were left bidding, while the rest of the audience refrained from intervening. 1,500 taels. Zhang Jundong fixed his gaze on Lu Sheng. Friend, in the world, having more friends opens more doors. If you concede this manuscript to me today, the Zhang family will remember your kindness. Lu Sheng remained unflinching. 1,600 taels. He raised his hand once more. Zhang Jundong, now infuriated, had initially anticipated acquiring the Heisha Gong for a mere 1,000 taels, expecting to pocket the remainder of his funds. He had not anticipated this unexpected competitor, who had resolutely driven the bidding to its current heights. 1,750 taels. He suddenly stood, pushing all his money into the bid. 1,008. Lu Sheng's expression remained unchanged. Zhang Jundong turned sharply, glaring at Lu Sheng. Good. Very well. He ceased his words, scrutinizing Lu Sheng thoroughly, as if to engrave his likeness into memory. With a loud crash, Zhang Jundong stood up angrily and departed. Congratulations to this gentleman, the host beamed from the stage. A book of internal skills. Sold at such a high price without discerning its authenticity or flaws, surely provided him a commission several times greater than usual. After receiving the manual, Lu Sheng handed over the silver note. He did not inspect the final item, and simply bid farewell to Zheng Xiangui before leaving on his own. With the item in hand, he realized his funds were running low. Chen Wu had been shadowing him, accompanied by 2 guards for protection, fearing he might encounter trouble. As they retraced their steps, upon exiting the cave, Lu Sheng glanced at the night sky, which was already deep into the night. The Zheng family's carriage awaited him outside. Chen Wu, unable to stray far, entrusted a few guards to accompany Lu Sheng while he returned to ensure Zheng Xiangui's safety. As Lu Sheng emerged from the stone house with 3 guards, he intended to board the carriage. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the village. One guard became alert, scanning the surroundings, but found nothing amiss. A faint sound of friction rippled through the air as a shadow swiftly darted past the guards, piercing through their formation and charging directly at Lu Sheng. The shadow moved with astonishing speed, catching the guards completely off guard and shattering their defensive line. Clang, clang, clang. The shadow, wielding a short blade, swiftly slashed at 3 guards in succession. They groaned and quickly retreated, clutching their wrists. As mere hired guards for the Zheng family, they were not trained fighters and had no intention of risking their lives for the family. Seeing the shadow's overwhelming force, they opted to evade, considering their injured wrists a sufficient excuse. With their formation broken, Lu Sheng was exposed. Die! A deep voice emanated from the shadow. He raised his short blade and struck fiercely at Lu Sheng's chest. Though his strength and speed had diminished after injuring 3 guards, he found it easy to deal with an ordinary wealthy heir. Moreover, even if his opponent were skilled, he was confident that outside of a few individuals, no one in Jiu Liancheng could match him. Zhang Jundong had carefully assessed the situation before taking action, confirming that Lu Sheng was not among the few capable adversaries. Following the auction's disruption, although he belonged to the Zhang family, he held another notorious identity as a prominent leader of the wolf bandits outside Zihuacheng. With the auction failing, he resolved to seize the opportunity forcefully, as he had done before. In the underworld, no one offered protection for auction participants. After killing and robbing, he could save himself thousands of taels for personal use. Why not? Chapter 10. Duan Mu won. The short blade rapidly approached Lu Sheng's chest, slicing through his clothing. Lu Sheng, masked, stood motionless, seemingly stunned. A cruel smile crept across Zhang Jundong's lips. Do not blame me. Blame yourself for provoking the wrong person. The blade tip swiftly cut through Lu Sheng's garment, grazing his skin. Just then, Lu Sheng leaned back, drawing a dark python from his waist, an ordinary blade. He swept it out with great force, striking Zhang Jundong's short blade with a speed unmatched by the latter's clumsy technique. The short blade was sent flying. Lu Sheng's blade flipped, delivering a powerful strike aimed at Zhang Jundong's head. A sound like a tiger's roar echoed as it approached. Zhang Jundong's pupils constricted, his body bristling with fear. He had never anticipated that this wealthy heir, protected by 3 guards, would suddenly unleash such terrifying strength. This reaction, this speed, not good. He had no time to think further, performing a backflip and rapidly stepping backward. Swoosh! A blade pierced through his chest. Blood oozed from the wound. Lu Sheng approached, withdrew the blade from him, and wiped it clean. Let us go, return me home. He calmly stepped into the carriage, lowering the curtain behind him, leaving the 3 guards and 2 sentries in stunned silence. The 5, along with the coachman, gazed at the corpse on the ground, none daring to speak. The 3 guards, now pale, silently boarded the carriage, their lips sealed. Go! The coachman cracked the whip, and the carriage began to move slowly. Inside, the only sound was the rolling of the wheels. After a moment, the 3 guards could no longer endure the silence, stepping down and walking alongside the carriage. Soon, Lu Sheng found himself alone inside. He sat upright on a cloth cushion, his expression stoic, eyes slightly closed as if in a light slumber. Yet only he knew the turmoil raging within him. He had killed. He had taken a life. In both his past and present, he had never even injured anyone, let alone killed. But in that fleeting moment, his instincts took over. Seeing the threat escape, he had decisively hurled the blade forward. The memories of his formidable muscle memory flowed seamlessly, executing the second move of the tiger's might technique with precision, striking true to the opponent's back. And then, he lay dead. The images of the encounter replayed incessantly in Lu Sheng's mind. That man truly sought to end his life, not merely jesting. His survival instinct had compelled him to eliminate the threat entirely. The outcome was indeed conclusive. Yet, his martial prowess had been revealed, and he had committed murder. Fortunately, the distinctive nature of the Black Tiger Blade technique meant that with a little investigation, its origin could easily be traced back to Zhao Bo. It was not a significant issue, just something to be mindful of in the future. The carriage rolled onward, departing the village for about a quarter of an hour. Suddenly, the crisp sound of bells echoed from the dark exterior. The coachman glanced back to see another white carriage rapidly approaching from behind. It seemed they too were headed toward Jiuliansheng. The three guards noticed the white carriage as well. Two pure white steeds pulled a finely adorned carriage, intricately decorated with silver patterns, wafting a faint fragrance in the breeze. They exchanged glances, slowly resting their hands on their blades. Having nearly failed to protect their esteemed guest once, they could not afford another mishap. The Zheng family would not let them off lightly. Their wrists had sustained only minor injuries, and with some rest and ointment, they could still muster a fair amount of strength. All three were seasoned veterans, and together they formed a formidable small unit. Even 7 or 8 ordinary men would struggle against them. The white carriage was not particularly unusual, even if it appeared luxurious. It was nothing to be overly concerned about. What made the guards uneasy was that the approaching carriage had no lanterns lit. Outside the city, the moonless night cast a dark gloom, and without lights, the road was pitch black, making progress difficult. This carriage, however, moved swiftly, faster than theirs even with lanterns. Something was amiss, one of them murmured. At this moment, Lu Sheng also lifted the curtain to peer back, catching sight of the darkly speeding white carriage. The driver, a gentle and handsome man, was unmistakably the one he had seen before in the black market, standing beside a woman with a tender expression. The white carriage continued unabated, swiftly overtaking Lu Sheng's carriage. "Ajio, halt for a moment," a melodious voice called from within the white carriage. The white carriage gradually decelerated, aligning with Lu Sheng and others. The curtain was gently lifted, revealing a charming face with slightly furrowed brows illuminated by the lantern. It was the same woman from before. Duanmu Wan. Lu Sheng's expression remained unchanged as he glanced at her. "On this dark road, would you be so kind as to illuminate the path with your lantern? It would be beneficial for mutual assistance," he remarked. Duanmu Wan, spotting Lu Sheng, smiled at him. "You are welcome, Miss Duanmu," Lu Sheng replied nonchalantly, intending to lower the curtain. "Young master, I have a small request." Duanmu Wan interjected before he could retreat into the carriage. "I accidentally spilled a teapot inside the carriage, and the cushions are all wet. Could you possibly?" Lu Sheng narrowed his eyes, a sliver of vigilance rising within him. Her sudden appearance was suspicious. Whether the carriage was truly wet was uncertain. However, since she had approached from the shadows, it seemed she had ulterior motives. Even if he declined, Duanmu Wan might not let him off easily. "If the young lady does not mind the humble conditions of my carriage, please come up and rest for a while," he proposed, his confidence bolstered by his recent victories with the Black Tiger Blade. Ordinary masters, even someone as formidable as Zhao Bo, the top expert of Julian City, would find it challenging to best him in a one-on-one confrontation. Although he lacked extensive combat experience, the 4th level of the Black Tiger Blade's technique granted him a ferocity that rivaled Zhao Bo. Within the confines of a small space, he hesitated to declare a victor. Thus, even if Duanmu Wan possessed exceptional skills, he was confident in his ability to defend himself. "Thank you, young master," she replied. Lu Sheng signaled the coachman to halt, and the carriage came to a gradual stop beneath the flickering lantern light. The carriage door slid open, and Duanmu Wan descended, still clad in her form-fitting black dress. She smiled gently at Lu Sheng, her delicate complexion, cherry-red lips, and the petite pink tongue peeking out from between her lips, causing the surrounding guards and coachman to feel a flutter of surprise. As she stepped beside him, she suddenly swayed, twisting her ankle and falling toward Lu Sheng. "Be careful." He instinctively reached out to support her, his heart racing with caution. Such scenarios, these coincidences, made him scoff internally. They were cliches from countless romantic dramas. He remained wary of Duanmu Wan but chose to conceal his suspicions, intending to respond logically. Duanmu Wan gently leaned against his arm, blushing as she straightened up. "Thank you, young master," she murmured softly. "No need for formality. Please have a seat," he replied, guiding her to a side seat within the spacious carriage. The interior was ample, featuring 2 rows of 4 seats facing each other. Lu Sheng and Duanmu Wan sat opposite one another, and the carriage resumed its journey. Duanmu Wan, her cheeks flushed, sat with her legs angled closely together, devoid of any gap. With no one else present in the carriage and her gaze lowered in shyness, she could not see him. "Are you headed to Julian City?" she inquired softly, seemingly oblivious to her exposed state. "Indeed. Are you also traveling to Julian City?" Lu Sheng responded with a casual, uninspired question. "Yes, to be honest. I am currently residing at the Wanfu Inn in the city. I heard there was a black guild here, so I brought my guards to witness it. However, I did not expect everyone to wear masks. It was quite dull." Duanmu Wan expressed her dissatisfaction. "For a young lady like you to travel such a distance with only a close guard, you must possess remarkable skills," Lu Sheng noted calmly. "What skills?" "I was merely rescued by a merchant convoy along the way. Otherwise, my guard and I might have perished from hunger or cold in some corner," she explained. "By the way, the gentleman who rescued me also possesses remarkable martial skills, much like you," Duanmu Wan added with a light laugh. "Is that so?" Lu Sheng realized she had witnessed his previous actions. "Miss Duanmu, it seems you are quite knowledgeable about the Black Guild. Do you have any means to acquire internal martial arts manuals?" she inquired further. "Indeed," Lu Sheng responded, stroking his tiger mask, feeling increasingly alert. "Does Miss Duanmu have a way to procure them? What would you require in exchange?" Such bold words. To find some manuals? Even the governor would not dare to speak so freely, Lu Sheng thought, growing more cautious. What does Miss Duanmu wish in return? Silver or gold, perhaps? How about the price for today's Heishagong? She smiled. "If you can truly obtain the manuals, that would suffice," Lu Sheng replied earnestly, casting a deep glance at her. Duanmu Wan remained unfazed, chuckling lightly. "You need not worry, young master. I merely find you to be exceptionally talented and wish to offer you a good deal." Lu Sheng was skeptical of her sincerity. The carriage continued its slow progress until it soon entered the city, halting quickly at the entrance of the Wanfu Inn. Duanmu Wan and her guard alighted from the carriage, warmly welcomed by the inn's attendants as they made their way inside. Lu Sheng sat quietly in the carriage, observing their figures disappear into the inn, his expression unchanged. Pondering his thoughts, "Let us depart. We are returning," he commanded. The coachman, snapping back to reality, wiped his mouth and began the journey home. Even the three guards displayed hints of disappointment as Duanmu Wan left. Upon returning home, early the next morning, Zhang Xiangguo personally visited, evidently to apologize for the previous day's events. The two men sat in the small garden of the rear courtyard, where a stone table held a small wine jug and snacks, a plate of peanuts and a plate of pickled radish. The hot weather made these dishes particularly refreshing. "I must drink this cup," Zhang Xiangguo insisted earnestly, raising his glass. "I was negligent yesterday. When I heard the news, my heart nearly stopped. If anything were to happen to you, I, Zhang Xiangguo, would be unable to face the Lu family." Lu Sheng shook his head. "It is not your fault. I insisted on the arrangement." Zhang Xiangguo downed his drink and set the cup heavily on the table, producing a soft sound as it clinked against the stone. "Brother Sheng, without digressing, I found it strange how you suddenly took on such a significant burden and dared to venture into the Black Guild to make purchases. It seems you are quite the hidden talent. However, engaging in direct confrontations should be avoided in the future, even if the Zhang family is involved. Your Lu family dominates Julian City. Can they truly extend their reach here? What if something were to happen to you?" Lu Sheng smiled. "I have always had a penchant for martial arts since childhood. I simply did not achieve much before, which is why I kept it to myself. Now that I have made some progress, I could not resist the temptation to practice a bit within the Black Guild." "Practice? You ended up killing someone," Zhang Xiangguo replied. Speechless. "You must inform Uncle Lu. If the Zhang family seeks retribution, he should be prepared." "I understand," Lu Sheng nodded. "By the way, do you know more about Duanmu Wan?" "Duanmu Wan. I'm not particularly familiar with her, but I could investigate." Zhang Xiangguo hesitated, aware that his family had connections with a diverse array of people, making them more informed than the Lu family in this regard. "That would be good." Lu Sheng poured himself a glass of wine and took a gentle sip. The beverage was quite mild, akin to fruit juice. "Did you have contact with Duanmu Wan?" Zhang Xiangguo inquired as Lu Sheng was about to respond. Suddenly, an urgent sound of footsteps echoed from the archway of the small garden. A young maiden clad in a pale yellow short-sleeve shirt hurried through the entrance. With an oval face, she walked with a slight sway. "Gij, Shinga, I knew you were hiding here." Upon spotting Lu Sheng and Zhang Xiangguo, she stormed over, grabbing Zhang Xiangguo by the arm. Let us go, let us go? You wretched brother. How dare you stand me up and make me wait at home for 2 whole hours? You are long time no see. You don't seem to be in a very good mood." Lu Sheng greeted her with a smile. "It's all because of you, Gij. We had agreed that you would take me to see the opera troupe in the north of the city, and they are leaving this afternoon. If we don't go now, it will be too late." Zheng Yuer was the younger sister of Zheng Xianghua, and they had maintained a close relationship since childhood. Because of the bond between Zheng Xianghua and Lu Sheng, Zheng Yuer also grew quite fond of Lu Sheng. "It's my fault, Yuer," Zheng Xianghua said with a pained expression, quickly apologizing. "I will make it up to you. What do you want? I will buy it for you right away." As the second son who managed part of the family business, Zheng Xianghua had financial resources and allowances that far surpassed what his sister could ever possess. "I want a Ziqian brush, 3 boxes of Su ink, 10 boxes of Hanyue perfume powder, 5 steamed buns daily, and 1 coral flower each day." Zheng Yuer began to list her demands swiftly, clearly having prepared beforehand. However, after a few moments, she suddenly remembered Lu Sheng's presence, and her face turned crimson as she lowered her head. She then stomped on Zheng Xianghua's foot with great force. "Ouch!" Zheng Xianghua cried out. Good sister, let us go home. We can talk about this at home." Not long after, Lu Sheng watched with amusement as Zheng Xianghua was pulled home by Zheng Yuer by his ear. Sitting alone on a stone bench, he observed the servants busily clearing away the food and drink. The Haisha Gong, which could enhance physical prowess, was incomplete and not particularly suitable for my practice. Unfortunately, I currently have no other choice. He closed his eyes, imagining a faint breath rising from his feet, then converging into his lower abdomen, dispersing throughout his body. This was the introductory method of the Haisha Gong. It was simple yet demanding in terms of aptitude. According to the texts, it would take at least several days to a month to achieve any sensation of qi. This was not an excessively long time. First, he needed to grasp the basics of the technique before he could locate the corresponding martial arts in the modifier for modification. Thus, this step was unavoidable for Lu Sheng. "Young master," a gentle voice called out as Xiao Qiao emerged from the room, her demeanor cautious. "What is it?" Lu Sheng asked. Xiao Qiao examined Lu Sheng, feeling that he had been somewhat distracted lately, though she could not ascertain the reason. "Is there something troubling you, young master?" she inquired, always empathetic and cautious. "Don't speculate." "It's my own issue," Lu Sheng replied, sitting on the bench, gently swaying his body. The deep blue interface of the modifier appeared before his eyes. Looking from top to bottom, he noticed the first slot recorded, the 4th level of the Heihu Dao Fa. However, there was still no sign of the Haisha Gong. Quietly reciting to himself, he stored away the modifier and stood up from the stone bench. Since he had acquired the Haisha Gong, he would continue to practice it diligently. As long as there was a chance to enter the technique, his efforts would not be in vain. In the following days, Lu Sheng remained in the Lu residence, diligently honing his skills. He had already exposed his proficiency in the Heihu Dao Fa and decided to no longer conceal it, for it was not a particularly formidable skill. He also sought out Zhao Bo to inquire about joint techniques and practical experience, intentionally revealing that he had self-taught himself some aspects of the Heihu Dao Fa. While he had mastered the technique, the real challenge lay in knowing when to strike and which moves to employ against various opponents. These were experiences that required detailed guidance. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he spread the story of his secret martial training throughout the Lu residence. 3 days later, clanging sounds echoed as Lu Sheng and Zhao Bo faced off in the training ground, both wielding their swords and engaging in swift exchanges. The blades collided, creating flashes of light akin to 2 silver orbs in motion. Zhao Bo suddenly sidestepped, emerging from the clash. His expression was solemn, his hair flowing, and his eyes widened. "Husha!" With a whoosh, a wind imbued with the roar of a tiger surged forth as Zhao Bo's long sword sliced toward Lu Sheng's wrist like a shooting star. "Husha!" Almost simultaneously, Lu Sheng let out a low shout, executing his own Husha move. The two engaged in combat for some time, with Lu Sheng feigning a reaction and barely managing to adjust his stance to counter Zhao Bo's strike, the rhythm faltering by more than just a beat. Clang! Their blades collided forcefully. The two warriors separated, gasping for breath as they eyed each other. Lu Sheng lowered his head to find that one sleeve of his right arm had been severed, and he could not help but show a look of admiration. Truly impressive. "Zhao Bo." He stood upright, sheathing his sword with a smile. "That was quite remarkable, very remarkable indeed. To be able to execute Husha in such a short time, even if the eldest young master had secretly trained in martial arts before. How long have you had this sword technique?" "Given time, the eldest young master will surely surpass me, this old man. He may even secure a place among the top 5 in all of Jiuliancheng," Zhao Bo remarked with a hint of nostalgia. "It's amusing. I had thought the eldest young master had given up on practicing the sword. Who would have guessed?" Lu Sheng chuckled. "You jest, Zhao Bo. You are one of the 4 great masters of Jiuliancheng. It is not something I can easily surpass. No. I am no longer what I used to be. My age has diminished my former prowess." Zhao Bo waved his hands dismissively. "However, Your talent is extraordinary. To have mastered the first move of the Heihu Dao Fa in such a short time, it would be wise for you to consider learning several more techniques. Learn several more techniques? Lu Sheng raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Zhao Bo's suggestion. Zhao Bo smiled. I, old Zhao, have a bit of a reputation in Juliancheng. Your Lu family is also quite prominent, both in wealth and renown. Together, we should be able to persuade some of the old masters to pass down their hidden skills to you. It should be noted that these so-called hidden skills are generally of only moderate caliber, most likely not surpassing the Heihu Dao Fa. If the eldest young master is interested, I could serve as an intermediary for introductions. Chapter 12, Lurking. Lu Sheng's eyes brightened at Zhao Bo's words. He had been unable to find any complete and powerful martial arts manuals. Since he couldn't find quality, perhaps he could compensate with quantity. After all, with the modifier at hand, his speed of martial arts practice was astonishing. A technique could be mastered in just a few attempts. If he could master several techniques, he might reach his goals more effectively. In this world, where demons and monsters might arise, it would be unwise not to seize the chance to grow stronger swiftly. When faced with a genuine crisis, what would he have to defend himself with? With this thought, Lu Sheng's eyes sparkled. He understood Zhao Bo's implication. In Jiuliancheng, there were numerous elderly martial artists, such as the former chief constable Zhang Sun, who wielded the formidable physique palm. Now, in his old age and without heirs, he lived a frugal life, often relying on Zhao Bo and his old friends for assistance. If Lu Sheng could leverage financial resources and connections to establish rapport, he could likely gain access to the legacy of the physique palm. It was worth noting that Zhang Sun had been hailed as the foremost master in Juliancheng during his youth, only to be surpassed by a few others as he aged. Now, at 86, his mobility had diminished. By the time Zhao Bo and others gained a reputation, Zhang Sun had long since faded into obscurity. Such former masters were not uncommon in Jiuliancheng. As Lu Sheng's heart stirred with newfound vigor, he pondered the possibility of learning from these individuals. If he could accumulate knowledge from them, even if it were from subpar martial arts, mastering them to a high standard would undoubtedly render him formidable. What say you, young master? If you are inclined, I could indeed connect you with a few suitable old friends, Zhao Bo suggested. He likely wished to assist his old friends, perhaps unable to bear the thought of them. Skilled as they were, living in destitution during their twilight years. Lu Sheng contemplated this carefully. Zhao Bo's words resonated with truth. He simply wondered which capable individuals Zhao Bo could contact. Do not concern yourself with the specifics of their identities. Too many cooks spoil the broth. I can assure you of the expertise in Xianzhong and the Basher Si, Yanzi Chue Feng Dao, Zhao Bo replied. These two old friends of mine lost their offspring to enemies in their youth, and now they are left without support, struggling to make ends meet. They have long wished to find disciples to pass on their skills. However, due to the disparity between wealth and knowledge in martial arts, without adequate sustenance, even diligent practice could shorten their lives, making them reluctant to impart their teachings to the next generation. Zhao Bo sighed. By chance, I noticed your extraordinary talent, Shengge. Although we cannot obtain the superior martial arts of renowned sects, should you master these two styles, they would prove to be remarkable skills. This way, you can meet your own aspirations while also supporting a couple of friends, truly a win-win situation. Upon hearing Zhao Bo lay bare his intentions, Lu Sheng's expression turned serious. With Zhao Bo's endorsement, these two elders would indeed become his mentors, and he would allocate 20 taels of silver to each of them monthly as a form of remuneration. Zhao Bo could not suppress a smile upon hearing this. Shengge, you are indeed magnanimous. In truth, a typical martial arts school owner would require no more than 10 taels of silver to impart genuine skills. However, Lu Sheng's generous offer of 20 taels each was a testament to Zhao Bo's esteem and would bring him honor among his peers. Shengge, go ahead and begin your training. I shall relay the news to a few friends. With matters settled, Zhao Bo could hardly contain his excitement and hurried to inform Zhang Sun of the good news. Zhang Sun had recently fallen ill, the once stalwart man, having neglected his health in youth, now bore the burden of numerous internal injuries and was financially unable to recuperate. Zhao Bo had previously covered his medical expenses, and had it not been for that, he would not have considered aiding Lu Sheng's mentor. It was truly heart-wrenching to witness a friend in such dire circumstances. As Zhao Bo departed, Lu Sheng lifted his sword and practiced a series of moves from the Heihu Dao. The techniques of Hu Sha, Hu Wei, and Hu Xiao could be dissected into 3 elaborate combinations, each comprising a series of 10 distinct techniques. Although these 3 main moves were independent, each contained numerous individual strikes. For example, Hu Sha could be divided into techniques for facing opponents head-on, dealing with attacks from behind, as well as addressing threats from either side, ambushes, long weapons, and heavy arms, each with myriad variations. As Lu Sheng practiced, a young servant approached, waiting for him to finish, seemingly eager to convey a message. Furrowing his brow, Lu Sheng halted his training and turned to the servant. "What is it?" "Young master, a carriage has arrived outside. A young lady claiming to be Miss Duanmu says she has an appointment with you." The servant replied respectfully. Duanmu one has come, Lu Sheng thought. Feeling a jolt of apprehension, he had been diligently practicing the Heisha Gong, but had yet to make any progress, leading him to question the authenticity of the internal cultivation method. Duanmu one had previously mentioned her ability to procure internal cultivation texts, yet he remained uncertain of their validity. Nevertheless, it would be prudent to meet her first. While she was indeed a formidable figure, he was not one of those naive young masters from the city easily swayed by petty tricks. She would require far more than mere rudimentary tactics to ensnare him. "Please have her wait in the guest hall. I shall be there shortly." "Yes, young master." The servant departed. Lu Sheng asked a maid to prepare a basin of water to wipe away his sweat before donning a white robe and making his way to the guest hall. Traversing the training grounds and a small garden, he crossed a corridor to reach the guest hall designated for visitors. The door stood ajar, revealing a woman in a purple gown seated gracefully on the right side. Her beauty was striking. Her skin was as fair as snow, adorned with crescent-shaped pearl earrings, exuding poise and elegance. It was, indeed, Duanmu Wan, whom he had encountered before. Inside the hall, Lu Sheng's younger brother, Lu Chenxin, was enthusiastically engaging Duanmu Wan in conversation. Chenxin's gaze fixated on the alluring curves of Duanmu Wan's décolletage, his eyes seemingly entranced as they lingered on the subtle outline of her figure. Ahem. Lu Sheng coughed lightly to draw their attention. Both turned to face him. "Big brother." Lu Chenxin's face flushed with embarrassment as he rose, clearly flustered. "Since you are here, Miss Duanmu has come specifically to see you." His words stumbled out awkwardly. "Third brother, please go and ask the kitchen to send over some sour plum soup." "I will take care of our guest," Lu Sheng commanded, displaying his capability as the eldest sibling. Having faced numerous challenges, he had earned the respect of his younger siblings. Differing from other frivolous young masters of his age, he had two younger siblings, his younger sister Lu Qingqing, who was away honing her martial skills, and his younger brother Lu Chenxin, who remained home to diligently study. Lu Sheng had previously managed a portion of the family business, showcasing talents that had already led their father, Lu Quanan, to designate him as the future head of the family enterprise. With his impending responsibility of managing the family finances, Lu Sheng became the pillar upon which his siblings and the entire household relied for sustenance. Consequently, they often treated him with deference and respect. "Shenggu, I happen to bring you a bowl of sour plum soup, so I shall leave it with you for now. It's chilled and quite delicious." Wunyang, the fifth wife of the family patriarch Lu Quanan, entered the hall carrying a pot of the drink. Although not a formal wife, her status as a concubine was distinct from the previous three wives. Wunyang and her cousin, Lu Yingying, relied on Lu Sheng for their future well-being once Lu Quanan passed. Thus, even if her title was that of Lu Sheng's fifth wife, she often sought to flatter him. After all, once Lu Quanan was gone, Lu Sheng was under no obligation to support them, to ensure they would not be cast out. It was prudent for them to establish a good rapport with the future head of the family. "You are too kind, Wunyang." Lu Sheng quickly accepted the sour plum soup, placing it aside. "I will handle our guest. You may return." Yes, Shenggu, you tend to your guest." Wunyang smiled and departed, casting a fleeting, envious glance at Duanmu Wan. Despite being in her early 30s and well-preserved, her beauty paled in comparison to that of Duanmu Wan. "I shall take my leave as well." Lu Chenxin hastily excused himself. Soon, the guest hall was left with only Lu Sheng and Duanmu Wan. "Do you still seek the texts?" Duanmu Wan asked, her voice soft as she smiled. Now that they were alone, "Miss Duanmu, you are indeed impressive. Despite my attempts to conceal my identity, you have managed to find me," Lu Sheng replied, maintaining a composed demeanor. "Shenggongzi, you jest." In all of Julian City, identifying a young master of significant wealth and close ties to the esteemed Zheng family is not a challenging task, Duanmu Wan responded with a gentle smile. "That may be easy for you, Miss Duanmu. Now, without further ado, might I inquire what internal cultivation text you have brought for me this time?" Lu Sheng inquired, his tone steady and unhurried, revealing no signs of distress at the revelation of his identity. "Naturally, they are all internal cultivation texts." Duanmu Wan, with a delicate hand, retrieved 3 small booklets from her sleeve and gently placed them on the tea table, spreading them apart. The 3 light green booklets were neatly bound with thread, their covers emblazoned with large, clear titles: Qingsong Yi Jue, Yuhei Gong, and Yin Yang Yin. Lu Sheng cast a quick glance over them, his expression remaining unchanged. Miss Duanmu indeed had a grand gesture. However, how could the authenticity of these manuals be determined? This is quite simple. Duanmu chuckled softly. These three internal martial arts are exceedingly easy to grasp, and one can feel the flow of qi after just a day's practice. Each is of a type that is easy to begin but difficult to master, making their authenticity easily discernible. She shifted her tone slightly, adding, "As for any errors or modifications, that depends on whether you trust one or otherwise. Even if they were genuine manuals, they might still be met with suspicion." Miss Warner speaks wisely. Lu Sheng felt a flicker of joy in his heart. If what she claimed were true, these three manuals would be far more suitable for him than the He Sha Gong. However, I must caution you, these three internal martial arts focus solely on health cultivation. Once mastered, they lack potency in combat and are more suited for familial practice than for conflict. At their highest level, they only reach the second tier. Duanmu advised, "Is there truly no authentic martial arts of the Jianghu?" Lu Sheng furrowed his brow. "There are, but such arts typically belong to established sections. Even if I were to provide them to you, would you dare to practice them?" Duanmu raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement in her gaze as she looked at Lu Sheng. After a moment of silence, he too smiled, acknowledging, "Indeed, I would not dare to practice them. Once the secrets of a sect are leaked, it can lead to an unending cycle of vendetta. Your understanding is appreciated. There are, of course, some lesser internal martial arts manuals, but compared to these three, those would require far more time and yield little in terms of power," she remarked. Duanmu regarded Lu Sheng with newfound respect, for in her presence, most men would instinctively display their competitive spirit, striving to showcase their strength. Yet, Lu Sheng was able to calmly utter that he did not dare to practice, which was not something the average person could achieve. "These three internal martial arts do not quite meet my requirements," Lu Sheng replied in a deep tone. "Please do not hastily reject, Lu Gongzi. You must understand. These internal martial arts manuals are not as common as cabbages, available whenever one wishes." Duanmu smiled brightly. "The fact that I have these few here is merely coincidental. In the future, it may not be so easy to acquire them." Lu Sheng was puzzled by her meaning. "Are these manuals not just copied and sold?" "One might think so, but the ones I possess are all unique, original editions," Duanmu asserted confidently. "Is that truly the case?" Lu Sheng's heart stirred. "Indeed it is. As for the He Sha Gong, you should refrain from practicing it. The technique is incomplete and is merely a fragmented version passed down from over a century ago. Finding the complete version is nearly impossible," Duanmu advised. Lu Sheng pondered for a moment. "Might Miss Warner have other manuals? I do not require the originals. A copy would suffice. How about 100 taels per booklet?" Duanmu's expression remained unchanged, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Are you truly so enamored with martial arts?" "Indeed, I am somewhat of a martial enthusiast," Lu Sheng replied earnestly. Duanmu looked at him with interest, and after a brief moment of shared gaze, she suddenly burst into laughter. "In that case, we shall engage in a transaction. Payment in hand for the delivery of the Yu He Gong." Lu Sheng casually pointed to one of the booklets. He retrieved a banknote from his pocket. This was his last reserve, and once spent, he would have none left. Duanmu took the banknote without glancing at it, tucking it into her sleeve, and set down the Yu He Gong. "I wish you success in mastering your martial arts. Thank you for your kind words." Lu Sheng stood to escort her. As he accompanied Duanmu to the main gate, he watched her board the carriage and depart slowly, feeling a slight sense of relief wash over him. For some reason, every time he faced Duanmu, he felt a subtle solemnity. Although she appeared to be a frail woman, seemingly incapable of martial prowess, something felt amiss. He watched the carriage until it disappeared at the end of the street before turning back, holding the Yu He Gong in his hands. Lu Sheng hesitated for a moment before deciding to examine the internal martial arts further. At the Ji Fuyamen of Jiulianqing, the courtyard was square-shaped, with the main hall directly facing it. The ground was paved with white stone bricks, reflecting a mildly blinding light in the sunlight. Inside the hall, more than 10 crimson pillars supported the red roof, and on either side lay rows of red-painted rods of authority. Seated at the hall was the Ji Fu, Song Duanqi, his brow furrowed deeply. Behind him a grand painting of the blue sky and white sun, with an immortal crane soaring gracefully. On either side stood 2 individuals, totaling 4, the heads of the Zhao, Li, Lu, and Jing families, representing a significant portion of the various industries in Jiulianqing. Lu Chuan was among them, dressed in a luxurious golden robe and a red jade hat, his fingers incessantly stroking his well-groomed beard. His gaze fixed intently on the seated Ji Fu. None of the 5 spoke. Zhao Shide, the head of the Zhao family, was a muscular, bald elder who led all the taverns, brothels, entertainment houses, and gambling dens in Jiulianxing, the most powerful among the four. Seeing no one speak, he tugged at his skin and was the first to break the silence. Lord Song, you summoned us to seek out individuals and items, and we have dispatched people to search, initially thinking it a trivial matter. However, now we have lost over 10 individuals, which is a matter of life and death. If this situation continues, and you do not speak the truth, do not blame us for withdrawing our support. Lu Chuan resolutely chose to remain silent, as did the other two. Jifu Songduanqi's brow remained furrowed, and he sighed heavily. The orders to find items and people come from above. I have no choice in the matter. Moreover, strange occurrences have been reported both inside and outside the city in recent days. I have invited the abbot of Hong Lian Temple to perform rituals, but to no avail. The wandering heroes I summoned have also vanished without a trace. I do not know if they fled or... The case at Wang Jiazhuang remains unresolved. I called you four here to see if you have any good solutions. Jiu Lianxing, after all, belongs to all of us. Lu Chuan and the three others remained silent. Zhao Shide sneered. Let us set aside the matter of finding people for now. As for the other issue, since the Lord has no solutions, I have invited an exceptionally skilled expert to investigate. However, it would be unreasonable for just my family to bear the costs. If this expert can indeed resolve the case, I shall offer the entire bounty. The Jifu confirmed first. My family will contribute 1,000 taels. I shall do the same. Lu Chuan quickly interjected. Me too. The last family head followed suit, each contributing 1,000 taels. Very well. For the case of the Shu family, we have someone to handle it for now. However, the case at Wang Jiazhuang. The Jifu began to ponder again. Wang Jiazhuang. Is that not the case of the concubine who jumped into the well? Should we not just settle it according to the laws of the Dasong? Li family's head remarked indifferently. How I wish it were that simple. The problem is, we cannot even find the body of the concubine. There is not a drop of blood at the bottom of the well. Yet many in the village swear they witnessed her jump in. We did find footprints by the well, the Jifu replied, shaking his head. What a troublesome time. Lu Chuan reflected, his heart heavy as he recalled the terrified visage of his old friend from the Shu family before his passing. At the Lu residence. Within the bedroom, Lu Sheng sat cross-legged on his bed, his mind focused as he envisioned a celestial crane, poised to take flight, fluttering its wings at his chest. It vibrated continuously, gathering strength, yet it remained earthbound. After a period of meditation with his eyes closed, Lu Sheng slowly opened them and retrieved the manual of Yu Hei Gong from his robe. Upon flipping to the first page, he beheld a meticulously hand-drawn illustration of the crane, its eagerness to ascend evoking a subtle sense of oppression. He gazed at the image for a moment before shutting his eyes once more, continuing to visualize the crane at his heart. This cycle repeated thrice. As the light outside dimmed, Xiao Qiao called for him to join her for dinner several times, but Lu Sheng declined each invitation. Resolutely keeping his door shut and remaining seated on his bed, his imagined crane became increasingly vivid and realistic. Just as dusk descended, Lu Sheng abruptly opened his eyes. Exhaling a deep breath, he inhaled sharply, distinctly feeling a fine thread, akin to an ant, swirling within his chest, forming a simple oval. This oval rotated clockwise at a slow and gentle pace, imperceptible unless one focused intently. Exhausted, Lu Sheng relaxed and silently chanted Deep Blue. Instantly, a modification interface appeared before him. Within the deep blue box of the modifier, beneath the black tiger blade technique, a new line of text emerged. Yu Hei Gong, not yet entered. I must expedite this. Lu Sheng concentrated and pressed the modify button, fearing the delicate sensation might dissipate. As he did, the entire deep blue modifier flickered. He quickly focused on Yu Hei Gong, elevate to the next level. He mentally urged. Suddenly, the status of Yu Hei Gong shifted from not yet entered to entered. Lu Sheng paused, sensing a gentle stream of energy manifesting within him, flowing from his chest down towards his lower abdomen. An elliptical ring formed between his chest and abdomen, with the cool energy circulating between the two. Entered. It felt as though the burden on his body was not too heavy. Reflecting on this, he continued to concentrate, envisioning an elevation in the realm of Yu Hei Gong. Suddenly, he felt a dryness and itch in his throat, prompting him to cough loudly. A wave of heat surged from his lower abdomen, rising to his heart, leaving him parched. This won't he do. My body has become deficient. The rapid advancement in Yu Hei Gong has taken a toll on my health, albeit not as drastically as the black tiger blade technique. Lu Sheng relaxed his focus, allowing the modifier to gradually fade away. Is this what internal energy feels like? He stretched his legs and carefully descended from the bed, keenly sensing the circulating energy of Yu Hei Gong between his chest and abdomen, intrigued by the experience. It felt as though an invisible thread had been added within him. He attempted to control this thread, realizing it could not roam elsewhere, confined to a circular motion between his chest and abdomen. Throughout this process, he distinctly felt his breathing ease and his spirit invigorate. Having entered the realm of internal energy, he perused the manual for further insights. Chapter 14, Dormancy. The text clearly noted that this technique could promote longevity, invigorate the body, and aid in regulating the internal organs, enhancing vitality with greater depth of practice. Healing internal injuries? Lu Sheng pondered. Young master, it's time for dinner. It's already midnight. Xiao Qiao's voice called from outside the door. Lu Sheng stretched his arms and shoulders before opening the door, finding Xiao Qiao sitting on a stool. Having waited for an indeterminate time, midnight refers to the Z hour, which in the Dasong era was divided into 12 time periods, each split into an initial and a primary phase. The primary phase of the Z hour occurs between midnight and 1 o'clock in the morning. Has it grown so late? Lu Sheng surveyed the other courtyards, usually bustling with noise, now enveloped in silence. In the night breeze, the distant sound of a watchman beating a gong could be heard. What is there to eat at this hour? Lu Sheng made his way toward the kitchen. The kitchen of the Lu residence was situated between the front and back courtyards, requiring passage through the back courtyard to access it. I instructed the kitchen to save a portion of food for you. Everything is ready, just needs warming, Xiao Qiao softly explained, following closely behind Lu Sheng. The two exited the back courtyard through a corridor and turned left into the kitchen courtyard. Several tables and chairs were scattered about, designated for the cooks' and servants' meals. Upon entering the small courtyard, they spotted someone seated at a table, ravenously consuming the food left for Lu Sheng. Elder brother, why are you still awake at such a late hour? The girl looked up, revealing a pure and beautiful face. Lu Sheng was taken aback. When did you return? He sat across from her, observing Lu Qing, who was enjoying her meal. She was his half-sister, born of his second mother, who treated him as her own, often better than her biological daughter. In Lu Sheng's recollections, his feelings for his second mother and Lu Qing surpassed those for any other siblings. I've only just returned home, and I was famished, so I hurried here. I thought this feast was prepared for me, Lu Qing replied, clad in a blue outfit with a sword on her back, her bosom wrapped tightly, making it difficult to discern her femininity except for her striking beauty. You shouldn't have come back, Lu Sheng sighed. Why not? Lu Qing set down her bowl, her expression suddenly stern. Su Daga died under mysterious circumstances. What trouble has Su Bo's family gotten into? I refuse to believe in all this talk of demons and monsters. What do you mean? Lu Sheng fixed his gaze on her. I returned early to uncover the truth behind Su Daga's death and bring the culprit to justice, Lu Qing declared earnestly, a flicker of fierce determination flashing in her eyes. Lu Sheng regarded his younger sister in silence for a long moment. Lu Qing's face flushed with indignation. Elder brother, Su Daga has died. Have you not considered finding the true culprit? I've searched, but there are no leads. Lu Sheng shook his head. I found no clues or evidence of the assailant. The entire Su family perished in one night, not a sound to be heard. I refuse to believe it. Lu Qing stood up. I've eaten my fill. I will begin my investigation tomorrow. Elder brother, I shall take my leave. With that, she strode out of the small courtyard. Xiao Qiao, would you like to come with me? She called back to Xiao Qiao. Xiao Qiao, visibly downcast, shook her head. Clearly affected by the mention of Su Daga, her spirits low. Su Daoran had always treated them well, a gentle and courteous man. It was hard to comprehend how someone so kind could suddenly be gone. Lu Qing departed. Lu Sheng sat down, asking Xiao Qiao to reheat the food, continuing to eat what remained. Lu Qing had been away for 5 years, training under the renowned swordsman Tiesong Daoran near Zihuaqing. Yet, it seemed she had not practiced internal energy. According to the records in Yuhei Gong, practitioners of internal energy possessed a piercing gaze. The deeper the internal energy, the brighter the light in their eyes. However, Lu Qing's eyes appeared dull, indistinguishable from an ordinary person's, clearly indicating she had not cultivated internal energy. This made sense, as those with internal energy were not as common as cabbages. Yet, this made it evident that Don Muwan was quite extraordinary. Lu Sheng pondered for a moment, then focused on his meal. The following morning, Lu Sheng set out early with Zhao Bo towards the residence of Zhang Xuan, the head of the Zhang family. Although Zhang Bo's broken heart palm was also an external technique, it was said to rival the legendary iron sand palm. The essence of the Zhaoxing style possesses the remarkable ability to strike through mountains and pierce the enemy's innards with formidable precision. On the journey, Zhao Bo and Lu Sheng rode at a moderate pace towards Zhang Sun's residence. Zhang Sun lived in the ironworker district near the city wall of Jiuliancheng. an area primarily inhabited by the impoverished and skilled artisans, such as blacksmiths and carpenters. As Lu Sheng traveled, he observed the gaunt faces of the destitute all around him, with passers-by often clad in patched garments. The infamous reputation of the Paexian Zhang had reached his ears during his childhood, yet he wondered how Captain Zhang had fallen to such depths. With his connections, strength, and experience, he could have easily held a position as a martial instructor in the Yamen. Lu Sheng casually inquired, to which Zhao Bo shook his head. Why? Lu Sheng asked. It all stems from a tragic incident from years past. In his quest for vengeance, he ultimately killed his adversary, yet he himself suffered from recurring injuries. The cost of various restorative herbs depleted his family fortune. As they spoke, the duo soon arrived at a dilapidated courtyard. Zhao Bo dismounted and knocked on the door. Who is it? A frail young man quickly opened the door. Zhao Bo, he exclaimed with delight upon seeing Zhao Dehu. Please come in. As Lu Sheng entered, his eyes were immediately drawn to the elderly man basking in the sun in the courtyard. Is that you, young Master Lu? The old man inquired directly. Indeed. Lu Sheng replied with a respectful gesture. I have received the silver you sent. I can personally teach you the techniques of Paexian Zhang. But I have a humble request. The elder was none other than the once decisive Captain Zhang's son. Please, Master Zhang, speak freely, Lu Sheng responded, maintaining his composure. I hope that you, young Master Lu, can find a few successors for this art, so that my lifelong dedication and efforts are not in vain. Captain Zhang's voice resonated with authority, still exuding a formidable presence. Rest assured, Master Zhang, I shall comply, Lu Sheng declared resolutely. Excellent. When wielding a knife or employing a palm technique, one must possess the spirit of unwavering determination. Without this audacity, even the mightiest blade is merely a flimsy facade. Captain Zhang's voice sharpened. My Paexian Zhang shares commonalities with knife techniques. In both palm and blade, one must be prepared to burn bridges and envision oneself in dire straits, for only then can one unleash their most potent power and speed. Doubt in the heart leads to failure. Lu Sheng felt a sudden jolt of understanding. The convergence of spirit, intent, and strength, all focused on a single point, encapsulated the essence of knife techniques and the Paexian Zhang. Captain Zhang's admonition struck him profoundly. He closed his eyes in contemplation, grasping the long knife at his waist. In that moment, he received a lesson from the former top martial artist of Jiu Liansheng. The phrase doubt in the heart leads to failure reverberated within him like thunder. He realized that his previous hesitations had rendered his knife technique sluggish. After some time, Lu Sheng bowed respectfully to Captain Zhang. Thank you, Master Zhang. Not at all. The others have gone out. I shall impart to you the essence of Paexian Zhang. Captain Zhang's voice boomed. Zhao Bo and the young man exchanged faint smiles before stepping out of the courtyard. Lu Sheng remained with Captain Zhang for an entire day, memorizing and practicing the principles and techniques of Paexian Zhang. The integration of mental focus and technique was taught without reservation. As Captain Zhang shared his extensive experience in combat, Lu Sheng, full of vigor, devoted the entire day to learning and practicing, only taking breaks twice. By evening, he had thoroughly committed the key points of Paexian Zhang to memory before taking his leave. Upon returning home, he promptly retreated to his chamber and sat cross-legged. Shenlan, he silently chanted, and the interface of the modifier reappeared. After clicking the modification button, the entire modifier flickered intensely. He focused on the previously learned Yu He Gong. This should work, he thought. The modification of a martial art can be conducted in stages, thereby easing the burden on the body. Let us enhance it. Lu Sheng intently gazed at Yu He Gong. In a flash, the state of Yu He Gong leaped from beginner to the first level. Lu Sheng suddenly felt as if his internal organs were ablaze. His mouth parched and his complexion flushed. Having studied the manual, he understood that this was due to an excess of internal energy, causing an overabundance of heart fire. He quickly rose and took the prepared Yudou Shihu tea from the table, sipping it slowly. Shihu is revered as the divine herb for nourishing yin, with extraordinary restorative properties. On Earth, Tai Pai Shihu was the most sought after, whereas here, Yudou Shihu held that distinction. It was a costly supplement sourced from the Central Plains, and their family pharmacy had a supply, making it readily available for his use. After consuming 3 cups of concentrated Shihu tea, Lu Sheng felt the heat gradually dissipate from his chest and abdomen. According to the manual, Yu He Gong comprises merely 2 levels, with the sensation of energy achievable in a single day. However, reaching the beginner stage requires 100 days and must be undertaken by someone of suitable aptitude. Attaining the first level demands 2 to 3 years, while the second level requires 5 to 10 years. He set down the teacup and poured more Shihu from the kettle, chewing it before swallowing. This single action is equivalent to the arduous training of others over 2 to 3 years. Quite impressive. He distinctly felt the energy within his chest and abdomen swell significantly. If before it was akin to a hair's width, now it felt as thick as chopsticks. Lu Sheng then glanced at the other martial art, plunging. This technique indicated it had not yet been learned. External techniques differ from internal ones, as mere memorization of the techniques allows for display on the modifier, while internal techniques necessitate the generation of energy sensation before modification can occur. Lu Sheng planned to swiftly elevate Yu He Gong first to enhance his overall vitality and spirit before modifying other external techniques, thus alleviating the burden on his body. Chapter 15. Concealment. After 3 days of learning from Captain Zhang, Lu Sheng completely committed plunging to memory and then proceeded to visit his second master. The second master, recommended by Zhao Bo, was surnamed Du and named Zhen. He was once a top martial artist in the previous governor's yamen and was of the same era as Captain Zhang. His technique, the 91 swallows chasing the wind knife, was as swift as lightning. Regrettably, his tendons had been inexplicably severed, rendering him incapacitated, and like Captain Zhang, he had no descendants, as he was reserved and silent. Lu Sheng studied under this master for 4 days. In his view, the 91 swallows chasing the wind knife was weaker than the black tiger knife technique. But acquiring another martial art was always beneficial. Subsequently, he beseeched Zhao Bo to introduce him to other renowned masters in Zhu Liansheng, particularly the older generation of experts. With the approval of his father, Lu Quanan, and funding his visits, he learned the 8 treasures step and the double ling knife from 2 masters, both of which were inferior to the black tiger knife technique. He understood that Zhao Bo's black tiger knife made him a top master in Zhu Liansheng, and it was not easy for others to reach such a level. For 2 consecutive months, Lu Sheng diligently practiced various martial arts while continuously nurturing his body with an abundance of restorative herbal remedies. The cost for the supplements had risen significantly due to his martial training, amounting to over 1,000 taels a month, an astronomical figure for an ordinary family. Fortunately, this expenditure had the endorsement of his father, Lu Quanan. Otherwise, no matter how wealthy a young master he was, he could not afford such extravagance. Time flew, and summer faded into autumn by September. Lu Sheng had been in this world for nearly 3 months. Young Master Sheng has truly been diligent these days, Zhao Bo remarked, stroking his beard as he observed Lu Sheng practicing the swallows, chasing the wind knife, with fervor. Lu Sheng had not utilized the modifier for this set of techniques, as he had refrained from engaging with the device during this period, choosing instead to explore independently. The modifier ultimately serves as an external force. He wished to ascertain the distinctions between the martial arts he had painstakingly honed and those acquired through modification. Coincidentally, the Yin Zi Chui Feng Dao, a rather uncomplicated sword technique, was perfectly suited for him to practice gradually. With a swift motion, the air echoed with a series of crisp sounds as numerous straw stakes around Lu Sheng were severed in an instant. Grasping a small guan dao over a meter long with one arm, Lu Sheng slowly turned the blade and placed it against his back as a sign of concluding his practice. It was late in the day for training, and without diligent effort, how could he possibly catch up to others? Lu Sheng smiled and expressed gratitude towards Zhao Bo. Zhao Bo waved his hand dismissively. I am aware, Shenggu, that you intend to gather martial arts manuals from distinguished families. However, the individuals in Zhu Liansheng who might impart martial skills are few and far between, with the likelihood of finding others being quite slim. What are your plans moving forward? Lu Sheng pondered for a moment, allowing the nimble servant to come over with a damp cloth to wipe away his perspiration. Since we are at Zhu Liansheng. Suddenly, a frantic servant rushed towards the training ground, his face pale and his voice raised in alarm. What is happening? Why the commotion? A guard from the residence admonished, pulling the shouting servant aside to inquire further. Once the situation was clarified, the guard's expression shifted, and he hurriedly approached Lu Sheng and Zhao Bo. Young master, the second miss has gotten into a brawl with someone, and we cannot find her. The guard exclaimed urgently. What? Lu Sheng was taken aback. He had anticipated that Lu Qingqing would encounter trouble upon her return, but he had not expected it to escalate so quickly. Where is she? Who is she fighting? Zhao Bo inquired briskly. At Hua Lu Street, with several guards from a passing merchant convoy. The servant replied. Does the master know? Uncertain. But the news was just received from the second Miss S. personal maid, who rushed to inform us immediately. The guard responded quickly. These individuals were orphans adopted by Lu Quanan since childhood, raised with unwavering loyalty to the Lu family. Well done. There is no rush to report this to father. I will go and investigate first, Lu Sheng stated solemnly. Why would this second miss, who is investigating the Su family incident, engage in a fight with merchant guards? Zhao Bo queried, puzzled. We shall find out once we go and see, Lu Sheng replied with a calm demeanor. He swiftly gathered the household servants and guards, selecting 10 to head straight for Hualu Street. Hualu Street was notorious in Jiulianshang for its brothels and entertainment venues. It was unclear how Lu Qingqing had come to investigate this area. They rode swiftly and relentlessly towards their destination. Upon Lu Sheng's arrival, he found only chaos. Shopkeepers near the Lu residence were attempting to soothe the vendors affected by the turmoil. Those who owe compensation must pay, and those who owe apologies must apologize. Let us not allow others to look down upon the Lu family, Lu Sheng instructed. Yes, the 10 servants responded promptly, dispersing to handle the aftermath. Lu Sheng and Zhao Bo proceeded to the sidewalk to inspect the remnants of the fight. It was not long before Lu Qingqing's fiery temper, already prone to agitation, was provoked by some ruffians, leading to an altercation. Lu Sheng meticulously examined the bloodstains on the ground. The amount of blood was minimal, and he was not overly concerned that it belonged to Lu Qingqing. Given her skills, she could easily handle 2 guards from a merchant convoy. A dark red pool of blood splattered across the gray-white stone slabs was glaringly apparent under the sunlight. Lu Sheng crouched down, dipped his fingers into the blood, and brought them to his nose, his brow furrowing deeply. What is it? Have you discovered something? Zhao Bo approached and mimicked his actions. It appears to be normal human blood, nothing unusual. However, my concern lies not with the blood itself, Lu Sheng replied, shaking his head. My worry is the volume. While Qingqing can be hot-headed, she typically knows how to temper her strikes. Such a heavy hand is not characteristic of her usual recklessness. At that moment, the guards who had gone to manage the situation returned. Young master, we have news. Someone saw the second miss wielding a sword and battling 2 individuals, chasing them out of the city. Reports indicate that those being pursued are actually wanted murderers, not merchant guards at all. Is that so? Lu Sheng nodded in understanding. Let us head to the city gates. The nearest one is the west gate, and they must have exited from there. Accompanied by Zhao Bo, the group hastened towards the west gate. Approximately 10 minutes later, they arrived, where a sentry greeted one of the household guards, clearly recognizing him. The second miss has chased them out towards Heifeng Ling. The officer relayed crucial information. Just as Lu Sheng was about to lead his men to investigate, he spotted Lu Qingqing approaching on horseback, dragging the 2 bound individuals behind her. Upon seeing Lu Sheng, her face lit up with triumph. Brother, why the rush? They are merely 2 petty thieves. Do you doubt my abilities? Dressed in a striking white ensemble reminiscent of a gallant heroine, she held a silver sword in her hand and wore a silver-banded belt around her slender waist. Her long hair was swept up high, giving her a spirited appearance. Lu Sheng stood at the city gate, allowing her to dismount before he exhaled a sigh of relief. Do not act so recklessly in the future. Though he was not the original Lu Sheng, he recognized the genuine care shown by his second mother during this time, and he was not devoid of sentiment. He could discern sincerity from pretense. Because of his second mother's influence, he felt a modicum of protectiveness towards Lu Qingqing. Rest assured, these small-time rascals in Jiuliansheng are hardly a concern for me. Lu Qingqing dismissed nonchalantly. Lu Sheng observed the 2 murderers on the ground, their faces pale, seemingly unconscious from blood loss, the extent of their condition uncertain. Yet, what struck him as curious was the faint smile gracing their lips, as if they were laughing. He made a mental note of this peculiar detail. Seeing Lu Qingqing unharmed, he refrained from voicing further concerns. Perhaps he was overreacting. After offering a few more words of caution to Lu Qingqing, he and Zhao Bo returned to the residence. Life resumed its previous rhythm. Each morning, he would rise to practice for 3 hours, focusing on sword techniques. After lunch, he would train in footwork in the Paexine Palm, while evenings were reserved for practicing the Yuhi Gong. As for the Hei Sha Gong, he decided to set it aside for the time being. This routine continued until Zhao Bo suggested that he concentrate on mastering one skill at a time, but Lu Sheng had his own plans. After leaving options for all martial arts on the modifier, he began to elevate the level of the Yuhi Gong once more. In the dead of night, Lu Sheng lay supine on his bed, his eyes gradually opening. He sat up straight and glanced at the paper window. A soft moonlight streamed in, casting a clear white imprint on the floor of his chamber. Outside, the faint sounds of the night guard's snoring could be heard. The wind howled, causing the leaves of the large trees in the courtyard to rustle. Lu Sheng slowly assumed a cross-legged position on his bed. It was nearly time. He listened intently to the surrounding sounds, detecting no potential disturbances. After such prolonged recuperation, his physical energy and spirit were at their zenith. It was indeed time to advance the Yuhi Gong. In recent days, Lu Qingqing had been gallivanting about, either apprehending murderers or injuring thieving ruffians, causing quite a stir. Yet, Lu Sheng observed this with a sense of unexplainable urgency, particularly after learning from Master Zhang Sun about some strange cases he had encountered during his time as a constable. Although those cases eventually faded into obscurity, they had left a lasting impression on him. Gathering his thoughts, Lu Sheng mentally recited, "Deep blue." Instantly, a pale blue interface manifested before him. He deftly pressed the modification key, concentrating his mind on the option for the Yuhi Gong. Elevate by 1 level. The status on the options suddenly leaped, effortlessly ascending from the first level to the second. Within his body, a sensation of emptiness surged forth, akin to the overwhelming indulgence experienced multiple times in a fleeting moment. His vision began to blur, and that previous wave of warmth surged anew. Chapter 16. A turn of events. He expressed gratitude to the alliance led by the Cat and Mouse Master, acknowledging the commendable support from the ladies. Thankfully, during this period, he had been focusing on nourishing his yin, and reaching the second level of Yuhua Gong represented the pinnacle of its practice. While an ordinary person would require 5 years to achieve this, he had condensed that time frame remarkably. Naturally, this brought a heavier burden compared to his initial entry. He carefully assessed his physical condition. Though feeble, he felt significantly better than before. It appeared that his recent recuperation had indeed borne fruit. Exhaling deeply, he sensed the inner energy within his chest and abdomen transforming from a singular stream the width of a chopstick to a robust 9 streams. Together, these 9 flows were considerably thicker than before. The transition to the second level of Yuhua Gong was palpably different from his prior experiences. With each breath, he felt invigorated, his reflexes markedly swifter than usual. According to the records of the second level, it was said to enhance longevity and provide rapid hemostatic effects. He resolved to test the efficacy of his internal energy the following day and planned to contact Duanmu Wan to see if he could acquire new internal skills from her. If Yuhua Gong proved authentic, then it was plausible that the other internal arts were genuine as well. He was curious to observe the reactions when several internal practices were cultivated concurrently. Logically, as long as the internal arts did not conflict in nature, they should be integrable. With these thoughts in mind, Lu Sheng reclined once more to rest. However, just as he settled down, he discerned faint footsteps outside the courtyard, as if someone was departing. The rhythm resembled that of Lu Qingqing's gentle strides. Lu Sheng shook his head, dismissing it. During this time, Lu Qingqing often ventured out for late-night strolls. He wondered what clues she might have uncovered. Initially, he had cautiously followed her, but soon realized her agility far surpassed his, and he lost track of her in no time, thus choosing not to waste any more energy. Early the next day, Lu Sheng set off with prepared silver notes, heading directly to the Wanfuku Inn where Duanmu Wan resided. What? She checked out? Lu Sheng frowned at the innkeeper. When did this happen? About half a month ago. Miss Duanmu received invitations from several young gentlemen to visit Honglian Temple, and she subsequently sent someone to inform us of her departure. The innkeeper seemed quite attentive to Duanmu Wan, as she was notably beautiful, and the numerous suitors pursuing her had left a profound impression on him. Honglian Temple. Lu Sheng furrowed his brow. He instinctively felt that Duanmu Wan was unlikely to be at Honglian Temple. The sudden checkout was likely just an excuse. Never mind, he said, shaking his folding fan as he exited the inn. 2 guards awaited outside. Young master, what is the outcome? Have you found Miss Duanmu? The guard Xiaosong, who shared a close relationship with Lu Sheng, often assisted him in training and occasionally engaged in sparring. No, she has left, Lu Sheng replied, shaking his head. Then where shall we go now? Where? Back to the residence. Lu Sheng was displeased that he could not locate the manual. The 3 climbed into the carriage and made their way back to the Lu residence. Upon arriving at the estate, they noticed a yellow carriage parked at the entrance, prominently displaying the character Zhang. The Zhang family? Lu Sheng's expression shifted. After the Zhang family had been slain for so long, they had finally come seeking him. Undeterred, he instructed Xiao Song and the others to leave, proceeding alone through the gate. From the entrance, he could see in the hall that Lu Kuan-in was greeting a member of the Zhang family, accompanied by a martial artist. Only one individual from the Zhang family had come, a man in his 30s with thick brows and narrow eyes. My son could not possibly commit such an act. The Zhang family must have made a mistake. Lu Kuan-in sat calmly at the head seat. Numerous witnesses were present. How can this be false? The man was incensed, his chest heaving with anger. I do not care how powerful the Zhang family is in Zihua City. This is Julian City, not your Zihua. Your Zhang family may be formidable, but the Lu family is not to be trifled with. Should you continue to frame my son, do not blame me, Lu Kuan-in, for being impolite. Lu Kuan-in's tone was cold and commanding. The man trembled with rage, pointing a finger at Lu Quanan but unable to articulate his thoughts. Very well. The head of the Lu family has quite the spirit. I shall relay your words verbatim to the head of the Songshi family. Good day. He turned and strode towards the exit. Lu Sheng encountered him midway, but the man did not recognize him and stormed past in a huff. Lu Sheng was not surprised. In the current era, the Song dynasty was weak and fragmented, and even in the Central Plains, families like the Lu were often forced to comply with local tyrants. The Zhang family seemed to believe they were still in Zihua City, brazenly coming to confront them. The man brushed past Lu Sheng and climbed into his carriage. Departing in a huff, Lu Sheng entered the hall and saw his father, Lu Quanan, sitting in a chair, his expression one of deep contemplation. Father, is the matter resolved? He asked softly, gesturing for the surrounding guards to step aside so he could speak privately with his father. Lu Quanan sighed, and upon seeing Lu Sheng, a smile crept onto his face. Xiao Sheng, take care of your sister. Do not let her wander carelessly about the city. I cannot control her. Lu Sheng replied with a wry smile. Father, have we found what we were looking for? It could be either an item or a person. It is unclear. Lu Quanan murmured, lowering his voice. Currently, the governor is troubled by the Su family's case and the well incident at Wang's village, especially the latter, where so many constables have found no leads. What can your sister accomplish alone? She should remain at home. She went to investigate the Wang's village case? Lu Sheng was taken aback. You did not know? The constables have seen her at Wang's village. She frequently apprehends wanted criminals or suspects and brings them to the office. The officials are becoming quite familiar with her, Lu Quanan remarked helplessly. I see. Lu Sheng furrowed his brow. I have been busy gathering martial arts knowledge and have not been able to keep an eye on her. You have already spent nearly 5,000 taels on collecting martial arts. What are the results? Lu Quanan inquired casually. I have managed to gather several techniques and will compile the manuals to establish a library at home, facilitating the future training of our Lu family disciples. Lu Sheng replied earnestly. I can surmise your intentions. In this chaotic era, relying solely on our small household is insufficient. We must cultivate more skilled individuals for the Lu family. This is why I wholeheartedly support your efforts in gathering martial arts, Lu Quanan affirmed. There are a total of 86 guards and servants that can be mobilized, but due to the need to protect the residents, only about 40 can be dispatched. Lu Sheng calculated. These 40 must ensure the safety of our 13 estates and 16 shops, which is utterly inadequate. I am aware. But it is challenging to find trustworthy personnel, Lu Quanan sighed. What about adopting orphans? There are many homeless children both inside and outside the city, Lu Sheng suggested. That requires considering the opinions of the other families, Lu Quanan hesitated. We are already short-handed. Why should we concern ourselves with the other families? Is it not possible to develop in secret? Lu Sheng argued. This is a sensitive topic. Any misstep could provoke the other families to accuse the Lu family of ambition and drawing too much attention. Lu Quanan gently shook his head. Lu Sheng attempted to persuade him further, but ultimately to no avail. In his heart, he understood that Lu Quanan no longer possessed the youthful vigor he once had. In those days, he was bereft of resources and concerns, allowing him to act decisively and with responsibility, ultimately establishing the extensive Lu family business. However, now he found himself mired in hesitation and indecision. Lu Sheng could discern that Lu Quanan's support for his martial arts endeavors stemmed from a desire for expansion. Yet when it came to taking action, he faltered, unable to commit. After exchanging a few words, he ceased to persuade and instead inquired about the health of the family members before taking his leave. Alone in the grand hall, Lu Quanan furrowed his brow. Still engulfed in uncertainty, Lu Sheng, on the other hand, no longer wished to rely on his father. In such tumultuous times, lacking personal strength would inevitably render him a target for others. Departing the hall, he returned to the training grounds to practice martial arts. Upon reaching the second level of Yuhigong, he felt invigorated throughout the day. Even after a full day's toil, fatigue eluded him. Whenever a hint of drowsiness struck, a brief rest would rejuvenate him, allowing him to train vigorously for several hours. In the training grounds, he practiced with his blade until dusk, drenched in sweat before rushing to the dining hall for dinner. At the table, Lu Quanan, Nyang, and Lu Sheng sat together, while the rest of the family occupied another large table. This was tradition, Lu Quanan as the head of the family, Lu Sheng as the future head, and Nyang, who had shared close ties with both men, managed the affairs of the household. These three held the highest status within the Lu family, followed by San Nyang, Xin Nyang, Wu Nyang, Lu Qingqing, Lu Yingying, Lu Chenxin, and other relatives. Although the Lu family belonged to the first generation of nouveau riche, they still adhered to many customs akin to those of established families, such as the rule of silence during meals. as the two tables dined. The only sounds heard were the occasional clinking of chopsticks, with a profound silence enveloping the room. Suddenly, Lu Quanin, who rarely spoke at the table, broke the silence. Upon his utterance, the entire family paused to listen, recognizing the decorum that dictated that he typically reserved speech for matters of significance. "Xiao Sheng, is something amiss?" Lu Sheng inquired, placing his chopsticks down and looking toward Lu Quanin. "You mentioned that Jilian City is lacking in martial arts resources. Would it be prudent to visit Yinshan City?" Lu Quanin inquired earnestly. "Yinshan City?" Lu Sheng was taken aback, as he had not anticipated his father suggesting he leave Jilian City. "Indeed," Lu Quanin affirmed with a nod. "I have an old friend there who recently wrote to me, mentioning that Yinshan City has renowned masters from the Central Plains imparting their skills. If you are willing, a visit might yield 1 or 2 authentic martial arts techniques from the region." Chapter 17. Unexpected events. Lu Sheng set down his bowl, contemplating the matter. A sense of foreboding washed over him. It seemed as if Lu Quanin was worried about something, prompting him to suggest sending Lu Sheng away for safety. However, if Duanmu Wan continued to remain absent, Jilian City truly lacked fertile ground for his growth. A journey to the more prosperous Yinshan City was not without merit. "Very well. I shall make haste and return quickly. If I can acquire knowledge from the masters, I will send word back," Lu Sheng replied after a moment's reflection. Yinshan City lay far from Jilian City, even more so than traveling to two Zihua cities. Even on horseback, it would take 2 days and nights to reach, let alone by carriage. After agreeing, Lu Sheng spent the next few days honing his martial arts in seclusion, gathering his strength. Lu Qingqing continued her usual excursions, frequently bringing back news of her latest captures. Lu Sheng could not contain her, nor could anyone else in the household. Ernyang's admonitions fell on deaf ears, and they could only allow her to proceed as she wished. After a few days of recuperation, Lu Sheng prepared to advance his training in several techniques he had recently acquired. Among them, with the foundation of Heihu Dao and Yu He Gong, he easily mastered Xian Zhang to the pinnacle of the 3rd level using his modifier. The remaining techniques he chose to set aside, intending to refine them once his vitality was fully restored. Additionally, he intended to practice Ba Shi Si Yin Zi Chue Feng Dao at a measured pace for comparative study. As he neared the time for departure, an unusual incident unfolded in the city. Several hunters residing near the outskirts mysteriously vanished on the day of Wanqing Festival. Just days prior, they had been seen bringing fox pelts and other game into the city for sale, only to subsequently disappear. Their families reported the matter, sparking an uproar. Notably, one of the hunters had a cousin who served as a constable, ensuring the investigation was taken seriously. Upon inquiry, it became apparent that the hunters had followed the same path and vanished near the vicinity of the Jinyu restaurant, where witnesses had seen them last. The constables proceeded to investigate that area, only to find it had recently been engulfed in flames, leaving it desolate. Why would these hunters venture to such a location for selling their game? As Lu Sheng pondered this perplexity, Xiao Qiao hurriedly approached him, relaying that Lu Qingqing had ventured alone to the street near Jinyu restaurant in the dead of night and had yet to return by morning. A chill ran down Lu Sheng's spine. He sensed trouble. "When did she leave?" he inquired urgently. "I am not certain, but it should have been around the hour of the pig. Usually, the second young lady returns before dawn, yet this time she did not. Her maid, Xiao Hong, informed me that the young lady instructed her to prepare hot water for a bath," Xiao Qiao explained anxiously. Lu Sheng had been resting in the garden, unwinding before training with his blade, when this unexpected situation arose. "You must immediately inform Xiao Bo and the family head. I will go investigate," he commanded. Xiao Ba has already taken people to ascertain the situation. He was the one who brought back the news of the young lady's disappearance. Xiao Qiao replied swiftly. "Xiao Ba." Lu Sheng narrowed his eyes, recalling the guard from the household. "Understood," he said, quickly donning an outer garment, arming himself with the family's standard long blade, and hastening toward the direction of Jinyu restaurant on horseback. The entire Lu household was thrown into disarray as Lu Quanin promptly ordered Zhao Bo to lead a group to Jinyu restaurant, while others were dispatched to report the matter to the local magistrate. A significant mobilization of manpower and connections ensued, with the foremost objective of confirming whether Lu Qingqing was indeed missing or simply temporarily absent. "Go." Lu Sheng urged his steed onward, galloping through the quiet streets at dawn, where few souls were present, facilitating his swift journey. In the bustling market, he would ordinarily refrain from such reckless riding, yet these were extraordinary times. The message from Xiao Ba regarding Lu Qingqing's disappearance was merely a catalyst for his growing anxiety. What truly unsettled him was the peculiar incident he had encountered near Jinyu restaurant. The yellow horse soon arrived at the entrance of Jinyu restaurant, which stood tightly shut. The dawn was still dim, and the restaurant's surroundings were shrouded in charred debris. The remnants of wooden structures lay half demolished, their disarray accentuating the desolation of the area. Dismounting, Lu Sheng stepped into the darkened street. The sound of his boot crunching on unknown debris echoed ominously, gripping the hilt of his blade. His previous encounters had instilled a sense of calm within him. His keen eyes scanned the surroundings for any signs of disturbance. Before long, he discerned a clue. In the middle of the charred street, a wooden post at the entrance of a house bore deep sword scars, and the ground was marked with disordered footprints, revealing traces of freshly turned black earth. Lu Sheng reached out to touch the sword mark on the charred wooden pillar. The exterior was blackened, but within, the wood retained a faint yellow hue, not completely burned through. This sword mark had perfectly carved out the light yellow wood within. It must be nearby. He slowly drew his knife and, holding it upside down, walked into the wooden house. The roof of the house had been incinerated, and as he entered through the door, he found the interior in disarray, scorched furniture, charred fabric scraps, and various melted objects whose identities were unclear. After taking a few steps inside, Lu Sheng discovered a second mark. A burnt wooden table lay on the floor, its edges bearing 2 deep sword marks, along with a few fragments of fine steel. Such great force. Lu Sheng picked up a fragment, speculating that it might belong to the fine steel sword carried by his younger sister, Lu Qingqing. He glanced down at the footprints on the ground and quickened his pace towards the backyard. Exiting the small house, he entered the family's backyard. In a gap in the backyard wall, a burly one-eyed man clad in brown leather armor and with disheveled hair was cursing while sticking something on the wall with a hefty broadsword in hand. Who is that? As Lu Sheng stepped into the backyard, the man immediately sensed his presence, glaring fiercely at him. Who are you? I want to ask you the same. Lu Sheng took a moment to assess the man. The brute stood around 6 feet tall, with muscles bulging like small rodents. Wielding a silver glinting broadsword still stained with blood, exuding a feral aura. Me? The man chuckled sinisterly, discarding the paper in his hand. So you must be related to that little girl? That brat dared to kill 2 of my disciples. My brother and I captured her, but alas, you arrived too late. She has already been sent back to the stronghold by my brother for a leisurely enjoyment. The girl? Lu Sheng's gaze darkened gradually. Given your imposing presence, you must not be an unknown figure, right? In Jiulianqing, you must have heard of the reputation of the Lu family. Why don't you state a number? And we can discuss it amiably? Discuss what nonsense? Is it just you, a mere child, who dares to come here? The man sneered at Lu Sheng. Everyone else is behind. Lu Sheng had no intention of hiding, knowing the opponent was seasoned and that lies would be futile. He decided it was better to speak the truth. Just you alone, yet you dare to pursue. The man laughed mockingly. 2 of you, 3 of you, take him down. And then we will let the Lu family pay for his life. As his words fell, 2 more burly men in brown leather armor jumped through the other gap in the yard, one wielding a long-handled axe, and the other a stout staff. Such a small child, I alone can handle him. Why did you call us both out, Godfather? One of them complained. Whoever catches him first gets the credit. The man laughed heartily. Hearing that, the 2 of them chuckled, their eyes glinting with malice as they fixed their gaze on Lu Sheng. What a handsome little brother. Perfect to bring back along with that girl. One of them leered at Lu Sheng. Enjoy what? First, we need to let the Godfather. The other spat into his palm. Break his legs, but don't let too much blood spill. It looks unsightly and ruins the mood. Last time, that one was cleaved in half by your axe. Blood spraying everywhere, and the whole person went limp. It's not my fault. Weren't you the one who struck him on the back with your staff, leaving him nearly breathless by the time it was our turn? The other argued. The 2 were twin brothers, robust by nature and later trained under the notorious Dan to Dao Lin Huoshui of Jiulianqing. Lin Huoshui, the one wielding the broadsword, was a criminal who had once slaughtered 2 merchant caravans in a single night, escaping with a fortune in silver and jewels. Their unique skills were the wielding of 2 remarkably heavy broadswords and a fierce style of combat. The elder brother, Gitu Dao Lin Shuanghua, once achieved a grotesque record of cleaving a man in half while being pursued by officers. This was Lu Sheng's first direct confrontation, and he was set to face 3 opponents. He raised his long knife, gradually approaching the 2 men coming towards him. Let me attempt to strike first. There are too many of them. If it goes awry, I will withdraw. He felt a touch of apprehension. After all, he was uncertain of his own strength without a frame of reference. With such thoughts, Lu Sheng did not employ the He Hu Dao method or the Peixin palm, but instead used the Yaba Si Yinzi Juefeng Dao he practiced regularly. He couldn't let them see his true capabilities right from the start. He gripped the hilt of his knife, his gaze fixed on the first man. Come on. The first man grinned, swinging his axe and pointing to his forehead. "Little brat, you're putting on quite the show. Come chop this. I'll stand here motionless for you." In an instant, a silver flash streaked by. Lu Sheng's long knife transformed into a nimble swallow, suddenly traversing several meters and slicing horizontally across the first man's body. With a thud, a head flew off, blood splattering everywhere. The courtyard fell silent. Chapter 18, The Change. The second man stood, dumbfounded, gripping his stout staff. Lin Huoshui gaped, glancing at the severed head rolling on the ground, then at Lu Sheng, who stood frozen. The autumn wind howled, stirring up a fine dust on the ground. For a moment, no one spoke. Lu Sheng had not anticipated that this imposing figure would fail to evade even his tentative strike. The second man was paralyzed with fear, his legs trembling. Meanwhile, Lin Huoshui was utterly taken aback, realizing that the young lad before him, seemingly inexperienced, had executed such a lethal blow. Good, good, good. He suddenly burst into laughter, though the mirth was laced with malice. Here comes another. Thud. The blade flickered again, and this time it was the second man. Lu Sheng's figure darted past the second man, and another spray of blood erupted. The second man's head was also gone, rolling a few times before coming to a halt against a pile of charred remains. Lu Sheng shook the blood from his knife. A simmering sensation of exhilaration coursed through him. This was killing. This was the life of a swordsman. This was the legendary act of drawing a blade at the slightest provocation. He gripped his long knife tightly. The ordinary silver blade, about the length of his forearm, felt like the closest companion in his hand. An indescribable sense of fervor surged within him, reminiscent of the various martial arts tales he had once read. A vague yet intense fire burned deep within his heart. Come, either kill me, or end up like the two worthless bodies on the ground. Lu Sheng relished this feeling. His eyes reddened slightly as he licked his dry lips and stepped toward Lin Huoshui. "You scoundrel!" Lin Huoshui's face gradually flushed with rage. He gripped his hefty broadsword tightly and strode toward Lu Sheng. Whoosh! The silver swallow reappeared as Lu Sheng swung his knife. Though the Yaba Si Yinzi Zhuifeng Dao was only rudimentary to him, its power was formidable under the mastery of the Heihu Dao. Clash. However, this strike was blocked by Lin Huoshui's raised hand. "I recognize this move. Yinzi Chao Shui, Yaba Si Yinzi Zhuifeng Dao," he sneered. "Years ago, I nearly killed the original master of this technique, let alone you, little brat." With a sudden force, he deflected Lu Sheng's long knife. The edge of the broadsword flipped, wielding immense strength as it slashed upward at an angle. This move, known as Pa Shui from the Pufeng Dao technique, was his tried-and-true opening maneuver. Each time he executed this move, his opponent was left with the choice to dodge or confront him head-on. Lu Sheng deftly sidestepped, evading the incoming blade as he wielded his long sword with all his might, executing the Yinzi Zhui Feng Dao technique, engaging his opponent in a fierce battle at the center of the backyard. The two were locked in a violent exchange. Lin Huoshui's heavy blade, akin to a massive hammer, delivered tremendous force, causing Lu Sheng's arms to tingle with each clash. In contrast, Lu Sheng's speed was remarkable, his stamina unwavering, as he relied on the finesse of the Yinzi Zhui Feng Dao to deftly strike at the sides of Lin Huoshui's blade, skillfully redirecting his attacks. Both combatants moved with astonishing swiftness, far surpassing the pace of ordinary foes. Yet, for them, such speed was merely their standard. Lu Sheng executed dozens of strikes from the Zhui Feng Dao, yet he could not gain the upper hand. Lin Huoshui remained as vigorous as ever, his strength formidable. Clang! The blades collided again, and Lu Sheng, misstepping onto a brittle wooden plank, lost his balance. Lin Huoshui's eyes gleamed with opportunity as he swung his massive blade forward with all his might, vowing to cleave the insufferable youth in two for daring to kill his brothers, Ertou and Santou. The blow, infused with an eerie tremor, descended upon Lu Sheng's head. The essence of the Pufeng Dao technique lay in its unique application of force, amplifying the power of the strike. This rendered Lin Huoshui's already immense strength even more daunting. Just as the blade was about to strike, Lu Sheng steadied himself, his body firm, as his long sword vibrated rapidly, unleashing a muffled roar. Roar! It was the tiger's roar. Lu Sheng's eyes reddened as he unleashed the Husha from the Heihu Dao technique. The blade, imbued with tremendous vibrational force, crashed down upon Lin Huoshui's arms. The speed of this strike exceeded that of the heavy blade, more ferocious. Suddenly, a furious shout erupted from outside the courtyard. In an instant, a shadow shot forth, crashing into the side of Lu Sheng's long sword. Clang! It was a mass of grayish-white stone. A second burly man wielding a thick-backed heavy blade leaped into the courtyard, his forehead marked with two intersecting scars that lent him a fearsome visage. "Big brother, Lin Hongshui, momentarily dazed by the tiger's roar, narrowly avoided having his arms severed by Lu Sheng's strike. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly sheathed his blade, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, clearly terrified. This kid wields the Heihu Dao. He is not easy to deal with. Someone has arrived. Let us take him down together, Lin Shuanghua commanded, glancing at the two corpses on the ground. All right. The brothers split their approach, lunging towards Lu Sheng. Unfazed, Lu Sheng executed a strike from the Heihu Dao. The momentum far heavier than that of the Yinzi Jue Feng Dao. The mastery of the Heihu Dao was astonishing, with each of his strikes preempting the brothers, targeting their vital points. In mere moments, he unleashed the tiger's might 17 times in succession. Hiss! The courtyard echoed with shouts as the brothers joined forces, barely managing to match Lu Sheng's prowess. Their techniques lacked the opportunity to clash head-on. Each time they launched an attack, they were compelled to retreat defensively. After a prolonged struggle, Lin Shuanghua could no longer contain himself, stepping back to create an opening while his brother temporarily held the line. He pulled out a paper packet from his bosom and hurled it at Lu Sheng's head. Die! Uft! Lu Sheng slashed through the packet, releasing a cloud of lime powder. Startled, he instinctively held his breath and closed his eyes. Without time to ponder further, he unleashed his final tiger's roar, striking fiercely. Roar! Clang! This time, Lu Sheng's long sword could not evade, colliding head-on with the two heavy blades. With a crack, the long sword shattered, spinning away to embed itself in the ground. However, the tiger's roar, as the pinnacle of the Heihu Dao, possessed formidable strength and speed. The impact caused Lin Hongshui's and his brother's blades to waver. What will you use to defend against this? Die! Lin Shuanghua laughed triumphantly, believing a bladeless swordsman was akin to a lamb for slaughter, with a vast disparity in strength. He prepared to finish Lu Sheng off. Boom! Boom! At that moment, two dull thuds resonated. Lin Shuanghui's eyes widened as he witnessed Lu Sheng darting forward, his palms striking like thunder against his brother Lin Hongshui's chest. The heavy blade clattered to the ground as Lin Hongshui staggered back, clutching his chest in disbelief. Be big, brother. Run. Uft. Lin Hongshui spat blood and collapsed. Lu Sheng was engulfed in a strange, fervent rush. After dispatching Lin Hongshui, he darted towards the nearby Lin Shuanghua with the steps of the Pachine palm. Lin Shuanghua, awakening from his stupor, roared in anger, attempting to block him with his blade. But it was too late. The shock of his brother's death left him momentarily paralyzed, providing Lu Sheng the perfect opportunity to close the distance. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Sheng unleashed 3 lightning-fast strikes to Lin Shuanghui's chest and abdomen. The unique force of the Pachine palm penetrated skin and muscle, reaching deep within. Lin Shuanghui's face flushed crimson as he staggered back, collapsing to his knees. He gazed at Lu Sheng with wide eyes, his mouth opening to speak, yet blood poured forth, rendering him mute. Uft! Lin Shuanghua fell forward, lifeless. Lu Sheng chuckled softly. 2 masters of the Tongli level, once pursued by Zhao Bo in his youth, had unexpectedly met their demise at his hands. As he surveyed the 4 corpses strewn about, a surge of emotions welled within him, his blood coursing with vitality. Could this be what Zhao Bo referred to as the Tongli level of martial artists? Was it also the resonance of intent that Master Zhang Xuan had previously guided him toward? If Tongli is the realm of harnessing the majority of one's strength, then Tongli must involve the integration of vision, intent, sound, and other means to strike the enemy from multiple angles. Furthermore, in the realm of Tongyi, the mastery of one's own strength surpasses that of Tongli. The human body's muscular control is no simple feat. Lu Sheng recalled that someone on Earth had once studied the concept that if all the muscles in a human body were combined, even an ordinary adult could unleash terrifying force in the tons. This was the theoretical limit, yet human joints and bones do not permit such force, rendering it merely theoretical. Tongyi, however, might approach the development of muscle to such an extent. Standing in the courtyard, Lu Sheng approached the waist pouches of the Lin brothers, retrieving a stack of silver notes, all of them large denominations, hastily stuffing them into his own pouch, without counting. He also discovered a tattered black booklet, made of an unknown leather, which Lin Shuanghua had kept close, indicating its significance. He left the remaining scattered items untouched, standing quietly in the courtyard to rest while awaiting the arrival of the Lin family. The earlier confrontation with the 2 Tongli masters had left him with injuries. Both Lin Shuanghua and Lin Hongshui possessed innate strength, and the Pafeng Dao amplified their might, resulting in overwhelming blade strikes. The final clash had shaken Lu Sheng's right arm, and he felt a dull ache in his heel, likely from the intense exertion. His shoulders also throbbed from the rapid series of explosive movements and the last forceful impact. leaving him unsure if he had injured his bones. Chapter 19. On the road. My body is still too weak. Months of training have proven insufficient. The moment Lu Sheng halted, he felt an immediate wave of pain coursing through his entire body. Fortunately, the continuous circulation of internal energy from Yuhua Gong spread like a spider web, connecting to every area of pain within the body. As the internal energy nourished these regions relentlessly, a faint tingling sensation began to emerge from the previously aching spots. The effect was indeed astonishing. This tingling must be a sign of the body's wounds healing. Lu Sheng speculated. He glanced at the corpse on the ground and followed the gap through which Zhao Shuanghu had entered. On the other side of the gap lay another family's backyard. Upon entering the courtyard, Lu Sheng surveyed the footprints on the ground and followed them toward the house of this family. As soon as he stepped inside, his expression froze. Taking in the scene before him, his gaze fell upon Lu Qingqing, who was hanging from a beam, clad only in a scant white garment. She had fainted. Had it not been for a small piece of fabric obscuring her, it would have been almost indecent, with most of her upper body exposed. It was evident that had Lu Sheng arrived even a moment later, Lin Shuanghu would have met a dire fate. Thank goodness. Lu Sheng hurriedly removed his outer robe and wrapped it around Lu Qingqing, gently lowering her down. This matter could not be disclosed to others, otherwise Lu Qingqing's reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Lu Sheng resolved to conceal the fact that Lu Qingqing had been captured. In this era, for a young woman to have her purity compromised was a matter of utmost significance. A girl who lost her virtue before marriage could face dire consequences in certain families. Cradling Lu Qingqing, Lu Sheng lightly patted her face a few times. If only he could control his internal energy freely, he mused. Perhaps he could channel it into her body to aid her recovery, much like he had heard of in tales. Alas, his Yuhua Gong's internal power remained immobile. After several gentle slaps, Lu Qingqing slowly began to awaken, her eyes bleary and confusion evident. It was only when she felt the chill enveloping her that the memory of being overpowered and bound by those ruffians surged back. The unusual sensation coursing through her made her shudder, and upon realizing her predicament, she turned her gaze to Lu Sheng, her eyes instantly reddening. Tears brimming and ready to spill. Hurry and dress. Our family is on their way, Lu Sheng urged, knowing that Zhao Bo and the others would soon arrive. The time from his entry to the confrontation with the brothers wielding the ghost-headed knives had been remarkably brief, thus providing Lu Qingqing ample time to compose herself. Lu Qingqing's expression shifted as understanding dawned upon her. She was no fool and grasped her brother's intent. Upon hearing that there was still hope for redemption, she swiftly mustered her weakening body, gathering the remnants of her torn clothing scattered around the room. Some garments were too shredded to wear fully, but she paid little heed to her modesty as she dressed. As she donned her clothes, she inadvertently exposed herself, but she dismissed her embarrassment. Lu Sheng instinctively turned his back, waiting until she was dressed before facing her again. Seeing her brother's considerate nature, Lu Qingqing sighed in relief, though her cheeks remained flushed. They were not as vivid as before. "Brother, what about those ruffians?" she asked, a look of hatred crossing her features. "I killed them," Lu Sheng replied calmly. "What about Xiaoba? I didn't see him." "I'm not sure. I didn't see Xiaoba," Lu Qingqing responded, suddenly realizing something, her expression stunned. Could it be that so many skilled fighters were defeated by her brother alone? She found it hard to believe. In her memory, Lu Sheng had always been the epitome of the refined gentleman, although he had recently begun training in martial arts. The prowess of those men was such that even her master might not have triumphed over them. How could her brother possibly? "Go find Xiaoba. Have you prepared? We will say that we fought together against those men, understood? When I arrived, you were already entangled with their disciples." Lu Sheng planned to establish a unified account. "Understood." Lu Qingqing nodded seriously, recognizing the gravity of the situation without further inquiries. Yet, the thought that her brother had likely seen her in such a state filled her with an odd sense of shame. Standing before him felt akin to being unclothed. With this realization, her cheeks flushed once more, and she quickly lowered her gaze. Lu Sheng busied himself with tidying up the room, gathering the rope used for binding. Just as he finished half of the cleanup, Zhao Bo and the others finally arrived. A flurry of hurried footsteps echoed as they entered the adjacent courtyard, followed by startled exclamations. "It's the severed head knife and the ghost-headed knife brothers," an older guard exclaimed loudly. The crowd erupted in commotion before falling silent once more. Zhao Bo's voice broke through the stillness. "Search for the eldest young master and the second young lady. We are unharmed." Lu Sheng escorted Lu Qingqing back to the previous courtyard. Zhao Bo, clad in a dark outfit and wielding dual blades, stood in the center of the yard. The other guards were busy inspecting the bodies and traces within the small courtyard. Brother Sheng, I'm relieved to see you safe. Zhao Bo's eyes softened, his previously fierce demeanor calming significantly. This is not a place for conversation. We should return and discuss matters there. He glanced at Lu Qingqing, his expression contemplative. Although their facade might deceive the average person, it could not escape the keen perception of an experienced man like him. Lu Sheng nodded, understanding that someone in the residence had already reported to the authorities. The two of them, along with Lu Qingqing and the guards, exited and hailed a carriage. The three of them took the carriage while the others rode or ran swiftly back along the same path. A few individuals remained in the courtyard to deal with the officials. As they made their way back, the gates were securely closed. Lu Quanan had gathered with family members, including Ernyang, in the main hall. After changing her clothes, Lu Qingqing was brought to the hall. Lu Sheng refrained from joining, instead recounting the entire situation to Zhao Bo, altering the details of Lu Qingqing's ordeal to suggest that when he arrived, she was still engaged in a fierce struggle with their adversary's disciples. Afterward, he feigned being injured and excused himself to rest. A physician from the pharmacy arrived to examine his injuries, revealing multiple muscle strains, a minor fracture, and some internal bleeding, along with a slight dislocation in his shoulder. Lu Sheng despised the tediousness of such interrogations, where a simple matter would take an eternity to resolve amidst everyone's dialogue. After a wash, a petite maid with teary eyes assisted him in removing his outer garments and settling him into bed to rest. Once the physician departed, Lu Sheng felt that his injuries had remarkably improved in a short span of time. His energy surged, his blood invigorated, showing no signs of having just emerged from battle. Upon reaching the pinnacle of Yuhua Gong, the healing capabilities proved exceptionally formidable. Reclining on the bed, Lu Sheng felt a warm contentment envelop him after finishing a bowl of ginseng chicken soup. This ordeal had turned out to be merely a false alarm. He had anticipated facing demons and monsters, but instead, it had been two murderers and wanted criminals from years past. His initial unease stemmed from having encountered something amiss on that street before, prompting him to act with great caution. Little did he expect that it was not a supernatural threat, but rather a human calamity. Lying in bed, he meticulously recalled the details of his confrontations throughout the day. My actions could have been more concise. Had I been able to adeptly utilize the subtle, tingling sensation produced by the tiger's roar of the black tiger knife, perhaps I could have evaded a direct clash with those two. His brow furrowed as he began to reflect. Encountering opponents stronger than myself is indeed a challenge. As a swordsman, strength should not be my weakness. Perhaps I should seek to practice some external techniques to enhance my power. He had never attempted those hard external techniques and was uncertain of how the modifications would affect their efficacy. In the main hall of the Lu residence, Lu Quanan sat in the central seat, his expression dark as he fixed his gaze upon Lu Qingqing below. Beside him sat Ernyang, Sanyang, and others. As the entire family gathered for a meeting, Lu Qingqing and Zhao Bo stood below, accompanied by several guards. The situation was generally as described. Zhao Bo refined the version of the case that Lu Sheng had provided, sharing it with everyone present. I have already made arrangements with the officials at the Yamen. This case is solely the merit of Sheng Gu. No one can take that away. Zhao Bo smiled as he spoke of this. Sheng Gu has a passion for martial arts. Who would have expected him to defeat both the Dantu Dao and the Guitu Dao this time, demonstrating his impressive strength? This is indeed a remarkable talent, one that matures late. I am quite pleased and reassured by Xiao Sheng. Lu Quanan's expression softened slightly. His previously furious emotions were alleviated by the presence of his son, Lu Sheng, who had brought honor to the family. He then looked at Lu Qingqing and remarked, Xiao Qing, observe your elder brother and then reflect upon yourself. Aside from causing trouble for the family and your brother, can you contribute something meaningful to the household? Lu Quanan's voice turned stern. I sent you out to practice martial arts, not to return and create chaos. Father, I realize my mistakes. Lu Qingqing felt remorseful. Had her elder brother not arrived in time, her life could have been irreparably damaged. You realize your mistakes? When have you not said that? And what has been the outcome? It has been the same every time. Lu Quanan's frustration grew. Once you recover from this injury, I will find you a suitable husband, so you may settle down and bear a son to help you focus. No. Upon hearing the prospect of marriage, Lu Qingqing reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, nearly jumping up in protest. I do not want to marry. No. Father, I was wrong. I will certainly assist the family diligently from now on. I will not cause any more trouble. You can trust me. Truly. Lu Quanan ignored her, turning his attention to the doctor who had just entered. How is Xiao Sheng's condition? The doctor was actually a distant relative of the Lu family, merely involved in different duties. After the Lu family prospered, they summoned all their relatives. Fortunately, it is merely some superficial injuries. With 10 to 15 days of rest, he will recover. The doctor responded promptly. That is good. We will inquire later if he intends to continue practicing martial arts in Yinshan City. Lu Quanan felt somewhat anxious at this thought. Chapter 20. On the road, Shenggu had secretly trained in martial arts since childhood, and his physique was quite robust. The family had need not worry. Xiaobo chuckled. I originally did not expect Shenggu to be so formidable. Those two villains were experts I pursued over a decade ago, and who would have thought they would fall to Shenggu years later? He had witnessed their injuries. Both succumbed to the power of the Paexian palm. What remains uncertain is when Shenggu mastered the Paexian palm and the depth of its power. After all, this technique cannot be judged merely by appearances. This is for the best, Lu Quanan nodded. If all is well, let him rest and continue his martial studies in Yinshan City. A talent like Xiao Sheng, who practices martial arts not merely as a hobby, but with a profound dedication, cannot achieve such rapid and commendable progress without such commitment. This is indeed favorable. I am sure Xiao Sheng will be quite pleased to hear it. Ernyang spoke softly. All right, this time was merely a false alarm. Everyone may disperse. Xiao Qing, return home and reflect properly. Do not wander outside for the time being. Stay at home. Lu Quanan lifted the house arrest. Lu Qingqing had been sufficiently frightened this time. Had her brother arrived, even a moment later, her fate would have been sealed. She too required time to recover her spirits. The incident involving Lu Qingqing soon spread throughout the entire Lu mansion, even reaching other families in Julian City. The reputation of Lu Sheng, who was obsessed with martial arts, also circulated widely. In these times, few were aware of the Guitu Dao brothers. But everyone knew that Lu Sheng had apprehended several formidable wanted criminals alongside his sister, reportedly killing several in the process. As this reputation spread, Lu Sheng rapidly gained prominence. The way people in the mansion regarded him changed significantly. He was someone who had slain notorious wanted criminals. Every time they encountered Lu Sheng, a sense of reverence filled their hearts. After all, those who eluded capture by law enforcement must possess considerable skill. This was quite natural. Lu Qingqing sat in Lu Sheng's room, swinging her legs as she leisurely nibbled on an apple. Due to her near misfortune, she no longer roamed about carelessly. Instead, she frequently visited Lu Sheng's room, attempting to persuade him to investigate the tragic case of the Su family. In the Lu household, aside from her elder brother and a few martial masters like Xiao Bo, the remaining guards had likely never even seen blood. This was how the servants had always perceived her. She had seemingly grown accustomed to it. If my master and fellow disciples knew I had such a formidable elder brother, I wonder what expressions would grace their faces. It is amusing to contemplate. Lu Qingqing chuckled. Lu Sheng held a brush, slowly practicing calligraphy. The case of elder brother Su must be investigated, but not at this moment, he replied solemnly. Elder brother Su met a tragic end. The thought of this caused Lu Qingqing's eyes to redden. Rest assured, I will uncover the truth of this matter in due time, Lu Sheng said as he set down his brush, gazing at the large character for endure on the paper. His encounter with the two experts at the Tongli level had revealed to him the limits of his own capabilities. Each practitioner at the Tongli level possessed their unique, formidable skills, far surpassing those of ordinary martial artists. Though he had mastered the Heihu Dao and Paexian Palm at their highest levels through his training regimen, facing two opponents was not merely a matter of addition. The effect of two Tongli experts attacking simultaneously was greater than the sum of their parts. One must consider that the mental strain of facing one opponent was doubled when confronting two. If yet another skilled Tongli practitioner were to join the fray, he too would likely falter. Lu Sheng pondered this. While he had emerged victorious this time, it had been a narrow victory. He had even broken his blade and sustained multiple injuries. He felt woefully inadequate. In the Su family tragedy, there had been at least 4 guards who were Tongli experts. Coupled with the numerous servants and guards, the ability to silently eliminate everyone in a single night was chilling to contemplate. This realization made Lu Sheng feel that his preparations were far from sufficient. He required greater strength and superior martial skills. Elder brother, what are you thinking about? Would you like to accompany me for a stroll? Lu Qingqing waved her hand before Lu Sheng, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Since being rescued last time, she had transformed before Lu Sheng, her temperament significantly softened, becoming much more feminine. Qingqing, are you familiar with internal martial arts? Lu Sheng did not respond directly, but countered with a question. Internal martial arts. I have heard my master mention it before. Lu Qingqing nodded. Internal martial arts practitioners differ from us external martial artists. Their training is lengthy and gradual, and generally without a foundation built over 3 to 5 years. They appear no different from ordinary people. Why do you ask, elder brother? Does your master know any experts in internal martial arts? Unable to locate Duanmu Wan, Lu Sheng intended to explore a breakthrough through Lu Qingqing. I do know some. My master has 2 friends who practice health-preserving Qigong, Lu Qingqing replied. Health-preserving Qigong. Are there any formal, combat-ready internal martial arts experts? Lu Sheng inquired. That, I have not heard of any. Lu Qingqing's response left Lu Sheng disheartened. However, it was somewhat expected. Even the enigmatic Duanmu Wan had only provided a few books on health-preserving Qigong. It was unlikely that Lu Qingqing's master, a moderately renowned external martial artist, would have connections to any internal martial arts experts. What is it? Do you wish to practice internal martial arts, elder brother? I have heard it is quite mysterious, requiring a long time to master, with a complex and perilous training process, yielding less immediate power compared to external martial arts. What purpose does it serve to practice that? Lu Qingqing was perplexed. I have my plans, Lu Sheng contemplated. He indeed intended to go to Yinshan City. But given the recent events, he felt it unwise to leave Julian City at this time. His family in this life had treated him well, his father, Ernyang, Xiao Bo, and the others were all kind. He did not wish to cause any misfortune to befall them the moment he departed. In this day and age, if calamity were to strike, where could he possibly hide alone? Lu Sheng also sensed that his father, Lu Quanan, urged him to depart for Yinshan Cheng. Seemingly in an attempt to evade some looming threat, a tempest was brewing, and he sighed deeply, glancing at his oblivious younger sister, Lu Qingqing, whose innocent demeanor suddenly weighed heavily on his heart. If I were to leave, perhaps I could temporarily escape, but it is impossible to evade fate indefinitely. One must ultimately confront it. While our family circumstances remain favorable and finances are not a concern, I must strive to grow stronger, for self-preservation is the true path. The journey to Yinshancheng was indeed too far, and Lu Sheng had other plans in mind. Cultivating both internal and external skills, achieving harmony between the two, was the most potent direction he could conceive. He suddenly recalled the precious tome he had acquired at great cost, the incomplete manual of Haishigong. Although it was merely a fragment, it was the only martial text he possessed at present, and he resolved to make the most of it. While listening to Lu Qingqing chatter away about her amusing experiences with her former mentor, Lu Sheng began to quietly recall the energy pathways of Haishigong. He had practiced the first level of this art for some time, and still remembered the foundational principles. Noticing Lu Sheng's distraction, Lu Qingqing eventually left, somewhat disappointed. Afterward, Xiao Qiao entered, providing Lu Sheng with a basin of water to wash his face, followed by a medicinal concoction for him to consume. Throughout this time, Lu Sheng remained silent, absorbed in contemplating the intricacies of Haisha Gong's energy flow. He speculated that the difficulty of mastering Haisha Gong might be akin to that of Yuha Gong, which likely also required an initial energy diagram. The diagram for Yuha Gong depicted a celestial crane poised to take flight. Perhaps Haisha Gong necessitated a similar visual guide, yet none was provided in the text. This diagram would serve as a comprehensive outline, coordinating the flow of internal energy throughout the body. Regrettably, the scant material he possessed hindered systematic study and exploration. Thus, he dedicated himself to mastering Haisha Gong while concurrently recovering from his injuries. Days passed, and yet another bizarre incident unfolded within Jiuliancheng. Graffiti, seemingly the handiwork of children, was discovered on the walls of a secluded estate on the outskirts of the city. Although it appeared to be mere charcoal scribbles, a concerned citizen kept watch, curious as to which child had been so mischievous. Unexpectedly, overnight, an array of inexplicable graffiti adorned the wall, with no sign of anyone having passed by. The case of the Su family massacre, the Wang family's drowning incident, and the mysterious disappearance of a hunter, coupled with this enigmatic graffiti, incited widespread unease among the populace of Jiuliancheng. Some claimed to have heard chilling screams echoing through the night outside the city. The brave among them ventured forth to discover what appeared to be traces of a fierce struggle, along with remnants of blood. Meanwhile, the local magistrate's office issued a directive requesting assistance in locating individuals who might provide insight into these occurrences. One morning, Lu Quanan and the heads of 3 other families were summoned to the magistrate's office. Upon their return, Lu Quanan's countenance was grim. When Lu Sheng inquired, he withheld details, only mentioning a conflict with the magistrate that had resulted in an unpleasant encounter. Subsequently, Lu Quanan sought out his elder brother, Lu Onping, who served as the deputy commander in the garrison. The stability of the Lu family over the years was certainly not solely due to Lu Quanan's efforts. His uncle Lu Onping had been a pillar of support. The two remained closed within the study for an extended period before finally emerging. Soon after, witnesses reported seeing Lu Onping hastily depart the Lu estate. Lu Sheng, recuperating in his chamber, learned of developments at the magistrate's office through Lu Qingqing and Xiao Qiao. while his second and fifth aunts, along with Lu Yingying and Zhao Bo, frequently came to visit him. Outside the Lu residence, Jiu Liancheng began to feel increasingly fraught with danger. At that moment, Zhao Bo dispatched a messenger, conveying that they had discovered a lead on Xiao Bai's whereabouts. He was found in a building on the street where he had collapsed, emaciated from hunger. Xiao Ba, did he mention what happened to him? Why was he alone in that room? Lu Sheng inquired. The messenger, a guard under Zhao Bo, shook his head, simply repeating that Xiao Ba had run desperately, just reaching that street before suddenly losing consciousness, only to awaken later to find his companions there. Lu Sheng furrowed his brow. Is the information credible? Indeed. Zhao Bo has verified it through various sources. It aligns with Xiao Ba's account. This was perplexing. Lu Sheng shook his head. You may go now. Understood. The guard departed swiftly. Lu Sheng paced the small courtyard at his door. His injuries had nearly healed, yet he remained focused on diligently practicing Hai Shigong, awaiting the slightest sensation of energy. Once he felt even a hint of it, he intended to rapidly elevate his internal strength, ensuring that Hai Shigong would truly become a part of his power. At that moment, Lu Quanan hurriedly entered the courtyard with 2 attendants. Shenger, your recovery seems sufficient. Shall we set off today? Lu Quanan's expression was calm and serene, holding a black silk-wrapped package, evidently prepared for Lu Sheng's journey. So soon? Lu Sheng asked quietly as he accepted the parcel. There is no time to waste. It is better to leave early. The city may soon descend into chaos. But do not worry. I have arranged everything. Lu Quanan offered Lu Sheng a reassuring smile. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lu Sheng refrained from further discussion, gathering a few garments with Xiao Qiao before quietly departing through the side gate, boarding the carriage. As he sat within the carriage, Lu Sheng peered through a small crack. Watching the Lu residence recede into the distance, a sense of inexplicable heaviness settling in his heart. Young master, are you truly going to Yanshansheng? It is so far. When will we return? Xiao Qiao expressed her concern. Lu Sheng smiled gently, but did not reply. The black carriage appeared quite worn, resembling others on the street, with no markings indicating its ownership by the Lu family. As they traversed away from the city center towards the main gate, the carriage was halted multiple times by patrolling guards who inquired about their journey. Lu Sheng lifted a corner of the curtain, observing the city guards, now divided into several small teams, patrolling the streets alongside various hastily organized militia. He glanced at a sharply pointed structure passing by. Suddenly, he clapped his hands, prompting the carriage to veer left into a narrower alleyway, reducing its speed significantly before coming to a halt. Lu Sheng grasped Xiao Qiao's hand, lifted the curtain, and alighted. I have been waiting for you. A rotund figure, Zhang Xianghua, appeared before them. Oh, Xiao Qiao gasped in surprise. Let us go. This is not a place for conversation. I have prepared the location you requested, Zhang Xianghua murmured. The carriage resumed its slow journey through the alley. Lu Sheng and Xiao Qiao exchanged their vehicle for another that gradually made its way outside the city. Upon exiting, they arrived at a rocky hillside a few miles from Haifeng Ridge, where a small patch of green woods and the sound of a babbling brook awaited them. The carriage halted before this grove, and Zhang Xianghua disembarked, glancing around cautiously. This is it, a secret hideout I established during my youth. You may use it temporarily. Lu Sheng stepped down with Xiao Qiao. Thank you, my friend. We are brothers. No need for such formalities, Zhang Xianghua replied earnestly. He continued. There are many uninhabited areas nearby. The closest settlement is a farm belonging to my family, where I have arranged for provisions to be delivered here daily. They will be left outside the small house for you to collect. Lu Sheng nodded in agreement. Be cautious. This place is not far from Haifeng Ridge. Although the official forces patrol the area, and there should be no major issues, wild wolves and mountain cats may occasionally wander close. Rest assured. Do keep me informed of any news from the city, or you may send it along with the provisions, Lu Sheng instructed. Understood. The 3 of them ventured into the small forest, and after traversing several dozen meters, they beheld a slender stream cascading down the rocky mountain wall like a silver ribbon. The stream, meandering amidst the grass and stones, formed a crystal-clear flow. The forest was alive with the chirping of various birds, and there was hardly a trace of human activity to be found among the trees and grass. Crossing the stream, Lu Sheng spotted a quaint little wooden cabin nestled against the mountainside. The white timber was stacked together, resembling a simple structure made from building blocks. Beside the cabin lay a small garden. This is where I shall leave you, Zhang Xianghua murmured quietly. He was accompanied by 2 loyal bodyguards, raised from childhood and utterly trustworthy, so he had no concerns about them revealing anything. You have worked hard this time. Return to your duties, Lu Sheng nodded. Zhang Xianghua hurriedly took his leave with his entourage. Lu Sheng began to assist Xiao Qiao in tidying up the cabin. Inside, there were provisions, dried meats, and some fresh vegetables and fruits, evidently just brought in. "Young master, are we to stay here indefinitely? Are we not going to Yin Mountain City?" Xiao Qiao inquired, still somewhat puzzled. "We will go eventually, but for now, we shall remain here," Lu Sheng replied casually. The two continued to organize the cabin until afternoon. When darkness began to descend, Xiao Qiao lit an oil lamp, its dim yellow glow casting a solitary light within the dark wooden cabin. Lu Sheng stood in the courtyard, gazing up at the sky. The heavens were shrouded in darkness, the moon and stars obscured, offering no glimmer of light. The oil lamp's faint illumination spilled into the courtyard, making it the brightest spot in the entire forest. Lu Sheng stood there, peering through the fence into the impenetrable darkness of the woods, where unknown sounds echoed intermittently. He instinctively grasped the knife hanging at his waist. Zheng Xianghua had offered to assign him bodyguards, but he had declined. The fewer people who knew about his stay here, the better. Observing the trees outside, which were shrouded in darkness, Lu Sheng closed the wooden gate of the courtyard and turned to secure the cabin's windows. The windows consisted of 2 layers. The inner layer was covered with paper, while the outer layer was a solid wooden frame serving as a barrier. As he closed the outer wooden window, the light could only filter through a few tiny gaps. He then stepped inside the cabin. Xiao Qiao was preparing the bed. The cabin contained but one bed, layered with wooden planks and dried grass, topped with a mat, and then a cotton mattress. "Young master," Xiao Qiao's eyes glistened. Her cheeks flushed. "If you wish to rest, let me warm the blankets for you." Lu Sheng was at a loss for words. "There was a smaller bed in the back. You can sleep there." "Very well." Xiao Qiao instantly became flustered. Here they were, in the wilderness, alone together in such a small cabin. Whether it was changing clothes or bathing, they could hardly avoid one another. Should anything occur, it would hardly be surprising. Yet, it seemed that the young master had no such intentions. After both washed up, Xiao Qiao, urged by Lu Sheng, went to bed early. The so-called smaller bed was positioned within the cabin, separated by a wooden partition. Between the large and small beds was merely a thin wooden wall, connected by a small door concealed by a fabric curtain. If something were to happen, it would merely be a matter of a fleeting thought. However, Lu Sheng's mind was not occupied with such matters. He retired early, focusing his energy on practicing the Haisha Gong for a while longer. On the following morning, Xiao Qiao stepped out to retrieve the food box left at the courtyard entrance. After breakfast, Lu Sheng practiced a set of Pai Xi and Palm and continued with the Haisha Gong. The morning passed quietly, with only the occasional sound of Xiao Qiao wandering about the courtyard, while Lu Sheng devoted himself entirely to his practice. After lunch, he practiced the Heihu Dao. As night fell, Lu Sheng glanced at the notes interspersed within the food box, confirming there was no significant news, and went to bed early, practicing the Haisha Gong for over 2 hours before sleep. Thus, the cycle continued. For half a month, Lu Sheng and Xiao Qiao resided in the small forest. Yet the Haisha Gong remained unresponsive. Logically, based on the records in the texts and practical martial knowledge, a lack of sensation after half a month would lead any normal person to abandon hope. After all, if an internal skill suited one, a few days would typically suffice to yield some sensation. However, Lu Sheng was aware that the Haisha Gong might be a lost internal skill lacking its foundational diagram, as Duanmu one had once mentioned. Therefore, he persisted far longer than he might have otherwise. To his dismay, there was still no response. Just as he was on the verge of giving up, a flicker of unusual energy finally manifested during one of his practices of the Haisha Gong. The sky was overcast. At midday, a chill permeated the air. The forest appeared dim, the usual bird calls having lost their vigor, with only an occasional sound breaking the silence. Lu Sheng wielded his long knife, slowly practicing the swallow-pursuing wind blade in the courtyard. His movements were not swift. He focused on the precision of his techniques. On the surface, it seemed he was merely practicing his knife techniques, but in truth, Lu Sheng's primary attention remained on the Haisha Gong. With a swift series of 3 diagonal cuts, Lu Sheng sheathed his knife, preparing to head inside for a meal, as usual. Unexpectedly, just as he executed the final cut, a wave of scorching energy surged through him, fleeting like a thread, located at the area of his kidneys. Lu Sheng froze, carefully attuning himself to this new sensation. Gradually, he directed his energy along the visualization route of the Haisha Gong. Suddenly, the burning sensation flashed again, precisely in the same area. This is a sensation of energy. Lu Sheng's heart soared with joy. After enduring so many days of arduous practice, he had begun to doubt the authenticity of the Haisha Gong he had acquired. Yet, the fruits of his labor were finally beginning to manifest, alleviating the weight on his heart. Seizing the moment of this energy sensation, Lu Sheng resolved to elevate his practice without hesitation. Deep Blue. he silently intoned in his mind. And the blue modifier interface swiftly materialized before him. Clicking the modification button, the interface flickered intensely. This time, the interface was indeed different from before. At the very bottom of the martial arts section, a new entry for Haishigong appeared. Haishigong, not yet initiated. Though it was merely a few simple words. Lu Sheng could hardly contain his exhilaration. In a moment when he had nearly exhausted all possibilities for improvement, the Haishigong represented his sole hope. Otherwise, he would be at a loss for how to confront the unknown anomalies and threats from the outside world. Modify the Haishigong and elevate its status. As soon as Lu Sheng's intent was transmitted, the status of the Haishigong leaped dramatically, shifting to the initiated state. Boom. Simultaneously, as Lu Sheng witnessed the change in status, a wave of heat surged through his internal organs. A torrent of intense heat manifested within him, violently coursing through numerous meridians. The heat flowed like flames within Lu Sheng's body. He stood rooted in place, his face rapidly flushed, his skin turning red as if he were a boiled shrimp. Sweat streamed from every pore, transforming into white vapor that slowly rose. Chapter 22. On the road. The heat surged swiftly and dissipated just as quickly, within mere breaths. The heat circulated several times within Lu Sheng's body, and he gradually acclimated to the sensation. Although his body temperature remained elevated, it was no longer as scalding as before. The internal energy of his Yuha Gong commenced to accelerate, naturally emanating numerous threads to repair damaged meridians and internal organs. After a while, Lu Sheng's complexion gradually returned to its original fairness. He exhaled a breath that felt scorching. Every part of his body ached, as if every muscle and bone had been pierced by needles. It was a stark contrast to the state he was in during the practice of Yuhi Gong. Now, he felt as if a massive hammer had mercilessly struck him all over. Fortunately, during this period of practicing Yuhi Gong, he had accumulated a substantial amount of internal energy, which was now perfectly suited for healing his injuries. Lu Sheng sensed the internal energy of Yuhi Gong beginning to mend his internal organs, and he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had not anticipated that the Hisha Gong was so formidable even at its introductory stage. He could only imagine the power it would wield at higher levels. Xiao Qiao, he called out loudly. Coming, my lord. Xiao Qiao hurriedly ran over from behind, her hands still damp, presumably from washing something. Bring me the medicinal tea, Lu Sheng instructed. He was in pain all over and felt an intense thirst due to internal heat and yin deficiency. Xiao Qiao quickly brought over the prepared medicinal tea, which contained a variety of nourishing herbs, such as Yudou Shihu, Nenman Gui Ban, Shuijizi, and Yin Dong, among other rare medicinal ingredients unique to this world. After taking a sip of the tea, Lu Sheng instantly felt a cool sensation glide down his throat into his stomach, spreading throughout his body. This coolness alleviated the internal heat somewhat. He continued to drink an entire jar, which could fill 5 cups. He even chewed and swallowed the herbs, finally letting out a satisfied sigh. After resting on the bed for several hours, by the time dusk approached, the pain throughout his body had finally eased. Xiao Qiao, seeing that Lu Sheng showed no unusual signs, assumed he had simply wanted a drink, and after taking the empty jar, she hurried back to the stream to wash clothes. After resting for a while, Lu Sheng, during the evening, picked up his sword and stepped out into the courtyard, intending to test the power of Hisha Gong. The response of Hisha Gong was significantly greater than that of Yuhi Gong, which piqued his curiosity even further about the true might of this internal martial art. Driven by a desire to explore, he prepared to practice. In the dimly lit woods, Lu Sheng stepped out of the courtyard, distancing himself from the wooden house. Seeking a quieter place, he began attempting to channel the internal energy of Hisha Gong. The circulation range of this internal energy extended from his kidneys to his lower abdomen, as if encircled by a belt around his waist. It was quite peculiar. This internal energy, at its nascent stage, was already as thick as chopsticks. Lu Sheng focused his mind, and indeed, unlike Yuhi Gong, he could easily command and manipulate it with a gentle gesture. He attempted to direct a thread of internal energy from his lower abdomen upwards, quickly flowing to his right shoulder, right arm, right hand, and finally to the long sword. In that instant, as the thread of internal energy flowed into the blade, Lu Sheng heard a faint sound akin to burning. His arm felt scalding hot, and an uncontrollable impulse surged within him, prompting him to swing his hand fiercely. With a swish, the long sword sliced through the air, striking a tree trunk before him. Crash! The tree, thick enough to be embraced by a person, trembled violently, and a plethora of leaves cascaded down like rain. The sword had embedded deeply into the trunk, and the edges of the wound exhibited a faint blackness. What is this blackness? Lu Sheng forcefully withdrew the sword, furrowing his brows as he touched the blackened area. It felt as if it had been scorched by fire. Was it high temperature, or some other effect? He pondered, glancing around, then swiftly ran out to grasp at a patch of grass. With a snap, he caught a vividly colored wild chicken by the neck, which had been hiding in the grass, assuming he wouldn't see it. Let us see if this aligns with my thoughts. Lu Sheng carefully returned to the tree trunk and used his nails to scrape a bit of the powder from the edge of the wound. The faint black powder fell into his palm, which he cautiously fed to the wild chicken. After consuming the powder, he waited a moment and observed the wild chicken squawking erratically, appearing somewhat lethargic. He scraped off more powder and fed it again. This time, it wasn't long before the wild chicken staggered after being released, only to collapse onto the ground. Lu Sheng approached and felt its body, which was burning hot. Still alive, but utterly weak, as if it had a high fever. Indeed, this is a venomous technique. Moreover, it appears to be of a fiery toxin nature. Lu Sheng preliminarily confirmed the characteristics of Gong. He then retrieved the manual he carried with him and meticulously examined the records within. Gong, the malevolent intent is scorching, fierce, and insidious. Those afflicted, if they lack opposing internal energy to counteract and cleanse it, will perish within 3 days. The records regarding the power of Gong were succinct. Yet, Lu Sheng could already discern the essence of the technique he had just grasped. It was indeed a lethal poison technique. Impressive, Lu Sheng mused. This Gong is truly different from Gong and other forms of health cultivation. It is specifically designed for combat and slaughter. The disparity in power is immense. He carefully felt the internal energy of Gong within himself. The powerful strike he had just executed consumed a portion of his internal energy. After comparing it with the remaining total, he estimated that at the introductory level, he could endure about 10 strikes, beyond which his internal energy would be insufficient. The internal energy of Gong also seemed to enhance explosive power, making it exceedingly practical. Having tested its effects, Lu Sheng turned back. This was merely the introductory power. He wondered what heights he might reach in the future. He was filled with anticipation. Upon returning to the small wooden house courtyard, he coincidentally spotted 2 guards from the Zheng family delivering food. The 2 approached him and promptly inquired, "Master Sheng, recent events have been placed in the food box for you. Please take your time." After a brief exchange, the guards hurriedly departed the woods. Lu Sheng accepted the food box, standing at the entrance of the courtyard. He opened it to find a sealed letter inside. Entering the courtyard, he handed the food box to Xiao Qiao, who had come to take it, while he tore open the envelope and extracted the letter. "Brother Sheng, the recent massacre of the Su family in the city has been resolved. A master summoned by the magistrate dealt with it, capturing a significant number of individuals. And today at noon, executed over 10 heads at the market." Zheng Xiangui's opening line left Lu Sheng momentarily stunned. He continued reading. It turned out that a series of recent incidents had caused widespread panic within the city. Just a few days prior, there had even been unrest, prompting many residents and tenants to flee towards Zihua City. The authorities had suppressed a number of them, forcibly retaining them. Subsequently, to stabilize public sentiment, the magistrate had apprehended dozens of individuals, all claiming to be the culprits of the earlier incidents. Only then did the populace settle somewhat. After finishing the letter, a cold smirk crept across Lu Sheng's lips. It seemed the authorities were nearing their breaking point. If capturing the true culprits were so easy, it would not have dragged on until now. It was likely they simply rounded up random individuals to fill the gaps. Fortunately, the letter mentioned that the Lu family remained unchanged, with no disruptions. Lu Chenxin and the other young masters continued their lives with apparent indifference. The business of brothels and entertainment venues in the city had also been thriving lately. It was evident that amidst fear, people were under immense pressure, seeking outlets for their frustrations. Lu Sheng took a deep breath. Such tactics might provide temporary stability, but ultimately, it was merely a stopgap measure. The cases had not truly been resolved, and should similar incidents arise again, the outcome was predictable. He tucked the letter away, centering his thoughts. Currently, the Lu family in Jiulian City, when confronted with those supernatural events, possessed no more resistance than ordinary citizens. Should they truly encounter such occurrences, the results were self-evident. Thus, his singular focus now was to enhance himself as much as possible, to grow stronger, so that in the future, should he face such bizarre matters, he would possess the means for self-preservation. He was uncertain of the strength required to confront such events. Thus, he could only endeavor to reach the utmost limits of his capabilities. Upon receiving the letter, Lu Sheng began to consume copious amounts of precious medicinal herbs he had brought along. After each meal, he had Xiao Qiao prepare a rich medicinal broth for him. With the support of the potent medicine, Within just 3 days, the after-effects of enhancing his He Sha Gong had nearly dissipated. 4 days later, it was time for the second enhancement. Lu Sheng stood before the massive trunk of a tree. The wound from a few days prior had penetrated nearly a fifth of the tree's depth, and the edges had already dried up. This tree, one of the stoutest in the forest, appeared rather wilted at that moment. Lu Sheng decided to choose this spot for his second breakthrough. He leaned against the tree, retrieved the medicinal broth from his food container, and settled into a meditative position. The internal energy of He Sha Gong flowed continuously along the pathway between his lower abdomen and kidneys. Deep blue, he silently intoned. The blue modifier materialized before his eyes, and Lu Sheng focused on the He Sha Gong section. He pressed the modification button with his mind. The box flickered, and an expression of solemnity crossed Lu Sheng's face. Enhance He Sha Gong by 1 level, he mentally commanded. In an instant, the status of He Sha Gong, which was originally at the entry level, shifted rapidly to denote the first level. Before he could even savor the joy of this achievement, he felt a wave of warmth, slightly weaker than before, coursing through his entire being. His body felt as though it were being roasted by a furnace at close range. Within mere breaths, he was drenched in sweat, and his skin flushed red once more. Fortunately, this time his body seemed to have adapted considerably, and the process was not as arduous as the first. In just a brief moment, around 10 minutes, Lu Sheng gradually regained his breath, although his body still ached in every part. With some new meridians opened by the internal energy of He Sha Gong beginning to circulate, these newly opened meridians too required repair, which necessitated time. Yet, his current sensation was akin to being filled with energy, on the verge of bursting. Let us try again. Lu Sheng rose, drawing the long knife from his waist. Chapter 23. An incident with his mind urging it forth. A thread of He Sha internal energy surged rapidly. This time, it was the energy of the first level. Its intensity was significantly greater than before, and Lu Sheng felt as if his muscles, bones, and skin were ablaze as he summoned the internal energy. The He Sha energy flowed from his kidneys, coursing through his back and into his right arm, ultimately merging into his right palm, penetrating the long knife. Swish! The blade sliced through the air, emitting a sound akin to tearing paper. It then struck fiercely into the tree trunk before him. The knife embedded deeply into the trunk, penetrating halfway through the massive tree before becoming lodged. Excellent! A sense of joy welled up in Lu Sheng's heart. He knew he had made significant progress. Despite dragging his pained body, he returned to the wooden cabin to rest. In the following days, he did little but engage in light physical activity, spending most of his time sleeping and recuperating. At most, he accelerated the operation of Yu He Gong, which enhanced his body's recovery capabilities. He had to prepare for the subsequent 2 levels of breakthroughs. The remnants of He Sha Gong contained 3 levels for cultivation. In Jiu Liansheng, Lu Fu, Yu Jia carried a basket containing several boiled eggs, some soybean cakes, and 2 pieces of dried smoked meat. She effortlessly exited through the side door of Lu Fu, greeted the doorman, and then walked along the narrow alley. A few children with braided hair were playfully tussling at the alley's entrance, striving to seize a candied hawthorn from the hands of the child in front. Observing this, Yu Jia sighed. She recalled how adorable Xiaoba had been at that age, always chasing after her for candied hawthorns. Back then, she was still young, merely in her teens, and would occasionally have some pocket money from her work at Lu Fu, which she would use to buy little treats for Xiaoba, who was just a few years old then. But now, the thought of Xiaoba's current distressed state weighed heavily on her heart. As she walked along the main street in front of the mansion, Yu Jia, as usual, collected her thoughts, planning to bring home little trinkets for her children from the various stalls. Today was a rare day off, and she intended to select delightful surprises for her husband and children. Children, my dear children. Suddenly, she noticed a disheveled woman sitting in a corner, murmuring softly to herself. The woman's face seemed vaguely familiar, yet she couldn't recall where she had seen her before. After glancing at her a couple of times and feeling a twinge of pity, she took a cake from her basket and placed it before the woman. Here, eat. Such is the world. With that, she straightened up and turned to continue her shopping. Suddenly, she felt a cold, clammy hand grasp her right hand tightly. Have you seen my child? A voice asked. Yu Jia was startled and turned to see the very woman who had been sitting on the ground, her bloodshot eyes fixated on her, as if her eyeballs might pop out of their sockets. What are you doing? Let go. Yu Jia was frightened and quickly struggled to break free, retreating 2 steps. Are you ill? But the woman appeared to hear nothing, continuing to stare at her intently. Yu Jia cursed her misfortune under her breath and hurriedly lowered her head to leave. She lost interest in shopping, feeling a lingering ache in the hand that had been grasped. As she crossed the street, she turned into a narrow alley, which was a shortcut home. Although this path was somewhat desolate, it saved considerable time and spared her from taking a longer route. The alley twisted several times and was quite lengthy, flanked by ordinary houses that were taller than a person, with the ground littered with dirty water and discarded refuse. Yujie glanced at her wrist. The area where she had been grasped had begun to redden. What bad luck, she thought. I should get some medicine when I return. She stepped over a puddle of foul water, but her cloth shoes still picked up some mud, further dampening her mood. She stomped her feet and walked a few steps forward. Suddenly, she collided with someone. Looking up, she was shocked to see the very woman she had encountered moments ago. Her heart raced, nearly leaping from her chest. She stumbled back a few steps and accidentally stepped into the puddle. You. The woman's bloodshot eyes fixated on Yujie. Child, my child. Yujie turned to flee. A frail hand grasped her arm tightly. Have you seen my child? The woman continued to repeat this phrase with a dazed expression. Help! A half-formed scream abruptly echoed from the alley, then fell silent, leaving no further sound. 3 days later. At Lu Fu, Ernyang Lu Tsiu sat on a wooden couch, frowning as she gazed at a relative of Yujie who had come to deliver news. Has Yujie not returned? She inquired. She took leave 3 days ago to visit her family. The man, still carrying the earthy scent of the fields, appeared uneasy in the side hall. Eldest sister usually returns early, but this time the family has waited for her in vain, and with recent incidents in the city, they sent me to inquire. Lu Tsueyu shook her head. She left quite early, even taking some dried meat and cakes from the kitchen. After all these days, where else could she be? Concern began to well up within her. Not good, not good. Suddenly, a panicked scream rose from outside the room. A maid rushed in, her face pale with fright. Second, madam. It's terrible. Yujie is in trouble. What happened? Ernyang Lu Tsiu abruptly rose, her expression shifting dramatically. The man beside her also turned pale, abruptly glancing at the maid who had rushed in. Yujie's whereabouts had been discovered in an alley on the outskirts of the city. She had been lifeless for several days. The maid's revelation left both Ernyang and the man momentarily stunned. Lifeless? Lu Tsiu sat back down in a daze. Several days later, Lu Sheng meticulously experienced the sensation of the blade in his hand. The dark energy flowed from within him into the blade, as if a warm current was gently surging out, swiftly diffusing and evenly distributing across the entire weapon. His injuries had nearly healed. He intended to elevate his mastery of the Haisha Gong to the second level today. His body was increasingly acclimating to the stimulation of the dark energy, and the injuries from the elevation should be milder than before. Swish! He commenced practicing the Black Tiger Blade technique. The technique consists of 3 fundamental moves, but can be transformed into dozens of variations. Combining the variations he comprehended with those taught by Zhao Bo, he created a considerably more complex form of the technique. In the open space in front of the wooden house, Lu Sheng wielded the long knife, his entire being enveloped in a flurry of blade light, the sound of slicing air echoing continuously. The silver gleam of the blade swirled around him, almost engulfing him entirely. The Black Tiger Blade technique emphasizes momentum, featuring numerous slashing moves, thus imbuing the practice with a fierce aura. Lu Sheng repeated the 3 moves dozens of times, his energy surging, the dark energy intermittently infusing the long knife, dramatically amplifying the power of his strikes. Seizing the surge of vitality, he swiftly sheathed the knife and concentrated his thoughts. Deep Blue. The modification interface materialized. Lu Sheng acted quickly, pressing the modification button while focusing his mind on the Haisha Gong section. Elevate the Haisha Gong by 1 level. He affirmed his intention. Swish. Instantly, the state of Haisha Gong transitioned from the first level to the second level. However, this time, the change was somewhat sluggish, not as rapid as before. Just as Lu Sheng completed the modification, he felt a sudden surge of dark energy within him. A substantial amount of dark energy seemed to materialize out of thin air, rapidly coalescing into 2 fist-sized masses, each resting on his kidneys. This time, his body appeared to have adapted. And since the second level merely increased the total amount of dark energy, he felt it should pose no issues. Having perused the manual, Lu Sheng understood that the second level was the safest tier, which is why he dared to break through while practicing his blade technique. After the breakthrough to the second level, Lu Sheng sensed that his previous energy reserves had been completely depleted, particularly the accumulation of Yuha Gong. This cultivation method, which he had diligently practiced daily, had begun to coalesce into a substantial energy mass in his chest. That energy mass indicated the natural increase in storage after reaching the limit of energy refinement. Yet, this breakthrough in Haisha Gong instantaneously consumed the energy mass entirely. Not only that, but it also reduced the previously robust inner energy of Yuha Gong to the thickness of a needle. After the breakthrough to the second level, Lu Sheng felt a sense of calm settle in his heart. Calculating the time, it was nearly time for lunch. Young master, a new letter has arrived. The petite Xiao Xiao entered, holding a food box in one hand and a red-sealed yellow envelope in the other. Let me see it. Lu Sheng sheathed his knife and accepted the envelope Xiao Xiao handed him. He swiftly unfolded the letter, his expression darkening slightly as he read it. After folding the letter again, he said, Xiao Xiao, we should head back. Back to the Lu residence? Xiao Xiao was momentarily taken aback, yet elated. Yes, we're going home. Lu Sheng nodded. The two swiftly packed their belongings, ate lunch, and left a note at the courtyard before hastily making their way to Jiulian City. The path from the grove where the wooden house stood to Jiulian City spanned roughly 7 or 8 miles. Lu Sheng carried the long knife at his waist. While the weapon was merely forged from ordinary steel and lacked renown, its weight made it durable. The two hastened toward Jiulian City, and Xiao Xiao, exhausted, required Lu Sheng to carry her for part of the journey before she could continue. Lu Sheng, now practicing Haisha Gong and diligently honing his blade technique, found his physique significantly stronger than before, particularly due to the invigorating effects of the dark energy. Each time it circulated within him, it felt as if a torrent of warmth was nurturing his muscles and bones. Chapter 24, An Incident Every Morning. Lu Sheng felt his muscles growing increasingly firm and his body heavier. The price for this transformation was that each meal comprised at least double what he used to consume, consisting solely of lavish meats and daily delicacies. The expenses incurred from his diet alone would suffice to bankrupt an ordinary family. Without delay, he entered the city and skillfully made his way to the Lu residence. Upon his arrival, the doorman rushed over, exclaiming, "The young master has returned." Lu Sheng casually replied as he strode into the estate. The atmosphere within was somewhat peculiar. However, the servants and attendants, upon seeing him return, came forth to offer their greetings. "The young master is back." Some called out, "Young master, the young master has returned." The servants and maids rushed out, their faces lit with surprise, as if they had suddenly discovered a lifeline. "Where's father?" Lu Sheng inquired. "The head of the family requests your immediate presence," replied a maid hurriedly. "Understood." Lu Sheng slung the knife onto his back and proceeded toward the inner courtyard. The inner courtyard was eerily quiet, almost desolate. Several maids and attendants appeared listless, offering half-hearted greetings as they passed. Those further away were engrossed in their own conversations. Voices floated over from a distance. "Last night, there were more of those women's cries in Yujia's room. I heard it too. It sounded like it came from far away." Some attendants passed by but saw no one in the room, not even a shadow. "Oh, don't speak of it. It's truly terrifying. Could it be a female ghost? Don't spread rumors. Be careful not to get beaten." As Lu Sheng passed over the stone bridge, he overheard the chatting servants discussing the matter. From their conversations, it was evident that the back courtyard, where Yujia resided, had become the most forbidden zone in the Lu residence. No one needed to remind them, no one dared to approach. He fell silent, and combining this with the contents of the letter, his mood grew increasingly somber. At last, the event he had long feared had transpired. This world was inherently filled with peril. Ordinary people had no means to resist the various strange occurrences. His greatest concern was that one day, the calamities that befell the Su family would suddenly descend upon the Lu residence. When that time came, what could he use to defend himself? What could he use to save himself? What could he use to rescue his family in this lifetime? A female ghost? I shall see what kind of ghost can withstand my blade. A fierce light flashed in his eyes, and Lu Sheng's heart surged with wrath as he strode purposefully toward the inner courtyard hall. He had accumulated strength for this very moment. Upon entering the hall, Lu Sheng immediately spotted Lu Quan seated in the main position, his complexion haggard. Beside him were Nyang, San Yang, and others who hurriedly gathered. All his siblings, cousins, and relatives were present. For the first time, the entire family convened on a non-festive day. Upon seeing Lu Sheng enter with his knife, his imposing figure drew attention. A flicker of joy crossed Lu Quan's face, but it was quickly overshadowed by concern. "Xiao Sheng, alas, you should not have returned. Father, speak plainly. What has happened? Is Yujia dead?" Lu Sheng cut straight to the chase. He had been practicing his blade daily, coupled with the circulation of dark energy, leaving a hint of ferocity lingering about him. The others, upon noticing, remembered that Sheng Gu had previously slain 2 notorious fugitives, a testament to his fierce nature. Upon reflection, the initial sense of panic among the gathered individuals was momentarily alleviated. "Allow me to elucidate the matter," sighed Nyang Lu Tsiyu. Lu Sheng found a seat on the right side. "Please, go ahead, Nyang." Lu Tsiyu pondered for a moment, organizing her thoughts. This situation must be traced back to the sudden demise of Sister Yu some time ago. She sighed once more. On that day, a member of Sister Yu's family approached me, inquiring whether she had returned. I replied that she had returned long ago. The individual then expressed confusion, stating that they had not seen her at home, prompting their visit to our residence in search of her. Just as I was about to dispatch someone to investigate, I received a message from the magistrate's office, revealing that Sister Yu had perished in an alley, and her body had been lying there for several days, already stiff. Subsequently, I provided funds to arrange her funeral. However, only 2 days had passed when another person from the residence went missing. I sent out search parties, and we discovered a corpse in a river outside the city. Lu Sheng's face was etched with sorrow as she recounted these events. Since that day, someone has vanished from the estate each day without fail. No matter how we search, we find nothing. This marks the 5th day. Moreover, every night, the Lotus Room, where Sister Yu used to reside, echoes with the sound of a woman weeping, faint and elusive. When we investigate, there is no one to be found. Originally, 5 individuals occupied that room, yet 3 have now gone missing. Upon hearing this, Lu Sheng's expression darkened. What did the magistrate's men say? What else could they say? They found nothing and simply concocted an excuse to leave. Lu Qinshin interjected, his tone laden with indignation. I had your uncle dispatch soldiers to keep watch at night. Yet it proved futile. The sounds only emerge when fewer people are present, not when there are many. Lu Quanan shook his head. Where is Qingqing? Lu Sheng suddenly realized that Lu Qingqing was absent. She has gone to the Zheng family. There has been trouble there as well. Lu Quanan replied helplessly. Trouble at the Zheng family too? Lu Sheng felt a tightening in his chest. However, it is not of the same nature as our issues. They were attacked by bandits who ambushed their caravan. That girl has some lead connecting the bandits to the Su family incident. She went out to investigate yesterday and has yet to return. Ernyang Lu Suiyu responded. Lu Sheng scoffed. That girl has become increasingly disobedient. Furthermore, even if this matter is not of a ghostly nature, a skilled martial artist with exceptional lightness of foot could easily orchestrate such events. What of Uncle Zhao? What did he say? Your Uncle Zhao and several other uncles have been summoned to the magistrate's office to assist at a location outside the city. They have not returned yet. Lu Quanan answered. So, this individual dared to come to our residence and play tricks only because Uncle Zhao and the others were absent? Lu Sheng asserted that this incident was indeed human-made, rather than the work of demons or spirits. Regardless of whether this is the doing of supernatural entities, it must be of human origin. Otherwise, the vast Lu family might very well fall apart. Lu Quanan quickly grasped this reasoning and nodded in agreement. Thus, it indeed seems like a human act, the weeping woman in Sister Yu's Lotus Room, correct? I shall spend the night in that room and ascertain if anyone else goes missing. Lu Sheng declared his intentions. But Xiao Sheng. Lu Quanan attempted to voice his concerns, only to be silenced by Lu Sheng's raised hand. Father, worry not. I have it under control. Lu Sheng spoke calmly. Regardless of whether the threat is a ghost or a human, if it fears numbers, we shall find a way to resolve it. If I cannot overcome this small hurdle, what shall become of us should we encounter a ruthless adversary like the Su family, who could annihilate us in a single night over a mere disagreement? Xiao Sheng. Be cautious. Lu Suiyu expressed her concern. The others, however, appeared visibly relieved. Since Brother Sheng, who has previously dealt with wanted criminals, deems it a human act, it is highly likely to be so. With Brother Sheng present, we believe that the villain will be apprehended. After the meeting disbanded, Lu Qinshin, Lu Tianyang, and Lu Yingying promptly disseminated the news. By evening, the entire Lu residence was aware that the eldest son, Lu Sheng, had returned and that he believed the situation to be human-made. He even resolved to guard the Lotus Room tonight. Upon hearing this, a collective sigh of relief swept through the estate. In recent days, the atmosphere had been excessively tense, akin to a tightly stretched string ready to snap at any moment. For the time being, everyone felt a sense of security. Although the crisis had not yet been averted, the previous atmosphere of panic had significantly eased. At the very least, the eldest son, Lu Sheng, was standing guard in the Lotus Room. Should anything arise, he would surely be the first to encounter it. Having thoroughly inquired into the timeline of events, Lu Sheng immediately instructed others to prepare the bedding and arrangements in the Lotus Room, as he intended to occupy it that night. Despite the others urging him otherwise, seeing his unwavering resolve, they ultimately acquiesced. Lu Sheng instructed Xiao Qiao to return to her original quarters, while he alone took up his blade and a jar of medicinal tea before entering the Lotus Room. The Lotus Room, the Heyi Room, and the Lieno Room were all accommodations for the maidservants and were situated closely together, with the Lotus Room at the center. Lu Sheng approached the Lotus Room, noticing that both adjacent courtyards were devoid of people, evidently frightened away by the weeping sounds of the night. He pushed the door open, revealing a clean interior with the bedding neatly arranged. A food box was placed on a stone table in the small courtyard. Apart from that, the room was entirely empty. The pale stone table bore remnants of pink powder, seemingly a trace left by a woman's cosmetic. Lu Sheng glanced at the bedroom. The bedroom and the small courtyard resembled two interconnected square boxes, the bedroom consisting of 5 adjoining chambers, with a corridor leading out to the small courtyard, where a well was situated alongside a stone table and benches. Lu Sheng boldly seated himself by the well, opened the dark red food box, and arranged the small dishes on the stone table, a meal of 3 dishes and a soup, accompanied by steaming white rice. He devoured his food with great appetite, taking nearly half an hour to finish every morsel before pausing to burp. As the evening deepened, Lu Sheng lit a candle and illuminated the lantern, casting light upon both the small courtyard and Sister Yu's bedroom. The 5 bedrooms stood in a row, with Sister Yu's room at the far end, dimly lit and muffling the sounds from outside. After his meal, Lu Sheng grasped his blade and walked along the corridor into the room. Inside, he found a black wooden bed, a square table, and 3 chairs, along with a wardrobe and a dressing table. The dressing table was positioned beneath a window, which was half open, revealing the dark alley outside. The candlelight from the desk on the right illuminated much of the room, casting an even darker shadow over the half-open wooden window. Lu Sheng approached the window, peering out. The alley outside aligned directly with the side entrance of the Lu residence. From the window, he could clearly see a straight path leading to a somewhat desolate white side gate. Chapter 25. Night watch. As the door creaked, Lu Sheng secured the wooden window and turned to survey the room. He removed his outer garment and hung it on a wooden rack behind the door. Then, he opened the wardrobe, finding several dusty garments belonging to Sister Yu. After closing the cabinet door, Lu Sheng turned his attention to the dressing table. The simple dressing table bore no embellishments, merely a copper mirror placed at its center. A small amount of pink powder lay scattered before the mirror, which Lu Sheng touched and brought to his nose, recognizing it as a common woman's fragrance. Suddenly, he frowned. I recall that Sister Yu was not fond of using such powders. Just then, a gust of cold wind swept through, causing the candlelight to flicker. Lu Sheng swiftly gripped his blade and surveyed the room. A flash of white fabric slipped past the slightly ajar door. Lu Sheng moved quickly towards it. I distinctly remember closing the door securely upon my entry. He touched the wooden bolt, noting the padlock still hanging open. He opened the door and stepped into the desolate corridor, which was eerily empty and cold. A chilling breeze flowed steadily into the space. Lu Sheng cast a cold glance around, finding nothing amiss, and returned to his room. With a click, he secured the door. He settled at the table, placing the knife down and gripping it with his hand. He sat there, slowly awaiting the so-called sound of a woman's weeping. The dim lights flickered. Time flowed languidly. Supported by Yu Higong, Lu Sheng felt no fatigue, his spirit vibrant as he sat at the table, waiting for the cries. Eventually, as there was still nothing, he accelerated the operation of Yu Higong through his will. This health-preserving Qi Gong was remarkably stable, rendering any attempt to disrupt it futile. Unbeknownst to him, time passed significantly. It was not until the clear crowing of a rooster echoed from outside that the previously pitch-black window began to lighten with a faint dawn glow. Lu Sheng suddenly realized he had been sitting there all night. Where were the woman's cries? Nothing had occurred throughout the night. He could see the dim light of dawn filtering through the window. Knife in hand, Lu Sheng stood up to stretch his body. He stepped outside, where some light had seeped into the corridor. He made his way to the lotus flower room courtyard, where the bowls and chopsticks from last night's meal remained in place. Outside the courtyard, he could faintly hear voices. Lu Sheng approached and forcefully opened the large door. His father, Lu Quanan, along with Lu Yingying, Lu Yi, and several other relatives, had been waiting outside. Upon seeing the door open, they all stepped back in shock. Recognizing Lu Sheng, Lu Quanan hurried forward. Xiao Sheng, are you all right? His face was filled with concern. Lu Sheng noticed that everyone was still holding torches, and some guards had arrived with drawn swords, filling him with confusion. What happened? He asked loudly. Lu Quanan sighed deeply. Another person has gone missing from the family last night. What? Lu Sheng's eyes widened instantly. It was then that his second aunt, Lu Xiu, stepped forward to explain the situation. It turned out that during the time Lu Sheng kept watch, the others had come around but had not heard any further cries from a woman. Initially, everything was normal, with guards patrolling and many people resting in their rooms, claiming to be waiting for results. However, things took a turn later. Ba Jun said he was going to the latrine, but he never returned, a slightly plump woman lamented, holding a handkerchief and weeping. This woman was Lu Sheng's maternal aunt, Sun Yan's sister, Sun Zining. The missing person was Lu Sheng's cousin, Sun Bajun. Lu Sheng was not well acquainted with Sun Bajun, who had a penchant for gambling and was rather lazy, often receiving scoldings from Lu Sheng, causing the latter to hold an unfavorable view of him. Consequently, Bajun would avoid him whenever they crossed paths. He never expected that it would be him who had gone missing. Lu Sheng's brow furrowed tightly. I sat in the room all night, listening for any sounds. But I didn't hear any cries from a woman. Upon hearing this, the others felt a chill run down their spines. What on earth is going on? Aunt Sun Xining began to weep uncontrollably. Xining, do not panic. There must be a way, his second aunt reassured her, pulling her aside. Let us head to the main hall and discuss our strategy, Lu Quanan suggested with a sigh. With no other choice, the group left the room. Lu Quanan called for Lu Sheng, along with a few close relatives and his elder uncle. The main hall door was closed, and the atmosphere was dense with tension as they each took their seats. Elder Uncle Lu Onping, a stern middle-aged man with pronounced brows and a square face, donned a typical half-body silver-scaled armor of the Song dynasty, with a curved blade at his waist, sitting beside Lu Quanan with a grave expression. The current issue is whether we should involve the authorities, the elder uncle began slowly. If we cannot find the source, we may have to rely on external forces. Inviting a deity is easy, but sending them away is difficult, Lu Quanan sighed, having done so countless times throughout the day. The strain of his heart and mind had aged him rapidly. Lu Sheng sat quietly in a lower position, remaining silent. Lu Quanan glanced at his son. Xiao Sheng, do you have anything to say? You are the future leader of the Lu family. This family business will one day be yours. What do you think we should do about this predicament? Lu Sheng closed his eyes momentarily before reopening them, ready to respond. Not good, not good. Suddenly, a small voice called from outside. Eldest young master. Sheng Gu. People in the residence are trying to flee. Lu Sheng quickly rose and strode to the door, finding Xiao Qiao, flushed and waiting at the entrance. Young master, another person has gone missing. Head guard Wang Chong secretly took many people and fled. I heard my sisters relay the news and hurried over to inform you. Fled? Lu Sheng's eyes widened. He suspected that panic might spread and lead to attempts to escape. But he never imagined it would happen so soon. Where is Wang Chong now? I don't know. We only realized after they left. Zhao Fenghu and the others are gathered in the courtyard, and I fear they also intend to flee, Xiao Qiao replied anxiously. How many are gathered? Lu Quanan asked swiftly. I'm not sure, but there are many. Xiao Qiao responded quickly. I will take a look. Lu Sheng's expression darkened as he marched toward the courtyard. Lu Quanan and elder uncle Lu Onping followed closely, their faces equally grim. The group quickly reached the courtyard, where over 20 people had gathered, primarily guards and a few maids. Fear and unease permeated their faces, with some already packing their belongings, ready to abandon the Lu residence. Upon seeing Lu Sheng and the others arrive, the previously chaotic atmosphere quieted somewhat. Who wants to leave? Lu Sheng approached the crowd, his expression cold as he inquired. We all want to leave. A guard stepped forward, revealing himself as Zhao Fenghu, his face marked with traces of fear. Eldest young master, we are also human, and our lives matter. The trouble facing the Lu family is not of our making, but rather that of a female ghost. His eyes widened in terror. Absurd. Lu Sheng interrupted him abruptly, his voice stern. Who gave you the audacity to spread such nonsense? But I saw it clearly. The white shadow. You think the Lu family can drag us down with you? Thud. Blood splattered as the guard's head suddenly flew off, rolling to the ground and landing at the feet of a maid carrying a bundle. Those who spread rumors shall die. Lu Sheng shouted fiercely, gripping his knife as he glared at the panicked crowd. Thud. The headless body of the guard collapsed to the ground. Ah! The maid screamed. Silence. A fierce aura emanated from Lu Sheng. His gaze swept across the room, instantly silencing the screaming woman, who began to whimper softly. The guards and servants had never witnessed such a brutal scene. They trembled in fear, their faces pale, yet dared not utter a sound. All of you, return at once. If there is any further disturbance, I will kill, Lu Sheng declared in a harsh tone. Fear flickered in the eyes of the crowd. Under Lu Sheng's intimidating presence, they recalled that this eldest young master had single-handedly taken down numerous wanted criminals. They scattered like frightened rabbits. The body of the fallen guard was collected by those who had not caused trouble. These servants and guards had signed contracts before entering the residence. Did they truly believe the Lu family would show them mercy? Once everyone had departed, Lu Sheng turned to see Lu Quanan and elder uncle Lu Onping gazing at him with astonishment and complexity. Using violence to counter violence is merely a stopgap measure. The elder uncle shook his head. As long as we can temporarily suppress the situation, that will suffice. If this matter cannot be resolved in the short term, the Lu family may have to flee as well, Lu Sheng remarked calmly. It seems we truly must seek assistance from the authorities, Lu Quanan sighed. Fortunately, with you. Xiao Sheng. Here this time, Lu Quanan felt a sense of relief seeing his son's decisive handling of the situation, revealing a side of him that was responsible and strategic. Lu Sheng spoke firmly. Tonight, I shall keep watch once more. And I am eager to discover what manner of creature dares to wreak havoc in my home. Rest assured, Father, although I found little last night, I did sense a faint clue. Is this truly the case? Lu Quanan's spirits lifted. Absolutely. Do you need me to dispatch troops? Uncle inquired earnestly. Not just yet. We must not act rashly, for I fear that a larger number may become a liability. These malevolent entities possess unknown abilities. An increased presence may obstruct our efforts. We can station guards outside the estate, Lu Sheng replied, shaking his head. Indeed, Xiao Sheng, this time it all hinges on you. Uncle nodded, placing a reassuring hand on Lu Sheng's shoulder. Although he held the position of deputy commander, he was not a man of the martial world, and the Song dynasty's military officials had not engaged in battle for many years. In truth, his rank was achieved through examinations of military strategy and written tests, bearing little relation to actual combat. The long-standing tradition in the Song dynasty of valuing literature over martial prowess had persisted for years. Thus, the family's hopes rested squarely on Lu Sheng's shoulders. Rest easy. Lu Sheng recalled the fleeting glimpse of the white cloth he had seen, a premonition stirring within him. If he could capture the one wearing that white garment, perhaps he could unravel the mystery behind the continuous disappearances of individuals. Chapter 26. Night Watch on the second night. Lu Sheng once again took residence in the Hua room, this time entering during the day. Armed with a blade, he silently conducted a thorough search of the entire room. After memorizing the layout, positions of various items, and the geography of the space, he settled down to await the night. The Lu residence was temporarily subdued. No one dared entertain thoughts of leaving. After all, Ju Yincheng was not vast, and unless one could escape to Zihuacheng, no one would dare make a move under close scrutiny. Everyone feared the possibility of being reported to the eldest son. Subsequently, Lu Sheng issued a decree. Anyone who reported a fugitive would be rewarded with 100 taels. 100 taels. Should one report 10 individuals, that would amount to 1,000 taels. Many would not earn such a sum in their entire lives. Thus, the Lu residents enjoyed a brief period of stability. Uncle dispatched a few soldiers to guard the estate's entrances, preventing unauthorized exits. A manhunt was also initiated for those who had previously escaped. After a flurry of activity, the sky gradually darkened. The air flowed continuously within the room. Lu Sheng sat in Yu Jia's room, gripping his unsheathed long knife, seemingly resting with closed eyes. He had not slept the previous night, and while waiting during the day, he had also taken a moment to rest. The Yuhi skill was indeed formidable, allowing him to maintain his vitality despite the lack of sleep. The light gradually dimmed. Lu Sheng refrained from lighting a lamp, choosing instead to sit in the shadows, aiming to replicate the room's usual ambience. As darkness enveloped the room, Lu Sheng shifted to relying on his hearing and the sensation of airflow to observe his surroundings. Time passed slowly. Soon, after the sun had set, the room was shrouded in pitch blackness, rendering his hand invisible before his eyes. Lu Sheng remained seated, unwavering. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from the doorway, akin to fabric brushing against the wall or wooden surfaces. Lu Sheng opened his eyes and discerned a vague white figure slowly entering through the door. The darkness obscured his view, but he could make out that the figure was clad in white. The figure moved with deliberate slowness, and in the shadows, Lu Sheng sensed an eerie smile emanating from it, despite being unable to see its face clearly. Finally, you dare to show yourself. Lu Sheng rose, a glimmer of ferocity igniting in his eyes. The Haisha skill coursed through him, rapidly raising his body temperature. Suddenly, the white figure lunged towards him. Die! Lu Sheng's blade flashed as he unleashed the fierce black tiger blade technique, meeting the oncoming figure in an instant. Just as the blade collided with the figure, a blinding light flared before his eyes, and a profound silence enveloped his ears, rendering him unable to hear anything further. In that moment, he found himself facing an empty space, the strike having met with nothing. Such incredible speed. Without hesitation, Lu Sheng spun his long knife, wildly slashing around him. The wooden frame obstructing him was cleaved in two, crashing to the ground, as was the backrest of a nearby chair. He snorted coldly, preparing to sheath his weapon for further observation. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. Lu Sheng swiftly turned around to find the white figure mere inches away, lunging towards him. Seeking death, he summoned the full force of the Haisha skill, his blood surging, and unleashed the third move of the black tiger blade technique, Tiger's Roar. The blade emitted a deafening roar, reverberating through the room, causing everything within to tremble. The white figure shrieked, letting out a piercing scream akin to that of a young girl, swiftly retreating towards the window. Without a moment's pause, Lu Sheng steadied his turbulent blood and pursued. With a single strike, he shattered the wooden window obstructing his path, leaping into the narrow alley outside. The white figure moved with remarkable speed, weaving through the scattered debris in the alley. Lu Sheng relentlessly pursued. With a series of crashes, he cleaved through two piles of obstructing debris. There was movement. But what about the eldest son? A guard shouted from outside. Lu Sheng's heart tightened as he spotted several night watch guards near the side entrance. One of them looked over. Anxiety etched on his face as he gripped his weapon. Lu Sheng had no time to speak. He watched as the white figure darted swiftly into one of the guards. Scatter! He bellowed, his blood surging again, his blade emitting a roar akin to a mighty tiger. Lu Sheng lunged forward, executing a ferocious strike. Clang! The guard, who had been possessed by the white figure, had veins visibly rising to the surface of his skin and raised his arm to block. Surprisingly, he was able to deflect Lu Sheng's blow. The two blades clashed violently, and Lu Sheng felt a force comparable to his own meeting him head-on. Upon glancing at the guard, he noted the man's eyes had turned entirely white, devoid of color. Possessed? Lu Sheng struck again, aiming for the guard's neck. Clang! Once more, his strike was thwarted. The possessed guard had gained considerable strength, and the two engaged in a fierce exchange. Their blades clashed in a cacophony of metallic sounds, resonating loudly. The other two guards at the side entrance, terrified, hurriedly fled. The ruckus attracted numerous other guards and attendants to the scene. Empowered by the Heisha skill, Lu Sheng's strength and speed surged, and he exchanged dozens of blows with the possessed guard. Gradually, the toxicity of the Heisha skill began to seep into the guard's palm, causing his strength to wane. The second tier of the Heisha skill was indeed, as Lu Sheng had anticipated, extremely insidious. Speak. Who sent you? Lu Sheng executed a swift strike, clashing against the guard's blade. The immense force sent the possessed guard reeling. Momentarily dazed, his movements slowed. Bang! Lu Sheng swiftly struck with his other hand, delivering a decisive blow to the chest of the guard. This technique, known as the pox and palm, was a meticulously planned counterattack. The guard let out a horrific scream as the force of the pox and palm struck him, causing him to spew a mouthful of blood and be hurled backward. Crashing to the ground, a white shadow surged forth from the guard's body, darting towards the nearest individual alerted by the commotion. This time, the individual was surprisingly amazed. Perhaps due to her proximity to Lu Sheng, she had no choice but to enter the fray. As she became possessed, her skin flushed red, only to be met by Lu Sheng's advance. With a swift motion, he drew his blade. The sound of slicing echoed as the maid was brutally cleaved by the blade. Sent flying, blood splattering across the ground. Everyone retreat. Stay back, Lu Sheng bellowed. Yet, it was too late. Several more guards rushed in with their weapons drawn. The white shadow darted out again, penetrating the body of yet another guard. Lu Sheng roared, unleashing the full extent of the Black Tiger blade technique. Driven by the power of the Heisha gong, the roar of a giant tiger resonated around him as he swung his blade with all his might. The force akin to a massive stone crashing down, creating a fierce gust of wind. The possessed guard swiftly attempted to escape towards the side door. With a resounding crash, Lu Sheng's blade shattered the wall of the courtyard. He leaped through the broken wall and struck the unsuspecting guard squarely on the head. A piercing scream erupted from the maid as the guard's head was cleaved in two, a gruesome spray of red and white. In a shocking turn of events, the guard still managed to extend his hand, delivering a heavy blow to Lu Sheng's abdomen. With a grunt, Lu Sheng stumbled back, gasping for breath. His body enveloped in a menacing aura. A strange flush appeared on his face, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. As he raised his blade once more, a crack echoed as it shattered and fell to the ground. Discarding the broken weapon, he lunged forward, delivering a series of rapid strikes. In that instant, the pox and palm surged with the power of the Heisha gong, the palm exuding a faint black hue. With two muffled thuds, the white shadow emerged again from the guard's body, attempting to flee. However, Lu Sheng, empowered by the Heisha gong, grasped the maid's clothing. It felt as if he were clutching a block of ice. Yet the overwhelming surge of blood and dark energy coursing through him rendered him unfazed by the chill. The second layer of dark energy within him surged towards the maid's attire. Die! Lu Sheng shouted, unleashing a powerful strike. The entirety of his dark energy seemed to be released with that blow. With a final scream, the white shadow was struck in the chest, her form twisting violently before exploding like torn fabric, vanishing into thin air. Lu Sheng's eyes blazed with ferocity, and he sank to one knee, spitting out a mouthful of black blood. Trembling, he retrieved the broken blade from the ground, thrusting it into the earth to support himself. The Yu Hei Gong and Hei Sha Gong surged chaotically within him, attempting to mend his injuries. However, the aftermath of the blow he had just endured, coupled with his reckless exertion, caused his meridians to rupture. The dual injuries weighed heavily upon him, and as his energy waned, he found it increasingly difficult to maintain his stance. After a considerable wait, the guards and servants who had retreated finally dared to approach. At that moment, Lu Quanin and the rest of the group arrived. Upon witnessing the chaotic scene, they were taken aback. Seeing Lu Sheng half kneeling on the ground, bloodied at the mouth, and the blood-soaked earth, it was evident he had just vomited. Lu Quanin rushed forward. "Xiaosheng, are you all right? Quickly, summon a physician." His expression turned frantic as he supported Lu Sheng. Turning back, he shouted, "What are you all standing around for? Help!" The others, snapping out of their stupor, hurriedly assisted in raising Lu Sheng. Uncle Lu Onping surveyed the broken blade, the bodies, and the shattered wall, then looked upon Lu Sheng, still radiating a fierce aura and panting heavily, feeling a chill in his heart. Such devastation could hardly be attributed to his teenage nephew. The scene was reminiscent of a feral beast unleashed upon the homestead. He recalled an encounter with a black bear in the mountains. The destruction it wrought was akin to what lay before him. Tonight's events must not be spoken of, Uncle Lu Onping declared coldly, casting a stern gaze around the room. "Someone, clean this mess up, ensure no trace remains." The guards and servants, feeling the weight of his gaze, shivered in fear, the presence of the corpse further deterring any dissent. Chapter 27. Recruitment. The group carried Lu Sheng to his bedroom, summoning a physician from the Lu residence to examine him. After a brief period, the physician emerged. No serious harm, merely exhaustion and a forceful blow to the lower abdomen. The young master is robust. As long as his internal organs remain unharmed, he will recover. Lu Quanin exhaled in relief. Lu Sheng's impulsive engagement had been reckless. As the eldest son of the Lu family, what would they do if anything happened to him? "Quanin, this was out of necessity," Uncle Lu sighed. "I intend to report this matter directly to the court, bypassing the governor. That's Song Duanqi, who serves as the city's magistrate. Previously mentioned he would report to the court, yet nothing has come of it. As the deputy commander, I have requested Commander Yang Duanrui to submit a report several times, only to be met with evasion. Might there be some underlying issue? I cannot say for certain. Furthermore, that girl Qingqing, the missing individuals have yet to be located." Uncle Lu shook his head. The two remained outside the door, feeling a compulsion to act, yet unsure of what to do. Such matters surpassed their comprehension. What if? Lu Quanin pondered. We post a bounty, recruiting individuals capable of addressing these supernatural occurrences? With a substantial reward, brave souls may emerge. It could be feasible. These events are already causing quite a stir, and they cannot be concealed. Uncle Lu nodded in agreement. They deliberated carefully and decided to proceed with the plan. Before long, the Lu household's servants took stacks of red paper and posted them outside the Lu residence and on nearby public notice boards. The red notices were quickly affixed in several high-traffic areas, attracting numerous onlookers. Days later, at the city gate, amidst the bustling thoroughfare, a caravan laden with gray goods gradually came to a halt. The caravan leader began directing the unloading of cargo. This caravan, merely passing through Julian City, intended to offload only a portion of their goods. As the leader called out, two figures jumped down from one of the carts, clad in Taoist robes. One was a tall, middle-aged man with a square face and a ruddy complexion, carrying a sword on his back, dressed in black shoes with white cloth. The woman accompanying him was also in Taoist attire, strikingly beautiful, though faintly weary, suggesting a well-educated background, an uncommon trait for the era, typically associated with families of considerable means. "Yindage, this must be Julian City," the woman exclaimed, her voice bright and clear, reminiscent of a young girl just emerging into adolescence. "Indeed, this should be the Julian City spoken of," the man replied, nodding as he surveyed the surroundings. His attention was soon drawn to a red notice posted at the city gate, which had attracted a crowd. Even the two soldiers stationed their approach to listen in on the discussions. The expressions of those gathered were filled with surprise and admiration. "Traveling with Yindage has not been arduous. That notice appears to be a bounty. Let us take a closer look. Perhaps someone has encountered trouble and is seeking assistance," the woman remarked, following closely behind Yindage, now well acquainted with such matters. In previous incidents, they managed to locate the families in distress through the announcements posted promptly. Yin Kai nodded slightly. "Let us go and take a look." The two entered the city gate and swiftly made their way toward the bulletin board. "It concerns the Lu family. The city has been rather unsettled lately. Even the Lu clan has encountered misfortune. Lu family. I heard that someone managed to escape. I caught a glimpse of what appeared to be the former captain of the Lu family's guard. The entire household is in a state of alarm. It's been several days since I last saw sister you come out to shop. Could it be that something truly has happened? The surrounding crowd engaged in fragmented conversations, each contributing their thoughts. Yan Kai listened attentively while raising his eyes to observe the posted notice. A reward of 500 gold is offered for the recruitment of extraordinary individuals. Recently, there have been many peculiar occurrences in the city, with reports of missing persons. Previously, there was the tragic incident involving the Su family and the case of the Wang family as well. Now, there are reports of a woman weeping in the middle of the night at the Lu residence. To ensure peace at home, we are offering a reward of 500 taels of gold, equivalent to 5,000 taels of silver, for a thorough investigation into this matter and to locate the missing individuals. The notice was straightforward, conveying its meaning clearly. Below it was an additional notice detailing the events surrounding the mysterious weeping at the Lu residence, meticulously recounting the series of missing person cases. Yan Kai read it carefully, his brow slightly furrowing. This is it. We shall go to the Lu residence. Rong, having finished reading the notice, added, we are also seeking this spirit and may earn some travel expenses in the process. We travel not for wealth, Yan Kai said solemnly. Indeed, Rong replied, sticking out her tongue and quickly falling silent, knowing that Yan Kai could not abide those who sought to exploit favors. Without hesitation, Yan Kai stepped forward and tore down the notice. The household servant guarding the Lu residence brightened, instantly becoming animated. Please, this way, Yan Kai nodded, leading Rong alongside the servant towards the Lu residence. The onlookers who had been observing the scene murmured with curiosity, and several eager individuals followed to see if they truly would visit the Lu family. The pair, dressed in Taoist robes, appeared to possess some skill. Unfazed by the crowd, Yan Kai continued with steadfast resolve, clearly accustomed to being in the public eye. Rong, on the other hand, engaged the servant in conversation, inquiring about the circumstances surrounding the Lu residence. Shortly thereafter, they boarded a carriage, which wound its way through the streets before coming to a halt. Upon disembarking, they were guided into a grand estate adorned with artificial mountains, flowing water, small bridges, and lush gardens, all exquisitely arranged and opulent. Yan Kai maintained his focus, leading Rong forward until they reached a reception hall. Welcome, said a middle-aged man with a troubled expression and a pale complexion, seated within the hall. He was plump, dressed in a pale blue robe adorned with silver and copper patterns, and his beard was neatly groomed. This was Lu Quanan, who had just come from Lu Sheng. Are you the two who tore down the notice at the city gate? Lu Quanan scrutinized the pair before him. Both were Taoists. The man appeared robust and radiant, with a full forehead and a serious gaze, standing tall and straight. If he were to don a scholar's robe, he would exude the air of a distinguished gentleman. The woman, with a lovely complexion, bore a hint of innocence, her lively eyes darting around, reminiscent of a young lady who had disguised herself for an adventure. Indeed, I am Yan Kai, with the courtesy name Kai, and my Taoist title is Huan Yangzi. Yan Kai introduced himself. This is my junior sister, Duan Rong. We have come regarding the missing persons case posted by the Lu family. Please, take a seat, Lu Quanan gestured. Yan Kai and Rong sat down, and a maid swiftly brought tea and refreshments. I have detailed the circumstances in the notice, Lu Quanan continued. If Taoist Huan Yangzi wishes to take on this reward, you must first meet my son, Lu Sheng, as he will review the bounty. The reward issued by the Lu family is subject to his approval. Lu Quanan spoke softly. Of course, if you truly possess the ability, regardless of the outcome, there will be a reward of 100 taels of silver afterward. Upon hearing this, both Yan Kai and Duan Rong nodded in agreement. Lu Quanan inquired about their backgrounds, their origins, ages, and where they resided. Yan Kai responded to each question. After a brief respite, several others who had come to claim the bounty entered the reception hall. Among them were 2 monks from the Honglian temple, one of whom, like Yan Kai, was also a Taoist. The last individual was a wandering swordsman, equipped with 2 short blades, whose handsome features revealed that she was actually disguised as a man. After waiting a while, Lu Quanan noted that the group had gathered sufficiently and invited everyone to rise and proceed to the separate courtyard where Lu Sheng was located. The Lu family owned numerous courtyards, occupying a vast area, with some residences extending close to the city wall, claiming a third of the most prosperous section of Jiuliansheng, showcasing their immense wealth. Among the 5 prominent families in the city, the Lu family was the richest. As they followed Lu Quanan towards Huanghe Courtyard, they noticed guards armed with swords positioned throughout the premises. These guards were robust, strong, and stood with an air of discipline, clearly having undergone military training. Observing this, Yan Kai's expression grew slightly serious. The Lu family is rather formidable, but they are merely wealthy and powerful, akin to the families we have encountered before. What makes them so formidable? Rongrong questioned, puzzled. Yan Kai shook his head. It is not merely wealth. The Lu family likely has military connections. Otherwise, the guards would not exhibit such imposing presence. The strict military discipline evident here suggests that only those who frequently undergo military training can maintain such vigor. This is not the demeanor of retired soldiers. A family with military connections. Yet they resort to posting notices for help. It seems they are entangled in something significant. Rongrong gasped in astonishment. After walking 100 steps, they soon entered Huanghe Courtyard. Adjacent to the training grounds, they could faintly hear the sounds of guards being drilled. Lu Sheng, the eldest son of the Lu family, reclined in a large chair, his complexion pale, wrapped in a thick blanket, and the air was permeated with a distinct medicinal scent, indicating that he was not in good health. Yan Kai scrutinized Lu Sheng closely and observed the weakness in his eyes, resembling a patient recovering from an injury. Greetings to all. Lu Sheng coughed a couple of times and offered a slight bow. As you can see, my health is not well, and my injuries have not yet healed, so I am unable to rise to greet you. You are too courteous, young Master Sheng. The monk from Honglian Temple, Master Jintan, stepped forward to speak. The Lu family has long been a devout patron of our Honglian Temple. Following this calamity, the abbot has sent us to see if there is any way we can assist. Thank you, Master, and please extend my gratitude to the abbot of Honglian Temple. Lu Sheng replied with a smile. The other Taoist then inquired about the details of the case, and Lu Sheng answered each question. Yan Kai and Duan Rong listened intently while observing Lu Sheng. He was afflicted by the influence of dark energy, and it was evident that his injury was recent. After careful observation, Yan Kai discerned the unusual condition of this young master of the Lu family. Chapter 28. Recruitment 2. So, this is the source of what we seek? Duan Rong whispered. The concentration of dark energy here is significant, but it is not definitive. Yan Kai gently shook his head. At this moment, Lu Sheng had begun inviting several extraordinary individuals to demonstrate their respective skills. The Taoist who had previously spoken chuckled. The skill I possess is this. He reached out and seized a stone, squeezing it tightly. In an instant, fine dust erupted from his fingers, scattering into the air. The remaining attendees gazed at him in astonishment. Clearly, this feat was something that even the strongest experts of Jiu Lian Chung might struggle to replicate. The female disguised as a male wanderer bore a grave expression, fixating her gaze upon the Taoist. Even Yan Kai began to regard the Taoist with heightened respect. The force demonstrated was capable of reducing stone to powder, an ability that could only stem from immense internal martial prowess. To encounter a master of such caliber in this place was unexpected. The surrounding guards, servants, and maidservants could not suppress their gasps of astonishment. Lu Sheng observed the Taoist silently, his brow furrowed. The Taoist chuckled. What do you think, young master? Does this skill impress you? Lu Sheng exhaled slowly, his eyes suddenly sharp. The unmistakable scent of pulverized stone filled the air. Who dares to deceive me, a noble scion? Seize him. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback. Before they could react, two burly guards lunged forward, pinning the Taoist to the ground. The Taoist cried out in struggle, but with two men restraining him. The previous overwhelming force was nowhere to be found. He appeared merely an ordinary person. One of the guards, a robust man, inquired. Having witnessed the young master vanquish the female specter just the night before, and having become a staunch supporter of Lu Sheng. Young master, how shall we deal with this man? Should we summon the officials? Lu Sheng cast a disdainful glance at the struggling Taoist on the ground. No need to involve the authorities. Take him outside and execute him. Please, young master. I was merely confused for a moment, trying to earn a living. The Taoist's voice trembled in fear, his face ashen and cold sweat pouring down him. Spare my life. The guards paid no heed, dragging the Taoist out of the courtyard. Near the training grounds, there was a place designated for executions. The Lu family, with their wealth and power, could dispose of a few individuals without the officials batting an eye. Yan Kai and the others watched in horror as the man was taken away, soon hearing a distant scream echo from outside. Now, esteemed guests, we have cleared out the impostors. Please, let the next individual demonstrate their skills. Lu Sheng resumed his earlier demeanor, a gentle smile returning to his face. The remaining individuals gained a deeper understanding of the young master's temperament. Despite his frail appearance, he could switch from amiable to ruthless in an instant, acting decisively and with ferocity, truly a force to be reckoned with. After a moment of silence, the next to step forward was Master Jintan from Honglian Temple. Though his hands trembled slightly, he mustered the courage to stand. I suddenly recall urgent matters at the temple. Instead of showcasing his abilities, he appeared ready to flee. Facing Lu Sheng, Master Zhentan spoke, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The younger monk behind him was even more distressed, visibly pale and trembling uncontrollably. Since Master has pressing matters, please feel free to depart. Lu Sheng smiled, maintaining his courteous demeanor, and allowed the maidservants to escort Master Zhentan away. 3 individuals had now exited, leaving only the Wanderer and Yin Kai. Allow me to take my turn. The female Wanderer stepped forward, drawing her twin blades. I excel in lightness skill, rapid pursuits, and investigative tracking. I can assist in locating the missing. Oh, in that case, may I inquire your name, miss? Lu Sheng asked with a smile. Zhuanfeng, she replied, swiftly scribbling her surname on the stone table. Miss Zhuan, how shall you showcase your abilities? Lu Sheng inquired, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Zhuanfeng sniffed the air and crouched down to meticulously inspect the ground. Pressing her ear to the earth, she listened intently. Moments later, she stood up. I can ascertain, young master, that you and your entourage arrived at this courtyard no more than 2 hours ago. There have been 2 groups of guards and maidservants entering and exiting here, totaling no more than 10 individuals, and this occurred about an hour ago. You arrived afterward, and none of your accompanying guards have entered the rooms of this courtyard. Clearly, this space has been temporarily established solely for the purpose of testing us. Even you had no time to enter the rooms. Upon hearing this, Lu Sheng and the others widened their eyes in astonishment. Not just they, but the surrounding guards and maidservants also wore expressions of disbelief. To deduce so much merely by observing the ground, listening, and smelling was truly remarkable. Miss Zhuanfeng, you are indeed extraordinary. Lu Sheng applauded lightly. Regardless of how you arrived at this conclusion, you have passed. Now it is time for these 2. He gestured toward Yin Kai and his companion. Yin Kai remained composed. Stepping forward, if I am not mistaken, he fixed his penetrating gaze upon Lu Sheng. Your injury was inflicted by a surge of Yin energy, correct? Oh. Lu Sheng raised an eyebrow, genuinely intrigued. The man before him was indeed perceptive. The injury is located in the lower abdomen, but fortunately, it did not affect the internal organs. However, the presence of Yin energy within will ultimately harm the Yang energy, if not expelled. Here is a concoction I have prepared. A restorative elixir. If you have the courage, you may try it. He produced a small black porcelain vial from his sleeve and offered it. The maidservant quickly took it, placing it on a tray and presenting it to Lu Sheng. Do remember to return the vial once you have finished, Yin Kai added. Lu Sheng examined the vial, uncorking it and bringing it to his nose. Just the scent alone seemed to dissipate the chilling aura within him. A wave of warmth surged through him, reminiscent of the sun on a summer's day. The previous coldness melted away swiftly, akin to spring snow under the sun. Indeed, the Taoist is impressive. Lu Sheng realized he had encountered a true master. I shall account this restorative elixir as part of your reward. Have I passed the test? Certainly. The 3 of you may follow me. Lu Sheng slowly stood, with the guards assisting him, leading the trio into the inner chambers of Huanghe Courtyard. The maidservants departed, and all but the burly man remained beside Lu Sheng. With a click, the door closed. Only 5 individuals remained inside. The conversation unfolded as Lu Sheng began recounting the events surrounding the initial disappearances. Yin Kai and the others listened intently, occasionally asking questions about specific details. Lu Sheng answered what he could, while the robust man beside him provided additional insights. Their dialogue continued for a considerable duration, lasting nearly half an hour. After understanding the entire situation, Yin Kai bowed his head in contemplation for a while. Soon, he lifted his gaze once more. The malevolent entity encountered by the young master, I refer to as a Yaogui. Yaogui? What is that? Lu Sheng retorted, as this marked his genuine first encounter with the mysteries of this world. A Yaogui is not merely the transformation of a deceased human, but rather a manifestation of human emotions such as resentment, jealousy, hatred, and grievances, which absorb mysterious energies from their surroundings, coalescing into these entities. Yin Kai explained gravely. Handling 1 or 2 Yaogui is manageable, but if left unchecked over time, they will proliferate, leading to more casualties and thus giving rise to new Yaogui. Judging by the density of the negative energy surrounding the young master, it seems the Yaogui you encountered has been neglected for quite some time. Neglected for a while? Does this imply there are potentially several Yaogui within Julian City? Lu Sheng's complexion shifted slightly. It is highly probable, Yin Kai nodded. Very well, I shall take charge of this matter. You, young master, should focus on recuperating at home. However, my responsibility is solely to address the Yaogui. As for finding people, I shall handle that. Feng interjected. I have encountered such supernatural matters before and possess some experience. Lu Sheng nodded in agreement. Taoist, may I inquire what I can do to assist you? He had come to believe that this Taoist Yin Kai was indeed a professional as legends had suggested. The Yaogui is beyond your capability to confront. The immediate course of action is to relocate from Julian City as soon as possible to avoid becoming sustenance for the Yaogui, Yin Kai stated matter-of-factly. Furthermore, we are also here to investigate the circumstances surrounding the Su family's massacre. I wish to lend my humble assistance, Lu Sheng remarked earnestly. I have said that it is unnecessary. Ordinary individuals are of no use here. Even if you have practiced some martial arts, it would only serve as a burden to us. Martial arts are ineffective against these entities. Yin Kai candidly articulated, his brow furrowed. Hearing this, Duan Rongrong broke into a cold sweat, fearing she might provoke the esteemed young master. Lu Sheng was about to speak when Yin Kai interrupted him. Enough of that. This is not a matter for ordinary individuals to meddle in. Upon hearing such words from Yin Kai, Lu Sheng remained unperturbed, merely smiling. If that is the case, I shall inform the various factions in the city to extend their assistance to both Taoists. Should you require help, you may directly approach all clothing stores, pharmacies, and blacksmiths in the city. They will facilitate your needs. That is acceptable, Yin Kai acknowledged with a solemn nod. In that case, we shall take our leave for now and proceed to the Hahua house for further investigation. Please proceed, Taoist, Lu Sheng smiled. I will accompany you as well. The wandering woman, Feng added. After watching Yin Kai and the others depart, Lu Sheng issued an order, allowing them unrestricted movement throughout the Lu residence. No one is to obstruct them. Xiaoxing, do you believe those three will be of any use? Lu Quanan entered from outside, having overheard the previous conversation. It matters not whether they are useful or not. The mere fact that they can discern my injuries and remedy them with a vial of elixir already justifies our expenditure. Lu Sheng replied nonchalantly. You shall have full authority over this matter. All within the residence, including myself, will heed your arrangements. You may proceed with confidence. Lu Quanan asserted earnestly. Thank you, Father, Lu Sheng smiled. Once Lu Quanan had departed, Lu Sheng returned to his chamber, where he delicately fed himself nourishing bird's nest soup. Since his previous injury, he had not earnestly pursued the enhancement of his martial arts. After all, with his body injured, expending energy to elevate his martial skills would only lead to his demise rather than strength. However, now that the negative energy within him had been expelled, he began to ponder how to delineate his future developmental trajectory. While sipping the bird's nest soup, Lu Sheng sat in a rattan chair in his courtyard. His eyes slightly squinted, languid and still. Young master, Miss Jingsong has not returned for several days. Could it be? Xiao Qiao inquired quietly, her face etched with concern. There is no need for haste. Even if we rush, it will not change the situation. Let the professionals handle it. Our involvement may only complicate matters. Lu Sheng shook his head. I merely feel sympathy for the second madam. Seeing her eyes swollen from crying each day, Xiao Qiao murmured. Young master, do you think they will succeed? They should be able to uncover some information. As for how much, I cannot say. Lu Sheng replied casually, though he was deep in thought regarding the authenticity of Yin Kai's assertions. Upon careful consideration, it seemed there was no necessity for deceit. If the intent were to extort money, the previous vial of restoration liquid would have sufficed to amass a fortune. For now, those individuals can shoulder the burden. There is no need for urgency. The Yaogui afflicting the Lu residents has been dealt with, ensuring safety in the short term. Yet, upon hearing Yin Kai's words, a profound sense of crisis surged within Lu Sheng. The previous Yaogui had pushed him to his limits, and if more were to appear. You may leave for now. I wish to reflect and rest, Lu Sheng suddenly said. Xiao Qiao acknowledged him with a soft sound, assisted him to bed, covered him with a blanket, and then voluntarily exited the room. As the door creaked shut, Lu Sheng slowly rose from the bed. He descended and retrieved a small gray paper pouch from the drawer of his bookshelf. Gently opening the pouch, he discovered some fine grayish-white powder within. This was the residue left behind after the Yaogui's demise. Lu Sheng was uncertain of its utility, yet remnants from such supernatural beings might hold some significance. So he chose not to discard the powder, but rather to store it carefully. He spread the powder out on the table. It appears that to discern the purpose of this substance, I must seek assistance from Yin Kai and his companions. He pondered. After securing the powder, he peacefully settled into bed, finally allowing himself to sleep soundly. Upon awakening, he found it was already dark. Xiao Qiao was inside the room, lighting a lamp. At her youthful age, her slender figure had begun to take shape. Ahem, Lu Sheng coughed softly, feeling rejuvenated after his slumber. Xiao Qiao immediately noticed and turned around. Young master, You are awake. There is freshly made silver fungus soup in the kitchen. Would you like to have a bowl? What time is it now? It is nearly the hour of high, she replied hastily. Lu Sheng calculated that the hour of high fell between 9 and 11 in the evening. How late it has become. Have the others who went out during the day returned with any news? Are you referring to those Taoists? Xiao Qiao inquired. Yes. Brother Yuhan has been waiting outside for quite some time and should have information by now, Xiao Qiao responded. Allow Yuhan to enter, Lu Sheng said, rubbing his temples as he began to dress. Once he had arranged his clothing neatly, the burly Yuhan entered the room. Young master, he saluted respectfully. Has Taoist Yin Kai brought any news? Indeed, Taoist Yin Kai visited the Zheng family and resolved a similar case of missing persons half an hour ago. He has now proceeded to the Su family's old residence. Speaking of Yin Kai, a hint of admiration appeared on Yuhan's face. This individual was able to swiftly resolve such a mysterious affair. It is worth noting that he had encountered the Yaogui, which could possess, fly, and was remarkably swift, carrying a potent toxin that even the young master had failed to detect. Such a monster, and yet the Taoist handled it with ease. He truly is a remarkable figure. Lu Sheng was not surprised. And what of Miss Xuanfeng? She has already uncovered some clues. I have summoned a few individuals to accompany Miss Xuanfeng out of the city, and we should soon receive a response, Yuhan answered. Indeed, they are professionals. Such matters in their hands yield clues within a single day. Lu Sheng sighed in appreciation. Let us go. Accompany me for a meal. And I hope my sister is safe. Both Yuhan and Xiao Qiao refrained from responding, knowing that such matters were troublesome for them as subordinates, regardless of how they replied. Lu Sheng led two individuals out of the bedroom, where two guards stood watch at the entrance. Outside, a lavish banquet of exquisite dishes and fine wine awaited. Several maidservants were busily polishing bowls, chopsticks, and wine cups. Lu Sheng sat down, picked up his chopsticks, and was about to indulge in his meal when a sudden, urgent call echoed from outside the courtyard. Young master, there is news. He quickly rose to his feet, spotting a stumbling servant rushing in, panting heavily as he announced. Miss Eyre has news. She is at the dilapidated Taoist temple outside the city. Beyond Julian City, there were 3 Taoist temples. But the one described as dilapidated could only refer to a single location. Situated to the north of Julian City, near the White Ice Ocean, lay a range of desolate mountains, within which stood a temple of unknown origin, dedicated to an obscure deity, its construction date lost to time. Lu Sheng was familiar with that place, having visited it several times during his childhood outings. They would seek refuge there during rainstorms. But the temple near the White Ice Ocean? Lu Sheng inquired. Indeed, it is that one, the servant replied hastily. The Xuanfeng young lady indicated that the missing persons are likely concentrated within that temple, allowing us to investigate at our discretion. And what of Taoist Yin Kai and the others? Lu Sheng asked. They have already set off ahead. Lu Sheng narrowed his eyes. Although he had just recovered, he knew he should not rush into the fray. Yet, such an opportunity was rare. If Taoist Yin Kai intended to linger here, it would be one matter. But from the information received, it appeared Yin Kai and his companions were merely passing through, likely in pursuit of some lead. It seemed that extracting the legendary exorcism techniques or other profound methods from this Taoist would require careful planning. Lu Sheng had originally intended to glean some insights into the heart methods employed by Qi practitioners and cultivators. Given the presence of demons and spirits, it was plausible that such cultivation techniques might also be present. He decided to gather a group of over 10 individuals to investigate. With this thought in mind, Lu Sheng commanded, "Gather a party." Yes, Yuhan promptly responded. The evening winds howled, piercingly cold. Amidst the mountains, a line of red torches swiftly advanced through the terrain, led by Lu Sheng, who was wrapped in a thick coat atop his steed. Following closely was Yuhan, trailed by more than 10 guards. The group traversed the dark landscape for a while before soon discovering the path to the dilapidated Taoist temple mentioned by Xuanfeng. Armed with torches and weapons such as swords and bows, clad in leather armor and helmets, they bore a striking resemblance to true soldiers. As they pressed forward in the biting wind, they finally caught sight of the crumbling gray-yellow temple nestled within the forest. Within, flickering flames illuminated the interior, accompanied by indistinct voices and shouts. The howling wind obscured the sounds emanating from the temple, rendering them faint to Lu Sheng's ears. As they approached within 100 paces, he raised his hand to signal the party to halt. Now that they were closer, the distinct sounds of shouts from within the temple reached their ears. It was undoubtedly Taoist Yin Kai. "Young master, what should we do?" Yuhan inquired, a hint of anxiety evident as beads of sweat formed on his brow. "Remain calm," Lu Sheng replied, tightening his fur coat around him, the soft white fur enveloping his neck, providing a semblance of warmth. If we approach now, we would only become a burden to the Taoist. Thus, we must exercise patience. After a brief wait, the flickering light within the temple grew brighter, and Taoist Yan Kai's voice became increasingly clear. Lu Sheng remained quiet as they waited outside until the shouts gradually subsided. He then gestured for a guard to hand him a torch, taking it in hand as he moved closer to the temple. Yuhan wanted to object, but reconsidered. Gritting his teeth, "Follow me," he called out, the second to follow Lu Sheng into the temple. The other guards and servants felt trepidation. Yet the strictures of the household compelled them to follow Yuhan. Despite Taoist Yan Kai's presence and the young master leading the way, most of these guards were inexperienced, having never faced bloodshed. Simply enduring the situation without fleeing was commendable enough. Lu Sheng cautiously approached, halting 20 paces from the temple, peering intently into the structure. Through the dilapidated doorway, he could clearly see Taoist Yan Kai wielding a sturdy iron sword, forcing a vague white figure backward. In mere moments, the white figure was struck fiercely, letting out a scream akin to a child's wail before collapsing to the ground and vanishing. Taoist Yan Kai's complexion was ashen as he slowly sheathed his sword, wisps of white vapor rising from him. In this frigid region near the North Ice Ocean, the air was so cold that even a breath would produce a visible mist, especially after such a fierce struggle. Upon sheathing his sword, he noticed Lu Sheng and the others arriving. "It is young Master Lu who has come," he stated. Duan Rongrong, who had been hiding in a corner, emerged quietly upon seeing the demon vanquished. "That was truly perilous. Demons seldom act in groups, yet we encountered 3 here. We were indeed quite unlucky." She recalled the earlier events with a shiver. "Fear not, it has been resolved," Taoist Yan Kai reassured her. "We should greet young Master Lu. The previous underground passage in this temple may be related to the missing persons. Once this matter is addressed, we shall have ample funds for our travels." Duan Rongrong exclaimed in delight, brushing off the dust from her clothes as she approached Lu Sheng and the others. Taoist Yan Kai shook his head, exhibiting signs of fatigue as he followed behind her. A smile graced Lu Sheng's face as he stepped forward. "Taoist," he began, but before he could finish, a tearing sound echoed ominously. Suddenly, a white figure darted from the shadows, lunging violently towards Lu Sheng and his guards. "Not good. It seeks to possess." Taoist Yan Kai understood the formidable nature of demons. Unlike other spirits, they could take possession of individuals. Once possessed, many of his methods to counter spirits would become ineffective, leaving only brute force as a solution. Furthermore, the possession would significantly enhance the host's abilities for a short duration, a particularly insidious tactic. If he were in peak condition, he might not fear it, but with Lu Sheng accompanied by so many others, these individuals represented prime targets for possession. The robust energy of these men provided an ideal opportunity for the demon. Taoist Yan Kai, feeling his own strength waning, realized that if Lu Sheng were successfully possessed, the situation would become exceedingly dire. "Move aside." With his energy surging, Yan Kai rushed forward. Yet, despite his speed, he could not match the demon's agility. In an instant, the white figure lunged directly at Lu Sheng, whose strength was currently the most formidable. Yan Kai's heart raced with alarm. While their time together had been brief, they had already grasped the significance of the Lu family's standing within Jiulian City. Employing a unique footwork technique, he accelerated, attempting to intercept the white figure before it could reach Lu Sheng. In a flash, a brilliant white light erupted. Lu Sheng's eyes widened as the air around him trembled violently, emitting a deafening roar. With lightning speed, his right hand drew a long blade from his back, slicing downward with precision. The blade gleamed fiercely, echoing a fierce tiger's roar. The white figure, akin to a tattered cloth, was struck by the blade and sent flying, tumbling through the air before finally disappearing with a soft rustle. The surroundings fell silent as Lu Sheng gradually sheathed his blade. His entire body was enveloped in a state of muscular engorgement, exuding an aura of ferocity akin to that of a fierce beast. Yan Kai abruptly halted his steps, his eyes widening as he glanced at the place where the malevolent spirit had vanished, then shifted his gaze to Lu Sheng, whose body was swollen with vigorous energy, rendering him momentarily speechless. Duan Rongrong's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she approached him. "Yan Kai-ji, this young Master Sheng is truly remarkable." Duan Rongrong, having only recently entered this realm, was unaware of the true significance of the earlier strike. However, Yan Kai was different. He stared dazedly at Lu Sheng, still unable to utter a word even as the latter approached him. "The Taoist has worked hard. If it weren't for the fact that the malevolent spirit had already been gravely injured by you, I wouldn't have been able to dispatch it with a single blow," Lu Sheng remarked with a smile. "Ah, young Master Sheng, you are being too modest." Yan Kai shook his head, regaining his composure. To speak frankly, I have encountered other exorcists akin to myself and have witnessed various methods employed to deal with malevolent spirits. Yet, to see someone like you, relying purely on formidable internal energy to vanquish a spirit, is an unprecedented experience. As he spoke, he recalled his previous assertions that martial prowess was ineffective against malevolent entities, causing him to involuntarily smile wryly. Oh, Lu Sheng responded, somewhat taken aback. Yan Kai, now devoid of his earlier impatience, elaborated thoughtfully. Martial arts are not entirely ineffectual. It is merely that only extremely young or specially attributed internal energies can inflict harm upon such entities. To illustrate, if our methods can exert a force sufficient to eliminate a malevolent spirit, then yang internal energy must exert fivefold that effort. With this explanation, Lu Sheng began to comprehend why Yan Kai held a low opinion of so-called martial experts. The disparity in efficiency was indeed vast. However, that strike just now was effective in part because the spirit was already injured, and additionally, it was your internal energy, which possesses a slight restraining property against malevolent entities, that resulted in a decisive victory, Yan Kai elucidated. Accompanying Lu Sheng, Yu Han and the other guards, who had witnessed Lu Sheng's strike against the drifting white shadow, suddenly found their trepidation dissipating, replaced by newfound courage as they regarded Lu Sheng with reverence. Although the Taoist was formidable, capable of effortlessly exterminating those ghostly white forms, their esteemed young master was no ordinary individual. Yu Han, who had previously felt fear, particularly when the ghostly entity lunged towards him, was relieved he had remained rooted and had not embarrassed himself. However, many guards behind him had turned and fled, discarding their torches and weapons in a panic. Lu Sheng turned to observe the guards behind him and then addressed Yu Han. Please manage this area. Ensure there are no others lurking nearby. Taoist, is it now secure here? He inquired upon returning to Yan Kai. Yan Kai's face flushed with embarrassment as he recalled his earlier oversight, nodding vigorously. Rest assured, it is secure. That was merely a straggler. Duan Rongrong gazed at Lu Sheng with wide, curious eyes. Yan Kai continued, there is a secret passage. When Zhuang Feng discovered this place, she suspected there might be living individuals within. Where is Zhuang Feng? Lu Sheng asked, just as Zhuang Feng emerged from the temple. Let us proceed and investigate. Gripping the hilt of his blade, Lu Sheng strode towards the temple's entrance, with Yan Kai and Duan Rongrong following closely, stepping ahead to lead the way inside. The temple was predominantly yellowish-gray, consisting of 3 interconnected chambers. The central hall was devoid of its door, and a substantial hole in the roof exposed a chaotic array of weeds and stone piles within. As Lu Sheng entered the hall alongside Yan Kai, they were confronted by a black and white Tai Chi diagram painted on the wall directly opposite the entrance. Before the diagram stood a stone idol, its head severed, rendering it unrecognizable as to which deity was being venerated. Yan Kai approached the idol, using his foot to sift through the overgrown weeds on the floor. With a sharp clatter, a square entrance to a passageway, wide enough for a person, was revealed. From within, the faint sound of wind could be heard, resembling distant sobs, creating an eerie atmosphere. Zhuang Feng positioned herself by the entrance. I have ventured into this passage once before. Inside, there are some corpses, as well as a few living individuals. As she spoke, her expression darkened, seemingly at a loss for how to describe the scene. Lu Sheng looked back at Yan Kai, who shook his head with a wry smile. I have heard Zhuang Feng's account of this place. Only you can enter. Fear not, there are no malevolent beings inside, and it is safe. A sense of foreboding crept into Lu Sheng's heart as he gripped the hilt of his blade, suppressing his unease as he slowly descended the stone steps into the passage. Zhuang Feng followed closely behind, while the others remained outside. The passage began somewhat narrow, but after walking a few steps and turning a corner, they encountered a dark iron door. The door was ajar, and faint sounds emanated from within. Lu Sheng glanced at Zhuang Feng. This must be where the missing individuals are, Zhuang Feng affirmed seriously. Lu Sheng felt a curious intrigue towards Zhuang Feng, pondering the experiences that had transformed this youthful girl into a seemingly indifferent and skilled hunter. Unlike the earlier malevolent spirit's appearance, Zhuang Feng seemed unfazed, perhaps accustomed to such scenarios. He scrutinized her closely. Zhuang Feng, would you be interested in joining my family, becoming a protector? No, Zhuang Feng replied succinctly. Very well. Lu Sheng recognized that aside from monetary incentives, he had little to offer to attract such talent, thus refraining from further discussion. He pushed open the iron door. As it scraped against the ground with a grating sound, Lu Sheng gradually discerned the scene beyond the door. Inside a stone chamber, no larger than 10 paces in length and width, lay a heap of dismembered corpses in disarray at one corner. Among them were both male and female, young and old. Beyond the corpses, 3 living individuals remained, 2 women and 1 man, all appearing fit and well-toned, clearly individuals accustomed to regular physical training. The weight in Lu Sheng's heart deepened as he recognized one of the women as Lu Qingqing. She was unclothed, kneeling on the ground with her long hair cascading down. Her complexion a ghastly pale hue. Upon hearing the commotion, she sluggishly raised her head to gaze at the doorway, her once bright eyes now dim and devoid of life. Saliva dripped from the corner of her mouth, rendering her expression one of utter stupor. Qingqing. Lu Sheng stepped forward, removing his outer garment to cover her. Qingqing, wake up! Wake up! He slapped her face twice, but to no avail. Her gaze remained vacant. Zhuang Feng observed, her eyes glimmering with sorrow. It is futile. She has lost her mind. The negative energy has invaded her brain, and without the support of yang energy, more than half of her mind has withered away. That she still lives is a miracle, as the Taoist stated. Lu Sheng's spirits plummeted. Holding Lu Qingqing, he surveyed the other 2 individuals. The man and woman were both strikingly handsome, their physiques well-proportioned and attractive, evidently left behind by the malevolent spirits for some unknown purpose. Chapter 31, Explosion. Holding Lu Qingqing, Lu Sheng's emotions were profoundly complex. Although they were siblings, their bond was tenuous at best. She had spent years training away from home, and he was not the original Lu Sheng. Yet, in this moment, as her elder brother, he felt compelled to express sorrow. Together with Lu Qingqing and Zhuang Feng, Lu Sheng examined the small dungeon. Apart from the corpses and the 3 dazed individuals, there was nothing else of note. 2 individuals, accompanied by 3 simpletons, emerged from the dungeon to find Yan Kai and Duan Rongrong awaiting them outside. Yan Kai was seated in meditation, his complexion flushed, with traces of blood at the corners of his mouth and dark blood pooling on the ground. It's nothing serious, merely stagnant blood, Yan Kai remarked calmly. Miss Lu Qingqing has been injured by malevolent forces, and her survival is indeed fortunate. Lu Sheng opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately remained silent, acutely aware of the precariousness of his situation. Just moments ago, as he cradled Lu Qingqing in his arms, he had realized that he was playing the role of a noble scion from ancient ghost stories, merely a backdrop to the unfolding drama. The current circumstances were dire. Within Jiulian City, malevolent spirits lurked, their whereabouts unknown, and the Lu family could be caught in the crossfire at any moment. As an ordinary man, his only recourse lay in the modification device and his martial skills, both woefully inadequate against such supernatural entities. One malevolent spirit had nearly overwhelmed him. Should 2 attack simultaneously, he would be in grave trouble. With this thought, a pall of despair settled on Lu Sheng's features. His sister's current state was a direct result of these malevolent beings, and he was left wondering if there were means to combat such spirits that could empower ordinary individuals like himself. Was there anyone or any place where he might seek assistance? His inquiry was twofold. He sought knowledge of alternative methods, and was also probing for any groups that might be equipped to confront these supernatural threats. Well, I must confess my knowledge is limited, Yan Kai replied, casting a regretful glance at Lu Qingqing. Ordinary people find it exceedingly difficult to contend with spirits. There is no doubt about that. As for potential allies, we exorcists are one such group, though we often operate incognito. I suggest you continue posting recruitment notices. Perhaps luck will smile upon you, and you might find a few exorcists willing to assist. After considering this, Lu Sheng inquired further. Might I ask if the Taoist is willing to take on disciples? His intention was not to seek personal instruction, but to entrust some of the younger members of the Lu family to Yan Kai's tutelage, thus affording them a measure of protection in these turbulent times while also fostering connections. Upon the mention of discipleship, Yan Kai's expression grew troubled. To be frank, most exorcists possess innate abilities that cannot be cultivated. The techniques I have mastered would be detrimental if practiced by an ordinary person. Thus, I have been in search of a second disciple capable of inheriting my knowledge, but alas, innate abilities? A flicker of disappointment crossed Lu Sheng's face. Indeed, my capacity to subdue spirits is largely reliant upon my own blood. Through specific techniques, I can produce effects that counteract malevolent beings. This is the sole method available for such confrontations. Many exorcists operate in a similar manner, Yan Kai disclosed without reservation. Blood. Lu Sheng finally grasped the implication. Yan Kai had no reason to deceive him, and observing Duan Rongrong nodding in agreement confirmed the reliance of exorcists on blood to combat these entities. Is there truly no alternative? Lu Sheng sighed deeply. Yan Kai, noticing Lu Sheng's concern for Lu Qingqing, felt a pang of sympathy. I possess no alternative methods. Without the requisite abilities, one is limited. However, the mere fact that ordinary people continue to survive and reproduce in such numbers suggests that there are forces at play, clandestinely protecting the populace from malevolent beings. We exorcists are but one faction among them. If you are earnest, you might investigate further. You may uncover valuable leads. Lu Sheng nodded. It seems there is no other course. Might I inquire if the Taoist has any items that could aid in countering malevolent spirits? Yan Kai shook his head gently. I regret to inform you that the items crafted from my blood can only be utilized by myself. They are of no use to others. Otherwise, I would not have needed to conceal Rongrong. Lu Sheng believed Yan Kai's sincerity. His willingness to disclose the specifics about blood suggested a level of trust. If he were to encounter malicious individuals, the risk of being captured and exploited for his blood was a genuine concern. With a heavy sigh, he tightened his embrace around Lu Qingqing and, alongside Yan Kai and the others, exited the Taoist temple to mount their horses. Given the circumstances, Taoist, shall we return together? Lu Sheng proposed. No. I must remain here to investigate further. I may uncover the initial clues regarding the malevolent spirit's origin. There are many spirits within Jiulian City, and we must locate the source before it grows stronger over time. Yan Kai declined. Very well. Should you require assistance, please do not hesitate to visit the Lu residence. I, Lu Sheng, will do my utmost to support you. Furthermore, I insist that you collect your due remuneration at my family's estate, Lu Sheng declared. Taking the reins with one hand and guiding his horse, along with the simpletons and guards, swiftly back the way they had come. Ah, young Master Sheng. You have recently vanquished a malevolent spirit, and your presence may attract others of its kind. They may choose to attack you first, and there is a high likelihood that a greater malevolent spirit could emerge. Please exercise caution. If necessary, promptly inform me. Yan Kai's voice rang out, firm and urgent. Lu Sheng's heart quickened at the warning. Thank you, Taoist. My gratitude to you, Miss Rongrong, he acknowledged, gesturing to his companions as they rode back along the same path. The rugged mountain trail made for a swift journey, with Han following closely beside Lu Sheng for protection. The other guards, still shaken from their earlier fright, remained silent, the only sounds being the rhythmic thudding of hooves and their own breaths. As Lu Sheng pondered, the notion of a greater malevolent spirit loomed large in his mind. If a single spirit had nearly bested him, what hope did he have against a more formidable adversary? His sense of urgency intensified. Previously, he had thought he possessed some measure of self-defense, but Yan Kai's words had illuminated the precariousness of his situation. The peculiar occurrences within Jiulian City, where factions seemed to be searching for something or someone, only to be followed by a surge of malevolent spirits, could not be mere coincidence. Lu Sheng deliberated on this connection. The sudden arrival of Yan Kai and Duan Rongrong, coinciding with the recent proclamations from his family, felt orchestrated. Perhaps there were unseen powers at work behind the scenes. Lu Sheng mulled over Yan Kai's assertion regarding bloodline qualifications. Such powers required specific blood to wield, a prerequisite for ascending to a higher echelon of capability. As he rode back towards the city and returned to the Lu estate, he felt a shadow of unease settle over him, reflecting on the implications of Yan Kai's words. Without the innate qualifications, he was but an ordinary man. As described by Yan Kai, despite the prowess he had achieved, he understood that the gulf between him and those with innate abilities was vast. This disparity would dictate his position against malevolent entities in the future. Upon dismounting, Lu Sheng spotted his mother, Nyang, following closely behind his father, Lu Quanan. The relief that washed over her face upon seeing Lu Qingqing in his arms weighed heavily on his heart. Come, escort the young lady back to her room for a bath and rest, he commanded loudly. He summoned several sturdy maids to gently carry Lu Qingqing away. Lu Sheng then issued a few more instructions, ordering that the two fools be taken inside to bathe and settle as well. Lu Quanan and the second madam, Lu Tsiu, both sensed something amiss. Not merely the presence of two unfamiliar fools, but more significantly, Lu Qingqing's vacant gaze, which met theirs in silence and even elicited a yawn, as though she did not recognize them. Xiao Sheng, what is going on? Lu Tsuyu's face turned pale, her voice trembling with concern. Go inside. Lu Sheng raised his hand, signaling the guards behind him to disperse and rest, while those who had remained unfazed by the earlier commotion would be accounted for later. As the group entered the estate, Lu Sheng swiftly arranged for the rewards to be prepared, ready to settle the silver notes for Yan Kai and others at any moment. He then led Lu Quanan and the rest of his family into the inner courtyard hall. Once the maids and guards were dismissed, Lu Sheng recounted his encounter with Lu Qingqing in detail. Just as he finished speaking, he noticed the second madam, Lu Tsiu, roll her eyes and faint. Second Madam. Lu Sheng rushed over to support her, while the fifth Madam and others hurried to stimulate her acupoints. Ching. Lu Quanan appeared to age several years in an instant, slumping in his seat, utterly motionless. Is there truly no hope? He cast a glimmer of hope towards Lu Sheng. We could seek out Taoist Yin Kai, perhaps he. Lu Sheng closed his eyes, his expression darkening as he slowly shook his head. I have already inquired. He spoke in a hoarse voice. In my opinion, it may be better for the second sister to remain here, avoiding trouble. The fifth Madam's daughter, Lu Yingying, muttered softly nearby. The others did not catch her words, but Lu Sheng, honing his martial skills, possessed keen senses and heard her clearly. He shot a fierce glare at Lu Yingying. Startled, she trembled and fell silent. Chapter 32. Explosion 2. Lu Sheng sighed inwardly. In this household, the ones he genuinely cared to protect were merely his father, Lu Quanan, the second Madam, and the delicate Lu Qingqing. The rest bore little emotional connection. And with Lu Qingqing's downfall, none appeared particularly sorrowful. Even Lu Yingying, as a sister, uttered such words, revealing her callous nature. Although he shared no deep bond with Lu Qingqing, the thought of the second Madam's plight, coupled with Yin Kai's previous remarks, had diminished Lu Sheng's initial optimism, leaving him disheartened. After a moment of contemplation, he regained his composure. Though he was an ordinary individual, equipped with a modifier, he believed that even if he could not practice the methods of the exorcists, he would not be inferior to them. He refused to believe that he could not contend with the demons and spirits using his strength. The matter concerning Qingqing would be set aside for now. In the future, there may be opportunities to seek medical treatment. However, another pressing issue could not be delayed. From Taoist Yin Kai, I learned that there are still numerous malevolent spirits lurking within Julian City, and we must take precautions, Lu Sheng stated gravely. Numerous? Lu Quanan was taken aback, and the others were equally alarmed. Such spirits, previously encountered, could not be dealt with merely by numbers. The sheer existence of more such entities was utterly terrifying. The fifth Madam suddenly stood up, exclaiming, "Be quiet." Lu Quanan slapped the armrest of his chair heavily. The fifth Madam trembled in terror and sat back down. Lu Sheng scanned his family, each one resembling a frostbitten eggplant, devoid of spirit, their eyes filled with fear and uncertainty. Thus, my suggestion is that while it is still safe, our Lu family must immediately evacuate Julian City. Lu Quanan shook his head. It is too late. An imperative order has been issued from above. None of the 4 prominent families are permitted to leave Julian City. Reflecting on his previous ignorance of this command, Lu Sheng felt a chill in his heart. Was this a deliberate collaboration by the authorities above, or merely coincidence? What about a secret departure? The fourth Madam inquired softly. Isn't there an elder brother present? No, Lu Quanan shook his head. When I went to the city gate earlier, my elder brother did not see me. He merely sent a message outside. Now even the governor does not allow anyone to leave the city. An immediate silence enveloped the room. Everyone turned their gaze towards Lu Sheng. Previously, he had single-handedly resolved the haunting cries of the female ghost within the estate. Now, Lu Sheng lowered his head, speaking solemnly. We must remain within the estate and ensure that we stockpile as many provisions as possible, preparing food that can be preserved for an extended period. We must be ready for a prolonged siege. That is indeed prudent, Lu Quanan replied, regaining a semblance of his composure. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently. A tremendous explosion erupted in the western direction of the city. Lu Sheng jolted upright, rushing out of the hall to gaze towards the western sky. A torrent of crimson flames erupted into the air, signaling a catastrophic explosion that had ignited a massive fire. The red glow illuminated half of Julian City. From a distance, anguished cries and shouts for help mixed with the sounds of people calling for firefighters echoed through the air. I must go see. Lu Sheng, unable to discern the specifics from the inner courtyard, quickly bid farewell to his father, Lu Quanan, and dashed towards the estate's entrance. As he stepped outside, instructing a servant to fetch his horse, he noticed several sword-wielding individuals hurriedly rushing towards the inferno. Each of them moved with agility, appearing to be skilled martial artists. Their expressions toward the fire were not those of surprise or fear, but rather tinged with a hint of greed and anticipation. In the short span of time that Lu Sheng stood at the entrance, he witnessed 3 groups of such martial artists pass by. Some rode horses with fervor, while others sprinted on foot, comprising both men and women of various ages. Yet, most did not hail from Julian City itself. Their attire was finer and more elaborate than that of the locals, adorned with various accessories that distinctly marked them as individuals from the Central Plains. Just as the startled servants managed to bring forth the horses, Lu Sheng patted the frightened steed, preparing to mount when he noticed 2 familiar faces among the martial artists. Duanmu Wan and her ever-present male guard were galloping towards the fire, each on their own horse. Dressed in black gauze, Duanmu Wan wore a bamboo-woven hat, and even through the veil, her graceful figure was discernible. As she passed the Lu estate, she too caught sight of Lu Sheng and exclaimed in surprise, "You're still alive?" Her unexpected remark caused her to slow her horse momentarily, staring at Lu Sheng as if he were some rare creature. "What do you mean by that, Miss Duanmu?" Lu Sheng furrowed his brow, perplexed by her comment. "How intriguing," Duanmu once smiled lightly. "It seems fate has intertwined our paths. I shall seek you out again later." Lu Sheng intended to inquire further, but saw Duanmu Wan spur her horse alongside her male guard, hastening their pace towards the blaze. As they departed, the guard cast Lu Sheng a similar astonished glance, as if he were witnessing someone who should have perished suddenly alive before him. Mounting his horse, Lu Sheng also aimed to follow, but a voice called out to him, "Yin Kai, young Master Sheng, it is best not to involve yourself in this matter. It does not concern you." Yin Kai, along with Duanmu Rongrong and Zhuan Feng, rushed towards the fire. Upon noticing Lu Sheng's intention to follow, Yin Kai felt compelled to caution him. "What do you mean by that, Taoist?" Lu Sheng retorted solemnly. "The fire was caused by a great demon. It was a deliberate act, and the air is thick with vengeful spirits. Any ordinary person who approaches will lose their sanity and risk their lives." Yin Kai declared sternly, "Even with your martial prowess, there would be no different outcome. Yet, I have witnessed many rushing towards it." Lu Sheng expressed his confusion. "Those people are courting death. No one can save them. Moreover, it appears that someone has deliberately guided them here," Yin Kai remarked with indifference. Lu Sheng fell into silence. This sensation of witnessing a significant event unfold nearby while remaining oblivious to its nature weighed heavily on his heart. Realizing that Yin Kai had offered a kind reminder, he clasped his hands and bowed in gratitude. "Thank you for your counsel, Daozhong." Yin Kai nodded in acknowledgement. Together with Duan Rongrong and Zhuan Feng, they hastened towards the direction of the blaze. Observing this, Lu Sheng immediately understood that Duan Rongrong and Zhuan Feng might possess extraordinary qualities, setting them apart from ordinary individuals. Or perhaps, they had ulterior motives for specifically coming to the small city of Julian, situated near the northern ice ocean. Coming to this conclusion, he dismounted and called out to Yin Kai, "Daozhong, Miss Zhuan Feng, might I suggest arranging for us to ride there more swiftly?" Yin Kai was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped that Lu Sheng was extending a favor. Considering the potential circumstances upon arrival, conserving energy was paramount. He nodded in agreement. That would indeed be troublesome. Lu Sheng promptly instructed someone to lead the horses, regaining his composure. "No need for that. The stable is nearby. Come. Take the Daozhong and the two ladies to the stable to select horses. Anyone will do," he declared loudly. "Young Master Sheng is righteous." Yin Kai clasped his fists in appreciation and hurriedly followed the guards towards the stable. Lu Sheng stood alone at the entrance of the Lu residence, accompanied only by a few guards who were oblivious to the situation. He gazed towards the direction of the inferno, enveloped in silence for a moment. The flames raged on for an indeterminate duration before gradually dimming and extinguishing. Lu Sheng remained at the entrance for an equally long time. Suddenly, a bolt of blue lightning sliced through the sky. The heavens were shrouded in dark clouds, rendering it impossible to discern whether it was the thick smoke that had recently risen or the ominous clouds above. Soon, a torrential downpour began to fall. Lu Quanan also emerged, standing beside Lu Sheng, while a servant held up a rain canopy for the two. The raindrops cascaded onto the ground, creating a veil of mist. The sky was dimly brightening, signaling the approach of dawn. Unbeknownst to them, an entire night had slipped away. Standing at the gate, Lu Sheng's thoughts wandered. He had a premonition that the explosion of the previous night's fire was linked to something of profound significance, occurring right at his doorstep. Regrettably, his limited prowess deterred him from venturing closer. He discerned that Yin Kai had not deceived him. The events of the previous night were indeed beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Now that the fire should have been extinguished, I received word that the fireworks shop in the western part of the city had accumulated a substantial amount of fireworks, which exploded, resulting in numerous casualties, Lu Quanan sighed. "The fireworks shop," Lu Sheng echoed, gazing towards the western horizon. The sky had gradually turned pale, the edges blending into shades of blue and white. He tightened the knife at his waist and proceeded towards the direction of the fire. "Father, I will go over there to take a look." "Be careful," Lu Quanan, unaware of the deeper implications of the fire, cautioned him earnestly, sensing the unrest in Julian City. "Understood." Lu Sheng departed the residence and made his way towards the western part of the city. At first, there appeared to be nothing amiss. But as he drew closer to the blaze, he began to see the ashen ruins. Many commoners were seen on the streets, clutching belongings and blankets, rendered homeless. The sounds of weeping, voices, and chaos filled the air, creating a cacophony. Lu Sheng pressed onward, and gradually, the crowds thinned. The buildings to either side exhibited complete charring. With some structures collapsed, their roofs punctured with large gaping holes. The ground was littered with charred remains, the remnants of the deceased scattered everywhere. The closer he approached, the more his heart raced with trepidation. The sheer number of remains was staggering, leaving him to ponder just how many lives were lost in the explosion and fire the previous night. Soon, Lu Sheng arrived at the epicenter of the conflagration. It was not merely a fireworks shop, but rather the residence of the governor, Song Duanqi, known as Jinju Fu. The entire estate lay in ruins, surrounded by heaps of debris resembling graves of various sizes. Lu Sheng noticed not only himself, but also several armed wanderers from the Jianghu, wandering the vicinity as if in search of something. These individuals maintained their distance from one another, their eyes reflecting caution, each exuding an air of confidence. Clearly not the ordinary practitioners from Jillian City. He observed these wanderers occasionally unearthing miscellaneous items from the rubble, swiftly concealing them within their garments. Chapter 33, Different One. Lu Sheng contemplated and approached the nearest wanderer. Brother, he displayed a silver ingot. What do you want? The wanderer scrutinized him warily. I merely wish to inquire why so many have come here searching for something. Lu Sheng feigned confusion. You don't know, yet you come here? Go away. The wanderer regarded him with a look of disdain. Seeing the wanderer turn to leave, Lu Sheng retrieved a gold ingot from his pouch, presenting it in conjunction with the silver. The gold caused the wanderer to halt, weighing it in his hand. Assessing Lu Sheng's attire, which did not suggest he was there to snatch food, he replied, Why are you here if you don't know? We came here because we heard that last night many experts were exorcising spirits. In the midst of it all, a treasure appeared, causing chaos. And the experts absconded with the treasure, prompting everyone else to give chase, leaving this place in ruins. We are merely here to glean from the deceased possessions. Glean from the deceased? Lu Sheng understood. These individuals were specifically there to loot the valuables from the dead. He was unclear about the events of the previous night, but the convergence of so many people and factions indicated that it was no trivial matter. These individuals were privy to some underlying truths. Much like Duanmu Wan and Yan Kai, their intentions for coming to Jillian City remained ambiguous, suggesting they might be akin to supernatural beings. Pondering this, Lu Sheng released the wanderer and circled around, noticing several metallic objects that resembled melted iron. He did not linger and quickly made his way back to the Lu residence. Upon returning, as he stepped through the door, a servant approached to deliver news. Young master, Miss Duanmu has returned and is waiting for you in the guest hall. The servant whispered. Duanmu Wan has come? Lu Sheng's heart skipped a beat, recalling her previous words. His spirits lifted as he strode purposefully towards the guest hall. Entering, he immediately spotted Duanmu Wan in her distinctive attire. In this era, few women dared to dress as she did, even in brothels. She sat gracefully on a wooden chair, delicately sipping tea from a white porcelain cup, her bamboo hat resting beside her, the gauzy fabric of her attire undone, revealing a fitted black outfit beneath. The snugness of the outfit accentuated every curve of her body, resembling a second layer of skin, particularly around her bosom and hips. It appeared as though she were clad in nothing at all, leaving the surrounding maidservants and guards blushing and unable to avert their gaze. Miss Duanmu, it has been a while. I wonder what you meant by your earlier words? Lu Sheng wasted no time, directly addressing her upon their meeting. He gestured for the onlookers to withdraw, fixing his intense gaze on Duanmu Wan, unflinching in the face of her alluring attire. Duanmu Wan smiled, raising her head with a hint of curiosity as she regarded Lu Sheng. She replied, Young Master Sheng, it is a pleasure to see you well. It is commendable that you survived this calamity. You need not worry now, things are considerably safer. What do you mean, miss? Lu Sheng squinted, realizing that Duanmu Wan was privy to much more than she let on. Nothing significant. Duanmu Wan set her teacup down, clapped her hands gently, and stood up. Duanmu Wan said with a smile, Since the onlookers have departed and the young master has survived the previous disaster, you are now entitled to know some insider information. I beseech you to enlighten me. Mississippi. Lu Sheng raised his spirits, fearing that the other party might remain silent. Duanmu Wan supported her chin with one hand and smiled. Since young Master Sheng is alive, you must have encountered the forces of the demons. Those filthy and shadowy entities are not easily dismissed, without special means. One cannot survive their relentless pursuit. Demons? Could you elaborate on their origins and objectives? Lu Sheng inquired solemnly. Do not be impatient, Duanmu Wan chuckled lightly, circling around Lu Sheng's side and gently caressing his cheek. Her touch was soft and delicate, akin to a gossamer veil brushing against the skin. Barely perceptible, yet teasingly stimulating, reminiscent of flirtation between lovers. Miss Duanmu, you have yet to disclose the pertinent details. Lu Sheng retreated a step, evading the playful provocation. If there are matters to conceal, you need not seek me out. Surely you have your own intentions as well. Duanmu Wan laughed charmingly, her figure swaying like a blooming flower. Ah, young Master Sheng is indeed extraordinary. I found myself drawn to you at first sight. With a mere whim, I placed a small wager on you, never anticipating that you would truly survive. It is a delightful surprise. You cannot imagine, upon learning of your survival. I even retained thoughts of you amidst life and death struggles. Her words dripped with affection, capable of melting even the most stoic of hearts. Lu Sheng suppressed his rising temper, allowing her proximity while maintaining his composure. Could it be that you have developed feelings for me, miss? Who can say? Duanmu Wan responded with a smile, gracefully stepping back and twirling. I do hold a fondness for you, young master. You remind me of my dearest, who left this world too soon, leaving my affections without a destination. At this, a fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed her almond-shaped eyes, revealing a hint of vulnerability and self-deprecation. Lu Sheng was certain he had not misread her emotions. That peculiar sentiment of self-doubt was evident in the enigmatic Duanmu Wan, suggesting that the person she referenced held an identity and power of considerable significance. Now, Miss Duanmu, could you elucidate what exactly these demons are? And who are you? Duanmu Wan smiled and circled behind Lu Sheng, pressing her form against his back. Every time I see you, I cannot help but imagine him, she sighed, imbued with deep sorrow. Do you know, in this world, where demons run rampant and spirits abound, how is it that most still live in relative peace? Just as you have for the past decade. Lu Sheng's gaze sharpened. Is someone protecting us? Indeed, she replied, even in such harsh times. There must be a glimmer of hope and solace. This world is dominated by two great forces. What are these two forces? Demons and the aristocracy. Duanmu Wan simply raised two fingers. Demons are the entities you have encountered, while the aristocracy consists of people like myself and Yin Kai, those born with innate powers to exorcise spirits. Born with innate powers? Is that not a result of cultivation? Lu Sheng's heart trembled slightly, laced with a touch of hope. No, Duanmu Wan giggled. I understand you still cling to some hope, but there are no cultivation methods that can combat demons. Our aristocracy does not require such methods. We merely develop and utilize the unique powers inherently present within us to confront the demons. Ordinary people will forever remain ordinary. Lu Sheng fell silent. This was the very truth he dreaded hearing. Duanmu Wan continued. The ruling class in this world consists of two types, demons and the aristocracy. Our powers are innate, far surpassing those of mortals. The disparity is significant. Even the weakest among us is unimaginably powerful compared to an ordinary person. I refuse to believe that ordinary people have no chance. Lu Sheng slowly shook his head. You are truly adorable, Duanmu Wan laughed. You must understand. There is no spiritual energy in this world, nor celestial aura. The air we breathe contains nothing. Our only reliance is on ourselves. Martial practitioners cultivate internal energy through the nourishment of food. Our aristocracy's abilities are buried within our bloodlines. The gap is inherent. She gently released Lu Sheng and moved to his side, her delicate hand caressing his robust chest. In Jillian City, two great forces once vied for a precious treasure. Among them was a formidable power that manipulated demons, which sought to sacrifice the Su family and your Lu family. May I inquire the name of this force? Lu Sheng's spirits lifted, recognizing the significance of this information as he digested what he had heard. Zhuanrenfu. Duanmu Wan leaned her head against Lu Sheng's arm. They are an ancient power that has long occupied this territory. They control numerous spirits and previously selected your family's head as a sacrificial offering. Such a significant treasure requires many sacrifices. If my father is still alive, will they come seeking us again? Lu Sheng countered. Giggle, she replied. If they come looking for you, then you must come to find Wan'er. Miss Duanmu, you jest. Lu Sheng withdrew from her touch, facing her directly. I wonder if you possess any other internal cultivation methods, aside from those for health maintenance. He remained uncertain of the veracity of her claims, yet regardless of their authenticity. Acquiring a new and stronger internal cultivation method from her would validate this encounter. Internal cultivation methods? Those things, are they even useful? Duanmu Wan adjusted her hair. What is so amusing about internal cultivation? Miss Wan'er, please clarify what price I must pay to obtain such internal cultivation methods. Lu Sheng spoke solemnly. There is no need for payment. I lack money as well. However, the sort of thing you desire is not in my possession. To me, Such methods are less useful than those for health maintenance. For us, extending life is far more valuable than practicing those pitifully weak killing techniques. However, she continued, I have thought of a good solution. What solution? If you truly wish to learn, our aristocracy has several sects composed of ordinary people. They possess such internal cultivation methods. And you may choose to join as you see fit. Warner can assist you. How does that sound? That will not be necessary. If Miss Warner could provide me with some information about nearby sects, I would be grateful, Lu Sheng replied candidly. Though he was uncertain why Duanmu Wan held him in such high regard, he was unwilling to pass up the opportunity. Having already incurred a debt of gratitude, he might as well ask for more. I will have someone deliver it to you later, Duanmu Wan smiled, gently extending her hand. Her gaze becoming somewhat dreamy as she attempted to slip her hand into Lu Sheng's clothing. Miss Warner, please maintain your decorum. Lu Sheng felt a surge of anger, yet he did not wish to engage in an unanticipated relationship with this mysterious woman, especially under the pretense of being a substitute. Should she suddenly change her mind, he could find himself in dire straits. Just call me Warner. That would be delightful, Duanmu Wan replied, her eyes glimmering with allure. Her cheeks flushed, radiating warmth as if she had genuinely developed feelings. She reached out again to caress Lu Sheng's abdomen. Miss Warner. Lu Sheng firmly grasped her hand. If you view me merely as a substitute, it is not only self-deception but also a disrespect to your own body. Disrespect? Duanmu Wan paused, lowering her head into silence. After a long while, she suddenly sighed deeply. Indeed, I was not always this way. She appeared to lose her enthusiasm. Lu Sheng stepped back 2 paces, remaining silent as he observed her. In this vicinity, there exists a preeminent gang known as Qijingbang, whose martial arts techniques possess a certain intrigue. Should the young master take an interest, it would be worthwhile to explore. However, this gang is rather insignificant. In due time, Warner shall endeavor to secure a position for the young master in the Central Plains, where the factions are far superior to Qijingbang. Thank you, Miss Warner. I shall first go and investigate. As for what lies ahead, we shall discuss that later. Lu Sheng discreetly took note of these thoughts and clasped his hands in gratitude. Yet, how could he still refer to her as Miss when he was already familiar with the tactile sensations of her form? Duanmu Wan cast a sorrowful glance at him. Lu Sheng was momentarily taken aback, just as he was about to speak, when he suddenly noticed the window of the guest hall ajar. Xiao Qiao was peering from a distance, her large eyes wide with astonishment. The position of Lu Sheng and Duanmu Wan was such that her hand rested on his abdomen, held by him, their proximity laden with ambiguity. Very well. I shall not tease you further. I have matters to attend to and will take my leave. Duanmu Wan gently stepped back, her smile fading. Young master. To speak candidly, do you not find Warner to be rather wicked and shameless? She looked at Lu Sheng with a glimmer of hope, as if anticipating a different response. Lu Sheng found himself in a quandary. She had aided him twice and generously provided valuable information. To utter such words about her character in her presence was beyond his capacity. He had always been one to reciprocate kindness rather than hostility. After a moment's contemplation, he scrutinized Duanmu Wan. At that moment, despite her alluring attire, she exuded a subtle elegance and purity, reminiscent of a neighborly girl timidly inquiring if she had erred in some way. Miss Warner, you are quite well, I presume? Every individual has their own way of navigating the world. You merely exhibit a touch of boldness, Lu Sheng spoke earnestly. For he had witnessed far more audacious behavior in his past life on Earth. There were countless individuals laid bare for public view online. Hence, to him, Duanmu Wan was merely a tad unconventional. When she inquired, her gaze was earnest, and she was taken aback to discover that Lu Sheng's words were genuinely sincere. Not mere consolation, but a heartfelt belief. His nonchalant attitude towards her question starkly contrasted with the responses she had received from many others in the past. You. A flicker of complexity crossed Duanmu Wan's eyes, a mysterious sensation stirring within her. Though I cannot fathom your need for so many martial arts techniques, I have 2 more books to offer you, she said, lowering her head, concealing her expression, and swiftly produced 2 small booklets, placing them on the table. Warner had matters to attend to and left in haste. As her words faded, she exited the room swiftly. Lu Sheng, momentarily bewildered, hurried after her, only to find the courtyard empty. In the blink of an eye, Duanmu Wan had vanished. He stood there, momentarily lost in thought. After some time, he returned to the guest hall and picked up the 2 small booklets on the table, which bore the titles Yinyang Yin and Qingsong Yi Jue. These were the very volumes he had previously considered purchasing from Duanmu Wan, but had ultimately passed over. It appeared that she possessed only these 3 texts. Her earlier offer perhaps motivated by some unknown whim or other complex notions. Outside Julian City, Duan Muwan gracefully alighted near Suiyang Lake. The surface of the lake lay still, like a mirror framed by a border of white snow. Surrounding the lake were vast expanses of snowy trees, their branches adorned with frost, creating an ethereal winter wonderland. The illustrious Princess Duan Muwan, renowned for her numerous suitors, exhibited a youthful innocence at this moment. Her visit today, prompted by an invitation, had indeed proven worthwhile. A low, sinister male voice echoed from the surroundings. Duan Muwan, did you come all this way to witness my misfortune? Shall I assist you in removing your eyes to see if you still find humor in this? Calm yourself, princess. The Jin family and Zhuan Renfu are at war. I have come to seek your assistance in making introductions. The voice continued, remaining hidden from view. Introductions? Have you prepared the requisite compensation? Duan Muwan's expression shifted abruptly, transforming into one of coy allure. Rest assured, I have prepared the rewards as per the princess's customs. The voice assured her. Duan Muwan chuckled lightly, her eyes sparkling. Would you consider spending a night with me? Who knows if I am satisfied? I may waive your fees. Perhaps not. Your reputation precedes you, princess. I would prefer to live a few more years, the voice replied with a dry laugh. If the princess can provide the whereabouts of that precious treasure, I would gladly double your reward. The Qilong Jie remains in the hands of the deluded Taoist. No one has laid claim to it. Recently, a battle erupted between Zhuan Renfu and the Jin family, during which the sacrificial event for the Qilong Jie resulted in a catastrophic explosion, inflicting severe losses on all parties involved. If you wish to intervene, this is the best and last opportunity, for the death toll is staggering, and the Qilong Jie's sacrifice is imminent, Duan Muwan swiftly informed him. Is that so? The voice fell silent. Thank you for the information, princess. The reward will be delivered directly to your guards. I take my leave. The voice receded rapidly, soon vanishing entirely from Suiyang Lake. Duan Muwan's smile gradually faded as she stared at the tranquil lake's surface, lost in contemplation. The events transpiring in Julian City deeply impacted Lu Sheng. After Duan Muwan's departure, he had lunch and returned to his room to begin his martial arts practice. He instructed the kitchen to prepare a substantial amount of a nourishing paste akin to ajiao, ready for his consumption at any moment. After a period of adjustment, he intended to practice the two recently acquired health cultivation techniques. From Yuha Gong, Lu Sheng discerned that the health cultivation techniques could substitute for the depletion of physical vitality, enhancing other martial arts. It resembled a backup battery, accumulating energy for future use when needed. Lu Sheng firmly closed his door and settled cross-legged on his bed. He gently opened the Qing Song Yi Jua booklet, which contained elegantly handwritten lines, seemingly penned by a woman. One should emulate the Qing Song, unyielding in the wind, undeterred by the frost, thriving in the most desolate places, never to perish, read the first line on the booklet's cover. As Lu Sheng turned to the second page, he found an illustration reminiscent of the Yuha Gong, a gnarled black-green pine tree thriving on a precipice, its branches abundant and flourishing, exuding an aura of vigorous life. This health cultivation technique emphasized tranquility, guarding one's breath, spirit, and allowing the body to naturally cycle through its instincts. Thus, the purest internal energy would be cultivated. With his foundation in Yuha Gong, Lu Sheng quickly grasped this health technique and began to meditate. This meditation required more than mere stillness. It necessitated specific timings, breaths, and postures to effectively channel energy. After practicing for a while, Lu Sheng rose to consume a piece of the nourishing paste, intending to resume his training with the Hei Sha Gong, aiming to elevate it to its utmost potential through the use of deep blue energy. Knock, knock, knock. Young master. Yin Kai and Taoist Lao are here, came Xiao Qiao's timid voice from outside the door. Lu Sheng opened his eyes, quickly got up, donned his outer garments, and said, I shall be there shortly. He exited his room and soon entered the guest hall, where he found Yin Kai, Duan Rongrong, and Zhuan Feng present. Young master, it is good to see you in good spirits, Yin Kai said, clasping his hands, his tone lighthearted. Please, take a seat, everyone, Lu Sheng smiled. After waiting for the maid to finish serving tea and ensuring the doors and windows were securely closed, he continued, Daozhong, what exactly transpired last night? Lu Sheng inquired once more. Yin Kai did not conceal anything, recounting in detail what Duan Muwan had previously said. By the time he finished, half an hour had passed. His account was even more elaborate than Duan Muwan's, perhaps owing to a slight embarrassment over the loss of several horses belonging to Lu Sheng. Yin Kai earnestly addressed some of Lu Sheng's questions. Chapter 35 Departure. So, those individuals who arrived earlier, including the three Daozhong, were all here for that potentially emerging treasure? Lu Sheng discerned the main essence of Yin Kai's narrative. One could say that, Yin Kai nodded. In a world rife with demons and monsters, we exorcists have come to safeguard a region's tranquility. Lu Sheng chuckled softly, unsure of how much credence to place in such words. After careful consideration, he asked, "So, this matter is resolved? Will there be no further issues in Julian City? No demons, no unforeseen incidents, and certainly no inexplicable deaths?" Yan Kai, unsure of Lu Sheng's intent, pondered before responding earnestly, "Indeed, that treasure has been taken far from Julian City. I shall hasten there myself to see how I might assist. As for deaths, without external forces, Julian City should revert to its original state." Duan Rongrong interjected, unable to restrain herself. That item has already headed towards the Central Plains. Everyone is following it. Who would wish to remain in such a small city? Yan Kai reached out to gently tug at Duan Rongrong, signaling her to speak less. He then clasped his hands towards Lu Sheng. "Young Master Sheng, I did not provide much assistance during this visit. Thus, I shall forego any remuneration. Should fate allow, we may meet again in the future." "How can that be? Daozhong, would you have me dishonor my word?" Lu Sheng's expression turned serious. With a grand gesture, he commanded, "Bring forth the silver notes." Immediately, a maid stationed outside swiftly presented an exquisite wooden box. Lu Sheng accepted the box and placed it on the table before them, opening it to reveal a substantial stack of silver notes. "This is the remuneration for the 3 Daozhong. Although nothing occurred during this visit, your presence, along with that of Miss Zhuan Feng, has helped the Lu family recover a missing person. This accomplishment warrants this payment," Lu Sheng reiterated earnestly. "Then I shall not be polite," Duan Rongrong exclaimed, seizing the silver notes and stuffing them into her pocket before anyone could refuse. "Sister Zhuan Feng will share in this later." Zhuan Feng, looking somewhat helpless, clearly had already become quite familiar with the trio. Seeing this, Yan Kai could only offer a wry smile and clasp his hands in acknowledgement. "If young Master Sheng is interested in seeking methods to restrain malevolent spirits, you may journey to the Central Plains." He hesitated briefly before adding, "I must advise you, young Master Sheng, that having slain a demon, a residual aura lingers upon you. This may attract trouble. Should the forces of the Yuan family take notice, they may dispatch demons your way. You might consider applying the fresh blood of an unbred ram over your body. This may lead the demons to believe you have perished, thus sparing you from their pursuit. Though I must caution, this method is only effective against common demons." Upon hearing this, Lu Sheng's heart stirred, and he clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, Daozhong, for your guidance." "Not at all. In that case, I shall take my leave." Yan Kai stood and returned the gesture. "Safe travels, Daozhong." Lu Sheng did not retain him. The 3, led by Yan Kai, turned and exited the guest hall, heading outside the Lu residence. Lu Sheng stood behind, gazing at their receding figures, feeling an inexplicable sense of loss. This melancholy resembled the fading of a world he yearned to engage with. Even after Yan Kai and the others had left for over half an hour, he remained motionless in the guest hall. "Young master?" A timid voice entered, calling to him. "It is time for dinner." "Oh." Lu Sheng, as if awakening from a dream, lifted his head to glance at the sky outside. He adjusted his attire and followed the maid to the dining hall. Upon entering, he found many had already gathered. Lu Quanan sat at the head of the table, with Zhao Bo, who had previously departed, seated beside him. A quick scan revealed that several martial artists who had left earlier had also returned. "Your uncle has sent word that the lockdown in Julian City has been lifted. We may now come and go freely," Lu Quanan spoke softly. Though the good news failed to uplift his spirits, this was due to the vacant space beside him, where Lu Qingqing sat, resembling a docile child as her second mother. Lu Tsuyu fed her mouthfuls of food. Drool occasionally trickled from the corner of her mouth, rendering her devoid of her former self. The others, too, lacked the appetite to eat. The earlier explosion, coupled with the presence of so many armed martial artists passing through the estate, was a spectacle no one could overlook. "The dishes have cooled. Let us eat." Lu Quanan observed the lack of enthusiasm among the guests and was the first to lift his chopsticks. "Zhao Bo has returned. Our home is safe." As he spoke, a wave of sorrow filled his heart, prompting a soft sigh. Zhao Bo noticed this, feeling helpless and guilty. Having taken the Lu family's offerings for many years, he was absent during such a critical moment, albeit having been officially reassigned by the authorities. They had merely relocated him to a mountainous area near the northern ice ocean for a brief detour, where nothing transpired and no incidents occurred. What does this mean? With the lifting of the ban, it signified that everything had concluded, Lu Sheng remarked, albeit the resolution felt abrupt and unexpected. But since it is over, we must continue our lives. We shall instruct the guards to maintain vigilance and arrange more patrols. Brother Sheng speaks wisely. Let us eat. Lest the food grow cold and unpalatable, Lu Yingying chimed in softly from her seat. What brother Sheng? You should call him Big Brother. Eat, eat. All you think of is eating. Wu Nyang attempted to swat her, then remembering they were at the dining table, quickly restrained herself. Lu Yingying shrank her neck. Refraining from retorting, the family then fell into a tranquil meal. After dining, there was little to discuss. Lu Sheng returned to practice his internal energy. Seated on his bed for over an hour, he finally reached a state of utmost refinement. Deep blue, he silently intoned. The interface of the modifier materialized before him. Lu Sheng carefully examined the section for Haishigong, which had reached the second tier. Only one more level remained to attain the highest third tier. The cultivation manual indicated that the attainable level was indeed the third tier, although there were 2 more tiers beyond it, which totaled 5. Lu Sheng had perused them and found them incongruent with the preceding tiers, likely appended by outsiders. Such a technique, being non-original, he dared not practice. Observing the status of Haishigong on deep blue, he steadied his breath and pressed the modification button at the bottom of the interface. Suddenly, the entire modifier flickered. Haishigong, elevate 1 tier. Lu Sheng silently urged. Swish. Just as the words finished, he noticed the Haishigong gradually blurring. When it regained clarity, it had already transformed into the 3rd tier state. Is this the 3rd tier? Lu Sheng waited, sensing no immediate change within. As he meticulously examined the Haishiqi within him, he discovered it was thickening at an exceedingly slow pace. If the pre-enhancement was akin to black mist, then now the mist was slowly morphing into droplets of black water. It did not seem to demand excessive consumption. Lu Sheng opened his eyes, puzzled. Is it that I am now? Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, staining his chest crimson. The room was soon enveloped in a metallic odor. Lu Sheng felt a fiery sensation surging through his body, prompting a bitter smile. He had thought this time would yield no reaction. Little did he expect, he shook his head and began to carefully experience the changes within his body. Haishigong reached its 3rd level, allowing Lu Sheng to recuperate at home for more than a month, during which he could barely regain his previous agility. The original Yuhua Gong he practiced significantly aided in the healing of his injuries, accelerating his recovery. From that day forth, no peculiar occurrences were reported in Julian City. After Yan Kai and his companions departed, the city returned to its usual clamor and monotony, as if everything had merely been a fleeting dream. The only exception was Lu Qingqing, who had become somewhat daft. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Quanan proposed to Lu Sheng that he should head to Yinshan City. I have already made arrangements. There is a residence belonging to our Lu family there, where you can stay. The annual examination is approaching, and since you enjoy martial arts, you might consider taking the martial examination. It would certainly facilitate your future career, Lu Quanan suggested. While a literary degree is preferable, you are free to pursue whatever path you choose. Our family also owns a shop there, which you can manage, and all the profits will be yours to spend as you wish. Lu Quanan had evidently orchestrated everything meticulously. Julian City is simply too small. I have already enrolled you at Dongshan Academy. Whether you wish to pursue a literary or martial path is entirely up to you, he added with a sigh. The events that transpired in Julian City had left him somewhat disheartened. No matter how much wealth one possesses, in critical moments, only one's kin can be relied upon. Dongshan Academy. Lu Sheng began to comprehend his father's intentions. This method of sending children away for education resembled a disguised form of studying abroad, a privilege reserved for affluent families. Zheng Xianghua and his sister will also be attending, while you, Yingying, Yi, and Qinshin will go to a different academy, Lu Quanan continued. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Sheng nodded in agreement. Julian City was indeed too small for him. So much so that he could not even find a more advanced martial art to practice, resorting only to the mediocre Heihu Dao. Yinshan City, however, was distinct. It housed more formidable figures from the martial world. If the Qijing Gang was indeed the strongest nearby faction, then Yinshan City would undoubtedly have their stronghold. When shall I depart? He inquired. Lu Quanan pondered for a moment. You may determine your own departure date. I will have your uncle send someone to escort you. I will first take a look around the city, Lu Sheng sighed. He had learned from many masters in the city, and it was customary to pay visits and greet them before embarking on such a journey. Lu Quanan nodded in tacit approval, allowing Lu Sheng to proceed. With his internal energy still recovering and injuries not yet fully healed, Lu Sheng set out early the following morning, taking a carriage to tour Julian City. Chapter 36 Departure. The city was filled with the weeping of women, children, and the elderly. Many places were draped in white cloth. Poor families unable to afford proper mourning attire used whatever white fabric they could find as a sign of grief. Numerous streets were riddled with potholes, the result of some unknown force causing this disarray. As Lu Sheng observed the aftermath, it became evident that Julian City had been left in ruins following the recent calamity. After surveying the city, he visited the homes of the masters from whom he had learned. Fortunately, these masters were astute individuals who had managed to protect themselves from disaster. After visiting them, he generously gifted them silver notes before heading to the Zheng residence. Clap. Zheng Xianghua clapped his hands decisively. Brother Sheng, I wish to join you. Can I travel with you and you? He exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. This is a privilege only granted to those under official escort. Lu Sheng was at a loss for words, glancing at the dimly lit Zheng residence, clearly troubled by its own share of misfortune. Is it just you and Yule? He asked casually. Yes, like your family, the others have dispersed to different cities. My father has realized that Julian City is a perilous place. Even if nothing happens in the future, if something similar to the previous incident occurs again, we may not be so fortunate to evade it. Had it not been for you introducing the Taoist Changsheng, our Zheng family would have suffered greatly. He paused, letting out a sigh. It is a pity about Qingqing. Lu Sheng remained silent. After a moment, he inquired, so, nothing happened to your family? Zheng Xianghua was momentarily taken aback, lowering his voice as he glanced around. My elder brother is gone. Well, that is indeed unfortunate for you, Lu Sheng replied, at a loss for words. Since you wish to accompany me, I plan to set off tomorrow. Make your preparations promptly and inform you. All right. Zheng Xianghua nodded. Both understood that the events in Julian City had ignited thoughts of relocation in their hearts. In a larger city, the martial figures would be less audacious, and such blatant acts of violence would not occur as freely. After leaving the Zheng residence, Lu Sheng began to pack his belongings. His journey to study would take him to Dongshan Academy, a prestigious institution renowned throughout Yanshan City and many nearby towns. Due to strict regulations, students were not permitted to bring servants or maidservants, so Xiao Qiao would have to remain in Julian City temporarily. After hastily preparing, Lu Quan handed Lu Sheng a gold note worth 10,000 taels and sent him off with the already prepared escort of officials. Just as he was about to leave, he overheard whispers about the governor of Julian City, Song Duanqi, who had reportedly fallen gravely ill and was nearing death. He recalled the recent explosion at the Pearl Mansion and speculated that this incident might have been a consequence of that calamity. The governor, after all, was a pitiable figure himself. The departure took place early in the morning, just as dawn broke. Lu Sheng stood amongst the group, his complexion pale, wrapped in a thick white fox fur coat that enveloped him entirely, exuding an air of warmth and luxury. This coat alone cost over 1,000 taels of silver. He gazed quietly at Julian City behind him, knowing that he might never return. His father, Lu Quanan, had clearly stated before leaving that the entire family would be relocating to a larger city. Brother Sheng? What is it? Zheng Xianghua, accompanied by his rosy-cheeked sister Zheng, stood nearby. Nothing, just feeling somewhat contemplative, Lu Sheng replied, clearing his throat. He had overexerted himself practicing Haishgong, straining his lungs, and the cooling medicinal herbs he had consumed were taking a toll on him. It would be best to return to the carriage. We are about to set off. Young Master Sheng, said the captain of the escort, old Neo. Lu Sheng nodded, taking one last look at Julian City before turning around and stepping onto a carriage. Let us go, let us go. Everyone, let us move. Zheng Xianghua shouted eagerly, having grown impatient. In Yanshan City, February arrived with vibrant spring energy. The vast expanse of yuchin trees outside the city transformed into fiery clouds of red. Countless red blossoms fell and bloomed, carpeting the ground and trees in vivid hues. By a small river in the southern part of the city, a white octagonal pavilion hosted several cleanly dressed scholars, clad in grayish-white robes. Their long hair tied back with black cloth, each held a similarly styled folding fan. Lu Xiong, Lu Xiong. A somewhat enthusiastic voice pulled Lu Sheng back from his reverie. Turning around, he withdrew his gaze from the sea of yuchin flowers and glanced at the individuals in the pavilion. The one calling him was Song Zhenghua, a fellow student from the northern cities, who hailed from a wealthy family and had always indulged in pleasures. He was handsome and often organized outings with like-minded companions. Zhenghua had been introduced to Lu Sheng by Zheng Xianghua, and most of those present were fellow countrymen, students from northern cities who had gathered for this outing. My apologies. Song Xiong. I was lost in thought, Lu Sheng smiled. It had been half a year since he last saw Yan Kai and his companions off. In the span of 6 months, he journeyed from Jiu Liancheng to Yanshancheng, making his way here and residing for several months without encountering any extraordinary events. Yanshancheng boasted exceptional public safety, with the Fei Lian army patrolling around the clock, allowing residents to leave their doors unlocked at night. In stark contrast to Jiu Liancheng, it was as if they were worlds apart. Here, calamities were rare, there were no malevolent spirits. and even cases of death were infrequent. The townsfolk, both inside and outside the city, were well-dressed, unlike the ragged inhabitants of Jiuliancheng. Shortly after his arrival, he and the Zheng siblings enrolled in Dongshan Academy, and now, 3 months had passed since then. During this period, Lu Sheng had painstakingly recuperated from the injuries sustained while enhancing his Heisha Gong, and his health gradually improved. As he gathered his thoughts, Lu Sheng glanced at a few individuals in the pavilion. These academy students were engaged in a game reminiscent of Chu Shui Lu Sheng, filling wine cups and allowing a servant to set them afloat in a stream at one end of the pavilion. The students awaited the gentle current to bring the cups to them. Whoever received a cup was obliged to drink and answer a question determined by the group. Aside from Song Zhenghua, there were 5 or 6 other students, all signs of merchants. Among them were 2 young ladies, clad in white and blue dresses, who sat to the side, watching the game and occasionally stifling giggles at amusing moments. One of the young ladies was also from their hometown, possessing a charming appearance. The other, a petite beauty named Chun Yunxi, was a local from Yinshancheng. Though Chun Yunxi's features were quite decent, and while she may not have been as striking as some of the academy's other female students, her fair complexion and commendable figure, particularly her long legs and slender waist, were especially noticeable. However, such attributes were regarded as average in this society. From Lu Sheng's perspective, Chun Yunxi was a quintessential beauty, especially her long, graceful legs, which were perfectly sculpted. Regrettably, the people here preferred shorter, more delicate figures, often dismissing those with long legs. Thus, a woman like Chun Yunxi, who he deemed exquisite, was perceived as merely mediocre by the locals. Reflecting on this, Lu Sheng noticed Chun Yunxi's gaze inadvertently resting upon him. A wry smile crossed his face. Their interactions had been limited to a few casual conversations, facilitated by Song Zhenghua's introduction. To his surprise, they had found a surprising rapport, quickly becoming close friends. However, this pleasant situation did not last long, as Chun Yunxi's gaze began to shift, imbued with an unspoken tension. "Lu bro, it seems Yunxi's eyes are always on you," teased one student. "With such a beauty's favor, shouldn't you be penalized with a drink?" Another chimed in. "Yunxi is lovely and kind-hearted, hailing from a wealthy family. Her father is one of the richest in Yinshancheng and nearby cities. If you don't seize this opportunity, you might miss out," whispered Song Zhenghua in Lu Sheng's ear. Lu Sheng shook his head, and amidst the teasing, he raised a cup of wine from the stream and downed it in one gulp. After finishing, he displayed the bottom of his cup to the group. His actions were graceful, and his appearance was respectable. Coupled with his robust physique, honed from years of martial arts training, he left a striking impression. Though he hailed from a remote border town like Jiuliancheng, and his family background paled in comparison to many affluent families from northern cities, his charisma stood out distinctly. Under the playful urgings of his peers and the encouragement of Song Zhenghua, Lu Sheng soon found himself seated beside Chun Yunxi. In this world, women were generally open-minded, provided they did not dress too provocatively, like Duanmu Wan. Chun Yunxi exchanged a few hushed words with her friend before being encouraged by the group to step outside the pavilion with Lu Sheng. They strolled slowly across the nearby grassy fields, enjoying a moment of solitude. In the early morning, the air was filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers, as the hills were adorned with blooming forsythias, transforming the landscape into a beautiful crimson hue. "They always love to stir up mischief," Chun Yunxi remarked with her large, expressive eyes fixed on Lu Sheng. This was not their first time being ushered out. As they walked on the lush green grass and crossed a small hill, they became shielded from the prying eyes of the others. Lu Sheng observed Chun Yunxi, who wore a pure white dress that barely covered her thighs, exposing her knees while long boots concealed her calves. Her slender waist and ample bosom, paired with her long hair cascading down her back, evoked thoughts of autumn moons and fragrant blossoms. "They mean well," Lu Sheng smiled. He was neither a hypocrite nor a man of rigid morals. He held no objections to the attention from a beautiful girl, especially without any commitments of marriage. He embraced a natural approach, particularly since her long legs, which he found appealing, were considered unattractive by the locals. This thought brought a hint of regret. "Why do you wear long boots? Aren't they hot?" Lu Sheng casually inquired. "Your legs are truly the most beautiful part." Chun Yunxi was taken aback, her gaze dropping as her cheeks flushed. "You don't like boots? Then I shall just reveal my legs for you to see," she replied shyly. Lu Sheng merely intended to make a light-hearted comment, but an awkward silence settled over them, leaving them to wander quietly across the grass. For a moment, Lu Sheng felt disoriented. Over the past 6 months, during his recovery, he had not encountered any supernatural beings nor heard any news regarding Duanmu Wan or Yin Kai. It was as if everything he had experienced previously had been mere illusion, and life had returned to a tranquil normalcy. If not for the ever-circulating energy within him and the deep blue modifier he could summon at will, he might truly believe he was living in a peaceful world devoid of malevolent spirits. Lu Sheng, Chen Yunshi suddenly called out softly, disrupting his thoughts. What is it? He paused. Chen Yunshi lowered her head, her cheeks warming as she spoke quietly. My father wishes to invite you to our home for a meal. Lu Sheng was momentarily taken aback. Was this akin to meeting the parents? Yet, he and Chen Yunshi were not in a romantic relationship. Wasn't he this a bit too hasty? Are you unwilling, Lu Sheng? Chen Yunshi noticed his silence, a hint of disappointment flickering across her face. It's just a meal. My father only wishes to see what kind of person you are. Lu Sheng, sensing her disappointment, felt speechless. He had developed some fondness for Chen Yunshi, yet it had not reached that stage, and the rapid progression caught him off guard. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, I too am curious to meet the esteemed Chen Laozu. What kind of person he is? Chen Yunshi's face brightened with a smile. You might be disappointed. My father is just an old curmudgeon who likes to maintain a stern demeanor, but privately he is quite the character. Lu Sheng chuckled, yet an unsettling feeling lingered. As if something were amiss. Should the meeting with her family go well, he too would have to introduce Chen Yunshi to his father and stepmother, leading to potential engagement discussions, preparations for betrothal gifts, and setting a date for the wedding. Of course, all of this presupposed a smooth process. Truth be told, he had no intention of rushing into marriage. The exam is approaching. If you perform well, which academy does Lu Sheng wish to attend? This will determine our future paths and prospects. Last year's examination papers have been meticulously solved by someone I know, presenting 5 distinct methods. If Brother Lu requires them, would it be acceptable for Yunshi to send them to you later? Chen Yunshi inquired softly. Engaging in more practice and pondering the examiner's intentions this year is surely a prudent course of action. Then I must thank you, Yunshi. Lu Sheng hesitated briefly but ultimately accepted, though a sense of confusion lingered within him. Should everything proceed smoothly and he passed the year-end examination, it would lead to the provincial examination, followed by the grand imperial examination. If he could successfully navigate through these tests, it would ultimately pave the way for his entry into officialdom, and not merely as a minor official. Future prosperity would be well within reach. Yet what then? He suddenly recalled the matters mentioned by Duanmu Wan. If they were indeed true, what significance would it hold even if he entered the court as an official? Passing the year-end examination would grant him a title in the city, marking him as a scholar, exempt from the burdens of taxes. Even if he chose to do nothing thereafter, he could rely on others for land and live a life of abundance. This was a dream many yearned for, and Brother Lu must have long had a clear vision of it. Chen Yunshi remarked softly. Perhaps. Lu Sheng chuckled, choosing not to elaborate further. No one knew of his other identity, nor did they realize that he was a master of both internal and external disciplines. A formidable expert capable of confronting demons and spirits. Even the most skilled practitioners in the martial world would falter against him within 10 exchanges. When he unleashed his full power, he resembled a human-shaped behemoth. At present, his strength continuously grew alongside the relentless accumulation of black shy energy. The fusion of Haisha Gong and Yuhua Gong complemented each other, one forging the body while the other healed and restored it, subtly creating a perfect cycle. However, in the eyes of Chen Yunshi, Song Jinghua, and others, he remained merely a young master from a modestly affluent family in Julian City. Unlike other rural youths, Lu Sheng lacked any rustic aura, his demeanor far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Yet, that was all there was to it. Nevertheless, in such an environment, what significance could there be in bearing an official title? If the forces of demons and spirits were to pursue him, he would still be powerless, relying solely on himself. In such a scenario, was he truly meant to heed his father's advice and pursue martial fame? He felt a profound sense of alienation from those around him. From a distance, the sounds of laughter and revelry emanating from the pavilion instilled in him an odd sense of isolation. Brother Lu, I have heard that the dried plum from Xixiang Street is quite delightful, and there are numerous dried fruit shops there. Why not join me tomorrow evening for an exploration? Chen Yunshi suggested softly. Tomorrow is a grand festival. After all, the Dragon Dance Festival has always been lively in years past. Very well. Lu Sheng, having nothing pressing to attend to while awaiting news, instructed a servant to gather information about the Qijing gang and subsequently spend a considerable sum acquiring rare medicinal herbs, leaving him with scant funds. Without money, his martial training and physical recovery would inevitably slow, necessitating the swift discovery of a means to earn. After strolling with Chen Yunshi for a while, she incessantly shared amusing anecdotes from her academy experiences and spoke of their other companions, appearing to be in excellent spirits. Lu Sheng accompanied her for a few more steps before they gradually made their way back. A group of friends in the pavilion indulged in a few more drinks before bidding farewell and returning home. After parting from Chun Yunxi and the others, Lu Sheng strolled slowly down the street. As he crossed the city moat, a few mountain villagers carrying baskets conversed while entering the city. The Pine and Cypress River is about to be unsealed, isn't it? Around this time, my fishing nets are also ready, once the fishing ban lifts. I intend to make a substantial catch, an old farmer chuckled. If the tide doesn't rise, this year should yield a decent harvest, especially given the extended fishing ban. Indeed, the villagers swayed their baskets filled with vegetables as they entered the city. Lu Sheng listened from the side, smiling. This place is significantly more peaceful compared to Julian City, he mused. Upon swiftly returning to his residence, Lu Sheng's current abode was a small house near the city gate, a two-story building with a tavern on the ground floor. While the second floor housed the Lu family estate, the three households had been combined into one. For convenience, Lu Sheng did not cook at home, but instead reserved meals at a nearby tavern, dining at fixed times each day. After finishing his meal and returning to rest, he refrained from practicing internal energy and instead consumed some blood-nourishing ointment before retiring early. The next morning, he summoned a carriage and headed straight for Shixiang Street. While seated in the carriage, Lu Sheng felt somewhat fatigued, pondering that it might be due to insufficient vitality, and reached for the waist pouch he always carried. After rummaging through it, he retrieved a red pill, intending to take it when he suddenly sensed something amiss. Upon a careful inspection, he discovered a pale yellow slip of paper concealed within the sleeve of his clothing. The paper had been rolled into a cylindrical shape, discreetly adhering to the inner wall of his sleeve. It was only when he brushed against the waist pouch that he realized something was off. Lu Sheng took down the paper and slowly unfurled it. The message written clearly and succinctly read, "Rest assured, young master. The forces of the Yuanren mansion attempting to control a terrifying spirit have encountered great misfortune, and their power has been extinguished, leaving them no time to attend to your minor grievances." 1. Lu Sheng's expression remained impassive as he rolled the paper back up and placed it in his waist pouch. Duanmu One had indeed been keeping an eye on me. The Yuanren mansion had always been a source of concern for me. A formidable force capable of manipulating demons and spirits, one that I currently could not contend with. I never expected their downfall to come so swiftly. Lu Sheng felt once again that this world was perilously dangerous. After securing the note, he waited a while longer until the carriage gradually came to a halt in front of the Xuanyang building, where he and Song Jinghua, Chen Yunxi, and others had agreed to meet. Upon disembarking, Lu Sheng saw the entrance of the Xuanyang building bustling with a throng of people. The 12-story, red Xuanyang building, resembling a stupa, was filled with a dense crowd on each of its lower floors, all gathered to watch the dragon dance. The cacophony of vendors hawking their wares filled the air. Lu Sheng pushed through the crowd and entered the building, ascending to the 10th floor where the crowd thinned, becoming less congested. "Young Master Lu?" Upon reaching the 10th floor, a maid approached to inquire. This way, Brother Lu." Song Jinghua and the others were beckoning him over. Chen Yunxi was there too, clad in a charming green form-fitting gown that perfectly accentuated her youthful figure. Her long hair cascaded down, only slightly tied at the ends with a green ribbon. Lu Sheng smiled as he approached. "I must express my gratitude to you all for securing such a splendid spot for me." Song Jinghua waved his hands repeatedly. "It is we who benefit from your presence. Yunxi has pulled strings specifically to arrange this banquet for you, Brother Lu." Indeed. Were it not for Miss Yunxi's assistance, we likely would have only managed to reach the 9th floor, let alone the 10th. Another student chimed in, laughter accompanying his words. This individual, surnamed Wang and named Zichuan, hailed from Zihua City and was equally handsome, comparable to Song Jinghua, establishing a good rapport with Lu Sheng. It was merely a chance encounter. Chen Yunxi blushed slightly at the praise, stealing a glance at Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng sighed inwardly and smiled at Chen Yunxi before taking a seat. The group began to drink and converse animatedly, sharing a few self-proclaimed witty verses, creating a lively atmosphere. Lu Sheng found himself seated next to Chen Yunxi, while two other girls accompanied them, one beside Song Jinghua and the other next to a more aloof-looking student from the academy. They appeared to be in pairs. Suddenly, a large golden firework exploded outside the Xuanyang building, transforming into a colossal peony against the night sky. "It has begun. It has begun." The crowd erupted in cheers, rising to the edge of the building to watch. Chapter 38. The play of emotions. Downstairs, hundreds of round lanterns adorned with the character Long radiated a brilliant golden light, forming a multitude of luminous points that encircled a scarlet dragon. The Long dragon darted and dashed, attempting to break free from the lantern's embrace. While the radiant points engaged in a dazzling struggle, creating an exceptionally vibrant dragon dance. The sky erupted with bursts of golden, red, and yellow fireworks, painting the entire scene in a resplendent golden hue. Seizing the moment, the crowd enjoyed a spectacle of dragon dancing before returning to their tables to partake in food and drink. Among them were young merchants, each hailing from notable families. And as the revelry intensified, their earlier pretense of refinement dissipated, leading to uninhibited laughter and raucous gaiety. Is anyone allowed to ascend to this 10th level? Suddenly, an impatient voice emanated from a nearby table. The laughter waned, and all eyes turned toward the source. At the adjacent table, 3 elegantly attired young scholars regarded them with cold gazes. The speaker was a slender, fair-skinned youth whose elongated face bore an air of disdain. This place of elegance has allowed such uncouth individuals to ascend, he remarked with a chilling tone. It seems the Xuanyang building has declined in stature. To everyone's surprise, Song Jinghua, who was typically unyielding in the face of provocation, fell silent upon recognizing the speaker, lowering his head to sip his drink without uttering a word. The remaining guests also lowered their heads, the atmosphere growing subdued. Even Chen Yunxi, who came from the most esteemed lineage among them, bit her lip and remained silent, clearly intimidated by the apparent significance of the trio. Isn't that Miss Chen Yunxi? It is no wonder she associates with such ill-mannered company, remarked another young gentleman, casually toying with a string of prayer beads. Your brother spoke highly of you in my presence last time, flattering me and suggesting you be pledged to me as a concubine. At that time, I was somewhat tempted, but it seems I made the right decision by not agreeing. Upon hearing these words, Chen Yunxi glanced at Lu Sheng as if struck by lightning, her face flushing crimson from her cheeks to her neck, her body trembling with indignation. Yet, despite the tension, none of the 8 or 9 individuals at the table dared to voice a protest. Lu Sheng shook his head in dismay, glancing at Song Jinghua, whose fists were clenched, veins bulging in his neck, clearly seething with fury. What a bunch of cowards, muttered the slender-faced scholar with a sneer. Did your mother never teach you about manners? Or shall I educate you on what it means to possess refinement? Suddenly, a calm voice emerged from beside Chen Yunxi. The slender-faced scholar, initially intent on ignoring the group, was taken aback by this unexpected interjection. His eyes widened as he turned to stare at Chen Yunxi, while the other 2 young men displayed expressions of surprise. Song Jinghua grasped Lu Sheng's hand, signaling him with frantic gestures as he slowly rose to bow to the trio. Preparing to apologize, Lu Sheng smiled and stood up. Our disruption has indeed disturbed others, and for that, we apologize. However, to maliciously attack a young girl, particularly one who has just reached the age of marriage, reveals your true character. Clearly, you 3 are not of good standing. How bold! Exclaimed the slender-faced scholar, rising to glare at Lu Sheng. I did not expect such insolence in this Yanshan city. Enough, Su De, interjected the only silent gentleman among the trio, his voice calm and measured. Instantly, the previously indignant expressions of the other 2 transformed into one of schadenfreude, indicating that this speaker held greater influence. This is merely a trivial matter, let us leave it be. The time has come for us to depart. The young gentleman, possessing an appealing visage and an aura of grace, spoke with an air of composure, treating the squabble as if it were a child's play. Very well. Since it is Lord Rong who has spoken, the slender-faced scholar retorted with a scoff, casting a fierce glare at Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng had prepared himself to confront the 3 directly, yet he noticed several piercing gazes directed their way, though they were merely of the Tongli level, posing little threat to him. Even among Tongli practitioners, there were distinctions. A single adept like Zhao Bo could contend with 2 ordinary Tongli. The same martial art could yield varying depths of skill depending on the practitioner. Moreover, Lu Sheng, now a master of internal arts, found his black energy effective against demons and spirits, and likely even more formidable against ordinary humans. Though he had not truly faced off against such opponents, he deemed 3 to 5 Tongli practitioners inconsequential. As the trio stood and began to leave, the tension dissipated, and Song Jinghua exhaled a sigh of relief. Once the 3 departed, Chen Yunxi could no longer remain composed. Tears welled in her eyes as she rose to bid farewell. Lu Sheng offered to escort her, but she graciously declined, hastily exiting. The remaining guests lost interest in the dragon dance, and after escorting the young lady, Song Jinghua pulled Lu Sheng and Wang Ziqian toward the riverbank. The night was calm along the Songbai River, with brightly lit boats gliding gracefully across the water. Song Jinghua led the 2 with familiarity onto a larger pleasure boat, where an alluring boatwoman approached them. Young Master Song, it has been a long time. Juner has been singing your praises in my ear, she greeted, her demeanor exuding no trace of a worldly nature, which intrigued Lu Sheng. "Is Juner free now?" Song Jinghua inquired with a smile as they entered the boat. "Indeed, she has been eagerly awaiting your arrival," the boatwoman replied with a smile. "If either of you gentlemen have a particular lady in mind, do feel free to inform me." The trio was ushered into a private compartment that was exquisitely adorned. Shortly thereafter, a line of 10 or so enchanting maidens clad in sheer fabric entered, each possessing striking beauty and graceful poise, akin to noble young ladies. "Greetings, esteemed gentlemen." The maidens curtsied in unison. "Choose one, my brothers. Tonight, it is on me," Song Jinghua declared as he embraced one of the newly arrived maidens. Wang Ziqian's eyes widened. His face flushed as he struggled to decide which maiden to choose. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng remained calm, casually gesturing toward a seemingly demure maiden to sit beside him. After they made their selections, the trio was served invigorating flower tea, accompanied by maidens who danced and played melodies. Today's events were truly. Song Jinghua began, his face reddening as he grappled with his emotions. "My dear brother, with such beauty surrounding us, why dwell on such disheartening matters? Come, let us drink." Wang Ziqian exclaimed, his hands becoming restless as he began to caress the maidens beside him, unable to contain his excitement. The maidens giggled and offered words of comfort to Song Jinghua, while Lu Sheng encouraged him as well, allowing his spirits to lift somewhat. "If I am not mistaken, one of those who insulted us today is the son of the Deputy General of Yinshan City, Wang Shenyang. While others might be inconsequential, this Wang Shenyang is different," Wang Ziqian added. "And that Lord Rong certainly carries significant weight," Lu Sheng noted. Lu Sheng shook his head, choosing not to respond, having witnessed greater worlds. Such so-called young masters held little sway in his eyes. Why speak of such disheartening matters? Let us continue drinking. Tonight, we shall not return until we are intoxicated," Wang Ziqian declared loudly. Song Jinghua, too, cast aside his worries and began to drink heartily. Though Lu Sheng was not particularly fond of such gatherings, he accompanied Song Jinghua, sharing in his revelry until the late hours of the night. As the pleasure boat catered to their desires for entertainment, they emerged into the night at the witching hour. Around 2 to 3 in the morning. After parting ways with the two individuals, Lu Sheng felt a surge of emotions. It was disheartening to witness the scions of affluent families like Song Jinghua and Qin Yunxi, who, upon encountering offspring of officials, dared not utter a word in response. It seemed that in this world, the status of merchants remained woefully low. Though he had indulged in copious amounts of alcohol, he was not intoxicated. Rather, his mind was remarkably clear, devoid of any drowsiness. Departing from the banks of Songbai River, he hastened towards his residence, attempting to hail a few horse-drawn carriages along the way, but to no avail. The hour was late, and even the carriage drivers were fewer, likely having returned to rest. Thus, he was left to make his way back on foot. The streets of the city were eerily quiet at midnight, with only a smattering of inebriated souls rambling incoherently. The houses lining the sides were shrouded in darkness, save for the occasional lantern swaying gently in front of a wealthy household, casting a faint red glow. A chilly wind howled, prompting Lu Sheng to quicken his pace. Halfway through his journey, he suddenly realized that his waist pouch was missing. He patted himself down, but found nothing. It must have been left on the pleasure boat. He recalled that inside the pouch was a note from Duanmu Wan and the key to his door, which he could not afford to lose. He promptly turned back towards the direction of the boat. Walking briskly, Lu Sheng retraced his steps to the banks of Songbai River. By now, most of the pleasure boats had concluded their operations, their decorative ribbons taken down. The riverside was somewhat desolate, but he quickly located the boat from which he had disembarked earlier. The vessel was now docked, and it appeared deserted, with no one in sight. The yellow lanterns on the deck swayed gently in the river breeze. It seemed the work was done, and the girls had returned home to rest. It was likely a time for cleaning. Lu Sheng mused as he stepped onto the boat from the dock. "Is anyone here?" He called out twice while making his way along the deck into the interior of the boat. The inside was empty, the floor remarkably clean, and the slightly aged wooden planks reflected a faint gloss. Following the entrance of the cabin, he found a narrow corridor leading to a grand hall, flanked on either side by rows of cabins spanning 3 stories. Each cabin's door was adorned with a swaying small lantern, casting a dim red glow that, in the depths of the night, appeared increasingly cold. "Is anyone here?" Lu Sheng surveyed the hall, astonished to find the entire boat devoid of life. He recalled that when he had arrived earlier, there had not been so many red lanterns. His eyes narrowed slightly, and an uneasy sensation took hold of him. The boat had 3 levels, with 5 rooms on each, totaling 15 chambers, each adorned with red lanterns. The soft crimson light bathed the entire vessel in a somber hue. Enveloped in silence. Chapter 39. The Entanglement. Guided by memory, Lu Sheng proceeded towards the cabin he had previously visited. Upon entering the hall, he ascended the left wooden staircase. Reaching the cabin's entrance, he glanced at the lantern above, feeling a shiver run down his spine. Suddenly, a chill breeze swept through, causing him to whirl around, as if sensing something brushing past his back. Given that the Yuren mansion had been destroyed, logically, there should be no specters seeking him out. Perhaps I am merely being overly sensitive. With no sight of anything amiss, he steadied his heart and turned back, pushing against the cabin door. With a creak, the door slowly opened, revealing a brightly lit interior adorned with two large red lanterns. Is anyone here? Lu Sheng called again as he cautiously stepped inside. Yes. A suddenly frail voice echoed from behind him. He spun around sharply to find an old woman holding a white lantern, her eyes wide as she stood at the threshold. The wrinkles on her face resembled the bark of an ancient tree, layered upon one another. Gripping the lantern, her cloudy gaze fixed on Lu Sheng. Little brother, you shouldn't be on the boat at this hour. I dropped my belongings, a waste pouch, and returned to retrieve it. Lu Sheng managed to smile. Ah, then search well, search thoroughly. The old woman replied with a blank expression, turning silently to walk towards another cabin. Lu Sheng watched her until she vanished at the doorway before he approached and shut the door behind him. He turned to inspect the furnishings within the cabin. The two large red lanterns, which had not been present before, now hung on one wall, casting a vivid crimson glow that filled the room. Cautiously, Lu Sheng felt around the spot where he had previously sat, and indeed, he discovered the lost waste pouch nestled within the seam of the cushion. He unfastened it and found within the dark brown leather pouch gold and silver notes, along with the small packet of powder left by the specter, all intact. After securing the pouch back around his waist, he straightened and glanced around the cabin again, noticing that the light from the lanterns seemed to glow even more intensely. A strange feeling crept into his heart. I must leave. Lu Sheng swiftly approached the door, reaching for the handle. To his astonishment, the door resisted his pull. Alarmed, he exerted all his strength. What should have been a simple task of pulling the door open now felt as though it were barricaded by an unseen weight. Even with all his might, he could only manage to pry it open a crack. Something is amiss. Panic surged within him, and with a surge of internal energy, he pulled with all his might. Bang! The door was yanked open with a resounding force, the solid wooden handle splintering. Lu Sheng bolted outside, racing down the corridor and leaping across the threshold of the cabin. With a quick flick of his toes, he propelled himself off the surrounding ropes of the boat, landing on the riverbank. Although he had never practiced lightness skills, he possessed a foundational understanding of footwork from techniques like the Black Tiger Blade and Swallow S Pursuit, enabling him to move faster than the average person. Upon reaching the shore, he glanced back at the boat. It remained unchanged, still devoid of any occupants. Yet the sense of impending danger that had gripped him began to dissipate. He cast one last penetrating gaze at the vessel before turning and sprinting towards the city. Upon returning home, Lu Sheng pushed open the door, locking it behind him. The dimly lit room felt cold and uninviting. He slowly approached his writing desk, retrieving a flint and striking it to ignite a candle. The flickering yellow flame illuminated the lower half of his face, casting shadows and light in a dance of uncertainty. This pleasure boat may indeed be connected to specters. I never anticipated that after departing from the Yuren mansion, I would encounter yet another haunted establishment. Initially, I had hoped to enjoy a few days of leisure before embarking on my new training, but it seems there is no need to delay any longer. I must prepare for what lies ahead. Lu Sheng stepped away from the desk and approached his bed, pulling from beneath it a heavy iron chest, secured to the floor with a sliding latch, rendering it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to move. Carefully, he extracted a small key from his waist pouch, inserted it into the lock, and with a click, the chest opened. Inside were two volumes bound in brownish-yellow cloth. He took one, holding it in his hands, before closing the chest and locking it once more. The title on the cover read, Qing Song Yi Ju, inscribed in elegant calligraphy. Gently, he turned to the first page, finding the previously reviewed summary followed by an illustration of a gnarled pine upon a sheer cliff. He studied the image intently for a moment before closing the book, settling onto his bed, and assuming a meditative posture to cultivate tranquility. After practicing this health-preserving technique intermittently for some time, it seemed that his previous internal cultivation conflicted with it. Whenever he felt on the verge of consolidating his energy, the Yuhi Gong would swiftly consume it. This time was no exception, as the Yuhi Gong surged to life within him, quickly dismantling the essence of Qing Song Yi Ju, as if a soaring celestial crane were calling out within his very being. Sigh. Lu Sheng opened his eyes, feeling the turmoil of conflicting energies. Must I remain trapped in this manner? Is there no possibility for advancement? Frustration welled within him as his fingers unconsciously grasped the waist pouch, gently squeezing it. Upon touching the small paper packet of powder, he suddenly paused in contemplation. This packet, could it contain the remnants of the powder left by that malevolent specter? He gently unwrapped the paper package, revealing a conspicuous pile of black powder within. Though he seemed to recall that this powder had not always possessed such a hue. The initial awakening of my extraordinary abilities was linked to the stone left behind by the water ghost, and that pebble. It appeared that as I, Lu Sheng, gazed at the powder, an odd thought flickered in my mind. Deep blue, he silently chanted. Suddenly, a blue rectangular frame manifested before his eyes. Lu Sheng examined the modification frame, discovering that the option for Qing Song Yi Ju was still absent. After a moment's hesitation, he glanced again at the powder. He extended his hand, tilting the paper package to pour the powder entirely into his palm. From the moment he acquired this powder, he had been cautious not to let it touch his skin, fearing it might be a corrosive or toxic substance. However, with no other recourse at hand, he figured it wouldn't hurt to try. If anything went awry, he could swiftly discard it. He then bit down hard on the fingertip of his other hand, drawing forth a drop of blood, which he let fall onto the powder. To his astonishment, upon contact, the droplet produced wisps of white smoke, and the black powder rapidly transformed into a white powder, as if it had shed its color. A chill began to seep into his body from his palm. Should I proceed with the martial arts deduction? Almost simultaneously, the chilling sensation was absorbed by something within him, vanishing in an instant, and a dialog box appeared on the deep blue modifier. Indeed, a surge of joy filled Lu Sheng's heart. This function had indeed manifested. Previously, when he discovered the fourth layer of the Black Tiger Blade technique, he had grown suspicious, pondering whether this modifier utilized the knowledge stored in his mind to further deduce martial arts, thus birthing the fourth layer of the Black Tiger Blade. Yet afterward, regardless of what martial arts he attempted to learn, he had not encountered a similar occurrence, leaving him perplexed. Now it seemed that the absence of ghostly remnants had hindered his progression to higher realms of martial arts. Initially, it was the pebble discovered during the Su family massacre that had activated the modifier. Now it was this residue from the deceased demon. It appeared that my extraordinary abilities are indeed intertwined with the spectral. Lu Sheng chuckled wryly. Gazing at the query box before him, Lu Sheng steadied his thoughts. Should I proceed with the martial arts deduction? Yes. Once he confirmed his selection, a peculiar sensation enveloped him. It felt as though all the martial arts he had mastered could now be deduced and fused together. These martial arts were knowledge he had acquired himself, and he felt as if he were systematically reorganizing the library of knowledge in his mind, then selecting different focal points to reconstruct his martial arts. It was akin to building a house with blocks. He had countless options for architectural designs. The modifier also displayed several selectable buttons regarding the martial arts, which could be deduced and which could not were clearly delineated. Lu Sheng meticulously examined the options from top to bottom. If he could take the Black Sha Gong as the foundation and absorb elements from other systems, that would be optimal. He could also structure it around the Yu Gong or the Black Tiger Blade. The Pei Xian Palm was also a viable option. Lu Sheng hesitated momentarily, but soon felt a twinge of resignation. Regrettably, the quantity of powder was too scant. He was left with only these few options. He looked at the modifier, which had only the Yu Gong and Black Tiger Blade as selectable buttons. Was he limited to these two? With a thought, he pressed the button behind Yu Gong. Internal energy was the fundamental essence. After making his choice, all buttons vanished, and the entire modifier began to blur slowly. Lu Sheng sensed a wealth of knowledge and understanding regarding Yu Gong awakening within his mind, merging with the contents recorded in his memory, creating a constant clash of ideas and inspirations. In the blink of an eye, countless new insights emerged. In just 10 breaths of time, Lu Sheng closed his eyes and then opened them slowly, exuding a brand new, formidable aura. The power dynamics of Yu Gong and Black Tiger Blade had perfectly merged, resulting in a higher-level deduction of Yu Gong through the modifier, incorporating the force techniques of the Black Tiger Blade, culminating in a more explosive internal energy than the original Yu Gong. This new internal energy retained the formidable endurance and recovery effects, while adding a significant destructive force. This new internal energy, having drawn from the force techniques of the Black Tiger Blade, had surprisingly transformed the nurturing internal energy into a combative force. This deduction was indeed remarkable, Lu Sheng mused, reflecting that if only he had more powder, or perhaps a few more of those pebbles left by the water ghost, he might be able to deduce even higher-level techniques such as the Black Sha Gong. As he felt the new internal energy, it seemed that with the amplification of explosive power, The original self-healing capability of Yu Gong had been subtly enhanced. This could no longer be considered merely Yu Gong, since it had fused with the force techniques of the Black Tiger Blade. It would henceforth be known as the Black Tiger Yu Gong. He pondered this, and the name displayed on the modifier for Yu Gong gradually transformed into the 5 characters, Black Tiger Yu Gong. Chapter 40. Engaging emotions. The new internal energy bestowed upon Lu Sheng not only represented a breakthrough within, but also enhanced his vitality significantly. The Black Tiger Yu Gong and Black Sha Gong were inherently complementary. Now, upon enhancement, Lu Sheng felt an endless surge of energy coursing through him, invigorating his spirit considerably. He rose, wielding his palm as a blade, and executed a strike, Tiger Sha. With a whoosh, a faint roar of a tiger echoed, and the air became suffused with heat. This effect was achieved with not even a quarter of his strength. To attain such power previously would have required at least half of his internal energy to be unleashed. The enhancement of his internal energy had doubled. Lu Sheng was elated, recalling tales recounted by Zhao Bo regarding masters of the martial world. It was said that in the Central Plains, those at the Tongli realm were merely ordinary masters, with further realms of Tong, Yi, and Ningxin beyond that. Most renowned figures resided at the Ningxin level, harmonizing internal and external cultivation, their intent solidified, embodying the essence of their martial arts in every movement, thereby generating an endless flow of internal energy and exponentially increasing their combat prowess. He wondered what realm he had now reached. Lu Sheng calculated inwardly. He had inadvertently reached the Tongyi level during his time in Julian City, and the Black Tiger Blade was his sole martial art of that level. Yet, even without reaching Ningxin, the thickness of his internal energy far surpassed that of ordinary Tong-Yi masters. If he were to encounter a Ningxin master in combat, the outcome was uncertain. Thus, he considered himself a master of Ningxin, standing at the same level as those esteemed figures of the Central Plains. He felt confident, knowing that both the Black Sha Gong and Black Tiger Yu Gong had reached their 3rd-layer pinnacle. For an ordinary individual to practice these, it would take at least 4 to 5 decades, if they were exceptionally gifted, that is, with continuous access to nourishing herbs and medicinal baths. At just 19, he had already established such a solid foundation. If it weren't for the specters, he could easily conquer the world. As he reflected on the demons he had previously encountered, a sense of melancholy washed over him. Just then, the crowing of a rooster broke the silence from outside. Lu Sheng turned to look out the window, realizing that dawn had already broken and the night had slipped away in the blink of an eye. He leapt from his bed, swiftly exited to fetch water for washing, donned his robes, and strode confidently out the door. He made his way to a nearby tavern for breakfast, which consisted of meat buns, millet porridge, and a plate of stir-fried greens. Although simple in presentation, the quantity astonished the other patrons dining nearby. The meat buns, the size of a palm, were thin-skinned and generously filled. Lu Sheng devoured them one after another, unfazed by the heat. Since practicing the Black Sha Gong, his resistance to heat had significantly increased. He could keep his hand over a candle's flame for several breaths without discomfort. A steamer of buns contained 6, and Lu Sheng polished off 5 steamers, 30 meat buns in total. He then lifted the plate of greens and casually chewed a few bites before swallowing. It was akin to how an ordinary person might finish a grand feast with a sip of water. A basin of millet porridge, sufficient to serve 5 or 6 individuals, was placed nearby at the height of a forearm. The basin, comparable in size to a wash basin, was effortlessly lifted by Lu Sheng, who consumed it in 3 mouthfuls. Once he set the basin down, the porridge had vanished. A chorus of gasps erupted from the onlookers, for such a rare spectacle was enough to fuel their conversations for 3 days, given their monotonous daily lives. Unfazed, Lu Sheng elegantly wiped the corners of his mouth with a silk handkerchief before rising to depart. The stark contrast of his demeanor left the surrounding patrons and waitstaff utterly astonished. Internal energy is refined from essence into qi, and essence is derived from the food one consumes. Lu Sheng possessed 2 formidable internal cultivation techniques, the Haisha Gong and the Heihu Yuhu Gong. The Haisha Gong, though flawed, had an extraordinary lineage, capable of inflicting harm on spectral entities. Meanwhile, the Heihu Yuhu Gong was a new health cultivation method that Lu Sheng had perfected, focusing on bodily nourishment and recuperation. The combination of the two enabled him to consume more than the average person. After finishing his breakfast, Lu Sheng hailed a carriage to East Mountain Academy. The journey was swift, and upon arriving, he timed it perfectly with the tolling of the morning bell. He disembarked and hurried into the academy, making his way to his classroom. East Mountain Academy sprawled across a vast area at the foot of the East Mountain, situated just outside the city limits. Although it was close to the urban area, it remained independent, governed by its own militia and administrative system. The headmaster, referred to as the Dongzhu, was a legitimate official appointed by the court, operating under a distinct system from that of the city. Legend has it that the academy was established by a great scholar who, after ascending to the position of minister, returned to his hometown to create a school, which gradually expanded over the years into what is now East Mountain Academy. Lu Sheng navigated the familiar halls to his classroom, where they were taught by the esteemed Lu Rao, a distinguished elder who had passed the highest examination. At that moment, Lu Rao had already arrived at the podium. Preparing to open the roll call book, Lu Sheng and the other punctual students offered a slight bow to him before quickly taking their seats. The classroom was a rectangular room with a sparse attendance of over 10 students, the entirety of Lu Rao's responsibility. Lu Sheng settled next to Song Zhenghua, arranging his robes and adjusting his posture as he began to retrieve the historical texts for the day's lesson. Each student had their materials pre-placed in their respective cabinets prior to arrival. The cabinets served as desks, but they were essentially a lower version, accommodating the students who sat cross-legged. Du Zhenxiu, present. Wang Dao, present. Zhao Banyue, present. Yin Song, present. Lu Rao maintained a stoic expression as he called each name until he reached Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng, present. Zhao Zhenghua, present. Wang Zichuan, present. Wang Zichuan. Lu Rao's brow furrowed as he cast a stern glance at the seated students. With his remarkable memory, he had already committed the appearance and names of all the students to memory. His scrutiny aimed to ascertain whether Wang Zichuan was truly absent. Is Wang Zichuan not here? He inquired once more. Song Zhenghua glanced curiously at Wang Zichuan's empty seat, confirming its vacancy. Perhaps there was an urgent matter at home, and he returned to his hometown? He whispered. Lu Sheng also looked over. Indeed, Wang Zichuan was absent. An unexpected thought flashed through his mind, recalling the peculiar pleasure boat he had seen the previous night. Maybe he overslept? He suggested, prompting a look of surprise from Song Zhenghua, who suddenly wore an odd smile, as if a realization struck him. The two fell silent as Lu Rao, noticing the absence, huffed and marked Wang Zichuan's name with his charcoal pencil. Let us commence today's lesson. Last time, we discussed how the people are governed by law and righteousness, while commerce thrives on sincerity and honor. With that, Lu Rao shifted his focus entirely to explaining the meanings of the historical texts. Lu Sheng listened intently for a few moments before glancing again at Wang Zichuan's seat, an unsettling intuition gnawing at him that Wang Zichuan's absence might be linked to the boat. Approximately an hour later, class dismissed, and Lu Rao hurriedly gathered his texts and departed. Lu Sheng and Song Zhenghua rose from their seats. Seems like young Master Sheng is quite prepared for the upcoming examination, Song Zhenghua remarked with a grin. It's evident you grasp the teachings with remarkable clarity. The top of the examination list is surely within reach. Zhenghua, do not flatter me, Lu Sheng chuckled, appreciating Song Zhenghua's straightforwardness. His generous nature, despite his family's wealth, did not belittle his peers. More importantly, he was a loyal friend, always ready to assist whenever called upon. Chen Yuhuan has arrived. After you stood up for her yesterday, it appears she is completely smitten with you now. Go on. Go on. Song Zhenghua winked in the direction of the classroom entrance. Lu Sheng turned to see Chen Yuhuan standing there, radiant in a pure white gown, her delicate sleeves cascading down, concealing something she clutched in her hand. Her long hair was styled into an elegant bun, secured with a white jade hairpin, while a single strand flowed down the side of her chest. With long legs, a slender waist, and skin as smooth as jade, she exuded an ethereal purity that stirred something within Lu Sheng. Who is she? Those legs are simply grotesque, muttered a student nearby, disrupting the atmosphere. Indeed, they are quite unappealing. Otherwise, I would have pursued her long ago. Another chimed in, dismissing Chen Yuhuan. Chen Yuhuan, if it weren't for her unfortunate legs, her family's wealth and reputation in the city would have attracted countless suitors already. Such a pity. Indeed, indeed. Enough of your remarks. She did not choose her appearance. Our bodies and features are gifts from our parents. Why should we criticize a classmate in such a manner? A female student interjected, unable to tolerate the comments. With that, the assembly of students dispersed. Lu Sheng glanced at the striking Chen Yuhuan before observing the expressions of his classmates, each reflecting discomfort. He felt an overwhelming sense of absurdity. Go on. Yuhuan has dressed up just for you, Song Zhenghua urged, aware of the budding connection between Lu Sheng and Chen Yuhuan. Lu Sheng hastened towards her, grasping her hand and leading her away from the classroom towards the academy's lecture platform. This platform was where renowned scholars were invited to speak, usually a quiet place that also served as a venue for students to engage in romantic pursuits. In this world, Both men and women had the right to education and the opportunity to serve in official capacities. Although gender disparities existed, they were not as pronounced as in the ancient China Lu Sheng had envisioned, bearing some resemblance to the Tang dynasty. They jogged to a secluded grove beside the lecture platform, where the shadows loomed and a chill lingered against the stone wall. Lu Sheng finally halted, turning to face Chen Yuhuan. "What brings you here? Is everything all right after yesterday's incident?" With a gentle smile, Chen Yuhuan revealed her other hand from her sleeve, showcasing a resplendent red peony. "For you," she said. Lu Sheng was momentarily taken aback as he accepted the flower. Although many women in this era displayed boldness, it was rare to encounter one as proactive as Chen Yuhuan. "I had intended for my family to arrange a marriage with that man from yesterday, and my elder brother sought his favor in vain, but ultimately, it did not materialize. He even turned down my proposal to be his concubine," she recounted, a hint of sorrow lacing her smile. "I am aware of my shortcomings, my long legs. It is no surprise he would not find me appealing. Each time I hear someone remark on my legs, it brings me sorrow, and I cannot help but lower my head in dismay." Lu Sheng felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, sensing something amiss in her words, an overwhelming sense of incongruity lingering in his heart. "Yet, what can I do? It is simply my fate to have long legs," Chen Yuhuan said, her expression turning forlorn as she gazed at him. "I know you may not think highly of me, but I genuinely have feelings for you." With determination, she retrieved a scroll of paper bearing a copper seal from her waist pouch and gently unfurled it. "My father mentioned that he heard Brother Lu's family is planning to relocate to Yin Mountain City and suggested that you might as well move here, if you are willing. This contract for 15 taverns in Yin Mountain City shall be yours, enough to secure the Lu family's foothold." Chapter 41. Entangled emotions. Lu Sheng was momentarily astonished. Yin Mountain City was incomparable to Jiulian City. A single tavern here would be worth at least 10 in Jiulian City. And here, there were actually 15 taverns. This was not merely a grand gesture. The worth of these 15 establishments alone could not be obtained even by selling off all the assets of the Lu family. Beyond the surface wealth, establishing a tavern in these locales required extensive connections and considerable investment, amounting to at least 1,000,000 taels of silver. This would consume a significant portion of the Lu family's resources. What is a wealthy tycoon? This is it. At this moment, Lu Sheng fully comprehended the extent of wealth that could simply be thrown around. The mere prospect of having the connections that Elder Chen possessed would not only resolve issues regarding medicinal supplies, but also facilitate the pursuit of martial arts, making it significantly easier. Yin Mountain City, being a central stronghold, held direct ties with both the local garrison and the upper echelons of the court. To establish oneself here and become the wealthiest would require far more than Lu Sheng had ever imagined. Far removed from the disparaging remarks of the young masters he had encountered previously, faced with Chun Yunxi's confession, Lu Sheng recognized that for a woman to express her feelings, even in an open-minded environment, required immense courage. Yet, she chose to do just that. Taking a deep breath, he gazed at the girl before him, close enough to touch. "Please keep your belongings safe." Upon hearing this, Chun Yunxi scrutinized Lu Sheng, then glanced at the contract in her hand, biting her lip gently before putting it away. "Brother Lu, I do have feelings for you. Others may see your long legs as a flaw, a congenital defect, but I see them as your most beautiful feature." Unable to restrain himself, Lu Sheng expressed his thoughts, unable to contain his feelings. Chun Yunxi initially believed he was merely comforting her, but upon observing the sincerity in his eyes, she realized he spoke the truth. He genuinely preferred long legs over the petite and delicate types. However, Lu Sheng shifted his tone. "Chun Yunxi, are you certain that you truly understand me? Do you know what kind of person I am? We have only known each other for a few months, and what you've seen of me is merely one facet of my life within the academy. You have yet to fully grasp who I am, just as I have not fully comprehended all aspects of you. I do not wish for my future partner to regret their decisions upon discovering other facets of my life." In saying this, he primarily sought to shield Chun Yunxi from becoming entangled in his own tumultuous existence. Possessing a modifier and having encountered malevolent entities, he was far from content with a mundane life. He aspired to strengthen himself, unwilling to live like an ordinary person reliant on mere fortune and neglect. He wished to seize control of his fate in this dark and perilous world. This was his desire, yet such a life was fraught with danger. To settle down too early would only render him vulnerable to being exploited. Surprisingly, rather than feeling disheartened by Lu Sheng's words, Chun Yunxi's eyes sparkled even brighter. Brother Lu viewed wealth as inconsequential, and Yunxi knew she had not misjudged him. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with emotion as she gazed at him. "Since Brother Lu is currently reluctant, I shall respect your wishes. I will take the time to understand you and accept all of you. With that, she covered her flushed face with her hands and ran away with a soft cry. Lu Sheng watched her retreating figure, speechless. Was this a counterproductive outcome? Shaking his head, he returned to the academy to continue his lessons. Unbeknownst to him, a day had slipped by, and Wang Zichuan had not made an appearance. Song Zhenghua took the opportunity to check the rental house where he was temporarily residing, but found it empty. Growing concerned, he arranged with Lu Sheng that if Wang Zichuan had not returned the following day, they would search for him together. After a night passed, the next day, Lu Sheng arrived punctually at the academy. When Elder Lu began the lecture, Wang Zichuan was still missing. Elder Lu called the roll and inquired about Wang Zichuan's family situation. Since the students rented rooms adjacent to his, it was noted that no lights had been seen in his room the previous night, indicating he was likely away. A frail-looking student stood up to respond. Has he returned home? Elder Lu frowned. If he has gone home, he should have requested leave. This is unacceptable. Does he not want to participate in this year's examination? The examination required the academy's endorsement, necessitating a submitted list. Otherwise, one could not sit for the exam. If his performance at the academy was too poor, he would not even qualify to take it. With the examination approaching, Zichuan would never make such a blunder. Song Zhenghua quietly remarked, quickly standing up, Elder Lu, perhaps Zichuan encountered an urgent matter. I know his cousin in the city. I will inquire about it. Very well. Go ahead. Classmates should assist one another, Elder Lu said with a hint of approval in his eyes. The matter was set aside as he resumed lecturing on the scriptures. Lu Sheng glanced at Song Zhenghua, noting his furrowed brow, reflecting his concern for Wang Zichuan. He concentrated, recalling his previous visit to the midnight painting boat. Perhaps asking Song Zhenghua would yield some clues. As the school day dragged on, Lu Sheng found the topics presented to be of little difficulty, easily handled with his previous graduate-level education. Thus, he faced no challenges. However, for Song Zhenghua, even the slightest distraction made learning arduous. After class, he remained at his desk to organize the content previously discussed by Elder Lu, carefully documenting it. Brother Zhenghua, Lu Sheng approached quietly. I feel something is amiss. Zichuan is usually very cautious and diligent with his studies, more so than any of us. How could he miss class for 2 consecutive days? Song Zhenghua slowly put away his writing materials, his expression mirroring that of concern. I had the same thought, which is why I intended to inquire about his situation. Let's go together. I share your worries, Lu Sheng replied earnestly. Surprised by Lu Sheng's offer, Song Zhenghua realized he had previously asked their mutual friends, but none were inclined to seek trouble or inquire about Wang Zichuan's whereabouts. Instead, they had offered various excuses to avoid involvement. This revelation left him disillusioned with those he had considered friends. Yet, he was pleasantly surprised by Lu Sheng's willingness to assist in the search. Very well, Brother Lu. Please wait a moment while I gather my things. After Song Zhenghua finished packing, the two swiftly exited the academy and boarded a prearranged carriage, heading straight into the city. Throughout the journey, both were troubled by Wang Zichuan's character. He placed great importance on the academy's examination and would never so suddenly go silent. In a fragrance shop on Jin Yuan Street in Yin Mountain City, the two soon found Wang Zichuan's cousin, Chen Hong. He was the owner of the establishment and had taken on the business at a young age. Have you seen my cousin Zichuan? Chen Hong queried, puzzled. If he were returning home, he would typically ask me to help him carry things back, like books or clothing. I haven't seen him in several days. Wasn't he out with you and Brother Song recently? Upon hearing this, Song Zhenhua's expression grew increasingly anxious. He exchanged glances with Lu Sheng. Yes, he was indeed with us at the gathering, but we haven't seen him these past couple of days, so we came to ask, he replied. Oh, speaking of which, my cousin came by my shop the night before last, asking for several fine sachets and powders. Chen Hong chuckled. I suspect he has fallen in love. Hee hee. The sachets and powder are all designed for young girls. TSK. The night before last? When? Lu Sheng suddenly inquired, his expression turning somewhat peculiar. It was around the hour of the dog, I believe. Regardless, it was quite late. I had already fallen asleep when my cousin woke me up, insisting I come down to fetch something for him. Alas, being roused at such a late hour left a vivid impression on me, Chen Hong remarked while stroking his chin. Speaking of which, fetching sachets and powder at such an hour, TSK, a knowing smile crept across his face, one that men understand. Song Zhenghua appeared somewhat bewildered, his brow furrowing in confusion. However, Lu Sheng began to harbor suspicions, his mood growing heavy. Noticing Lu Sheng's expression, Song Zhenghua understood he had come to a realization and hastily bid farewell to Chen Hong. Stepping outside the shop, he pulled Lu Sheng into a nearby corner. Yu Sheng, do tell, have you stumbled upon any clues? Zichio didn't even mention it to his own cousin, and went out the night before last. But wasn't he with us at the painting boat drinking that night? His expression was serious. Lu Sheng fixed his gaze on Song Jinghua. Jinghua, actually. After we left that night, I returned to the painting boat. Song Jinghua was taken aback. Yu Sheng, why on earth did you go back? It was quite late. The painting boat must have already closed down, right? Indeed, it was closed, Lu Sheng replied solemnly. I went back because I had forgotten my money pouch on the boat and needed to retrieve it. To my surprise, to your surprise, what? Song Jinghua's expression grew serious, influenced by the atmosphere surrounding Lu Sheng's words. To my surprise, the painting boat was completely empty, adorned with red lanterns everywhere. Lu Sheng squinted his eyes and continued. I quickly entered the room we had occupied earlier, where 2 large lanterns were still hanging, but there was not a soul in sight, not even a cleaner to be found. After I found my money pouch, I hurriedly left. Not a soul in sight. Suddenly, Song Jinghua seemed to have an epiphany. Could it be that Zichio went to deliver powder and sachets to the girls on the painting boat, specifically at midnight to find his cousin? But since he returned as well, how it's highly plausible. Lu Sheng also pondered. Let us stop guessing and head to the painting boat to inquire directly. Upon hearing this, Song Jinghua nodded in agreement. Without further ado, the two hailed a carriage and headed straight for the banks of Songbai River as dusk approached, marking the perfect time for nighttime revelries. Song Jinghua led Lu Sheng with familiarity to the painting boat they had previously visited, named Ying Huafang. Chapter 42. The entanglement of feelings. The large boat had docked at its usual spot, and the two followed a few other guests boarding the vessel. Young Master Song, it's been a few days since we last met, and you appear much more radiant, the boat girl greeted with a cheerful smile. June is still preparing. Would you like to sit and enjoy some music while you wait? We have a few new songstresses whose skills are exceptional. Song Jinghua's expression turned stern, and he offered her no smile. I wish to inquire about a friend I brought with me the night before last, a gentleman named Wang Zichio. I heard he returned to the painting boat afterward, so please summon the young lady who accompanied him that night. I have matters to discuss. He casually handed her a few pieces of silver, which was tantamount to a generous sum, for only a wealthy family could afford such extravagance. You mean Dai? Yes. I'll fetch her right away. You may rest in the adjacent room while you wait, the boat girl said. Sensing the seriousness of Song Jinghua and Lu Sheng's demeanor, among the young masters, few were as generous as Song Jinghua. Even those with powerful familial backgrounds did not match his liberality. Lu Sheng and Song Jinghua were guided to a private room to wait. Soon, Dyer was brought in. Dyer appeared delicate and demure, clad in a light green gown with a fitted waist, holding a flute, seemingly prepared to perform for the guests. She looked somewhat bewildered as she was summoned. Young Master Song, may I ask why you called for Dyer? She asked softly. I inquire whether you know the whereabouts of Master Wang Zichio, who accompanied you the night before last. Song Jinghua asked in a low voice. Dyer looked perplexed. Master Wang Zichio? Oh, I remember now. Did he not return with you, young master? Dyer said, recalling her fatigue from the night. After you all departed, I disembarked to rest. You went home to rest? Song Jinghua was taken aback. Yes, I had served 3 guests in a row and was utterly exhausted. Once it concluded, I informed the boat girl and was among the first to disembark. Dyer replied softly. What is the matter? Has something happened to Master Zichio? She asked, her voice tinged with anxiety. Lu Sheng stared intently at her, his eyes sharp, yet he could discern no signs of deceit in Dyer. I ask you, did your boat close down after we left? Dyer quickly nodded, feeling uneasy under Lu Sheng's gaze. Yes. After you 3 departed, the boat girl closed down. Then let me ask you again. After closing down, does this boat typically hang red lanterns? Lu Sheng pressed further. Red lanterns? Dyer looked bewildered. What red lanterns? After closing, our boat is taken directly to the nearby dock for repairs, and no lights are permitted on board. Only those repairing the boat may light candles. It was the same yesterday. Taken to the dock? Was it not docked here? Lu Sheng's heart skipped a beat. No, we only temporarily came here for business. The winds can be quite strong here, and staying docked would risk being blown away, Dyer replied, casting a curious glance at Lu Sheng. A sense of unease crept into Lu Sheng's heart. Wang Zichio had likely boarded the painting boat adorned with red lanterns, just as he had. Brother Lu, Song Jinghua remarked, growing increasingly perplexed as he listened. He could not fathom the significance of Lu Sheng's inquiries. To him, it seemed that the boat with the red lanterns was merely a mistake made by Lu Sheng. Yet, he remained patient, listening intently. Is there not a single boat here that hangs red lanterns at night and is completely devoid of passengers? It resembles your boat exactly, Lu Sheng pressed on, unwilling to relent. Dyer blinked in confusion. Where did you hear about a boat adorned with red lanterns? Do you know under what circumstances we hang red lanterns? Only when a girl aboard has passed away do we hang 3 red lanterns at her room's door and inside. 1 at the door to guide the spirit, and 2 inside to commemorate and grant rest. Upon hearing this, Lu Sheng was struck with a chill. He recalled the eerie painting boat, filled with red lanterns where every room and private chamber bore lanterns. The manner of hanging was precisely as Dai described. 1 at the door and 2 inside. Oh dear, how frightening. Young master, you're not here to scare Dai with ghost stories, are you? Dai said, her fear evident as goosebumps rose on her skin. Yu Sheng, do you fear this is not a dream? Song Jinghua glanced at Lu Sheng, concerned. Lu Sheng's name, when split, reveals the character Sheng, hence he called him Yu Sheng. In Jiulian City, Lu Sheng seldom used this name. There, everyone referred to him as young Master Sheng or Brother Sheng. However, here, the use of a name symbolizes intimacy and formality. It's nothing. I merely Lu Sheng hesitated, choosing not to disclose his encounter with the locked door on the red boat. Even if he did share, Song Jinghua might not believe him, and even if he did, it would be of little consequence. But since Zichio did not come to this painting boat, where else could he possibly be? Song Jinghua expressed his concern. With the imperial examination approaching, should he violate the academy's rules and fail to register, it would truly ruin his future. If you gentlemen have no further inquiries, Dai must go perform for the guests, she said softly. Nothing more, thank you, Dai. This is a token for you. Song Jinghua offered her a few pieces of silver. Dai instantly brightened, as this constituted her personal earnings apart from the boat. She cautiously tucked the silver coins into her waist pouch and turned to walk softly towards the door. Halfway there, she suddenly remembered something and turned back to say, by the way, young sir, Dai has heard a ghost story that the girls on the boat have been passing around. It is said that there was once a red boat on the Songbai River, aptly named Honglu. Unfortunately, it caught fire, and all the girls aboard perished without a trace. Since then, legends about the red boat have circulated on the Songbai River, claiming that the vessel was adorned with red lanterns. And no one who boarded the red boat ever returned. Lu Sheng's spirits lifted as he quickly called out to Dai, Miss, please stay a moment and share the story of the Hong Lu painting boat with us. Dai, being new to this line of work, knew little, but she mentioned, isn't Mr. Song close with Miss Juner? Sister Juner has been thinking of Mr. Song day and night. She has been aboard for quite some time, so she should know. Dai whispered. Understanding, Lu Sheng nodded. You may go. After Dai left the room, both Lu Sheng and Song Jinghua remained silent, each lost in their own thoughts. Moments later, Juner entered, dressed in a modest white low-cut dress. Upon seeing Song Jinghua, her eyes sparkled with delight. Mr. Song, she exclaimed, her gaze unconsciously revealing a hint of affection. Juner, Song Jinghua stepped forward and gently embraced her. It has been a few days. How have you been? I have given enough money to the boatman. No one else can call for you. Juner nodded softly, a trace of happiness gracing her features. I know that you treat me well, Mr. Song. I have been waiting for the day when you agree to let me redeem you, Song Jinghua said tenderly. However, we came here to inquire about the matter of that young master Wang Zichuan who accompanied us the other night. Do you know if he returned to the boat after we left? Wang Zichuan. Juner pondered for a moment. It was already quite late that night. Wasn't he with you as you disembarked? Why would he return? Are you certain he did not come back? Lu Sheng pressed further. Juner affirmed, I am sure. For I even delayed my departure until the latest moment after you left. It was just a short while after you had gone. Is that so? How curious. Lu Sheng mused. Song Jinghua continued to ask a few more questions, and Juner answered them all, with no discrepancies from what Dai had said. Unable to find any leads, they reluctantly disembarked. At this point, I fear we may have to report to the authorities, Song Jinghua sighed. Lu Sheng shook his head. I fear that even reporting to the authorities may prove futile. Song Jinghua glanced at Lu Sheng, bewildered. Brother Song, you should return home now. This is enough for today. And it is getting late, Lu Sheng reminded him. We have a small examination tomorrow. Very well, I shall return first. If you uncover any clues, please remember to inform me. Song Jinghua sighed once more as he parted ways with Lu Sheng. Watching Song Jinghua board the carriage and gradually fade from view, Lu Sheng recalled the responses from Dai and Juner during their inquiries, noting that neither had revealed any hints of deception. It seemed they were not lying. Yet if the red boat was not the one we had previously boarded, how could my coin pouch have ended up there? Lu Sheng pondered with growing unease, sensing he might be ensnared in a new predicament. Meanwhile, Song Jinghua sat within the carriage, sighing heavily. He was a man of deep loyalty and affection, and with Wang Zichuan's disappearance following their outing, he felt a pressing need to find answers. Regardless of the circumstances, he owed it to the Wang family to provide clarity. Moreover, Zichuan was his dear friend. It was unacceptable for him to simply vanish without a trace, especially in the vicinity of Songbai River. Suddenly, A chilling thought crossed his mind. Could it be that he had accidentally fallen into the river? The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. No. If something has happened, I must see him alive or dead. Zichuan was in my company. If trouble has indeed befallen him, I bear the responsibility. A newfound determination surged within Song Jinghua. If Zichuan were truly in distress, he would report it to the authorities. Yet, this left him with another dilemma. What would happen to Juner? His thoughts shifted to his beloved Juner. He spent over 1,000 taels each month solely to keep her safe, ensuring that no other patrons could call for her. This matter had already led to countless arguments with his father. The thought of it gave him a headache. Hastily arriving home, he paid the driver, entered the courtyard, and rushed to his room, wishing to avoid any interaction with his family. Several maids and servants who saw him were about to greet him, but before they could, he vanished from sight. Chapter 43. The graceful shadow. With a creak, Song Jinghua shut the door and approached the window. Just in time to spot a black pigeon with pinkish-white eyes perched on the windowsill, preening its feathers. His spirits lifted at the sight, and he quickly walked over to catch the pigeon, gently removing a small paper tube from its leg. Upon unfolding the tube, he clearly read the elegant script. Brother Song. Regarding the matter of that young Master Wang, Juner will help you inquire. Additionally, the Sun Duan festival is approaching. Could you promise Juner not to visit the painting boat during that time? Taken aback, Song Jinghua continued reading. The boat woman will use the girls' names to create a ruckus and deceive others, and there are some unfavorable arrangements for you. Promise me, Juner will handle everything. After this Sun Duan festival, she will agree to return home with you. Upon finishing the note, a broad smile blossomed on Song Jinghua's face. Brother Song promises you. I will not give them the chance. Although he felt a hint of doubt regarding the rationale, his trust in Juner prevented him from questioning further. Swiftly, Song Jinghua retrieved a piece of paper, scribbled his own message, rolled it into a tube, and secured it to the black pigeon's leg. He cradled the pigeon in his hands and released it, watching as it took flight. The pigeon flapped its wings, soaring out of the Song residence. Gliding gracefully between the crimson bricks and tiles, over the uneven rooftops, and soon reached the Songbai River, heading towards a red painting boat. The black pigeon flapped its wings and landed at the window of a cabin on the boat, where a delicate hand gently grasped it. Juner quickly untied the note from the pigeon's leg, glanced around, and hastily released it. Go, return home, she whispered softly. The pigeon took off, swiftly disappearing from the window's edge. Juner closed the window and carefully unfolded the note. A tender expression appeared on her face as she hurriedly ignited the note in the candle flame, holding it until only a small corner remained. She tossed it out of the window, allowing it to drift into the Songbai River. With a creak, the door suddenly swung open, as though someone from outside had pushed it. Startled, Juner turned sharply, placing a hand over her rapidly beating heart, her gaze fixed on the doorway. After regaining her composure, she approached, looking around but finding no signs of life. She extended her head into the corridor outside, where the makeup room was located beneath the boat. Thanks to Song Jinghua, she now had her own private makeup room, with few people around, as the other girls were busy attending to guests above. The corridor was empty, devoid of anyone. Juner let out a quiet sigh of relief, turned back into her room, locked the door, and secured an additional bolt. She sat at the vanity, picked up a comb, and began to brush her hair. Whenever her emotions were in turmoil, combing her hair always helped her find tranquility. However, just as she grasped the comb, her expression shifted dramatically. Underneath the comb, on the wooden table, a message was scrawled in black eyeliner. You must act during the Sun Duan festival. Do not forget your identity. Juner bit her lower lip, her eyes reflecting a struggle within her. After a moment of hesitation, she gently inscribed the character for yes with her eyebrow pencil, only to erase it with a swift motion, leaving behind a smudge of black ink. Raising her gaze, she stared at her blurred reflection in the bronze mirror, momentarily lost in thought. She understood that it was a warning, a caution against undertaking any extra endeavors. However, the fortunate aspect was that the content of the scroll remained undiscovered. Regrettably, she would no longer be able to share her life with Song Dage. A flicker of both regret and resolve shimmered in her beautiful eyes. Her master sought to collect individuals born during the Yin hour of their respective birthdays, specifically targeting those born in Yin years, Yin months, and Yin hours. Song Jinghua was one such target, and all unexpected preparations had been meticulously arranged for his capture. She merely awaited the day of the Sun Duan festival to summon him. Yet, unbeknownst to her, she had gradually developed feelings for the straightforward and magnanimous Song Jinghua. Feelings of admiration, infatuation, and a desire for reliance. Song Dage. Juner felt utterly exhausted, gently caressing her cheek. A tear silently slipped down from the corner of her eye. In a small gorge outside the city, Lu Sheng swiftly turned and struck a massive stone behind him with a powerful palm, shattering it into fragments. The sizable stone crumbled into numerous pieces, scattering across the ground. Again, Lu Sheng spun around with rapidity, delivering a series of strikes that reduced the remaining stones hanging nearby to rubble. The grayish-white dust billowed into the air, stinging his senses. Gradually, Lu Sheng calmed his internal energy, bringing his palms together and sinking into a stable stance. My swordplay and palm techniques are already sufficient. What I lack is lightness and footwork, as well as the necessary skills to counter distant hidden weapons. Should I encounter an opponent akin to a kite-flying type at a distance, I would find myself in a predicament. Lu Sheng pondered as he sought to stabilize his internal force. Furthermore, the Yu He Gong had absorbed the power techniques of the He Hu Dao, resulting in a qualitative enhancement. However, this advancement was reliant on the residue left by the ghostly entity. The fusion process and its intricacies would require immense experience and exploration if I were to undertake it alone. It resembles the difficulty of creating a martial art, an endeavor that cannot be accomplished single-handedly. Following his own attempts at breakthroughs in other internal and external skills, Lu Sheng had regrettably faced injuries to his meridians after several attempts. Moreover, the outcomes of these attempts were entirely different from what he had anticipated. Without a robust foundation of martial arts experience, it seems impossible to create and surpass the limitations of established techniques. Lu Sheng understood this well. The Yu He Gong's ability to absorb the techniques of the He Hu Dao and produce positive transformations appears deceptively simple. In reality, it must have undergone countless simulations prior to yielding the best result. To continue enhancing my martial arts, I must seek out more remnants left by similar ghostly entities. After concluding his practice, Lu Sheng approached the trunk of a large tree, retrieving his coat and towel to wipe the sweat from his body. It was time to test the power of the third layer of the He Sha Gong. He had never fully unleashed its potential, now that his body had healed. It was the perfect opportunity to evaluate its strength. Glancing at the imposing tree before him, Lu Sheng felt inspired and concentrated his internal energy into his right hand, delivering a forceful strike. With a resounding thud, the sound echoed as it had before, the strength not significantly greater. After all, the amplification of the He Sha Gong does not primarily lie in explosive force. Lu Sheng gently retracted his hand, revealing a deep, ink-black imprint clearly etched into the center of the trunk. The handprint was several centimeters deep, emanating a pungent, fiery scent. As Lu Sheng touched the edge of the black imprint, a large piece of bark fell away, revealing a multitude of black, wrinkle-like patterns inside. It resembled a burn, as if seared by fire. The He Sha Gong, it seems, possesses considerable quality even among the Yang internal arts, but unfortunately, only the inferior layers remain. If I could enhance the He Sha Gong, the prospects for future development and improvements would be significantly greater. He now possessed martial prowess equivalent to that of an ordinary person who had trained for 4 to 5 decades, excluding the time spent mastering the He Hu Dao and other techniques. Next, he needed to study a specialized footwork technique. Whether in the He Hu Dao or other martial arts, they only provide methods for offensive movement. He lacked a comprehensive system for pure travel, pursuit, or retreat. Lu Sheng began to sift through the footwork techniques he had collected. Thus far, he had only acquired one, the Ba Zhen Bu, obtained in Jiu Yancheng. However, this technique was primarily designed for evasion in combat. Deep Blue, he silently mused. The modification interface materialized before him, suspended in midair. Lu Sheng recalled the Ba Zhen Bu he had memorized earlier. Its quality fell short of the chasing wind knife, lacking even the visualization diagrams. So, he committed it directly to memory. Reflecting carefully on each step, Lu Sheng slowly advanced his left foot, rotating the calf muscles to apply force, while the right leg propelled him forward against the nearby tree trunk. This was the first step of the Ba Zhen Bu, which consisted of 8 steps in total, divided into 3 layers, said to mimic the renowned Central Plains footwork known as Ba Bu Gan Chan. After studying for a while, and with his foundational footwork knowledge, he quickly became familiar with the movements and energy application, noticing the option for the Ba Zhen Bu on the modification interface. He promptly halted his movements and pressed the modification button with his mind. Instantly, the entire modification interface flickered vibrantly, elevating the Ba Zhen Bu by a layer. Lu Sheng continued. The status of the Ba Zhen Bu transformed from uninitiated to initiated. Checking his physical state, he noticed only a slight tingling sensation in his legs and a minor decrease in the internal energy of the He Hu He Gong, with no other reactions. Unbeknownst to him, he had accumulated to this level. Such an obscure martial art was no longer a burden to him. Lu Sheng reflected, turning his attention back to the modification interface. Ba Zhen Bu, initiated. He decided to elevate the Ba Zhen Bu to its highest third layer. With a thought, he silently willed it. A flash, the Ba Zhen Bu sparkled, ascending from initiated to the first layer. Lu Sheng felt no change. Flash, the second layer, and he sensed a greater itch in his legs. Finally, with a decisive flash, the Ba Zhen Bu leapt directly to the third layer, consuming 4/5 of the internal energy of the He Hu Yu He Gong, a volume that would require him at least 2 days to recover. Nevertheless, he already felt an abundance of experiences, methodologies, and applications of the Ba Zhen Bu coalescing in his mind, and his legs were noticeably more agile and powerful than before. Let us give it a try. Lu Sheng's gaze fell upon a sparrow that had just taken flight from the grass, soaring into the distance. He applied force beneath his feet and surged forward with urgency. With a series of 8 rapid steps, the little bird had no chance to evade and found itself captured in Lu Sheng's grasp. My explosive power is formidable. The internal energies of the He Sha Gong and He Hu Yu He Gong have both enhanced my strength, fortifying my physique. With this foundation, applying the Ba Zhen Bu yields impressive results. Surely this resembles the efficacy of Ba Bu Gan Chan. Satisfied, Lu Sheng released his grip, only to discover that he had crushed the little sparrow into a bloody pulp. He felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. With the footwork resolved, it was time to seek out a solid technique to experiment with. Lu Sheng contemplated, having covertly inquired about the situation in Yinshan Cheng over the past few months. The number of martial experts in Yinshan Cheng was limited, as the government wielded considerable power, imposing strict regulations on the martial community. Consequently, the notable figures here were often officials and military leaders. Among them, the most renowned was Lu Qingzhong of the I Chi Ching Feng sword. Compared to him, the others merely served as background figures. However, Lu Qingzhong was already 87 years old, and all 3 of his sons held high positions within the city, making him difficult to approach for guidance. Thus, he was promptly ruled out by Lu Sheng. The second option was to seek out a legitimate martial hall. His next choice was the renowned master from the Central Plains, Duan Hunzhong Li Ran. Lu Sheng had inquired thoroughly about this individual, who had sustained injuries to his meridians from enemies in the Central Plains and had been forced to bring his wife and children to Yinshan Cheng, living under an assumed identity away from strife. Even wounded, he had managed to establish a name for himself in Yinshan Cheng, indicating that his skills were far from ordinary. Moreover, his palm techniques were similar to Lu Sheng's, making it worth a visit. Moreover, in terms of hard skills, there are 2 individuals of note, the unyielding Chun Jia and the robust Yang Furu. Lu Sheng personally visited the martial arts schools run by these 2 men. The unyielding Chun, now in his 70s, teaches only the most ordinary of techniques. In contrast, Yang Furu, known for his generosity, offers basic hard skills training for a fee, with the potential for select students to be chosen as direct disciples for the advanced techniques of the robust style. For Lu Sheng, enrolling in a martial arts school seemed too slow. He merely desired the secret manuals. He contemplated seeking an auction house in the city, hoping to find formidable techniques akin to the He Sha Gong. As he thought of the auction house, Lu Sheng absent-mindedly touched his waist pouch, feeling the thinness of a few silver notes and golden leaves within, prompting a sigh of exasperation. He needed to devise a method to earn money. Were it not for the matter concerning Wang Zichuan, or the unexpected encounter with the Hong Lu Huachuan, he would not feel compelled to hasten his journey to enhance his strength. After gathering his belongings, Lu Sheng dashed along the official road back to Yinshan Cheng, entering the city via the main thoroughfare. He resolved to first seek out the renowned master of the Central Plains, the Duan Hunzhong Li Ran. Hailing a carriage, Lu Sheng allowed it to carry him through the city for a time, arriving at a secluded street. At the end of the street stood an elegantly antiquated estate, adorned with a peachwood plaque. This was the illustrious Qing Mu Dao Chong, the martial arts school established by Li Ran, the master of Duan Hunzhong. Fortuitously, the main gate stood open, welcoming visitors during the designated viewing hours. The crowd was lively, and Lu Sheng squeezed his way inside, where he beheld a grand red pillar arena. On the platform stood a middle-aged man with a grizzled beard, executing a series of rapid palm techniques, exuding vigor while the air crackled with the sound of his strikes. The spectators below applauded enthusiastically, cheering in approval. As Lu Sheng scrutinized the display, he began to question the level of skill demonstrated by this Central Plains master. While the man's techniques were commendable, his speed and accuracy were compromised by a slight lag in his transitions, and he clearly lacked sufficient power. The sound effects he produced were merely an embellishment of technique. Most perplexingly, Lu Sheng overheard a conversation nearby. Yesterday, Master Li set up a challenge for all martial artists in Yinshancheng, even attracting the attention of the second-in-command of the Fei Lian army, who came to exchange a few blows with him. You have no idea. In less than 30 moves, that second-in-command was struck in the chest and forced to retreat several steps, conceding defeat. Impressive. Truly, he is a master of the Central Plains. Another boasted. Master Li has previously defeated the leaders of the robust style, the fierce lion school, the cloud and water school, and the 9 curves of the universe school. The surrounding crowd buzzed with admiration. Lu Sheng discerned that their admiration was sincere, not mere flattery. He observantly ran more closely, noting that someone had stepped onto the stage to challenge him. Not so much a challenge as a request for guidance. The young challenger, who was physically imposing, expressed great respect for Master Li, seeking his instruction. They soon engaged in a vigorous exchange. After only a few exchanges, Lu Sheng understood why Li Ran was so revered. His strength and speed were indeed formidable compared to the average person. As he observed the challenger's stance, Lu Sheng realized that he had been in the dark about his own capabilities, having hidden his strength and practiced in solitude without any benchmarks or opponents to gauge himself against. Now, it appeared to him that he could resolve this match within 3 moves. He shook his head slightly, turning to exit the crowd, no longer wishing to observe further. The Duan Han Zhang was but marginally superior to his own Xian Zhang at full power, if it came to utilizing internal energy. He mused that perhaps even 3 moves were an overestimation. In a single strike, he could dispatch this individual. The disparity in power between using internal energy and not was several-fold. He concluded that he was not in search of such so-called experts. Departing from Qingmu Daochang, Lu Sheng initially intended to visit the robust style school, but decided to return home to rest as nightfall approached. The following day, he ventured to the robust style school and several other martial arts establishments. He did witness demonstrations of hard skills, and the rumors surrounding the robust style's ability to bend a spear with the throat appeared credible. However, Lu Sheng had previously encountered similar hard skills, which were merely forms of hard qigong. The training methods were straightforward, requiring only perseverance and endurance. Moreover, the practice of the robust style necessitated a substantial amount of medicinal materials for refinement. Otherwise, one would suffer from numerous latent injuries. While the schools were generous with their techniques, they remained tight-lipped about the recipes for the medicinal concoctions. After some investigation, Lu Sheng discovered that only by joining the school could one access the medicinal refining process. Disheartened, he realized that without the refining recipes, even if he practiced, he would end up injured. Although his modified training methods might differ from conventional practices, he was unwilling to waste time experimenting. A breakthrough to the 3rd level of He Sha Gong had already left him with internal injuries for half a year. Another such incident would render him incapacitated for years. Having left the school, much of the day slipped away without any fruitful outcomes. Disappointed, Lu Sheng wandered to the famous ghost market in Yinshancheng. This ghost market specialized in the trade of various burial items, illicit goods, stolen property, and other dubious items. Lu Sheng carefully assessed all his possessions, totaling 2,000 taels in silver notes and golden leaves. The profit from his shop selling stationery supplies amounted to only a few dozen taels a month, a mere drop in the ocean for him. He hoped to find something of value during his visit. He had often heard Zheng Shangwei mention that many valuable items sold at auctions were sourced from the ghost market. Thus, he frequently visited the ghost market in search of luck. The ghost market was sparsely populated, with only a dozen stalls crammed into a narrow alley. Lu Sheng strolled along the alley, occasionally crouching to inspect the items on display. After some time without success, he was about to turn back to resume his internal energy practice when a hesitant male voice called out from the other end of the alley. "Are you Lu Sheng, Lu Yuesheng?" Lu Sheng looked up to see a young gentleman clad in a yellow robe, adorned with a yellow jade belt, his stature tall and elegant. Although he did not recognize the individual, he immediately discerned his identity. "You are Chen Yunqi's elder brother?" Chen Jiaorong. Chen Jiaorong's handsome face momentarily froze, then broke into a smile. "You truly possess keen insight, Lu Sheng." "Not keen insight, but you and your sister bear a striking resemblance," Lu Sheng replied, shaking his head. Chen Jiaorong's features were merely a more masculine version of Chen Yunqi's, and they indeed looked alike. "Since we've encountered each other here, why not join me for a drink? Zhenghua often speaks of you," Chen Jiaorong suggested with a smile. Lu Sheng contemplated briefly before nodding in agreement. The two exited the ghost market and found a tavern nearby, where they settled down for drinks. The bustling hall was filled with patrons, the sounds of servers and laughter echoing throughout, yet the two remained undistracted, sharing a moment of silence. I have heard from Yunxi that your character is of the highest caliber. I previously underestimated you. Chun Jiaorong eventually spoke. After a pause, he continued. Regarding the matter of Wang Zichuan, the authorities have intervened. It was not Zheng Guo who reported the incident, but his cousin and family. Lu Sheng raised his cup, taking a small sip, allowing the mild and slightly spicy liquor to flow leisurely in his mouth. Let us set aside Yunxi's matters for now. What is the official stance? Chun Jiaorong shook his head, stating that Zheng Guo had also inquired about it. The conclusion reached was that the case involved a tragic fall into the water, and the head constable's investigation yielded the same outcome. It was said that someone had witnessed him plunging into Songbaijiang, with both testimonial and material evidence present. Lu Sheng remained silent, raising his head to finish his drink in one gulp. So is this matter settled then? He questioned. Indeed, what else can be done? Chun Jiaorong replied helplessly. In truth, many individuals go missing each year in Songbaijiang, not unlike Wang Ziqian. The authorities handle such cases in this manner, and they do not permit any dissemination of the news. Otherwise, one would face imprisonment. At that moment, Lu Sheng comprehended how the reputation of Anshan Cheng for maintaining order was cultivated. My sister mentioned that your reluctance stems from a lack of mutual understanding. Chun Jiaorong shifted the topic. And what of the situation involving Wang Ziqian? Will it simply be dismissed? Lu Sheng pressed further. Yes, it will be dismissed. Chun Jiaorong confirmed. In such a vast expanse of Songbaijiang, do you expect individuals to dive beneath the surface to recover a body that may have already been consumed by fish? Lu Sheng exhaled, straightening his posture, feeling somewhat discontented. Whether it was the officials of Julian Cheng or those of Anshan Cheng, both exhibited a deliberate negligence that left him troubled. What purpose does the government serve then? He blurted out. Chun Jiaorong was momentarily taken aback, unconsciously reaching to pinch the jade at his waist. Indeed, what utility does the government possess? Both men found themselves engulfed in a moment of frustration, each lost in their own thoughts. After a brief silence, Lu Sheng's gaze inadvertently fell upon the jade in Chun Jiaorong's hand, his eyes flickering with curiosity. Chun Xiong, may I have a look at your jade? Chun Jiaorong nodded, casually handing the jade to Lu Sheng. This was a gift from a close friend of mine not long ago. It is exquisite Jiao Yuan jade. Upon receiving it, Lu Sheng felt an intense chill emanating from the jade, surging into his body through his palm. The sensation was strikingly similar to what he had experienced when absorbing the earlier powder. Such potent qi. Lu Sheng's heart raced. He had dubbed this Orion qi, and the intensity contained within this jade far surpassed that of the powder he had previously absorbed, allowing him to draw in a significant amount without the need for bloodletting. Dare I inquire, Chun Xiong, is this item perhaps excavated from a tomb? Lu Sheng feigned casualness. Chun Jiaorong nodded. Yes, it was unearthed from a tomb. Yet you have not answered my question. As my sister suggests, what degree of familiarity constitutes mutual understanding? He redirected the conversation back to his sister's marriage. Lu Sheng had previously evaded this topic, and now confronted with it again, he sighed. Such matters cannot be rushed. Chun Xiong, you shall see in due time. Moreover, I have only known Yunxi for a short while. How can your family place such trust in me? Your ability to express such sentiments has reassured me. I was once apprehensive, but now I find comfort. Chun Jiaorong replied with a smile. If you agree, we can even double the dowry. Lu Sheng offered a wry smile. He understood that, on one hand, Chun Yunxi genuinely harbored feelings for him. On the other hand, the Chun family had long struggled to marry off their daughter and were unwilling to let go of a rare opportunity. Let us discuss this matter later. At least until my examination results are confirmed, Lu Sheng used the impending imperial examination as a shield. Upon hearing this, Chun Jiaorong's admiration for him deepened. This was a temptation that could lead to instant wealth. Were he in a similar situation, he would certainly have agreed, for marriage could allow for concubines and additional wives. Though his sister, Chun Yunxi, possessed somewhat lengthy legs and bore physical imperfections akin to those with facial scars, she still had merits in other aspects. Let it be settled thus. After Lu Xiong's examination, we shall make a decision. Yunxi is no longer young. It is time for her to settle down. And I hope Lu Xiong will not delay. Lu Sheng felt a sense of helplessness and could only nod in response. The two parted ways upon leaving the tavern. And seeing that dusk had fallen, Lu Sheng turned to head home. After a night of rest, he returned to the academy the next day. As he settled into his seat, a commotion erupted outside. What is happening out there? Lu Sheng inquired of Song Zhenghua, who was organizing scrolls nearby. Song Zhenggua's expression darkened as he replied, Wang Ziqian's family has arrived. Lu Sheng noticed many individuals in the classroom rising to observe from the windows and doorway. Faint sounds of women and children weeping drifted in. He stood, hearing several classmates sigh. It seems Ziqian has truly vanished. A young woman accompanied by 2 small children has come, and I heard that his father was severely injured at the government office while seeking assistance. He returned home gravely ill. How could the officials resort to violence? It was his father's disbelief that his son drowned. He knelt at the government office and refused to rise, provoking the ill-tempered new magistrate. How pitiful for this widow and her orphans. Indeed, such a shame. His father does not seem long for this world. The more Lu Sheng listened, the more unsettled he became. Wang Ziqian's family had once been merchants. Although their business was modest, they possessed some wealth, yet now their lives were in turmoil. Song Zhenghua, having overheard the surrounding conversations, pushed through the throng and approached Lu Sheng. It is my fault. If I had not asked him to go out that day. Do not dwell on it. This is not your fault, Lu Sheng reassured him, patting his shoulder. However, Song Zhenghua's countenance remained dark, and he did not respond. The two exited the academy, where they saw a striking young woman, appearing around 18 or 19, kneeling on the main road that led to the academy, her head bowed. Clad in white mourning attire with a mourning cap, a crowd of onlookers had gathered, and the atmosphere grew increasingly charged. Let us go take a look, Lu Sheng urged, tugging at Song Zhenghua and leading the way. No need. I shall go alone. This is my fault. Song Zhenghua grasped his arm firmly, speaking earnestly. Lu Sheng was taken aback, and before he could fully grasp the situation, he saw Song Zhenghua hastening to the kneeling woman, engaging her in quiet conversation. Among the students, 2 teachers from the academy squeezed their way over to inquire about the situation. Soon, Song Zhenghua was assisting the young woman and her children. Swiftly departing the academy, Lu Sheng followed closely behind, keeping pace with them. Not far along, they encountered officials from the magistrate's office, who spoke briefly with Song Zhenghua and the young woman before they all hurriedly boarded a carriage and left. As they departed, Song Zhenghua gestured for Lu Sheng to remain behind and return to class. Do not let this interfere with your examination. I will handle this matter, he called out from a distance, before climbing aboard the carriage. Lu Sheng watched as the black carriage adorned with red patterns drove away. Recognizing it as the official vehicle of the magistrate's office, he lingered at the academy entrance for a moment, then turned and resumed his studies. The incident involving Wang Ziqian circulated briefly within the academy before being swiftly suppressed. Several times, Lu Sheng observed officials conversing with the academy's instructors, perhaps incentivizing them to quell the rumors. Wang Ziqian's family ceased their disturbances thereafter. Since that day, Song Zhenghua's demeanor had lightened somewhat, likely due to some compensation provided to Wang Ziqian's family. After the uproar surrounding the missing person case, tranquility returned, and the academy resumed its normal routine as if the events had never transpired. In the Song household, Song Zhenghua silently consumed the meal brought by the maid. A lavish spread of chicken, duck, fish, and goose lay before him, yet his appetite had fled, his mind preoccupied. Outside, he could faintly hear his father's footsteps and conversations, but he made no effort to greet him, instead remaining in his room, sighing heavily. They too were newcomers who had relocated to Anshansheng. His father's business had only recently begun to flourish, and he was exceptionally busy, his mood already soured. The burden of recent events weighed heavily on him, compounding his distress. Why does father fail to comprehend the virtues of Juner? If I were to wed her, harmony would surely flourish within our household, and success would be within reach. With Juner by my side, our home would be stable, and I would undoubtedly achieve greatness in the upcoming examination. In his heart, Song Zhenghua lamented. Suddenly, as he dined, a black dove flew in through the window, its pink eyes fixated upon him. Cooing softly, the dove drew his attention, and a smile illuminated his face. He hurriedly approached, grasping the dove and retrieving a scroll from its leg, swiftly unfurling it. The prior concerns expressed by Juner were now alleviated. She had resorted to desperate measures, and the boatman had finally acquiesced. Tomorrow evening, during the festival, should Song Dago manage to procure 10,000 taels of silver, he could redeem Juner. There was no need for concern. While 10,000 taels was indeed substantial, Juner had accumulated a fair amount over the years, enough to cover a significant portion. Tomorrow night, Song Dago must come alone, as Juner would present herself entirely to him, hoping for his compassion. Upon finishing the note, Song Zhenghua felt an overwhelming joy surge from deep within his heart, flooding his senses. He stood upright, his face flushed with excitement, pacing the room while clutching the scroll. Juner, you belong to me. I will surely rescue you from that wretched place and grant you a rightful status. He clenched his fists, murmuring softly, completely disregarding the earlier caution from Xiao Jun about avoiding the boat during the festival. After a moment of exuberance, Song Zhenghua gradually regained his composure. However, He recalled Juner's warning about the festival, fearing it might lead to deception. He pondered this, his expression cooling as he hesitated in place. When he met Juner, he would inquire why she advised against visiting the boat during the festival. Perhaps there was a significant reason behind it. With elation swelling in his heart, Song Zhenghua began preparing the banknotes. 10,000 taels was a considerable sum for him. Over the years, he had invested much of his savings in Juner, and gathering such a large amount in haste posed a challenge. Although Juner had mentioned she would cover a substantial portion, he could not bear to impose such a burden on his beloved. Regardless, he decided to seek assistance from his sister. Skipping his meal, he rushed to the door, but suddenly paused, recalling another matter. Such a joyous occasion, though Juner felt shy and insisted he go alone, was one that should be shared with close friends in celebration. Quickly, he returned to his desk, ink and water at the ready, and began composing letters to his two remaining friends. Yet, as he prepared to write, he hesitated again and set down the pen. Perhaps it would be best to proceed alone, avoiding any unnecessary complications. Once everything was settled, he could inform others later. He swiftly sought out his sister and borrowed 15,000 taels, claiming it was for a business investment, quickly preparing everything required. As the examination approached, Lu Sheng's family sent Xiaoer over, along with 1,000 taels to supplement his recent expenses. However, Lu Sheng was aware that his family was selling off various properties in preparation for relocation. Due to the recent explosion in Jiu Yansheng, many were migrating, causing property values to plummet. Consequently, to repurchase real estate in the future, a significant amount of money would be necessary. Thus, being able to provide him with an additional 1,000 taels was already a strained expenditure, as the Lu family was currently in a precarious situation. As the tumult subsided, Lu Sheng began to set aside thoughts of Wang Zichuan, focusing instead on self-improvement and seeking ways to earn money. In the northern mountains, fresh springs abound. In the Red Ravine, the flowers bloom bright. Outside Baisha Town, sparrows dance. The new river flows golden. Oh, Yanshan City, my beloved hometown, Yanshan City, my cherished homeland. Lu Sheng stood expressionless by the window, listening to the raucous, sharp voices singing outside. He had been awakened shortly after 3 in the morning, and by the hour of the tiger, he was already out of bed, witnessing a seemingly endless procession of vibrant, colorful outfits filled with uncles and aunts, playing drums and gongs, heralding the upcoming festival with folk songs as they made their way toward the city center. What left Lu Sheng speechless was that the onlookers along the streets appeared undisturbed by the noise. Instead, they joyfully joined the procession, some even singing along, while officials maintained order. Chapter 46, A Graceful Shadow Young Master. A drowsy Xiaoer pushed open the door, rubbing her eyes as she placed a large platter of custard buns on the table. Your breakfast is served. The millet porridge is still simmering. Today, we have no steamed buns, only custard buns to eat. Custard buns are a festive delicacy. Lu Sheng slammed the window shut and turned to face Xiaoer. The girl had grown even more charming in just a few months. Oh dear, young master, your gaze is mischievous. Xiaoer pouted, realizing that the clothes she brought were now too small for her, having grown quite rapidly. Lu Sheng chuckled. I will take you to buy new clothes. Xiaoer's face scrunched up in protest. Perhaps not. The household is not as it used to be, and your medical expenses are nearly overwhelming. There are many places where money is needed. Lu Sheng was taken aback, feeling slightly embarrassed. The family was in such dire straits that even Xiaoer understood the importance of frugality, while he had remained oblivious. After Xiaoer arrived, she occupied one of the rooms in the house, being a close servant, and eventually, they would share a bed. If Lu Sheng wished, he could grant her the status of a concubine, which would be considered a significant elevation for her. Xiaoer's background was humble. Her father, a gambling addict, had lost everything and nearly sold his wife and child to pay off debts. Fortunately, a kind-hearted woman named Lu Tsiyu rescued them, repaying their debts. However, Xiaoer's mother succumbed to illness shortly after due to the previous turmoil, leaving Xiaoer alone in the Lu household, which she now regarded as her own home. I must find a way to earn money. Lu Sheng began to treat this matter seriously. He turned around to see Xiaoer, pulling an envelope from her bosom. A courier just delivered a letter. She placed the letter on the table. Lu Sheng approached, eating a couple of custard buns, and picked up the envelope. It was from his family. He opened it, discovering the contents conveyed that the family had decided to relocate to Yanshan City, assuring him that everything was progressing smoothly and advising him to focus on preparing for the upcoming examination. Shaking his head, Lu Sheng finished reading the letter and placed it in the drawer of his desk. Is today's medicine ready? He asked Xiaoer while quickly devouring the remaining custard buns. Yes, it's in the medicine box. Young master, you should practice. The earlier you go, the sooner you'll return. Xiaoer, aware that it was nearly time for Lu Sheng's daily training, urged him. All right. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, someone gently tapped on the door. Who is it? Xiao hurriedly got up to answer, and shortly after, Lu Sheng heard her conversing with someone outside, followed by the soft closing of the door. Who is it? After finishing breakfast, Lu Sheng stood up, preparing to change clothes for practice. It's a servant from the Song family, delivering a letter. Xiao handed the envelope to Lu Sheng. Young master, please take a look. Lu Sheng accepted it, noticing the inscription addressed to brother Lu, realizing it was from Song Zhenghua. Among his friends, the only one with the surname Song with whom he had a close relationship was Song Zhenghua. Upon opening the envelope, the contents revealed that tomorrow marks the Sun Duan festival, during which he intends to redeem Jun'er from the painting boat. He extends an invitation to witness the celebration. Notably, he emphasizes the necessity of attendance, as he will be hosting the gathering. Redemption? Lu Sheng murmured, having long discerned the unusual relationship between Jun'er and Song Zhenghua. To his surprise, he had genuinely developed feelings and planned to redeem her. Given that his rapport with Song Zhenghua was amicable, and having nothing pressing to occupy him, he deemed it appropriate to attend, especially with an invitation to dine. After securing the letter in a drawer and locking it away, Lu Sheng grasped a straight knife, ready to venture out. As he returned to his room to change, he paused before the copper mirror to inspect his current self. Recently, he had distinctly felt the burgeoning power of his He Gong within him. This transformative internal energy was gradually fortifying his physique. Coupled with the intense stimulation of the He Gong, he sensed his organs undergoing continuous refinement, purging impurities and toxins. Such changes led him to believe that, even without practicing hard techniques, his physical endurance and strength might rival those adept in martial arts, wielding the knife with casual ease. The interplay of He Gong and He Gong produced a subtle, yet resonant vibration in the air. Raising his right arm, he noticed a profusion of dark red veins and bulging blue tendons, creating a fearsome appearance. He had grown considerably stronger of late. Had he been clad in fitted attire rather than robes, his well-defined muscles would have been apparent, robust, and athletic. Compared to an ordinary scholar, his arm could rival the thickness of another's thigh. I require a good knife, Lu Sheng mused, lifting the blade to reflect his image. However, the reflection also revealed numerous fine cracks distorting the surface. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps approached the door, suggesting someone intended to stealthily enter his chamber. Yet the rhythm was far from subtle. Who is it? He demanded, followed by a fierce roar. Lu Sheng abruptly turned, his eyes wide, as an overwhelming surge of inner energy erupted from him, unleashing a powerful and ferocious aura that reverberated throughout the air, producing a thunderous tiger's roar. At the doorway, a young girl was so startled that she fell to the ground, none other than Zheng Yue. Her face was pale, and she trembled in fear, unable to rise. Lu Gij, you frightened me. Zheng Yue had intended to surprise Lu Sheng, but ended up being the one terrified, tears streaming down her cheeks. I thought I saw a massive black tiger charging at me, she exclaimed, her face still ashen. In the future, do not sneak up on me from behind. It is perilous, Lu Sheng said, ruffling her hair. What brings you here? Where is your brother? He is still at the academy. Tomorrow is the Sun Duan festival. Do you have any plans, Lu Gij? Zheng Yue inquired, her spirits lifting as she rubbed her eyes. I have an engagement to drink with friends. What? It's too late, Zheng Yue exclaimed, disappointment etched on her face. All right, I must quickly find another place before it gets booked up. I shall take my leave. Lu Gij, with a seemingly ulterior motive, she hurriedly dashed out of the room, swift in her departure. At that moment, Xiao rushed in, her eyes brimming with tears. Miss Yue insisted I not reveal it was her. From now on, anyone entering must inform me in advance, Lu Sheng instructed calmly. Yes, Xiao replied, startled by his stern tone, bowing her head in compliance. Lu Sheng cast her a glance before exiting the room with the knife in hand. He pondered whether the intensity of his malevolent energy had been escalating recently. The tranquil environment seemed ill-suited for his practice of He Gong. He often felt an overwhelming urge for violence and bloodshed, a potential byproduct of his training. On the following day, the streets were alive with the raucous celebrations of the Sun Duan festival, featuring lively folk song troupes, acrobats, ball tossers, monkey trainers, and street performers. A plethora of activities crowded the streets, becoming increasingly vibrant as one approached the city center. Lu Sheng diligently studied the classics, honing his inner energy, and practicing his blade and palm techniques until evening, when he made his way to the rendezvous point with Song Zhenghua. The agreed-upon location was beneath a row of willow trees by the Songbai River. Song Zhenghua awaited them, accompanied by Qin Jiaorong, Lu Sheng, Yu Sheng, You've taken your time. Song Zhenghua laughed heartily, clapping Lu Sheng on the shoulder. Jiao Rong and I have been waiting for quite a while. Following the incident with Wang Zichuan, he had become disillusioned with many of his so-called friends, distancing himself from those he once considered allies. Ultimately, only two individuals remained true friends: Chun Jiao Rong, the brother of Chun Yunqi, and Lu Sheng. Today he planned to redeem Juner, inviting Lu Sheng and Chun Jiao Rong to witness the occasion, which also served as a celebration. Initially, he intended to come alone, but after much contemplation, he felt it would be improper not to involve his closest friends in such a significant event. Thus, he had written to both of them, inviting their presence. Today marks a momentous occasion for Brother Song. An entire evening of revelry awaits us. It would be remiss of us not to partake. Chun Jiaorong teased, pointing at Song Zhenghua. Brother Song is too focused on his own enjoyment to remember his dear friends, Lu Sheng added with a playful tone. Enough chatter. Let us not delay further. We must board the boat, Song Zhenghua urged, his spirits high. Jiao Rong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he pulled Lu Sheng along, and the three made their way to the moored painting boat not far from the riverbank. The vessel floated serenely at the dock, bustling with guests and lively chatter. At one of the cabin windows, Juner sat, her wide almond eyes fixed intently on the trio. How could this be? Song Degu, you promised me you wouldn't come today. Juner's face drained of color, her hands gripping the table's edge so tightly that blood welled from her bitten lip. Oblivious to the pain. Why is this happening? Despair washed over her as she recalled her master's intentions, knowing they targeted Song Zhenghua. She had discreetly warned him not to attend the painting boat today, yet here he was, appearing so joyful. Juner felt her strength waning, her body growing weak. She wished to burst from the room and implore Song Zhenghua to leave, but she knew she lacked the fortitude. Suddenly, a sharp, mocking laughter echoed from another corner of the room. Juner turned to see a woman in a flowing white dress seated upon her bed. The woman's long black hair cascaded down, obscuring her face, rendering her features indistinguishable. She appeared frail, as if a gust of wind could topple her. It was I who summoned him here, the woman said, a smile gracing her lips as she addressed Juner's confusion. No, you cannot do this. Juner felt utterly powerless. A profound despair surged from within, flooding her heart. Tears streamed down her cheeks. The woman slowly rose and approached her. The one surnamed Song is merely a preordained prey. Do you think you can set him free? That would disrupt the rules. Hence, I took on your guise to convey the message to him. And here we are. He not only arrived, but also brought along 2 fresh offerings. Truly remarkable. They have meticulously plotted against someone like Song Zhenghua, born under such an ominous time, and naturally, they would not allow a single one to escape. After all, individuals like him are indeed rare treasures. Juner wept, entirely immobilized, allowing the woman to gently caress her face, her hand gradually sinking into Juner's head, as if inserting itself, piercing through the temples, and beginning to stir within. As the woman stirred, Juner's gaze slowly transformed from lively to increasingly alluring, her skin gradually acquiring a subtle, enticing sheen. A delicate fragrance wafted through the air, an incredibly tempting aroma. However, the long-haired woman noticed that beneath Juner's eyes remained a trace of despair that tugged at the heartstrings. For now, remain alone and gather your thoughts. As for that Song individual, I shall send someone else to handle him. Sensing something amiss, the woman quickly withdrew her hand, huffed coldly, and vanished from the room, leaving Juner alone, her vision blurred with tears. Song Zhenghua, accompanied by Qin Jiarong and Lu Sheng, boarded the pleasure boat. Young Master Song, young Master Qin, young Master Lu, today is a magnificent day. Your program has been arranged, awaiting your esteemed presence. Upon boarding, the boat maiden greeted them with a radiant smile. Where's Juner? Song Zhenghua inquired cheerfully. She is still getting ready, young Master Song. Do take good care of her today, the boat maiden replied in a soft voice. Of course. A smile that could not be contained spread across Song Zhenghua's face as he, along with Lu Sheng and Qin Jiarong, entered a pre-prepared private room. Once seated, the night outside was hazy, with moonlight filtering through like a gossamer veil, casting its glow upon the windowsill. The boat maiden did not leave. After ushering the three into the room, she clapped her hands, and a procession of veiled women entered the room. All the women were adorned in exquisite 3-point garments, with white bandeau tops and sheer green fabric draping down to cover their legs. Each possessed an elegant figure and harmonious proportions, and even behind their veils, their beautiful features were evident. One of the women, cradling a pipa, gracefully entered the room and lightly plucked its strings. The melodious sound reverberated, causing the three men to shudder with delight. Their previously heated bodies, now more invigorated by the sight of these women. The sound of the people was soft, akin to a lover's whisper, a sweet, gentle melody flowing through the air. The three men, momentarily entranced, appeared somewhat dazed. Soon, an array of delicacies was presented, all known for their invigorating properties. Song Jinghua, with a rosy complexion, enthusiastically urged Lu Sheng and Qin Jiarong to partake. Lu Sheng sampled a couple of bites but soon ceased, content to simply enjoy the music. The meal lasted over an hour, with the beautiful entertainers changing thrice. And the three men, now somewhat tipsy, reveled in their enjoyment. It is worth noting that typically, physical intimacy aboard this pleasure boat is not permitted. However, today is different. The boat's owner promised that if we redeem Jun'er tonight, we may choose any of the entertainers from earlier to accompany us. Song Jinghua said with a hint of smugness. Is that true? Qin Jiarong, hearing this for the first time, expressed his astonishment. This boat has never intruded upon the brothel's business. He looked surprised. That is why I am pleased. The entertainers here are not for just anyone to engage with. You two need not hold back. I already have Xiao Juan, so the other women are of no concern to me. You may select one or two. Song Jinghua chuckled. How novel, Lu Sheng remarked, glancing outside as dusk approached. He was uncertain how much time had passed aboard the boat. The foot traffic outside had diminished significantly, and the sounds of conversation that had occasionally drifted from the deck were now nearly absent. Why don't we play a game of throwing arrows? Today is the Xuan Duan festival, and if we perform well, we might receive additional services. Song Jinghua, very familiar with the customs of this pleasure boat, suggested. Lu Sheng had no objections, and Qin Jiarong responded with a smile. The three began to have the boat's women bring over the throwing arrows and the target. Song Jinghua was the first to pick up an arrow and throw it into the target, while Lu Sheng and Qin Jiarong watched, occasionally hitting the target. The girls nearby would clap and giggle in delight. Qin Jiarong, somewhat tipsy, playfully pulled the smallest girl close, creating an ambiguous atmosphere. The game involved throwing arrows into a large vessel, a popular pastime among scholars and common folk alike. Lu Sheng calculated the time and casually asked a nearby girl, "You're still open this late?" "Yes, we never close," the girl replied with a smile. Lu Sheng found something off about her smile, but could not quite pinpoint it. After a moment of contemplation, he turned his attention back to Song Jinghua. They played for a while longer. "It's getting late. We should freshen up before returning to accompany you gentlemen," one of the leading dancers suggested with a smile. "Go ahead," Song Jinghua waved his hand. The group of entertainers filed out of the room, with the last one gently closing the door behind them. The room fell silent. The three sat on the low couch, surrounded by a chaotic array of food and drink. 2 wine jars were set aside. "We had quite a bit to drink tonight," Qin Jiarong remarked, shaking his head. "Let us not delay the matter at hand," Song Jinghua replied with a grin. "Do you need to use the restroom?" "I'll wash my face," Lu Sheng answered, shaking his head as he stood and left the room. Outside, it was dim and shadowy. Beyond the room lay the central hall of the boat, with rows of closed doors, and no sight of any girls entering or exiting. Lu Sheng, feeling a bit dizzy from the drink, made his way toward the restroom. After a visit, he washed his face and felt much clearer. Upon stepping out, he suddenly paused. Outside the restroom, the ground was illuminated by the hall's lights, but the colors seemed different from what he recalled. "I remember the light being yellow before." Lu Sheng squinted, observing the vibrant red hue beneath his feet. The outside was eerily quiet, so much so that not a single sound could be heard, not even the gentle lapping of water against the boat. Lu Sheng looked closely at the red glow beneath him, cautiously lifted his leg, and stepped out of the restroom, returning to the hall. The hall was silent. The yellow lanterns that had hung earlier were now mysteriously replaced with red ones, casting a soft red glow that enveloped the entire space. Lu Sheng approached the railing and glanced down. He was on the second level, with the first level below, but he could see no one. The girls and patrons he had previously spotted before visiting the restroom were all gone, leaving only the cold wind that occasionally swept through. Lu Sheng frowned slightly and hurried back toward the room. Upon reaching the room, he pushed the door open, finding Qin Jiarong absent. Perhaps he too had gone to the restroom, and Song Jinghua was still missing. Just as he rounded the corner, his gaze locked onto 2 large red lanterns hanging inside the room. The 2 red lanterns hung silently above their dining area, and he could not discern who had placed them there. The open door creaked in the wind. The room was eerily silent. "Brother Song? Brother Qin?" he called out tentatively, but no response came. Suddenly, he recalled the strange red boat he had encountered earlier, and his expression darkened. Sitting down, Lu Sheng rested his hands on his knees, quietly awaiting the return of Song Jinghua and Qin Jiarong, confident that if they had indeed gone to the restroom, they would surely return to this room. After waiting for a brief moment, he was startled by the sound of soft footsteps approaching the door. The footsteps drew nearer before stopping at the threshold, precisely at the corner where Lu Sheng could not see. Brother Song? Lu Sheng slowly rose, attempting to call out. The figure remained silent at the corner. Lu Sheng squinted, his hand resting on the hilt of the dagger tucked at his lower back. This blade, specifically acquired for self-defense, was no longer than his forearm and concealed within the folds of his garment. He cautiously approached the door, his footsteps light and deliberate. However, just as he rose, a pale figure began to materialize behind him. A vague silhouette, clad in a long white garment, silently extended its clawed hand towards the nape of Lu Sheng's neck. Suddenly, Lu Sheng grasped the edge of the wooden wall, leaving a faint handprint on its surface. The white-clad figure, startled by the noise, quickly withdrew its hand. Upon realizing the sound was merely an accidental disturbance, it turned back, extending its claw once more towards Lu Sheng's vulnerable back. Yet this time, it encountered Lu Sheng's turned visage, his astonishingly bright eyes locking onto its own. "What are you doing?" Lu Sheng grinned, revealing a spine-chilling set of white teeth. The white figure recoiled in shock, swiftly retreating and vanishing into the wall behind it. With a resounding crash, a dark figure collided forcefully with the wall, a silver blade slicing through the barrier like a waterfall of light. It was Lu Sheng. Without uttering a word, he swung his blade downwards with tremendous force, shattering the wall as if it were mere tofu, and pursued the white figure relentlessly. The figure, now terrified, floated into the adjacent room, disappearing into the second wall. The sound of destruction echoed, mingled with a thunderous roar as Lu Sheng, undeterred, smashed through the wall once more, chasing after the white figure. His veins bulged visibly, pulsating beneath the surface, as a surge of blood coursed through him, causing his physique to swell dramatically, transforming him into a veritable giant. In his grasp, the dagger appeared as insignificant as a twig, its blade narrower than a third of his forearm. Chapter 48. The Enigmatic Shadow. Such was the power of this modest dagger, capable of demolishing 2 wooden walls, crafted from an extraordinary type of wood. With residual force, the blade struck the white figure. The sound was akin to fabric being torn, as Lu Sheng's eyes reddened, bloodshot with fury, cleaving the figure in two. The blade whirled back, effortlessly slicing a nearby wooden table in half. His eyes scanned the room, his aura of black, demonic energy surging, an insatiable desire for violence thrumming within him, yet unable to be released. With a powerful kick, he sent the obstructing table crashing against the wall, splintering it to pieces. Nevertheless, he sensed an unseen presence lurking, seeking death. Lu Sheng bellowed, unleashing the black tiger blade technique with a ferocious strike. "Come out." The blade struck the wall before him like a thunderous boom. With a resounding crash, the remaining section of the wall shattered under Lu Sheng's empowered blow, scattering countless shards of black wood. Behind the breached wall, a woman in a flowing white dress, her long hair obscuring her face, appeared before him. Song Jinghua and Juner shrank back into a corner, their faces etched with despair and fear as they stared at her, only to be caught off guard by Lu Sheng's sudden appearance. They were momentarily stunned, but upon recognizing Lu Sheng, their spirits soared, as if a divine being had descended from the heavens to rescue them. Song Jinghua attempted to rise, but was abruptly pulled back by Juner. "Something's not right. Wait." Blood trickled from Juner's lips, the origin of her injury unknown, yet her gaze remained fixed on Lu Sheng, sensing something was amiss. "What's wrong?" "That is Lu Sheng. That is Yu Sheng Xiong. I never imagined he would be this powerful. He must be here to save me," Song Jinghua exclaimed with renewed hope. "Look closer," Juner cautioned in a hushed tone. Song Jinghua blinked, quickly scrutinizing Lu Sheng, and then recognized the unsettling change in his demeanor. He, the woman retreated, unleashing a flurry of green flames that darted towards Lu Sheng, resembling heads of human figures, enveloping his escape routes. The multitude of green flames nearly covered every angle for him to evade. Lu Sheng's black, demonic energy surged, his heart filled with a savage intent to kill. As his dagger trembled violently in his grip, a vast amount of inner energy pooling into his right arm, and with a swift motion, he swung the blade forward. With a thunderous roar reminiscent of a mighty tiger, the silver blade transformed into a massive axe-like gleam, colliding head-on with the approaching green flames. The sounds of bursting bubbles echoed as the flames scattered, igniting the surrounding red lanterns and rapidly spreading along the carpet and leather. A martial artist from the Jianghu? Mastery in both internal and external arts? Quite impressive, the woman cackled, her body lifting gracefully as she waved her hand. Instantly, a barrage of black spheres flew through the gaping hole in the wall. Dozens of these spheres hurtled towards him before he could react. With the ferocity of a tiger, Lu Sheng gripped his dagger, his massive form starkly contrasting with the diminutive blade, yet the dagger vibrated with an intensity that grew as the flames reflected upon it. With the swiftness of a giant tiger, Lu Sheng lunged forward, evading every single sphere in a blur, and in a flash, he struck the woman's neck. With a sickening sound, her head flew from her body. In a swift motion, Lu Sheng reversed his blade and slashed again, cleaving the woman in two, eliciting a piercing scream. The flames grew increasingly fierce, soon consuming the beams of the room, which collapsed with a resounding crash. After exerting himself to the utmost, Lu Sheng was caught off guard as a beam fell upon him, while the surrounding flames surged forth as if alive, engulfing him entirely. Lu Sheng. At that moment, in a corner of the room, Song Jinghua and Juner rushed out, desperate to save him, but it was too late. The beam crashed down precisely upon Lu Sheng's head, and the fire instantly enveloped him, rendering him invisible. Run, Juner urged, gripping Song Jinghua tightly. You Sheng, Lu Sheng, Song Jinghua shouted, desperation lacing his voice. You should worry about yourselves. The woman in white reappeared, her form perfectly intact, floating near the edge of the flames. Her gaze ominously fixed on the two of them. They rushed out of the doorway, not daring to look back. It's my fault. I brought Lu Sheng to this. Tears welled in Song Jinghua's eyes, filled with anguish and rage. We must escape first, Juner insisted firmly. Suddenly, the woman in white sped after them, her voice piercing the air, trying to escape. Just then, a roar erupted from within the flames, as a robust figure, still ablaze, burst through the fallen beam. Leaping forth from the inferno, a flurry of sparks exploded as a powerful hand seized her from the flames. You, the woman in white recoiled in terror, only to witness Lu Sheng springing forth, his blade sweeping through the flames like a massive wave of crimson, striking down upon her with unrelenting force. With a swift motion, she was cleaved in two once more, yet her severed body rapidly fused back together in midair. A mere mortal dares to challenge me? She shrieked, her hair swirling wildly as she intertwined her hands, forming an intricate gesture. Instantly, strips of white fabric erupted from her dress, cascading toward Lu Sheng like a storm of lethal projectiles. Die! The white ribbons sliced through the air with a sharp, whistling sound. Lu Sheng's eyes burned crimson, his clothing still smoldering with remnants of fire, smoke curling from various parts of his body. The black evil technique, after a series of exhausting maneuvers, allowed him to regain a modicum of clarity. Sensing the extensive burns covering his body, Lu Sheng swiftly activated the internal Black Tiger Jade Crane technique. The enhanced self-healing capabilities of this technique alleviated the intense heat within him significantly. However, as he exchanged internal energies, both the Black Tiger Jade Crane technique and the Black Evil technique surged simultaneously, leading Lu Sheng to feel an unusual transformation within. Two currents of heat flowed through him, one tempestuous and the other serene. With his blade tightly gripped, he fixed his gaze on the woman suspended in midair, an extraordinary sensation suddenly rising within him. The dual energies surged into his arms, intertwining on the blade he held, coalescing into a formidable and fierce power. Following this surge, Lu Sheng's body arched slightly. The visualizations of the Black Tiger and the Celestial Crane in his mind abruptly merged, spiraling around one another. As if blessed by fate, the short blade in Lu Sheng's hand erupted in a burst of crimson light. The roars of a mighty tiger and the cry of the Celestial Crane seemed to resonate together, soaring into the sky. Amidst this tumult, Lu Sheng leapt, thrusting the blade straight into the woman. With a resounding boom, this immense force did not cleave her in two, but rather, her body exploded into countless fragments, ignited by sparks and falling into the flames, vanishing without a trace. With a thud, Lu Sheng landed heavily, causing the entire pleasure boat to tremble. After a moment of intense breathing, he gradually straightened up, bending down to gently pick up a purple jade hairpin that the woman had previously dropped. The only remnant of her. Song Xiong, it seems you have quite the fortune with the ladies. Emerging from this unscathed, Lu Sheng remarked, flashing a bright smile, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Lu Xiong, Song Jinghua, who had witnessed the fierce battle, was beginning to question whether his newly made friend was truly human. Let us find Qin Xiong. We must disembark. If we delay, we may not escape. Lu Sheng raised his hand, noticing that his clothes had been singed and clung to his skin. Fortunately, his resilience to heat from the Black Evil technique, coupled with his rapid movements during the fierce struggle, had prevented the flames from spreading uncontrollably, resulting in only minor burns. What about that female ghost? Is she truly gone? Song Jinghua inquired, astonished. I am uncertain, but she likely is, Lu Sheng replied, directing his gaze toward Xiao Jun. She smiled gently, returning his expression with warmth and gratitude. The trio swiftly located the unconscious Chun Jiao Rong in a corner of the cabin, with Song Jinghua carrying him as they disembarked from the boat. Just as they stepped onto the shore, the pleasure boat behind them ignited, transforming into a flaming vessel, its conflagration distinctly visible on the Songbai River. Strangely, they soon realized that they were no longer on the riverside near Yanshancheng, but rather in a desolate wilderness by the river. As the four stood on the shore, they surveyed their surroundings, finding not a trace of habitation, only wild grass and barren land. Lu Sheng donned Song Jingua's coat to change his clothes, and upon tearing away the burned fabric, he discovered that only a small portion of his skin was scorched, while the majority was merely blackened. His hair and facial hair had been singed away, leaving him resembling a bald egg. Watching the pleasure boat slowly sink into the river, gradually disappearing from sight, Lu Sheng turned to Xiao Jun, as did Song Jinghua, both seeking an explanation that only Xiao Jun could provide. What on earth is happening? When Xiao Jun noticed their expectant gazes, she lowered her head, pursing her lips in silence. Do not look at me. I know little about the boat incident. All I am aware of is that we are not on an ordinary pleasure boat. It is under the control of a mysterious and formidable figure, who governs most of the vessels on the Songbai River. Our boat is nominally his. That woman was responsible for our vessel. But I had no idea. She was actually Xiao Jun gently shook her head, letting out a soft sigh. Let us return for now. Lu Sheng glanced at the empty river, pondering who could discern their whereabouts. I shall lead the way, Song Jinghua said with a wry smile. If I am not mistaken, we are downstream of the Songbai River, outside Yanshancheng, a distance of over 10 miles. We merely need to follow the river upstream. He then turned to Lu Sheng, whose body was still covered in soot, and suddenly bowed deeply. This time, I almost brought disaster upon you, Sheng and Jiao Rong. My affairs with Xiao Jun nearly entangled you both. I fear this matter is far from over. However, Lu Sheng merely shook his head slightly. Song Jinghua was taken aback, suddenly noticing Lu Sheng's gaze fixed on Xiao Jun beside him. He quickly turned to her, only to be alarmed to see her once solid form gradually becoming translucent. Chapter 49, The Conclusion, Xiao Jun. Song Jinghua exclaimed in shock, embracing her tightly, his face filled with urgency. What is happening? What on earth is going on? Xiao Jun, held closely, wore a resigned smile. Song Degu, Lu Sheng, standing nearby, had already suspected that Xiao Jun might not be human, and his suspicions were confirmed. The girls on that boat were perhaps not alive, but rather spirits bound to the vessel by some special force, using their beauty for ulterior motives. He chose not to interrupt them, instead stepping aside to guard Chun Jiao Rong, focusing on circulating his energy to recover from his injuries. With each cycle of the Black Tiger Jade Crane technique, he felt the tingling sensation of flesh healing. After some time, Song Jinghua approached with red-rimmed eyes, and Xiao Jun had vanished without a trace. Let us return, he said in a low tone, his voice somewhat hoarse. Lu Sheng understood that this was the conclusion. Xiao Jun was undoubtedly connected to the ghost ship, and with its destruction, she too was lost. Song Jinghua likely realized this as well. The two silently carried Chun Jiao Rong towards Yanshancheng, neither speaking until they neared the city gates. Finally, Song Jinghua broke the silence. Lu Sheng, may I also learn martial arts from you? His eyes bore a pleading and sorrowful expression, clearly indicating the blow Xiao Jun's fate had dealt him. Lu Sheng halted, looking at him with a sigh. Behind Xiao Jun, there must be a powerful force, otherwise the authorities in Yanshancheng would not allow the ghost ship to wreak havoc on the river. In truth, they seldom harm others, perhaps employing a hidden strategy, only acting when necessary. Song Jinghua shook his head with a bitter smile. I am aware of this. Xiao Jun's vendetta ultimately lies with the woman in the white dress, whom you have already slain, so there should be no further issues. I merely wish to prevent such occurrences from repeating in the future. Lu Sheng observed him, seeing the profound helplessness and anguish reflected in his eyes. You must understand, martial arts in this world can be learned with money. However, unique martial arts cannot be easily imparted. Song Jingua's gaze firmed. What conditions must I meet for you to teach me? Should I become your disciple? I have no objections. No, not so hastily. I must first ascertain whether you possess the aptitude for martial arts, Lu Sheng replied, himself only a novice, lacking a definitive method for testing aptitude. He could only suggest that Song Jinghua try his hand. The principle of not easily transmitting unique martial arts was a common rule, and he did not wish to breach it. In essence, unique martial arts are often crafted through the creator's painstaking research and experimentation, requiring immense time and effort, sometimes at the cost of their own health and well-being. Such creations are not easily shared with outsiders without good reason. This is akin to those affluent merchants who toil for the better part of their lives to amass a fortune, only to casually pass it on to outsiders. Is that feasible? This reflects the essence of what many masters refer to as family martial arts, knowledge that is not shared with outsiders, thereby ensuring it remains within the family. Lu Sheng has also heard of individuals who indiscriminately impart their martial arts to others, often those who have acquired such skills too easily and do not cherish them. However, he is unconcerned about this, for with the modification tool at his disposal, no matter who it is, attempting to match his training speed would be futile. With the same techniques, he can reach the pinnacle countless times faster than an average practitioner. Therefore, Lu Sheng's worry does not stem from this, but rather from the fear of exposing his capabilities. Should outsiders discover that his martial arts are self-derived through the synthesis of various disciplines, it could draw unwarranted attention. This contradicts his intention of quietly amassing wealth and discreetly enhancing his strength. Let us conduct a test first, and then I shall consider whether to impart my martial arts to you, Lu Sheng decided, wanting to assess whether Song Zhengwa truly possessed talent, and if so, he would first teach him the foundational skills. Excellent. Song Zhengwa was aware that the transmission of martial arts often entailed a form of assessment, as was customary among heroes in various tales. The two of them, followed by Chun Jiaorong, entered the city, and soon a tailor at the city gates spotted Chun Jiaorong and rushed to spread the news. Since Lu Sheng's appearance was not suitable for public view, he instructed Song Zhengwa to take Chun Jiaorong back to the Chun household to explain, while he himself quietly departed to return home. As he walked through the streets, he felt the weight of curious gazes upon him, with numerous children trailing behind to witness the spectacle. With no choice but to quicken his pace, upon reaching his doorstep, he discovered that both his key and money pouch had been burned beyond recognition. This was a significant loss, as all his silver notes were contained within. Lu Sheng was momentarily taken aback, sensing the gravity of the situation. Knock, knock, knock. Reluctantly, he had to rap on the door. Coming. A light, hurried footstep approached. Who is it? It is I, Lu Sheng replied. I lost my key. Please open the door, Xiao Qiao. Upon recognizing his voice, Xiao Qiao hastily opened the door. As it creaked open, her cute, delicate face emerged, adorned with a smile as she looked up at him. At first sight of Lu Sheng, the little girl froze, her eyes widening in shock. Why you? Then, with a roll of her eyes, she fainted and collapsed to the ground. Lu Sheng was speechless, observing the commotion among the shopkeepers. He quickly entered the room, gently lifting Xiao Qiao and placing her on the bed. He then proceeded to heat water for a wooden tub. After a flurry of activity, he washed off the soot that clung to him, turning the entire tub of water a deep black. Rising again, he filled a basin to cleanse himself once more, staining the towel a grimy gray before finally achieving cleanliness. Once dressed, he found that Xiao Qiao had awakened, her eyes widening as she recognized him as the young master she usually attended to. Lu Sheng explained the situation, mentioning the fire that had burned his clothes, but assuring her that he was not severely injured. Xiao Qiao hurried off to summon a doctor. And since aside from the money on Lu Sheng, the family had a reserve of several dozen taels for her daily expenses, they had sufficient funds to cover the doctor's fees. Seeing Lu Sheng's injuries, the doctor applied ointment slowly, while Xiao Qiao, with tears welling in her eyes, sat beside him, reaching out to touch him, but hesitating for fear of causing him pain. After the ointment was applied, Lu Sheng began to rest at home, foregoing school. After merely half a month's recuperation, most of his injuries had healed, though his skin now bore no trace of hair. Strangely, there were no burn scars. All that remained was a completely bald head, no hair, no eyebrows, and not even a beard. After a brief period of recovery at home, the time for the annual examination approached. Following Song Zhengwa's return, there had been no further word, leaving Lu Sheng unaware of his activities. Upon returning, Chun Jiaorong learned of the situation and wrote to express his gratitude for Lu Sheng's rescue. Yet the letter made no mention of matters concerning the Red Mansion or ghost ships, likely due to Song Zhengwa's silence on the topic. Perhaps even if he had mentioned it, Chun Jiaorong would not have believed it. The letter noted that he had been placed under house arrest for secretly visiting a pleasure boat. Although not a grave offense, it was still not commendable conduct. This incident escalated, nearly costing him his life, inciting his father's ire, who ordered him to remain indoors. Chun Yunxi personally visited to express her gratitude, presenting a pair of white jade cheilants as a token of thanks, and on behalf of her father, the head of the Qin family, invited Lu Sheng to visit once he had sufficiently recovered. However, upon seeing Lu Sheng's bald appearance, she was momentarily taken aback, though she soon found it amusing, covering her mouth in a mix of concern and laughter as she playfully teased him until late afternoon before taking her leave. After a period of recuperation at home, As his health gradually improved, Lu Sheng intended to devise a method to test his current strength. The final technique he unleashed on the pleasure boat lingered in his mind, prompting his concern. However, before he could proceed, an unexpected visitor slightly disrupted his plans. Adjacent to the military governor's office in the mountain city lay the drunken Cha Lu. On the top floor of the three-story tea house, Lu Sheng sat across from a striking woman clad in black gauze, within a private room. The table between them was adorned with sunflower seeds, chicken feet, fruits, and nuts, while a large crimson pot stood in the center, emitting wisps of steam. 2 cups, each half filled with vibrant green tea, rested before them. Lu Sheng reached for a dried fig, placing it delicately in his mouth. His gaze calm as he regarded the woman opposite him. Is this our nth meeting? Duanmu Wan smiled, though her expression bore signs of fatigue. I happened to pass by and thought to see a friend, perhaps. I did not expect to encounter you on the street. She had spotted him while riding and eating breakfast, after which he had suggested they share a moment at the tea house. For reasons unknown, she acquiesced to his invitation. Miss Duanmu, were you seeking that treasure? Lu Sheng had learned of the significant events occurring in Zhu Yancheng through her revelations. Thus he hoped to glean further insights regarding her world. Indeed, many individuals are in pursuit of that object, Duanmu Wan noted. Her exhaustion evident as her black gauze enveloped her entire form. A large black hat hung on a nearby rack. Had Lu Sheng not looked up at her, he might not have recognized her as Duanmu Wan. Observing her hands, he noted their delicate whiteness, marred by slight rips and traces of dried blood. Bits of yellow mud speckled her pants, evidently splattered during her hasty journey. Dark circles under her eyes indicated a lack of rest. You truly appear fatigued, Lu Sheng remarked with a sigh. Duanmu Wan nodded, releasing a sigh of her own, her demeanor contrasting sharply with the composed allure she had exhibited during their first encounter. Some people are convinced they hold all the cards, dismissing any contrary opinions. No matter how much evidence you provide to prove them wrong, it is futile. Tell me, is such a person not quite detestable? Lu Sheng fell silent for a moment. Indeed, they are rather detestable. Chapter 50, the matter concluded. Duanmu Wan, with a hint of melancholy, gathered a few strands of her cascading hair. Turning her gaze toward the scenery outside the window, she suddenly smiled. You are fortunate. You know nothing and need not know anything. You merely need to accept the outcomes. Perhaps, Lu Sheng smiled gently, shaking his head slightly. At times, knowing too much can lead to greater fatigue and anxiety. Duanmu Wan lowered her voice. Even so, I would prefer to know more. At least it offers a glimmer of hope in seizing my own destiny. Lu Sheng responded calmly. Perhaps. This time, it was Duanmu Wan who sighed. The encounter between the two was merely a stroke of chance. Yet, upon seeing Lu Sheng, Duanmu Wan unconsciously recalled that individual. The one she had long admired but never had the opportunity to approach. From his rise, his bloom, to his peak, and then his fall. She could only observe from afar throughout it all, lacking the courage to express her feelings. In Lu Sheng, she inadvertently saw the shadow of that person. Thus, she agreed to share a cup of tea with him. As she gazed at Lu Sheng across the table, a bitter smile crept onto Duanmu Wan's lips. If those around her were to learn that she was leisurely enjoying tea with an ordinary person in such a pressing time, they would surely mock and deride her. But what of it? She was the Princess Qingqiu, the venomous beauty that common folk feared like a viper. Let them scoff, it mattered not to her. She would do as she pleased, unbothered by the opinions of others. A word of caution, should you encounter members of powerful families, it is best to steer clear. Especially the direct descendants. Enough of this, let us drink. Duanmu Wan lifted her teacup and, akin to downing a drink, emptied it in one go. Casting aside her image, she reached for the pastries. Lu Sheng remained silent, merely accompanying her, having discerned her troubled heart. He could not comprehend her world, a realm that felt too distant from his own. Nevertheless, he was aware of what Duanmu Wan truly needed at that moment, simply someone to share a moment of respite with her. Thus, despite the myriad questions swirling in his mind, he refrained from uttering a word, content to share in her tea. It was not until evening, when the streets began to teem with roaming barbecue stalls, that Duanmu Wan rose to leave. She had arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, much like her enigmatic entrance. Emerging from the tea house, Lu Sheng was greeted by the aroma of grilled meat wafting through the streets. With wooden poles adorned with oil lamps and banners displaying the names of various vendors, crowds flowed between the stalls, bustling, chatting, and laughing. Lu Sheng was uncertain of the distance that still lay between his world and Duanmu Wan's, yet he cared little for it. In this chaotic world, he simply yearned for the power to seize his own destiny, nothing more. The day following his meeting with Duanmu Wan, Lu Sheng returned to the small canyon where he typically practiced. In the early morning, the forest was lush from a recent rain, with droplets clinging to blades of grass and leaves. Lu Sheng hung his coat and stood in the clearing, calming his mind as he began to circulate both the Haisha Gong and the Heihu Yuhua Gong simultaneously, channeling his inner energy through both hands. As anticipated, a surge of immense power began to pulse through his arms, just as it had that night. Lu Sheng exerted considerable effort to control the urge for this power to erupt. Upon inspecting his arms, he noted intricate patterns of dark red lines, resembling blood stains entwined like ribbons, encircling his wrists and forearms. After stabilizing his inner energy, he suddenly swung forward. With a thud, the air before him burst forth with a cloud of white vapor, fleeting yet indicative of the tremendous speed and explosive force he had achieved in that moment. This move held great power, but his body could not withstand its repetition. Lu Sheng felt his arms grow weak and estimated he could execute it only 3 times in quick succession before necessitating a rest, lest he injure his muscles and bones. On his second attempt, Lu Sheng grasped a straight blade, once again activating both the Haisha Gong and the Heihu Yuhua Gong in unison. With a sharp whoosh, a large tree fell, severed at its trunk by his strike. The force was substantial, a notable enhancement over the singular Haisha Gong, yielding improved explosiveness, strength, and speed. He hesitated briefly before deciding to bestow a fitting name upon this technique, the tiger's roar and crane's call blade. This would serve as his trump card, dramatically amplifying his power and surely catching his enemies off guard, securing victory. However, this technique could only be employed briefly. After 3 strikes, his body would be unable to endure the strain, and his inner energy would be nearly depleted. Lu Sheng sensed that approximately 60% of his inner energy had been expended, underscoring the formidable nature of this move. Having evaluated the power and cost of the tiger's roar and crane's call blade, Lu Sheng turned his attention to the jade hairpin he had acquired from the Red Mansion's pleasure boat. Removing it from his waist pouch, he held it in his hand and immediately felt a subtle, chilling energy emanating from it. The hairpin was a deep purple-black, semi-transparent, with one end intricately carved into a plum blossom, while the pointed end featured a completely transparent section. The craftsmanship of this hairpin was remarkable, though the heavy aura it carried rendered it unsuitable as a gift. If it were not for the ominous energy, a purple jade hairpin would fetch a considerable price. Gripping the hairpin, Lu Sheng pricked his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon its surface. As the blood made contact, a mist of pale white vapor arose. Lu Sheng held it at a distance, blowing away the smoke, and felt a wave of intense cold energy surge from the hairpin into his palm, coursing through his arm and vanishing the moment it entered his torso. Deep blue. Lu Sheng promptly summoned the modifier. Instantly, a blue box materialized before him, presenting a dialogue box. Would you like to conduct a martial arts simulation? Yes, Lu Sheng confirmed. The box flashed dramatically, revealing modifiable buttons beside all martial arts listed. Indeed, the quantity of ominous energy was sufficient to simulate all martial arts. Lu Sheng was elated and quickly focused on the Haisha Gong. His strength relied heavily on Haisha Gong, and it was imperative to enhance and perfect it first. Additionally, he needed to eliminate the mental side effects it caused. His gaze settled on the Haisha Gong section. Would his current knowledge enable him to simulate the subsequent techniques of Haisha Gong? He concentrated his thoughts, preparing to press the simulation button for the Haisha Gong, when suddenly, he recalled something and abruptly halted. Examining the status above once more, he noted, Haisha Gong, 3rd layer. Special effect, fire poison. A new special effect description had appeared. Moreover, he realized he must not rush. He could not hastily elevate the Haisha Gong. The last time he advanced to the 3rd layer, it had taken him half a year to recover from injuries, indicating that his body could no longer withstand the immense accumulation required for the Haisha Gong's enhancement. Achieving a realm that would typically take others decades to attain in an instant necessitated a significant build-up to meet the minimum requirements. He could not afford to be impatient. After some deliberation, Lu Sheng closed the deep blue modifier. Standing in the clearing, he recalled the Yin-Yang guiding technique and the Qingsong Yi Ju, 2 internal arts he had previously memorized. The Qingsong Yi Ju seemed to conflict with the inner energy within him, preventing him from cultivating a sensation of qi, rendering him unable to even enter the basics. However, he could give the Yin-Yang guiding technique a try. On a whim, he settled into a cross-legged position and began to guide his thoughts to gather his breath within, following the instructions of the Yin-Yang guiding technique. The Yin-Yang guiding technique refers to the guidance of the inherent yin and yang energies within the body, balancing them to achieve a state of health and longevity, preventing illness. Based on the words recorded in the text, the creator was likely a healer. This internal cultivation practice, rather than being merely an internal energy technique, is more accurately described as a method for guiding and nurturing vitality. The internal energy it generates is not the essence. It is merely the life force that naturally accumulates and overflows after the balance of yin and yang is adjusted within the body. This is not the principal objective of the practice. The challenge lies in the necessity to consciously guide two circulations simultaneously to control the opposing energies of yin and yang. Lu Sheng had never practiced this before, but with his prior experiences from the Haisha Gong and Heihu Yuhua Gong, he settled down and quickly entered a state of shallow meditation. The so-called yin and yang energies within the body are not perceivable through mere thought. This is merely a description, a concept. Yin and yang represent two opposing, yet mutually dependent trends of change. The human body continuously produces both yin and yang energies, which counterbalance each other to maintain equilibrium. Lu Sheng meticulously recalled the theories from ancient texts and gradually deepened his meditation from a shallow state into a profound one. Sitting cross-legged in an open space, he noticed small rabbits and squirrels pass by, yet none dared to come within 10 meters of him, as if some venomous beast were coiled nearby. This phenomenon had frequently occurred since Lu Sheng broke through to the third level of Haisha Gong, and he increasingly recognized the extraordinary nature of this practice. Time slipped away as he sat on the grass, and gradually, a faint breath stirred within his lower abdomen, meandering along the channels of his heart and kidney. A realization struck him. This might be a fleeting surge of internal energy, likely to dissipate soon. He immediately focused his thoughts. Deep blue. The modifier interface materialized, still reflecting the state after absorbing the yin energy, with a button to simulate each technique. Lu Sheng bypassed other martial arts, directing his gaze straight to Heihu Yuhua Gong. Heihu Yuhua Gong, pinnacle of the third layer. Special effect, rapid hemostasis. Below it appeared the newly emerged Yin Yang Yin. Yin Yang Yin, uninitiated. Chapter 51 Direction. He silently urged himself to elevate Yin Yang Yin to the first layer. Instantly, the modifier trembled slightly, and the Yin Yang Yin section blurred momentarily, transforming from uninitiated to initiated, and then to the first layer. Lu Sheng felt the breath in his lower abdomen sharpen significantly. His body exhibited no other anomalies, so he continued, elevate Yin Yang Yin to the highest second layer. The modifier flickered again, and the Yin Yang Yin option shifted once more, jumping from the first layer directly to the second layer. At that moment, Lu Sheng sensed a substantial reduction in the internal energy of Heihu Yuhua Gong. Simultaneously, a calm and soothing breath began to circulate within his body through a third pathway. 3 forms of internal cultivation, 3 streams of internal energy, intermingled within him, creating a spherical, intertwined shape, flowing at varying speeds. As Yin Yang Yin solidified, Lu Sheng distinctly felt a remarkable shift within his body. The persistent dryness in his throat vanished without a trace, and the previous heat in his heart dissipated entirely. He felt more complete and balanced than ever before. It seemed that Yin Yang Yin possessed the ability to eliminate the side effects of Haisha Gong. The conceptual depth of this internal cultivation was indeed profound. Lu Sheng squinted, contemplating. Perhaps he could develop the Yin Yang Yin as the primary technique, with Heihu Yuhua Gong as a supplementary practice. Resolute in his decision, he settled his mind, taking advantage of the ample presence of yin energy. As the burden of elevating Yin Yang Yin on his body seemed light, he urged himself to advance Yin Yang Yin to the next layer. Instantly, the modifier interface flickered violently, blurring once more. Soon, after only a few breaths, the interface clarified again, and the status of Yin Yang Yin had progressed from the second layer to the third layer. Upon entering the third layer of Yin Yang Yin, Lu Sheng even felt the flow rate of his Haisha Gong gradually slow. The internal energy, once akin to a searing fireline, began to cool, its speed diminishing to a more moderate pace. Lu Sheng exhaled gently, finally allowing his gaze to rest upon Haisha Gong. With the foundational energies of Heihu Yuhua Gong and Yin Yang Yin, it was time to simulate Haisha Gong. He focused on the button behind the Haisha Gong option, only to be momentarily taken aback. The simulation button was still present. What could this mean? After some contemplation, Lu Sheng began to understand. The yin energy from the jade hairpin must have been significantly more abundant than the previous powder, allowing for the simulation of another ordinary low-level martial art. Such was the case. Enlightened by this realization, Lu Sheng felt a surge of relief. Although he had lost his hair and some wealth in the process, the gains outweighed the losses. He initiated the simulation of Haisha Gong. His consciousness gently pressed upon the button behind Haisha Gong. The modifier flickered again, blurring once more. After approximately 10 breaths, The modifier displayed its results. The status of Hai Shigong had changed, advancing directly from the 3rd layer to the 4th layer. Now labeled, Unknown Fire Toxic Technique, 4th layer. A fiery energy surged from Lu Sheng's perineum upward, coursing through his chest, abdomen, and neck, flooding into his face. Upon reaching his brain, it erupted suddenly, transforming into countless gentle streams that spread like a spring breeze throughout his head. Lu Sheng could not restrain a sound of comfort. He gently pulled aside his clothing, revealing a vivid crimson line on his chest and abdomen, as though his body were cleaved in two, strikingly prominent. Could this be the special effect of the 4th layer of Hai Shigong? He carefully contemplated the pathway of the 4th layer's technique, noting sensations reminiscent of yin yang yin and the principles of pai xin zhang. This technique had clearly transcended its original form, absorbing the essence of other internal practices and merging them into a new realm of internal cultivation. It deserved a new name. Observing the blood-red vertical line on his body, Lu Sheng's thoughts shifted. Given its blood-like hue and its derivation from Hai Shigong, he would call it Shui Sha Gong. Upon solidifying this decision, the name in the modifier swiftly transformed into Shui Sha Gong. Lu Sheng glanced at the remaining martial arts, searching for further opportunities for simulation, but this time, no buttons remained, clearly indicating that the previous yin energy had been entirely expended. He decided to test its power. Lu Sheng directed the internal energy of Shui Sha Gong into his right palm, lightly striking the tree trunk to the right. Instantly, wisps of white smoke billowed from the trunk, accompanied by the scent of charred wood. The tree trunk bore a blackened imprint of his palm, deeply sunken. He was astonished by the strength of his own strike. This could hardly be classified as mere martial arts. Lu Sheng marveled at the thought that even with immense power, coming into contact with such an impact would surely sear anyone in an instant. What difference was there between this hand and a branding iron? He withdrew his internal energy, scrutinizing the charred palm print on the trunk. It appeared that this scorched mark was not solely due to temperature. A significant portion of its effect derived from some form of toxin, corroding and incinerating the wood. Yet, even so, it was quite an impressive feat. Unsure of how his current strength compared to those renowned masters, Lu Sheng felt a sense of satisfaction. Though lacking a concrete comparison, he could not ascertain his true power. Moreover, his family was low on funds. Having recently requested a considerable sum from home, he could not burden his father further during this transitional period. He resolved to devise a solution on his own. After some contemplation, he formulated a viable plan, albeit one that would need to wait until after the upcoming test. The test would take place in 3 days. After the test, he would begin implementing his previous ideas, for without money, even basic nourishing herbs would be unattainable. Lu Sheng felt that he had recently run low on nourishing herbal ingredients. Although he had accumulated some Yangsheng Mei Qi, it was evident that the recovery speed of this vital energy had also slowed noticeably. If this continued, it would likely affect his martial arts training. As for Yin Qi, must I always go through troublesome events to find what I seek? Suddenly, Lu Sheng recalled the jade pendant worn by Chinjiao, and a thought crossed his mind. Never mind, I shall return to my studies first. I will address this after the examination. While he did not particularly care for official titles, he was, after all, the hope of his father and stepmother. 3 days later, at Dongshan Academy, the horizon was tinged with a pale light as a throng of scholars awaited at the academy gates. Numerous students clad in gray and white long robes or blue attire gathered in front of the entrance, buzzing with discussions about potential examination topics. Among the crowd, several carriages were parked haphazardly along the roadside and in corners, their curtains lifted to reveal faces both youthful and aged. Some were family members waiting for the candidates, but many were scions of wealthy families, disdainful of mingling with the impoverished scholars outside, preferring to rest and study in their carriages. Lu Sheng donned a moon-white robe and a tall black hat reminiscent of the genie Wei, covering his head entirely, with only the faintest glimpse of his baldness visible from the side. He stood alone at the edge of the academy gate, leaning in the shadows, silent and meditative as he awaited the examination. Soon, a white carriage approached slowly, from which 2 individuals emerged, a corpulent man in yellow and a graceful young lady. As they alighted, they began scanning the area for familiar faces. The rotund man caught sight of Lu Sheng in the corner, his eyes lighting up. "Shenga," he shouted, exuberantly rushing over. Zheng Xiangwei, Lu Sheng thought helplessly as he opened his eyes to regard the approaching figure. Could he not keep his voice down in such a public place and preserve some dignity? Dignity? Nonsense. I am simply of a boisterous nature. If anyone has an issue with it, they can come at me. Zheng Xiangwei dismissed the concern, having begun to refer to himself as Fat Master after their time apart. "How are you? Do you feel confident?" Lu Sheng inquired casually. Not too bad, not too bad. Upon mentioning the examination, Zheng Xianggui chuckled awkwardly, leaning in conspiratorially and lowering his voice as if he were committing a theft. This time, it all depends on my younger sister. I am out of my depth. Greetings. Brother Sheng, Zheng Xianggui's sister, Zheng Yuer, approached sweetly. She wore a long robe tailored for women, exuding an air of elegance mixed with scholarly poise. For the three subjects, Ying Yi, Ziluan, and Bing Wu, which do you feel secure in? Lu Sheng asked, bemused. I remember a bit from my childhood, but now. Haha, I've forgotten it all. Zheng Xianggui laughed awkwardly. Lu Sheng was silent. For him, it merely entailed reviewing the key points of all texts, comprehending them, and adding some personal insights. This level of preparation would suffice for passing, but securing a top rank would be far more challenging. Nevertheless, he merely intended to appease his family with a passing score. It seems Brother Sheng is quite assured, Zheng Yuer remarked with a smile. Why not take my brother under your wing? He looks unlikely to pass. That hardly seems necessary. I am simply unambitious, Lu Sheng replied with a laugh. This examination is held at our Dongshan Academy, so we needn't venture far. We can wait here for the start, which is quite convenient. Lu Xian, long time no see. Qin Jiarong approached after disembarking from a luxurious carriage, having spotted the group. I truly owe you for last time. Otherwise, I would have been in dire straits. He wore a wry smile. No need for thanks. It was a mere obligation. Lu Sheng waved dismissively. By the way, why haven't I seen Jinghua? He. Qin Jiarong shook his head. He was selected for examination checks and has already gone inside. Recently, something seems to have triggered a change in him. He has become exceedingly proficient in Ying Yi and Ziluan. He is likely to succeed this time. Is that so? Lu Sheng mused, slightly surprised. He had anticipated that Song Jinghua would be disheartened following the incident with Juner, yet here he was, evidently revitalized. As they conversed, Lu Sheng introduced Zheng Xianggui to Qin Jiarong, though the latter appeared indifferent to the Zheng family. To him, a country bumpkin from a small town held no standing in his circle. Even Lu Sheng, were it not for his sister's constant praises, would have scarcely considered the young man. However, things had changed. Lu Sheng had saved his life, and after inquiring, he learned that many had witnessed the boat engulfed in flames from miles away. The realization had left him in a cold sweat, and to this day, he felt a lingering fear of boats. Upon recognizing Qin Jiarong's status, Zheng Xianggui adopted a noticeably eager demeanor, attempting to ingratiate himself, much to the discomfort of both Zheng Yuer and Lu Sheng, who understood his character all too well. In his own words, he believed that adaptability was the hallmark of a true gentleman. As the conversation progressed, Lu Sheng mostly listened, interjecting occasionally as everyone was aware of his personality and did not mind. While listening, Lu Sheng's gaze casually swept through the crowd until it landed on a hunched old beggar in the corner. This beggar was unlike the others. Although it was the height of summer, Dongshan Academy was situated at the foot of a mountain, perpetually shrouded in damp chill. Even in summer, the ground remained cold and laden with moisture. Yet, this old beggar wore only a tattered shirt riddled with holes, leaving his worn cotton coat discarded beside him. Moreover, Lu Sheng, with his keen eyesight, noticed beads of sweat dotting the beggar's forehead as he muttered unintelligibly, his gaze vacant. Lu Sheng scrutinized the old beggar, feeling an uncanny resemblance. It was as if the beggar and he shared some intrinsic similarity. The old man appeared to be in his 60s or 70s, and their physical forms were entirely different. Why would he harbor such thoughts? Lu Sheng pondered, intrigued. Seizing the moment while Qin Jiarong engaged Zheng Yuer in conversation, he approached the old beggar without hesitation, adhering to his usual decisive nature. As he stood before the beggar, Lu Sheng's shadow loomed over the man. Old man, it's so cold here. Why are you dressed so lightly? Are you not feeling warm? The beggar looked up, his eyes clouded. Warm? Warm? Is it warm? Is it not warm? Is it warm? He began to mumble, appearing somewhat deranged. Lu Sheng frowned and shook his head, preparing to walk away. You have encountered ghosts. Suddenly, the beggar's voice rose sharply. Half-fiend body, half-fiend body. I am also a half-fiend body. I have encountered many ghosts, and I have been possessed. You are like me. Just like me. Ha, ha, ha. The old beggar laughed foolishly as he spoke. Half-fiend body. Lu Sheng paused, halting his steps and scrutinizing the beggar intently. It was evident that the man's attire had once been respectable, perhaps indicative of a middle-class family. How had he fallen to such a state? What do you mean by half-fiend body? Lu Sheng inquired, his curiosity piqued. The old beggar hesitated, mumbling incoherently for a time. After a while, the murkiness in his eyes seemed to dissipate slightly, as if he regained some clarity. He scrutinized Lu Sheng, speaking in broken phrases. You and I, we are both half-fiend bodies. We were possessed by ghosts in our youth. Encountering them often leads to this condition. We will die. Attract ghosts. We will die? Lu Sheng felt perplexed, yet he sensed a deep connection with the old beggar, not in appearance, but in some intrinsic essence. Could this be the half-eaten body the old beggar spoke of? He found himself engulfed in doubt. He. At this moment, the old beggar broke into a foolish grin, pointing and laughing heartily at Lu Sheng. Ban-in. He began to incessantly repeat these two words. Lu Sheng frowned at him and asked several questions, but the old beggar merely echoed Ban-in before falling silent. Clang. The examination had commenced. With resignation, Lu Sheng turned and made his way toward the academy's entrance. The examination was officially underway. The annual examination consisted of 3 parts, with candidates spending all their time eating, drinking, and attending to their needs within the examination hall, prohibited from leaving. By the time Lu Sheng completed his tests and emerged, it was already the afternoon of the following day. Groups of weary candidates exited the academy, their bodies and minds exhausted. Yet Lu Sheng appeared to be in a normal state. As a master skilled in both internal and external cultivation, this level of depletion was inconsequential to him. Upon exiting, his gaze instinctively drifted toward the spot where the old beggar had been, only to find it empty. The term ban-in echoed persistently in his mind. If, as the old beggar suggested, this term referred to individuals who frequently encountered spirits, then he indeed fit that description. After pondering for a moment, he realized he ought to seek further information. Who would be most likely to encounter spirits frequently? As Lu Sheng contemplated, he quickly thought of a place. At that moment, Zheng Xianghua and others emerged, each wearing a troubled expression, clearly indicating the difficulty of the examination. Chen Jiarong appeared similarly distressed, frowning as he emerged alongside Chen Yunxi. Upon seeing Lu Sheng, Chen Yunxi exhibited a peculiar demeanor, shyly hiding behind her brother. Lu Sheng touched his singed eyebrows with a wry smile, secretly hoping that Chen Yunxi would abandon her shyness due to his appearance. Soon, Song Zhenghua also appeared. After exchanging a few words with the Chen siblings and parting ways, Lu Sheng proceeded with the Zheng siblings and Song Zhenghua to a restaurant in the city to have dinner. They enjoyed a meal until evening. And after bidding farewell to his companions, Lu Sheng made his way directly to a location outside the city, near the mountains. To the left of the city, there lay a vast and undulating mountain range known as Lu Rongshan, named for its resemblance to antlers. Beneath Lu Rongshan was the largest cemetery surrounding the city. Wanfengyuan. Taking advantage of the dusk, Lu Sheng hurried to Wanfengyuan, where he found the cemetery's caretaker at the entrance. The caretaker was an elderly man with a limp, dressed in neat yet tattered clothing, his face perpetually tinged with a faint pallor, perhaps due to infrequent exposure to sunlight or other reasons. Ban-in. Upon hearing Lu Sheng's inquiry, the old man shook his wine pouch. He scrutinized Lu Sheng from head to toe, judging the large copper coin in his hand. Young brother, it seems you have encountered something unclean, haven't you? We don't commonly refer to it as Ban-in. We call someone who frequently meets spirits a Yangbaozi. Yangbaozi? Lu Sheng repeated, his eyebrows knitting together. Is this truly a thing? The old man regarded Lu Sheng with surprise. Indeed, it exists. To be frank, I have lived many years and encountered countless individuals, many of whom were Yangbaozi, but they seldom lived long. You, my young lord, must have recently become a Yangbaozi. It hasn't been long. And you must have recently encountered something unclean, right? Lu Sheng was taken aback. He hadn't expected the caretaker to possess such knowledge. Nodding, he replied, yes. I did encounter something unclean not long ago. May I inquire, old sir, will being a Yangbaozi bring any trouble? I don't know. But it is said that Yangbaozi attract spirits, thus they do not live long. Of course, that is merely a saying. Just take it lightly and don't take it too seriously. Live your life as you please. The old man waved his hand dismissively. Perhaps you could invite a Taoist priest or mage to perform a rite to ward off evil. That might be helpful. Invite a mage? Lu Sheng shook his head inwardly. He had previously sought out so-called mages in nearby temples, only to find them to be frauds without any genuine skill. If such mages could capture spirits, he could easily slap them away. I wonder, old sir, if there are any other methods? Lu Sheng continued to inquire, frowning. He wanted to see what alternatives ordinary people might find for self-protection without his kind of martial prowess. The caretaker chuckled ominously, casting a glance at Lu Sheng. Methods? There are indeed some. Given the substantial sum you've offered, I'll point you in the right direction. What direction? The caretaker smiled, tilting his head to drink from his low-quality alcohol, exhaling a cloud of liquor breath. In this city, there exists a gang known as Qi Jingbang. I have a nephew who once joined this gang, but unfortunately, he met with misfortune afterward. Nonetheless, The connections he made remain. As he spoke, he looked at Lu Sheng with anticipation, clearly waiting for him to respond. This was the first time Lu Sheng had heard of such a gang in the city. But upon hearing the name Qi Jingbang, his heart jolted. Was this not the very gang mentioned by Duanmu Wan? Duanmu Wan was enigmatic. And since she had stated that the martial arts of Qi Jingbang were the strongest in the vicinity, it was likely true. What he lacked was not martial arts, but rather a sufficiently powerful technique. Common internal martial arts had limited utility for him at this stage. At his level, he could only seek powerful techniques, preferably ones that could replace He Sha Gong. This way, he could cultivate without relying on yin energy, continuously elevating his realm and enhancing his prowess. After all, He Sha Gong had only a few levels, and the absorption of yin energy seemed to have side effects. However, old sir, I've been in this city for some time, yet I've never heard of the reputation of Qi Jingbang. You're not trying to deceive me, are you? Lu Sheng queried. The caretaker's smile turned sinister. They operate in the underworld. What does the underworld mean? It exists in places unseen by ordinary people, which we call black. Every gambling house, brothel, and black market in this city, every street and district bears their shadow. You, my lord, appear to be well off. Perhaps you haven't noticed. But ordinary folks are different. Theft, robbery, usury, extortion, murder, fraud, all manner of chaos is related to them. Upon hearing this, Lu Sheng immediately understood. Qi Jingbang was essentially an organized crime syndicate, a clandestine group operating in the shadows. After a moment of thought, he handed over a couple of small silver coins to the old man as a token of gratitude. You know your stuff, the old man exclaimed, his face lighting up. There are many strong individuals within Qi Jingbang. It is said that they even manage the security of the city on behalf of the authorities. Surely there are those among them who can assist you with your condition. Lu Sheng was unconcerned with such matters. He thought only of acquiring a stronger technique. If he could infiltrate Qi Jingbang, perhaps he could obtain a martial art even more formidable than He Sha Gong. Chapter 53. Qi Jing from the Old Man. Lu Sheng learned of several small outposts and the organizational structure of Qi Jingbang. The following day, he set out early to explore the locations associated with Qi Jingbang. As he passed through a bustling street, he observed a large store in the city holding a promotional event, referred to as Yunli. A crowd of children gathered at the store's entrance, where a wooden platform had been erected, and someone was speaking loudly, drawing the attention of passers-by. Initially, Lu Sheng intended to glance and move on quickly. However, as he neared the platform, he noticed that many of the onlookers appeared ragged and emaciated. The citizens of Yinshancheng had generally enjoyed a decent standard of living, and he had never before seen so many destitute individuals wandering the streets. Why had there suddenly been an influx of such people? Lu Sheng paid no heed to the merchants loudly advertising on the platform. Instead, he observed the destitute crowd closely. Their faces were etched with despair, and their eyes held little hope as they stood by the platform, yearning for the store to distribute something to quell their hunger. Lu Sheng walked a distance forward and soon heard a group of people gathered to his right, murmuring and exchanging hushed conversations. Approaching the crowd, he parted the throng to see a couple, emaciated and ragged, kneeling on the ground. They clutched a frail little girl, no older than 3 or 4, who wore a tattered dress. Around the mother's neck hung a piece of bark, upon which a crude drawing, perhaps resembling a string of coins, was hastily etched in charcoal. Please, kind souls, my daughter is only 3 years old, obedient and sensible, with a lovely face. I beg for compassion, a morsel of food, the kneeling mother implored sorrowfully. The girl beside her appeared bewildered, utterly unaware of the gravity of their situation. Lu Sheng frowned, pushed through the crowd, and continued onward, only to encounter yet another sight of children being sold. Young ones, indeed. Where do all these refugees come from? He muttered to himself. Throughout his stroll, he witnessed no fewer than 5 instances of families selling their children, which weighed heavily on his heart and deepened his perplexity. After all, he had never encountered such tragic circumstances before arriving in this world. What calamity must befall a family for them to resort to such desperate measures? As time drew near, Lu Sheng returned to the small building where he resided. To his astonishment, a young woman was kneeling at the entrance of the tavern on the first floor, offering herself for sale. Her accent was foreign, making her words somewhat indistinct. Noticing the taverness attendant watching the scene, he stepped closer and inquired, "Why are there so many refugees in the city of late? Has some calamity befallen the outside world?" Recognizing Lu Sheng as a resident of the tavern, the attendant quickly bowed and replied, "Young master, it's the great drought in Yunzhou. Countless people are starving and have become wanderers. The number of those who have perished from hunger is enough to account for 1/10 of the population of Lianshan City. It is truly tragic," the attendant lamented. shaking his head. Initially, we were told not to allow these refugees into our city, but seeing their dire plight, even the officials could not bear it and ordered the gates opened to permit a few of them entry. Our city is still fortunate in the direction of Zhongyuan. Many cities have been overwhelmed, with grain prices skyrocketing. Lu Sheng was aware of Yunzhou, a collective term for a region west of Zhongyuan, and he was taken aback by the severity of the drought there. For so many ordinary people to journey from such a distance, one could only imagine the countless lives lost along the way. Indeed, the attendant continued, lowering his voice. It is said that Yunzhou has been plagued by demonic disturbances. You must consider the weather. How could there be 10 days of hail followed by months of drought? 10 days of hail, months of drought? Lu Sheng asked, bewildered. It is said the hailstones were as large as eggs, followed by 8 or 9 months of drought without a drop of rain. Such horror. There are even reports of cannibalism. The attendant rambled on, unable to contain his knowledge. Egg-sized hail and months of drought. It was shocking to Lu Sheng. In his understanding, even 3 consecutive months without rain constituted a drought. Thus, 8 or 9 months of drought was catastrophic, explaining the collapse of Yunzhou. Crops would likely have withered completely, and there might not even be water to drink. Rumors suggested that whenever rain was imminent, dark clouds would gather, only to be interrupted by strange phenomena, such as swirling clouds and thunder, after which the clouds would vanish. Upon returning home, Lu Sheng was still in awe of the news he had learned. Such irrational weather, with 10 days of hail followed by immediate drought, was entirely contrary to the laws of nature. Having spent considerable time in this world, he had come to realize it was not vastly different from ancient China. Aside from some cultural nuances, the natural order remained largely the same, with the only exception being the presence of supernatural entities. This weather, which defied all reason, surely indicated some external force at play. Lu Sheng speculated that the drought was most likely connected to these demonic creatures. Upon entering his home, he found Xiao busily mending something. Seeing him enter, she quickly rose. Young master, you have returned. Would you like to bathe? I will fetch hot water. No need. How much silver do we have left? Lu Sheng casually inquired. Approximately 21 taels. Xiao promptly offered a resigned figure. Lu Sheng was left speechless. He even considered borrowing from Song Jinghua and Chen Jiarong, or selling the exquisite white jade qilin given by Chen Jiarong, a treasure worth a fortune. There was also the purple jade hairpin, which, though its negative energy had dissipated, was still made of precious material. These were merely temporary measures. He resolved to implement his previous plan, believing it might help establish a foundation for the Lu family in Lianshan City. As he pondered, he began to eat the meal Xiao had brought. The food, purchased from the nearby tavern, was quite delectable, and Xiao stood beside him, pouring wine and occasionally exchanging a few words. When is the announcement for the list of successful candidates? Lu Sheng casually asked. About a month from now. The academy will notify us, and I will be sure to keep an eye on it. Xiao responded hastily. Just remember that, during this time, I may need to attend to some matters. Be cautious at home. With refugees entering the city, there are bound to be ill-intentioned individuals among them. I understand. Xiao replied obediently. After dinner, Lu Sheng ventured out again, having already discerned the locations of several points related to the Qi Jing gang. By noon, he planned to discover how he could integrate himself into their ranks. Leisurely, Lu Sheng boarded a carriage and made his way to a gambling house. The establishment was named Jining Casino, a rather pedestrian name, yet fitting. The entrance resembled a golden seal, square and eye-catching. Upon disembarking, Lu Sheng retrieved a decorative golden silk fan, unfurling it with a flourish as he gracefully weaved through the throngs entering and exiting the casino. Once inside, he was immediately enveloped by a cacophony of noise. Lively chatter and the clinking of coins filled the air. Numerous gambling tables sprawled across the hall, each surrounded by groups of gamblers, their eyes wild with excitement, as if sheer volume could guarantee their victory. Lu Sheng held little interest in gambling. Instead, his gaze swiftly landed on a middle-aged man with a ruddy complexion standing at the innermost gambling table. This man, expressionless and dressed similarly to the casino's guards, was none other than Zhao Jia, the small head of the Jining Casino and its usual overseer. If he wished to join the Qi Jing gang, Zhao Jia would be the most approachable contact. Steadily, Lu Sheng made his way toward Zhao Jia, who soon noticed his approach with a look of surprise. Why are you not enjoying yourself, my friend? What brings you to this corner? Zhao Jia inquired casually, although leaning against a gambling table. It was not in use for betting, but rather serving as a regular table. I am a student of Dongshan Academy, seeking to join the Qi Jing gang. Might you be able to facilitate an introduction? Lu Sheng stated directly with a smile. A student of Dongshan Academy? Zhao Jia paused, taken aback. Having been in the gang for many years, This was his first encounter with a student actively seeking to join the Qi Jing gang. Though the Qi Jing gang was the largest in the area, students from the academy typically held themselves in high regard, rarely seeking affiliation unless through connections or under duress. After a moment of hesitation, Zhao Jie scrutinized Lu Sheng from head to toe. You claim to be a student of the academy. Do you have any proof? Lu Sheng smiled as he produced the plaque of his academy, which bore his surname and the emblem of his institution. A sizable character for Dong dominated the plaque, with the character for Lu inscribed in a much smaller font beneath it. Crafted from brass, the plaque possessed a certain weight and was adorned with intricate patterns, making it difficult to forge. Upon seeing the plaque, Zhao Jie was convinced such an item was beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, and even attempts at forgery would be arduous. In the city, skilled craftsmen would not take on private commissions, and any artisan caught making such a piece for private use would face severe punishment, potentially even death. Why do you wish to join us? Zhao Jie inquired further. Typically, those seeking to join the gang were from the lower strata of society, struggling individuals, merchants, or skilled artisans. It was uncommon for someone of Lu Sheng's evident background, a well-to-do scholar from an academy, to seek affiliation with a gang. It was said that the Qi Jing gang was the largest in the north, boasting numerous experts and formidable martial arts. I, a young master, wish to practice the finest martial arts, hence my desire to join, Lu Sheng stated directly, eschewing any convoluted explanations. Martial arts, indeed, Zhao Jie responded, relieved. The martial arts of the Qi Jing gang were indeed the strongest in the north, far surpassing any other sections. Very well, please proceed to register your name, age, and specialties. He indicated a small door to the right. As a preliminary note, those desiring to practice martial arts within our gang must learn from the Xianwu Pavilion. Entry to the pavilion requires an assessment of your strength and the contributions you can make to the gang. This understanding was clear. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Lu Sheng nodded. By formally joining the Qi Jing gang, he intended to establish a foundation for his family in Yangshan City, while also earning money and creating a network of protection and connections. Ultimately, his goal was to discover a more lethal and practical internal martial art than Shui Shagong. Zhao Jie succinctly outlined the rules of the Qi Jing gang. They were straightforward. Do not betray the gang lightly, do not divulge gang secrets, and adhere to the regulations. If these 3 points were upheld, and one was not eliminated from the gang, one would receive a fixed monthly stipend, discounts at most shops in the city, and the assurance that the gang would serve as a formidable backing in times of trouble. Zhao Jie smiled warmly as he spoke. A few days prior, our external affairs officer, Lord Chun, had communicated with Lord Jiang, the deputy commander of the city, regarding the resettlement of the displaced in Yangshan City. This was merely one external affairs officer, yet he possessed the authority to converse with the city's upper echelons, alongside many elders of similar rank, as well as the deputy leader and the leader of the gang. He subtly revealed some of the gang's influence to Lu Sheng. Given Lu Sheng's affluent appearance and distinguished demeanor as an academy student, he would likely be granted considerable favor. Establishing connections in advance could be seen as cultivating goodwill. Lu Sheng understood that in this era, individuals like him, literate and educated, were regarded as high-level intellectuals and managerial elites within the gang, even if he lacked martial prowess. Joining the gang would ensure a life of comfort and ease. Thus, he comprehended the attitude of his interlocutor. After registering in a small side room, no inquiries were made regarding his background or family circumstances. Only his name, age, and specialties were noted. Lu Sheng swiftly became an ordinary member of the Qi Jing gang, designated as a one-tailed fish. Upon joining, all members were required to contribute to the gang in order to accumulate contribution records. Ordinary tasks such as patrolling, collecting protection fees, apprehending thieves, and aiding governmental investigations were all counted towards these records, with a dedicated internal affairs office assessing and rating contributions. Upon learning about the gang system, Lu Sheng was somewhat astonished at the meticulousness with which the gang was managed. Furthermore, based on these tasks, the gang did not seem to operate as a traditional criminal organization. Strictly speaking, it could be classified as a civil gray organization with strong ties to the government. After registration, Zhao Jie seemed eager to forge a closer rapport with Lu Sheng, welcoming him with a smile as he led him through the back door of the casino into a small courtyard with white walls. This was the abode of the venerable Master Shao, the evaluator of new gang members, responsible for assessing their strength levels. Passing this evaluation would allow one to be categorized according to their abilities and receive appropriate roles. Lu Sheng nodded with a smile, eager to witness the prowess of the gang's experts. Have you practiced any martial arts before, Brother Lu? Zhao Jie asked while they walked. I have practiced some techniques taught by the martial arts masters in my family, but they are not particularly formidable, Lu Sheng replied with a smile, shaking his head. Master Zhao's Feng Lei sword ranks among the top 36 in the gang, with over 10,000 members in the Qi Jing gang. To be placed within the top 36 is a testament to extraordinary skill, Zhao Jie boasted as he pushed open the courtyard door. As they entered, they heard an elder's voice from within. Didn't Tiwi just finish testing a batch? Why is there another one? Zhao Jie explained with a smile. This time, Brother Lu is different from the others. I took the liberty of making another trip to request Master Xiao to conduct the evaluation. Different from the others? The elder's voice was full of curiosity. As Lu Sheng stepped into the courtyard, he beheld an elderly gentleman with white hair cascading over his shoulders, his ruddy complexion contrasting with his gray attire. He stood beneath a peach tree, holding a cup of tea and observing Lu Sheng. Greetings, Master Xiao. How does the evaluation proceed? Lu Sheng clasped his fists in respect. Quite simply, young brother. All you need to do is demonstrate your martial arts in front of this old man, Master Xiao replied, recognizing Lu Sheng's extraordinary demeanor and responding courteously. What I excel in is palm techniques. Lu Sheng pondered briefly before extending both palms flatly. I joined the Qi Jing gang with the hope of witnessing the expertise of the gang's masters and learning stronger martial arts. I trust Master Xiao will not disappoint me. Although he spoke with a smile, his tone shifted dramatically, transforming the previously gentle atmosphere. A subtle yet palpable aura of seriousness began to permeate the courtyard. Master Zhao's expression grew stern, sensing something amiss. Lu Sheng's words carried an air of arrogance. Upon observing Lu Sheng's stance, he noted the latent power within him, restrained yet potent, as if a vast reservoir of energy was circulating within. His expression immediately shifted to one of astonishment. Are you a Tongli master? Tongli? Zhao Jie was equally taken aback. How old could this young master be to already possess Tongli-level skills? Even within the Qi Jing gang, where the elite were few, possessing Tongli-level expertise was remarkable. Among thousands, only 100 might attain such prowess. Such individuals typically served as pivotal forces in smaller towns. In a headquarters like Yanshan City, they would be considered the creme de la creme. Lu Sheng smiled. He gently pushed his right palm forward. Suddenly, a whiff of danger filled the courtyard, as if a ferocious beast were lunging forth. Both Zhao Jie and Master Xiao felt goosebumps erupt across their skin, their hearts racing. This is the realm of Tongyi. Master Zhao's teacup fell to the ground with a clatter as he stared at Lu Sheng, utterly astonished. How old are you? He was momentarily speechless. His face flushed as he stood there, stamping his feet in agitation. Zhao Jie quickly sprang into action, patting Master Xiao on the back until he could regain his composure. What level does this skill of mine rank within the gang? Lu Sheng inquired with a smile. In reality, his strength far exceeded that of Tong Yi, even reaching the level beyond, Ning Shun, akin to that of esteemed masters. He felt confident that he was not inferior to anyone. Yet, in this context, he did not need to reveal too much. The Tong Yi level was sufficient to garner attention, while anything more would seem too extraordinary and could jeopardize his hidden strengths. Nevertheless, at that moment, Master Xiao appeared to age considerably, his expression weary yet tinged with an unusual envy as he regarded Lu Sheng. I, Master Xiao, spent 30 years honing my skills to reach Tongli, and 40 years to attain the pinnacle of Tongli. Yet, I never anticipated. He sighed ruefully. I will notify the headquarters immediately regarding the accommodation for young brother Lu. I lack the authority to make such decisions. He swiftly entered the inner room, and shortly thereafter, a black dove emerged, soaring off into the distance. At this moment, Zhao Jie looked at Lu Sheng with an expression that had transformed from previous warmth to a subtle reverence. He went inside to fetch a chair for Lu Sheng to sit down, hastily poured him some tea, and stood beside him in attendance. When Xiao Lao emerged, he gazed upon Lu Sheng with increasing trepidation. A master of Tongyi in his 20s, such talent was simply astounding. He felt that each moment spent in Lu Sheng's presence aged him by a year. Compared to Lu Sheng, he, as an elderly man who had yet to grasp Tongyi, felt his life was squandered. After a brief moment of silence, Zhao Jie engaged Lu Sheng in conversation, answering his occasional queries. Soon, a crowd arrived at the courtyard. A cacophony of people clad in dark garb from their gang, led by two individuals. One was an elderly man with graying hair, carrying a long sword on his back, and the other was a middle-aged woman of striking beauty, with a robust figure and two curved blades at her waist. Both bore a distinctive white whale emblem on their attire. Upon entering, the old man exclaimed loudly, Who among you is a master of Tongyi? I nearly fell asleep when I heard about a 20-year-old Tongyi expert. Good heavens, this is quite the exaggeration. Lord Wang, Elder Ouyang. Zhao Jie gasped in astonishment at their arrival, quickly moving to pay his respects. Xiao Lao followed suit, bowing as well. No need for formalities. The elegant Elder Ouyang said gently, her gaze falling upon the only person still smiling in the courtyard, Lu Sheng. Indeed, a dragon among men. Is this the esteemed brother Lu? Lu Sheng clasped his fists and smiled, introducing himself. I am Lu Sheng, and I believe I am the Tongyi expert you mentioned. Tongyi? Is that true? Let me test your strength with a punch. With that, the elderly man lunged forward, and the courtyard was suddenly filled with the sharp screech of an eagle, a sound piercing and jarring. Excellent. Lu Sheng's eyes brightened. This was his first encounter with a master above the Tongyi level, who could equally manifest the essence of martial arts. He raised his palm, ready to confront the old man head-on. With a roar, even without channeling internal energy, the essence of the black tiger blade technique he had comprehended resonated, producing a tiger's roar that sent leaves from the courtyard's peach tree fluttering like rain. Lu Sheng's palm glowed crimson, a trace of blood-red patterns appearing on his forehead, and he shot forward like an arrow, colliding with the elderly man. The two exchanged blows, their initial strikes causing them to rebound from one another, followed by a rapid exchange of 5 more strikes before they retreated. Ha! What a delight! Lu Sheng felt exhilarated, a sense of satisfaction washing over him. This was his first experience in such a thrilling confrontation with another, aside from encounters with supernatural beings. To unleash his full strength without internal energy and still find someone capable of matching him was a revelation that stirred a sense of kinship within him. Again, Lu Sheng raised his hand, his palm now a vivid red, ready to strike once more. But suddenly, the old man arched backward, spewing a mouthful of blood, collapsing backward. The onlookers froze in shock. Lord Wang, quick, save him. Zhao Jie was the first to react, rushing over to assist the elderly man. The middle-aged woman's expression turned serious as she approached, retrieving a small vial from her sleeve, uncorking it, and administering a small white pill, no larger than a soybean, to the old man. She then proceeded to massage his acupoints, working to disperse the blood clots. A crowd gathered around the old man, tending to him for a while. Lu Sheng stood aside, while Xiao Lao approached, wishing to offer comfort, but knowing that until the old man was stabilized, any words would be futile. He regarded Lu Sheng with a look of incredulity, shaking his head with a sigh, ultimately placing a hand on Lu Sheng's shoulder without uttering a word. Lu Sheng felt somewhat speechless, the surge of fervor he had just experienced now dampened. He suddenly grasped the extent of his current strength. It was beyond what he had previously surmised, perhaps even stronger than he had imagined. In Chapter 55, titled Qi Jing, Lu Sheng had never heard of a master inflicting such severe damage with a single strike without using internal energy. It was known that a master of Tongyi harnessed their entire strength, and with the ability to enhance their vital energy for a brief period. Their power and speed would be significantly amplified. A master of Tongyi could be likened to 2 peak masters combined. Internal energy was primarily used to augment speed and strength. So even renowned masters who practiced both internal and external arts could not hope to exceed Tongyi experts by such a margin. Eventually, the elderly man, having been revived, coughed up blood, groggily awakening amidst the watchful gaze of his followers. He struggled to sit up, turning his attention to Lu Sheng. Isn't that the Paexian palm? Who taught you this peculiar technique? Tell me, and I assure you, I will not harm him. Lu Sheng was momentarily taken aback. Paexian palm, could it be the same technique passed down in Wang Lao's family? The crowd fell silent in astonishment. The old man, visibly distressed, shouted, You learned the Paexian palm, but your technique is riddled with errors. You misapplied the power, and yet you managed to injure me severely. This is simply preposterous. He felt both anger and frustration, but his gaze upon Lu Sheng grew increasingly bright. Lu Sheng found it hard to comprehend how this could be connected. He had learned Paexian palm from Captain Zhang, unaware it was a family legacy of the old man. Observing the reactions of those around him, it was evident that this technique had gained considerable renown under the old man's tutelage, and it appeared genuine. You are indeed stronger than I am, and by a significant margin, Wang Lao declared earnestly, pushing away Zhao Jie, who attempted to assist him. I cannot teach you, but my elder brother certainly can. He will surely be able to guide you. With your talent combined with his strength, you may find a path, a glimmer of hope. Lu Sheng remained puzzled by these words. The others were equally bewildered, but only the middle-aged woman seemed to grasp the implication of Wang Lao's statement. Young brother, would you be willing to join our Qi Jing gang? Elder Ouyang approached Lu Sheng with seriousness, then suddenly slapped her forehead. Oh right, I forgot. You came here intending to join us. Lord Wang, you should rest now. I can handle things here, the beautiful woman said softly. Very well, Ningji. I will leave this young brother in your capable hands, Wang Lao acknowledged, realizing the urgency of attending to his injuries and the necessity of recuperation. Lu Sheng had yet to find an opportunity to speak as he watched Wang Lao surrounded by a throng of followers, swiftly departing. Elder Ouyang remained with a portion of her group. The individuals who stayed regarded him with the same veiled glances as Zhao Jie and Xiao Lao. Young brother Lu, why don't we step inside and converse? Xiao Lao suggested. All right. Lu Sheng exhaled a sigh of relief. He did not fear offending anyone, but he was wary of accidentally injuring an innocent elder, as that would create an unfair enmity with the Qi Jing gang. Seeing Lu Sheng acquiesce, Xiao Lao sought permission from the middle-aged woman. Upon receiving her consent, he led the two of them into the inner room, leaving only the three of them inside, while Zhao Jie was deemed unworthy to listen in. Once inside, Elder Ouyang and Lu Sheng took their seats while Xiao Lao stood nearby. Ouyang Ningji appeared youthful, seemingly in her 30s, yet she was actually over 50. Her long, shapely legs were crossed delicately, her posture upright, exuding a refined grace that was both elegant and dignified. We have witnessed your remarkable strength, Brother Lu. Indeed, it is extraordinary. The most suitable position for you within our gang would be that of an external affairs officer. But I am not authorized to appoint you. This must be reported to the gang leader and discussed among the elders before a decision can be made. That is of no concern, Lu Sheng replied with a smile. My intention in joining the Qi Jing gang is to learn and exchange advanced martial arts. Positions are of little significance to me. The martial arts of our Red Whale gang are unparalleled in the entire northern region. Our leader is universally recognized as the foremost master of swordsmanship in the north. When it comes to seeking the most potent martial arts, our gang undoubtedly takes precedence. Even the government offices cannot compare to us, Ouyang Ningji remarked with a smile. Elder Xiao, accompanying her, added, our leader's reputation is unmatched throughout the northern region. Even the commanding general of Yanshan City must address our leader as a junior. Oh, Lu Sheng was somewhat taken aback. While the government may not be particularly useful, it has endured for so long, suggesting it possesses certain merits. For a gang leader to hold equal standing with a government head implies that the foundation of the Red Whale gang is far from simple. Presently, with the rise of malevolent entities causing chaos, many of our elders have ventured out to assist the government in addressing various troubles. Consequently, the position of Foreign Affairs Officer may take some time to finalize. I shall promote you, young brother, to the position of ninth fish. I hope you will excuse me, Ouyang Ningji said with a smile. That's fine. As long as the necessary benefits are not diminished, Lu Sheng replied with a grin, before inquiring. What contributions are required to gain access to the Xuanwu Pavilion of our gang? The Xuanwu Pavilion offers a selection of publicly available martial arts. Anyone at the level of 5th fish or above can view them for free. As for the 9th fish position, it grants access to all martial arts at the Tongli level, encompassing both internal and external skills, all free of charge, Ouyang Ningji replied earnestly. All martial arts at the Tongli level? Lu Sheng's eyes brightened. The Tongli level pertains to the realm of the Black Tiger Blade technique he had learned, which, according to the manual, could only reach the Tongli level at most, with further comprehension relying solely on personal insight. This was precisely how Lu Sheng had progressed after receiving a few pointers from Zhang Sun. In reality, above Tongli lies the Tongli manual, which provides step-by-step guidance on how to achieve comprehension, making it exceedingly rare. Attaining higher levels or consulting experts within the gang will require expenditure of gang contributions. Ouyang Ningji added with a smile. Afterward, she and Elder Xiao shared additional insights about the Red Whale gang with Lu Sheng. For instance, the clothing insignia of gang members. Regular members to minor and major leaders are distinguished by the number of fish on their attire, ranging from 1 to 9, with 9 being the highest. Following that is the white whale insignia, used by elders and internal and external officers, and above them are the double white whale insignia, unique to the 2 vice leaders. Lastly, there is the red whale, representing the gang leader. Following their conversation, the time approached evening, and Ouyang Ningji took her leave. Elder Xiao and Zhao Jie invited Lu Sheng to a nearby tavern to celebrate his induction into the gang with a lavish feast. After a round of drinks, Elder Xiao sighed heavily as he sat back. To speak frankly, this world is fraught with difficulties and dangers, and our gang suffers a high casualty rate, which is why we have such a significant demand for skilled fighters. A high casualty rate? Lu Sheng inquired, puzzled. Though he had his suspicions, he remained silent. Elder Xiao forced a smile. Perhaps you are unaware, but Yanshan City, while appearing peaceful and affluent, harbors countless threats that are quelled in the shadows every day. Our Red Whale gang plays a vital role in addressing these issues, if not leading them. Otherwise, why would the court allow so many gangs to exist? Lu Sheng narrowed his eyes, somewhat surprised by the candor of his companion. Threats? I wonder what dangers could possibly lurk in Yanshan City. Zhao Jie could no longer contain himself and interjected. Brother Lu, may I call you brother without offense? Not at all, Lu Sheng responded with a wave of his hand. Zhao Jie continued with a grim expression. You have no idea how perilous this world is. Each day, I see dozens of individuals passing through to join our gang. Over 300 days a year, that's thousands of people, with so many joining over the years. Why does our gang still only have a few tens of thousands? Where have the others gone? Many have perished, and others are left maimed. The situation Zhao Jie described was relatively fortunate for the Red Whale gang. At least those who could no longer work still earned some profit. Other factions were far worse off, Elder Xiao sighed. The dim light in the private room cast shadows, and for a moment, the three fell silent. After a brief pause, Lu Sheng slowly asked, what exactly do these so-called dangers entail? There is nothing taboo about it, Elder Xiao waved his hand. The matters we handle primarily concern human disasters, capturing criminals involved in murder, arson, robbery, and rape, as well as turf wars and resource disputes with rivals. These all fall under human disasters. Occasionally, we encounter supernatural calamities, which involve bizarre and inexplicable occurrences. For instance, not long ago, the second daughter of Wang Yuanwei from the city mysteriously vanished in the night, and when she was found, she lay by a willow tree on the banks of the Songbai River, covered in black fur. Had I not witnessed it myself, I wouldn't have believed it. Is that true? Zhao Jie exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, absolutely true. I saw the girl with my own eyes. She was merely 11 or 12 years old. Her body entirely covered in fur. Even her clothing could not conceal it. Later, when Wang Yuanwei approached our gang, it was the Foreign Affairs officer, Lord Li, who personally dealt with the matter, reportedly making a thunderous uproar in the courtyard that night. Elder Xiao reflected. Supernatural calamities? Are such events common? Lu Sheng narrowed his eyes. Realizing this was the term the Red Whale gang used to refer to otherworldly occurrences. Not many, but they happen about once every few months. Occasionally, they appear with some frequency. Generally, if left unattended, they will soon dissipate on their own. Even if they don't vanish, they typically won't expand in scope, remaining confined to a small area. As long as one avoids that place, they are safe, Elder Xiao explained. Lu Sheng nodded, beginning to understand how ordinary people dealt with such eerie incidents. Speaking of which, there has been a strange occurrence nearby recently. I wonder if Brother Lu has heard about it? Zhao Jie interjected. What strange occurrence? Lu Sheng inquired. Zhao Jie furrowed his brow, speaking in a somber tone. A scholar living nearby, named Wang Zichuan, reportedly vanished mysteriously one night after visiting a brothel and has yet to return. This incident caused quite a stir not long ago. I have heard of this matter. I even inquired whether it warranted intervention, as it incited considerable panic. The higher-ups simply replied that it would resolve itself in due time. Elder Xiao interjected. Lu Sheng squinted, sensing he was beginning to grasp the underlying issues. The next day passed uneventfully, with Lu Sheng resting at home, awaiting his assignment from the Red Whale gang. He surmised that the so-called discussions among the elders and the leader were primarily to gauge his background and ascertain if he might be a spy sent by rivals. Only after investigating relevant circumstances would he be considered a true member of the Red Whale gang. Thus, he remained patient. As time elapsed, 3 days swiftly passed. This time, Elder Wang and Elder Ouyang from the Red Whale gang, accompanied by a vice leader, personally came to visit Lu Sheng. Vice leader Qining, a senior disciple of Elder Wang and the second strongest in the Red Whale gang, was known in the martial world as the Eagle Claw King. This man had a kind face, white hair, and a robust physique akin to that of a strong young man. His large hands were knotted and darkened, resembling a pair of metallic gloves, which was somewhat intimidating. Upon entering, he greeted Lu Sheng with a warm smile. I apologize for the intrusion, young brother Lu. I, Chun, have come to deliver news regarding your position within the gang. Lu Sheng instructed Xiao Qiao to brew tea and join the others at the table. What position does the vice leader have in store for me? He was not surprised by the high-level visit, knowing that Elder Wang, despite being an internal affairs officer, was a master of the Tongyi level, having easily been defeated by just a few moves. Such a skilled individual was sought after by any gang. Moreover, this expert was frighteningly young. With the strength of Lu Sheng, we unanimously appoint you to the position of external affairs officer. If possible, please accompany Lu Sheng to the headquarters. After meeting with the esteemed elders, the internal and external affairs officers, as well as the gang leader, you may assume your duties. Qining said courteously. Before coming, He had conducted research on Lu Sheng's background, which ultimately dissuaded him from the idea of taking him as an apprentice. Among Lu Sheng's past experiences, there was a clear account stating that the eerie cries of the night that plagued the Lu family were resolved by him and a wandering Taoist. Although he did not uncover much information, surviving such a perilous calamity demonstrated formidable strength. To head to the headquarters? Is it feasible now? Lu Sheng, disinterested in idle chatter, had joined the Qi Jing gang primarily to learn superior martial arts. To do so, entry into the Xuanwu Pavilion was essential, which required establishing contributions to the gang. And the prerequisite for such contributions was to first hold a position and then undertake tasks of a contributory nature. Certainly, Chuning readily agreed. The group promptly rose, exiting Lu Sheng's residence and heading directly towards the Qi Jing gang headquarters outside the city. Once on the carriage, Lu Sheng shared a vehicle with Chuning. Chuning turned his face, gazing silently out the window. Lu Sheng was not one for excessive conversation either, and he began to practice his internal energy in silence. He could discern that Chuning was also a practitioner of both internal and external disciplines, with piercing eyes that revealed a depth of internal mastery. However, Lu Sheng was curious about Chuning's practical combat abilities and planned to find an opportunity to gauge them. After a prolonged silence, Chuning suddenly broke the stillness, inquiring about Lu Sheng's perspective on the current Song dynasty. The Song dynasty? Perspective? Lu Sheng shook his head with a light chuckle, expressing his lack of comprehension regarding the current court. Frankly, I encountered a perilous calamity in Julian City, and since then, I have realized that the so-called government offices are of little use. Chuning glanced at Lu Sheng, shaking his head slightly. You are mistaken on this point, young brother. Lu Sheng remained composed, asking, how so? After a few coughs, Chuning calmed himself and responded thoughtfully. Are you familiar with the concept of Guai? Guai? Lu Sheng's expression shifted slightly. I have encountered ghostly entities that are powerful and enigmatic. Is this what the deputy gang leader refers to as Guai? Not exactly. To be candid, we at the Qi Jing gang have dealt with numerous ordinary supernatural occurrences, but those merely qualify as ghostly entities or calamities. Chen Ying's gaze grew distant, as if lost in recollection. I recall a year when I accompanied the gang leader to the Central Plains for the Martial Alliance Conference. On our return, we encountered a Taoist. He engaged in a profound discussion with the gang leader and shared insights on this matter. He paused before continuing. The Taoist expressed that ghostly entities are merely spirits. These vile beings can typically be dealt with by mortals who have attained a high level of cultivation. However, above ghostly entities, there exists something called Guai, which is beyond the reach of mortals. He warned the gang leader that ghostly entities are akin to minor demons, weak and scattered in their awareness, often oblivious to their surroundings. Yet, beyond ghosts are Guai, and beyond minor demons are Mo. Both Guai and Mo represent formidable existences that mortals cannot contend with, and one must seek to escape upon encountering them. Guai and Mo. A chill coursed through Lu Sheng as he contemplated the possibility that these might correspond to the Yaoma mentioned by Duanmu Wan. The term Yaoma is indeed broad, but he recalled that Duanmu Wan had only referred to Yaoma without mentioning Guai. He wondered if this was an oversight or a deeper significance. Indeed, we at the Qi Jing gang appear formidable, yet we can only manage ghostly entities and minor demons. As for Guai and Mo, we have encountered them only once. Chen Ying's expression twitched slightly, as if still haunted by the memory. Lu Sheng asked solemnly, what was the outcome? He sensed that the result was unlikely to be favorable. Chen Ying's face briefly reflected pain as he glanced at Lu Sheng, stating numbly, the Qi Jing gang originally had 4 deputy leaders. Lu Sheng's heart sank. He was aware that the current Qi Jing gang had only 2 deputy leaders. The gang leader himself had suffered severe injuries, his once mighty stature diminished, now plagued by various ailments. It is ironic that even in such a state, several heirs are still vying for power, attempting to seize control of the true authority of the Qi Jing gang. They remain oblivious to the reality that even if they gain complete control over the gang's forces, they remain in the dark about the true nature of the Guai that has caused so many casualties. Chen Ying lamented. Lu Sheng fell silent, recognizing that such matters were beyond his purview as a recent entrant to the gang. The two sat in silence, and after a brief moment, the driver outside called out, Chen gang leader, we have arrived at the headquarters. Chen Ying smiled broadly, adjusting his demeanor as he opened the carriage door and stepped out. Come, take a look. The Qi Jing gang headquarters may not be as one might imagine. While it is indeed grand, there is something peculiar about it. As Lu Sheng disembarked, he found himself at the banks of a river lined with cypress and pine trees. In the center of the river lay an enormous black and red ship, resembling a colossal whale, quietly resting upon the water's surface. The clear water and azure sky reflected the sunlight, illuminating a white flag atop the ship, which bore the blood-red characters, Qi Jing. The entire vessel was elliptical, with an 8-story pagoda on the deck, surrounded by thick iron chains that held it fast. In comparison to the ship, these chains appeared as slender strands of hair, inconspicuous and numerous. This is the Qi Jing ship. Quite impressive, isn't it? Chun Ying remarked beside him. It is indeed grand, but it can hardly be called a ship, as it cannot move at all, Wang Lao interjected. The ship occupies a tenth of the Tenli-wide river. It could scarcely turn without risking running aground. What uses it for navigation? Lu Sheng was witnessing such a large vessel for the first time, and it seemed to dwarf even aircraft carriers. He had measured the common distance here, which was approximately 600 meters, and Wang Lao's claim of a ship width of 1 li meant that the vessel itself was indeed enormous. This was not constructed for navigation, but rather designed as a floating fortress, Chen Ying explained with a smile. Let us proceed. The people inside have come out to welcome us. On the bridge connecting the ship to the dock, gang members stood guard in 2 rows, with armed sentinels at intervals. As they approached the slanted gangway leading onto the ship, a group of men and women emerged to greet them. Chun Ying laughed heartily, leading the group towards them. We pay our respects to gang leader Chun. The group bowed in unison. The gang leader has been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. Without delay, Chun Ying swiftly led Lu Sheng and the others up the slanted gangway, passing between the ranks of guarding members and onto the deck. Entering the grand hall of the ship, the hall resembled a large temple, with an elderly man of frail appearance and graying hair seated at the forefront. Clad in black and red attire, he wore a dark golden glove on his right hand. Though he appeared unwell, his presence remained formidable, his piercing eyes radiating vitality, indicating a person of substantial internal energy. Upon entering, Lu Sheng felt at least 5 intense gazes fixate upon him. In truth, many others in the hall were observing him as well, but their energy and spirit were far inferior to those 5. The sharpness of these 5 gazes sent a tingling sensation across Lu Sheng's skin, a clear indication that they were highly accomplished masters of both internal and external cultivation. Lu Sheng, too, no longer concealed his brilliance, returning their gazes with equal intensity. He felt a surge of excitement at encountering so many peers of his caliber. Theoretically, he was at the condensation stage, as were these 5. In a confrontation, strength would depend on martial techniques, power, experience, and strategic acumen. As if detecting the fighting spirit and excitement in Lu Sheng's eyes, 3 of the 5 gazes suddenly extinguished, with 3 individuals hastily lowering their heads to avoid his gaze. Among the most troublesome in the gang was the martial maniac. Previously, one of the vice leaders in the gang possessed a similar disposition, constantly seeking out masters for sparring, causing great distress to the members. It seemed that yet another individual exhibiting signs of martial mania had emerged. Among the 5 masters, 2 were the leader Hong Mingzi and the vice leader Gongsun Zhongluan. The other 3 were external officers who quickly averted their eyes from Lu Sheng. After Lu Sheng's gaze fell upon them, 3 of them instantly turned away, which left him somewhat displeased. However, it mattered little as there were still 2 others to engage with. He directed his attention straight towards the eminent leader, Hong Mingzi. Indeed, he was a figure of striking presence, a true dragon among men. Although Hong Mingzi's voice was slightly weakened, he spoke with conviction and smiled reassuringly. Our Qi Jing gang has maintained its dominance in the northern territories, standing steadfast, thanks to young talents like Brother Lu joining our ranks. Having observed everyone, he continued, now that you have met him, please do share your thoughts. The vice leader Chen Ying also approached and took his seat. Someone was specifically guiding Lu Sheng to a chair on the side. In the grand hall, silence prevailed. Aside from the 5 masters, there were 8 others, comprising the elders and internal officers of the Qi Jing gang. A silent exchange of glances ensued among the group, yet no one spoke. The radiant light that had previously shone in Lu Sheng's eyes had clearly indicated that his prowess was equally formidable in both internal and external cultivation. Whether he had reached the level of concentration was uncertain, but even if he were merely a proficient master, there was no need for anyone to risk offending him when no conflicts existed, since there were no objections. It was thus decided that Brother Lu would assume the role of the 6th external officer of the Qi Jing gang, overseeing the territory previously managed by Wu San. No one has any objections, right? Hong Mingzi smiled. Isn't this somewhat inappropriate? Vice leader Gongsun Zhongluan said softly, lowering his gaze. What is inappropriate? Chen Ying looked at him, aware that the other intended for his niece Gongsun Jing to take over Wu San's territory. Thus, his opposition was entirely predictable. Gongsun Zhongluan was a middle-aged man with a somber demeanor, dressed in a black robe, his hands tucked into his sleeves. He glanced at Chen Ying. forcing a smile that did not reach his eyes, and remarked, "Although Brother Lu's strength is exceptional, it only reflects his personal prowess. If it comes to managing power, mere personal valor is insufficient. Though Wu San was deceased, his territory and assets were considerable. To entrust everything to a newcomer who had just joined the gang would surely raise concerns among the other elders. To receive such a generous allocation without having proven oneself would violate established protocols. Everyone knew how Wu San had met his demise, and there were individuals eager to claim his territory and resources, yet no one dared to assume the associated risks. Gongsun Zhonglan. While your niece Gongsun Jing is indeed talented and astute, if she wishes to fill Wu San's void, perhaps she should also take on the risks involved." Chening sneered. "I did not mention Gongsun Jing. I merely stand as the vice leader responsible for maintaining the gang's laws and speak on behalf of the elders," Gongsun Zhonglan replied coolly. "Why should so many elders, who have dedicated themselves to the gang for years, be overshadowed by a newcomer?" Chening sneered. "What do you mean by that?" "By suddenly interjecting, you may not have intended to imply such, but it certainly comes off that way. Whether it creates misunderstandings is not my concern. As the vice leader overseeing the gang's laws, I have the authority to speak on any matter that violates our established protocols," Gongsun Zhonglan stated calmly. The two exchanged barbs, neither willing to yield, which began to irritate Lu Sheng. "What is there to argue about? If anyone feels dissatisfied, step forward and face me in a duel." He licked his lips and stood, his gaze roving over the strongest among them. In the realm of martial arts, the one with the strongest fist holds the power. Lu Sheng began to flex his fists. Gongsun Zhonglan was momentarily taken aback, feeling a chill from Lu Sheng's piercing gaze. He steadied himself. "We are all brothers within the same gang. We shouldn't resort to violence. If word of this gets out, this is merely internal discussion. Come on. No need to be polite. If anyone is dissatisfied, I stand here ready for a friendly exchange." Lu Sheng felt a surge of adrenaline. He was increasingly drawn to combat. Having truly felt a profound sense of existence during his previous encounter with the demonic entity on the boat, that exhilarating sensation, coupled with the thrill of walking the line between life and death, had captivated him. "Brother Lu, you may have misunderstood. I am not opposed to your taking over Wu San's position." Gongsun Zhonglan's face twitched slightly. "Not a problem. Let's have a match then." Lu Sheng's eyes glimmered with excitement as he focused on him. He sensed that this man would be a formidable opponent. "Brother Lu, I genuinely believe you are. Let us go just one match." Gongsun Zhonglan felt a tightening in his forehead. He cleared his throat, his anger flaring, but with so many watching, he had no choice but to suppress it, his tone laced with veiled threats. Internal strife violates the gang's discipline. Moreover, our strengths are vastly disproportionate. My Xianyuan palm is exceedingly fierce. Should I strike, it could lead to serious injury or worse. If anything were to happen to you, it would be difficult to explain. Hurt me? Serious injury or death? Lu Sheng's eyes gradually filled with a crimson hue, a peculiar smile spreading across his lips. "Isn't that just perfect? If we engage and you hold back, that would be a mere game." He fixed his gaze intently on Gongsun Zhonglan. "Come on, let us fight. If I perish, then it is my own fate." A palpable aura of murderous intent began to envelop him. Gongsun Zhonglan stared at him, momentarily rendered speechless. He sensed that he had underestimated the audacity of this newcomer, who appeared utterly unperturbed by the prospect of offending others, intent only on pursuing his desires without restraint. It seemed that Brother Lu was genuinely eager for a confrontation. A flicker of killing intent emerged in Gongsun Zhonglan's eyes. He contemplated striking down this newcomer on the spot. However, he was acutely aware of the presence of the elder leader in Chening. Even if he wished to act, achieving success would not be easy. All right. Indeed. The elder leader interjected with a smile. "Let us settle this matter." Gongsun Zhonglan raises a valid point. To oversee such a significant territory without having established oneself is indeed questionable. Perhaps we could transfer a portion of the responsibilities first, and if the associated issues are resolved, we can proceed with a full transition. What does Brother Lu think? Instantly, all eyes turned to Lu Sheng, eagerly awaiting his response. "Isn't there's some trouble with Wu San's territory? Could you elaborate on what the issue is?" Lu Sheng, realizing a fight was not forthcoming, felt his blood pressure gradually stabilize. Though somewhat disappointed, he remained unhurried. With so many masters present, he could find a sparring partner at any time. Wu San was the previous external officer. Within his domain lies an iron mine of great importance to our gang. The mine encountered issues, and during an investigation, he mysteriously disappeared. By the time he was found, he had already perished in the woods outside the mine, Chening explained. Lu Sheng pondered for a moment before speaking. What was Wu San's cultivation level? a master of the Tongyi realm, already on the verge of achieving the Ningxin stage. His flying flower willow leaf blade was elusive and formidable. Chun Ying replied earnestly, if it comes to blows, he would rank among the top 10 in the gang. Top 10? Lu Sheng narrowed his eyes, observing the masters present. He could sense through their gazes who among them were on his level. From his previous perception, he gathered that 6 individuals present possessed internal and external cultivation at the Ningxin level, indicating that Wu Sun ranked among the 4 strongest masters in the Tongyi realm within the gang. Do you have the confidence to take over? Gongsun Zhonglan chuckled lightly. Lu Sheng felt a surge of annoyance. This individual consistently opposed him, which seemed rather unreasonable. Since the beginning, this individual has persistently sought to create obstacles, clearly reluctant to allow him to take control of Wusan's underworld enterprises. Perhaps there are ulterior motives at play. Lu Sheng is inherently bold yet meticulous. Just as in the past at the Red Chamber's pleasure boat, he appears to be enjoying wine and meat with friends, all the while maintaining a thread of vigilance in his heart. When consuming food, he carefully observes the 2 who eat first, assessing whether they have been poisoned before partaking himself. If he were entirely unguarded, he would not have brought a knife with him. Who among them carries a weapon while indulging in leisure? Had he not previously encountered a peculiar pleasure boat, Lu Sheng would not have adopted such a cautious approach, which ultimately proved to be justified. This time, confronted with the troublesome incident that resulted in the demise of a skilled practitioner, he did not accept the challenge blindly, but instead inquired thoroughly about Wusan's capabilities. What confidence I possess is of no concern to you. Since the other party insists on provoking him, Lu Sheng does not hold back and retorts in kind. Gongsun Zhonglan, momentarily caught off guard, displayed a fleeting change in expression, yet quickly regained composure, merely casting a cold smile at Lu Sheng before falling silent. Whispers began to circulate within the grand hall, as the elders leaned in closely to converse. Although their voices were hushed, they were not inaudible. Ouyang Ningxi and another middle-aged woman exchanged a few quiet words, furrowing their brows as they glanced towards Wang Lao. Wang Lao, the internal affairs officer, held Lu Sheng in high regard, and upon witnessing Gongsun's interruption, his face flushed with anger. He attempted several times to rise and speak, only to be restrained by an old friend beside him. Wang Lao's family martial arts, the Pixin Palm, had been honed to a formidable level even when misapplied by an outsider, revealing the extraordinary talent of Lu Sheng, which is truly rare. He must have already sent a carrier pigeon to inform his elder brother to come. Gongsun believed he had support and was unworried about offending anyone. Yet, should Wang Yuanshan arrive, the situation would certainly shift. Ouyang Ningxi whispered. Wang Yuanshan? The Taoist-clad middle-aged woman beside her remarked with surprise. Is he not the one known as the Ninefang Sword Palm? Indeed, this individual is quite exceptional. If he truly comes. Ouyang Ningxi did not continue, surmising that this was also a key reason why the external affairs officers were reluctant to provoke Lu Sheng. Given Wang Lao's tendency to speak freely, he likely had already disseminated news of Lu Sheng throughout the upper echelons of the gang. At that moment in the Grand Hall, Lu Sheng had also inquired about Wusan's affairs and grasped the general sequence of events. The matter was quite straightforward. An incident had occurred at a farm adjacent to the gang's most critical iron mine. Though the farm's troubles were concerning, the route to the mine necessitated passing through that very farm. Following a series of disappearances of miners en route to the excavation, the gang became acutely aware and dispatched personnel to investigate. However, those sent for inquiries also began to vanish. Consequently, the gang swiftly classified the situation as a calamity and assigned it to the external affairs officers for resolution. These officers were motivated to address such perilous matters due to the enticing benefits and rewards associated with their positions. The privileges of an external affairs officer surpassed even those of the gang's leader, and these roles were typically rotated rather than held by a single individual indefinitely, with each term lasting about a year. The higher-ups frequently took turns serving in external affairs, as Wusan had just done. Aware of the dangers of the calamity, he prudently brought along a full team of 5 capable individuals to investigate. However, Wusan vanished, along with his team, and his body was later discovered in a thicket. After listening to Qining recount the general sequence of events, Lu Sheng's brow furrowed deeply, reminiscent of the massacre that had transpired at Xu Daren's home in Juliansheng, where the perpetrator had yet to be found. He closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment, then slowly opened them under the gaze of all present. I shall take on this matter. However, I do not guarantee a resolution. Should I fail, I will relinquish this position within a year. A hint of helplessness flickered in Qining's eyes. Even the 2 vice leaders dared not intervene in Wusan's situation due to uncertainty, yet this young man boldly accepted the challenge? Very well then. The leader, Hong Mingzi, laughed heartily, unperturbed by the audacity of youth. Lu, my brother, although you have taken on this role, should it prove unsuccessful, relinquish it promptly. We do not wish to lose a second Wusan. Lu Sheng nodded. Following a discussion, the strength of the industries he would oversee was established. Approximately 300 armed men, several shops within Yinshan City, over a dozen farms outside the city, as well as numerous oil mills. And the majority being blacksmith and artisan workshops, each with over a dozen, dedicated to crafting weapons and tools for the gang's disciples. Though Wusan's enterprises were not numerous, they were critically important, hence the vice leader Gongsu and Zhanglan's desire to intervene. Naturally, Lu Sheng could not utilize these industries immediately. He could only mobilize a portion of personnel to address the iron mine issue. Only after resolving the matter would he truly be deemed an external affairs officer. After discussions concluded and the meeting adjourned, Wang Lao proactively approached Lu Sheng, inviting him to join his carriage back to Yinshan City. On the carriage, Wang Lao formally began to introduce Lu Sheng to the intricacies of the Pachine Palm. The iron mine situation is quite troublesome, my brother Lu. You must exercise caution and refrain from recklessness. Additionally, regarding the Pachine Palm, I wish to inquire if you learned it from a certain Zhang Xuan in Jiulianxing? Lu Sheng affirmed. Indeed, it was passed down by Captain Zhang Xuan. Just as I thought. Zhang Xuan was once one of my disciples, yet due to his poor aptitude, I paid him little heed. I never expected he would achieve the level of mastery he has now, Wang Lao remarked with a hint of nostalgia. In my lifetime, I have not taken on many disciples, yet those I had high hopes for failed to meet expectations, while those I deemed unpromising have surprisingly succeeded. Brother Wang, this is what we call serendipity, Lu Sheng chuckled. Perhaps so, Wang Lao shook his head. My brother Lu, I sought you out to see if you would be interested in learning the true and authentic Pachine Palm of my family. What do you mean by that? Wang Lao? Lu Sheng raised an eyebrow, aware that the genuine Pachine Palm is the family martial art of Wang Lao's clan, and to learn it would likely come with numerous conditions. My elder brother has a daughter, fair of face and delicate in form. As soon as Wang Lao began, Lu Sheng's expression turned peculiar. Wang Lao halted, raising his hands in surrender. Lu Sheng quickly waved his hands. I am still young and do not wish to contemplate such significant life matters at this time. I can consider it later, once my martial arts have matured. Wang Lao looked somewhat disappointed. Observing Lu Sheng's demeanor, he understood the sincerity of his words and refrained from further persuasion. After all, the matter of Wusan remains unresolved, and it presents a considerable challenge amidst the calamity. If not handled carefully, Lu Sheng's very survival could be at stake. He lamented internally. Had Lu Sheng not taken on this matter, his elder brother might have had a chance to intervene, yet now that it is accepted, the situation is precarious. The two then engaged in casual discussions about martial arts, and Wang Lao gleaned much from Lu Sheng, benefiting greatly and growing increasingly impressed. Lu Sheng also acquired valuable insights from Wang Lao regarding current conditions in the martial world, such as gang dynamics, appropriate responses to various situations, and what matters to avoid and evade. Upon returning home to Yinshan City, Lu Sheng took some time to recuperate before resting for the night. The following morning, Wusan's chief subordinate, a man named Duan Mengyan, proactively arrived with a group. As Lu Sheng opened the door, he was greeted by 2 rows of robust men standing at attention, their muscular frames and dark complexions evident. Though the sun had yet to rise fully, these 2 rows of men bowed in unison to Lu Sheng. Greetings, big brother. Their voices boomed, resonating through the entire room. Standing at the door, Lu Sheng gazed at the group of gray-clad men, their spirits high and fervent as they awaited his acknowledgement. When they called him big brother, he felt as though he had suddenly transformed into a notorious underworld figure. Henceforth, you shall call me. What did you previously refer to Wusan? A stout man with a buzz cut responded. In answer to your question, my name is Wu Laoda. Lu Sheng's face twitched as he envisioned a group of people addressing him as Lu Laoda. The image was simply too beautiful to behold. From now on, you may call me Gongzi or Darren, he added. The leading man, Duan Mengyan, scratched his head and replied, then we shall call you Gongzi. Darren is a title reserved for those of official rank. That works, Lu Sheng nodded. Let us descend. Along the way, enlighten me about the forces I can currently command. The group swiftly descended, some riding horses while others walked, with Lu Sheng and Duan Mengyan taking a carriage. The forces at your disposal, Gongzi, include 4 skilled individuals at the Tongli level, myself among them, 32 ordinary skilled fighters, and the rest are merely general lackeys. After Wu Laoda departed, our faction suffered significant losses, with many of our assets redistributed to other internal officials. We are left with only the iron mine and a few related industries. Our current strength is rather feeble, so I hope for your understanding. How do you command these people? Is it through orders, tokens, or something else? Lu Sheng inquired. It is through your token, which serves as a seal. Our faction is the 6th Haida branch, and all brothers of the Haida faction must obey your command upon seeing your token, Duan Mingyan explained, presenting a bronze token. Lu Sheng accepted it and examined its exquisite craftsmanship, shaped like a fish, adorned with patterns of rice ears and pine trees. As the carriage rolled onward, guided by Duan Mingyan's explanations, they slowly exited the mountainside city, the grand banner of the Qi Jing gang unfurled, heading towards the iron mine. The sky brightened, yet the thick clouds rendered the daylight rather gloomy. After traveling for over half an hour, the carriage rumbled along a blackish-yellow dirt road, occasionally passing abandoned stone pits. Each pit resembled craters created by cannon fire, scattered haphazardly, some over 10 meters wide, while others measured only a few meters. Lu Sheng squinted at the scenery outside, his expression somber. Why are there so many pits? He mused, catching a whiff of a faint, putrid odor in the wind, reminiscent of decaying meat. Duan Mingyan, noticing the pits, responded, Gongzi, this area was once used for quarrying stone to build houses in the mountainside city. I am not sure why it was abandoned, leaving behind these numerous pits. Lu Sheng nodded. How much farther to the mine? About halfway, Duan Mingyan replied. No rush, just call for me when we arrive. Lu Sheng casually remarked. Understood, Duan Mingyan said earnestly, leaning closer to the window to monitor the path. As they passed through the pit area, they soon entered a lush hillside blanketed with white flowers, a stark contrast to the desolation of the pits. The convoy continued forward, traversing the hills, and by midday, they finally reached the region housing the Qi Jing gang's mine. Here, the Qi Jing gang had constructed a cluster of wooden houses, where overseers, miners, and lackeys had formed a small village known as Tieshing Village. The convoy's destination was this village. The rhythmic sound of the wheels turning filled the air as Lu Sheng sat by the window, taking a moment to compose himself before Duan Mingyan gently roused him. Gongzi, we are almost at Tieshing Village. Lu Sheng opened his eyes and turned to look outside. The carriage was slowly passing by a walled estate, its gray-white walls appearing worn and weathered. The surroundings seemed devoid of life, exuding an aura of desolation. As the carriage veered around the estate, Lu Sheng scrutinized the quiet, lifeless compound within the high walls. This is Songjia Zhuang, Duan Mingyan said, his complexion paling at the mention of its name. The stark contrast of his imposing figure and the fear etched on his face left a lasting impression on Lu Sheng. Ah, is this the estate where the incident occurred? Lu Sheng inquired. Indeed, Gongzi. Wu Laoda was investigating this estate when he entered and was never seen again. He was later found in the nearby forest. Duan Mingyan's voice trailed off as he lowered his gaze, unable to look at the estate. The brothers accompanying us are all relatively new and unaware of this matter. Only I am familiar with the history of this place. Therefore, I kindly ask you to keep this to yourself. Lu Sheng narrowed his eyes, carefully observing the estate as the carriage continued to pass by. Soon, they approached the estate's entrance. The once tightly shut red doors now appeared ajar, leaving a small gap. Lu Sheng peered through the opening, glimpsing a dilapidated courtyard, with a desolate garden littered with fallen leaves and barren branches. The estate was utterly deserted, shrouded in silence. Is there anyone living in Songjia Zhuang? Lu Sheng asked softly. There used to be a couple residing there, along with a scholar and his sister. After the incident, however, their whereabouts became a mystery, Duan Mingyan replied in a hushed tone. It certainly seems uninhabited, Lu Sheng remarked, observing the courtyard through the crack in the door. As the carriage continued its journey, he gradually caught glimpses of the estate from different angles. The sight of withered trees, whitewashed windows, swaying lanterns, and scarred pillars painted a picture of neglect. Then, he spotted a scholar standing on a stone bridge, disheveled and staring blankly at the passing carriage. Lu Sheng's eyes widened. The scholar's expression was devoid of emotion, bloodshot eyes staring vacantly, and his pale face suggested he could easily be mistaken for a corpse if not for the movement of his eyes. Chapter 59, Songjia Zhuang. Part 3. Previously obscured by half a door, Lu Sheng had not seen anyone inside. Now, however, as the carriage moved, he could observe the estate's courtyard from another angle. The stone bridge and the scholar were situated in a different corner of the courtyard. The scholar stood rigidly, motionless, fixated on the moving carriage. Lu Sheng scrutinized the scholar closely. The man wore tattered, filthy clothing, seemingly unwashed for many days, with holes throughout. His hair was unkempt, and he stood still on the stone bridge like a statue. Given that no one had entered or exited the estate for days, it was unlikely anyone resided there. After all, if someone were inside, how would they sustain themselves? Duan Mingyan, unable to see the scholar from his angle, continued to explain. But there is indeed someone there. Isn't there? Lu Sheng pointed toward the estate. Duan quickly turned to look as well. Curiously, when he glanced back, the scholar had vanished. Lu Sheng squinted. In the brief moment of distraction while speaking to Duan, he had failed to notice when the scholar disappeared. Where did he go? Gongzi, please do not frighten me, Duan said, feeling a chill run down his spine. He peered through the door crack, but could see no one. Lu Sheng focused for a moment. It's nothing. Perhaps I was imagining things. The carriage gradually departed. Throughout the journey, Lu Sheng's mind lingered on the scholar's appearance, a nagging sense of unease gnawing at him. Before long, the convoy reached Tiexing village. The village lay in eerie silence, with wooden houses, some doors ajar and others closed, creaking in the wind. As the convoy navigated through the village, even the once robust men appeared somewhat unsettled, sensing an atmosphere of discomfort. As dusk approached, Lu Sheng and Duan disembarked and sought out a few relatively intact wooden houses to settle in. Some of these houses had leaking roofs and would be uninhabitable in the rain. The group dispersed to find shelter, relying on their own supplies of water and food to survive the night. Lu Sheng resided in a spacious wooden cabin, where he instructed others to unload blankets and tents from the cart. After kindling a fire within the cabin, he fetched a pot of water from a nearby stream, adding some dried meat and mushrooms to simmer for a while, resulting in a delightful pot of mushroom and meat soup. A group of men huddled together, each enjoying a bowl of the savory soup alongside their dry rations, reveling in the moment. However, Lu Sheng found little inclination to join them. Stepping outside the cabin to gaze toward the distant village that had been visible during the day, the moonlight cascaded down like a gossamer veil, illuminating the village, which lay in a hollow not far from the wooden cabin. The white walls appeared as a faint shadow under the moonlight. Lu Sheng tightened his robe, his brow slightly furrowed as he surveyed the village. Duan emerged, a hint of intoxication in his demeanor. Young master, why not join the brothers for a drink? Lu Sheng gently shook his head. Have the brothers been stationed for night watch? Rest assured, young master, arrangements have long been made. 3 men are assigned to guard 3 directions, and once they finish their meal, we will rotate. Duan, having once served as a general under Wusan, was familiar with such protocols. Tomorrow, we shall first visit the mine, then proceed to the village, Lu Sheng remarked calmly. Indeed, the mine is nearby. If it were not for the inability to recruit miners at present, there would still be a considerable yield of iron or daily. Duan expressed with a tinge of regret. By the way, what martial art are you practicing in the gang? Lu Sheng casually inquired. It is the Zunyu Jes Xiongbo. The secret manual found on the 3rd floor, Duan grinned. Xiongbo? It seems to be a strength-oriented technique. Lu Sheng expressed his interest in martial arts. Indeed, Duan, possess no other remarkable traits, save for a natural strength greater than the average person. Thus I chose this as my primary practice. With idle time on his hands, Lu Sheng began to inquire about other matters of martial arts from Duan. To his surprise, he gleaned a substantial understanding of the skills of several high-ranking members of the gang from Duan words. The prowess of the others fell within his expectations, and their described power paled in comparison to his own Xue Shagong. However, it was only the leader and the deputy leader whose skills, as mentioned by Duan, had a definitive impact with every strike, resolving issues in a short span. Thus, no one had truly witnessed their full strength in action. Young master, you are now qualified to access the Zunyuj and review the free section of the secret manuals, Duan remarked. This Xiongbo is not considered exceptional at the initial level, but it is particularly suited for me. Lu Sheng smiled. You are astute, recognizing that what suits oneself is the best. Lu Sheng inquired further, is this a hard technique? Indeed, it is a hard technique focused on cultivating strength, and it does not require medicinal refinement, making it quite simple. Duan scratched his head. Oh, might you demonstrate it for me? Lu Sheng's eyes brightened. He had long desired to practice hard techniques, yet nearly all required medicinal refinement, which had hindered him. He was surprised to discover that Duan practiced a hard technique that did not require such. Duan, unbothered, demonstrated the essentials and methods of the Xiongbo against a withered tree. Lu Sheng inquired with great diligence, swiftly mastering the technique. The Xiongbo comprised only 1 layer, and its practice was straightforward. One needed only to adjust their breathing according to the mantra, visualize oneself as a bear, and repeatedly strike the tree in a rhythmic sequence. The simplicity of the practice led Lu Sheng to try it himself, requiring no internal energy or excessive force, merely a basic impact sufficient to cause discomfort to his skin. After practicing for a while according to the mantra, he distinctly felt a tingling and painful sensation on his skin. Young master is indeed impressive. It took me many days to grasp the technique, Yet you have mastered it in an instant, Duan praised with a smile. This technique is simple and effective. The only challenge lies in perseverance, as achieving greatness requires at least 20 years of diligent practice. Lu Sheng perceived that this hard technique was merely a fragment of a more comprehensive system, focusing solely on enhancing strength and the toughness of the flesh. However, he noted several points regarding the mantra that should be adhered to. Having attained mastery in multiple techniques, his discerning insight far surpassed that of Duan, and upon comprehending this technique, he promptly identified its core principles. He began to correct some of Duan's missteps in practice, leading him to a state of enlightenment and profound respect. Duan attempted the revised methods under Lu Sheng's guidance, and the results were markedly improved, earning Lu Sheng further admiration. As they practiced outside, their engagement attracted the attention of other men who had been inside eating and resting, all of whom practiced the basic Qi Jing Dao Fa of the gang. The Qi Jing Dao Fa was the foundational sword technique of the Qi Jing gang, enhanced with additional moves conducive to combat, demonstrating considerable power. After Lu Sheng practiced the Qi Jing Dao Fa himself, he reciprocated by providing insights into its key aspects to the others. Throughout the evening, he offered guidance until they gradually retired for the night. Lu Sheng remained outside the wooden cabin, observing the flickering lanterns of his patrolling subordinates as they moved about. He slowly regulated his internal energy and breath. The interface of the modification tool materialized before him, displaying a series of boxes enumerating all the martial arts he had practiced thus far. The list included Heihu Dao Fa, 4th layer, Xue Sha Gong, 4th layer, special effects, fire toxicity, ignition, Heihu Yu Hei Gong, 3rd layer, special effects, rapid hemostasis, stamina recovery, tiger's roar and crane's cry, Yin Yang Yin, 3rd layer, Jiu Ba Shirsi Yinzi Zhui Feng Dao, 3rd layer, Ba Jinbu, 3rd layer, Shuangling Dao, 3rd layer, Pixin Zhang, 3rd layer. The complete array of martial arts illustrated the breadth of Lu Sheng's training, all at the pinnacle level. Yet now, at the bottom of this list, 2 additional techniques appeared: Xiongbo Shou, entry level, Qi Jing Dao Fa. Entry level. Lu Sheng silently activated the modification button on the tool. Concentrating on the Xiongbo Shou option, he elevated it to the advanced level. The section for Xiongbo Shou within the modification tool momentarily blurred before rapidly becoming clear again. In the blink of an eye, the Xiongbo Shou ascended from entry level to advanced. Lu Sheng distinctly sensed the internal energy of his Hei Hu Yu Hei Gong beginning to diminish swiftly. The pace of this reduction astonished him. Despite being a basic hard technique, comparable to the Zhui Feng Dao, why would it consume so much energy? He felt his internal energy rapidly absorbed by his body, diminishing from a full 10 to 5 within mere moments, then to 3, 2, and finally 1. Simultaneously, his skin began to grow increasingly resilient, and the muscles in his arms and waist expanded rapidly. Lu Sheng could palpably perceive a profound transformation in his strength. Merely a hard technique, he found himself astonished. Standing still until the transformation was complete, he exhaled deeply after a significant period. It appeared that hard techniques had a far greater impact on the body than other forms of martial arts. This might explain the substantial energy expenditure required compared to others. He extended his hand and clenched his fist, feeling a sense of internal expansion akin to an inflated balloon, even experiencing warmth emanating from his internal organs. Closing his eyes to attune to his inner energy, Lu Sheng observed the internal energy of Yin Yang Yin depleting rapidly, while simultaneously, the previously consumed internal energy of Hei Hu Yu Hei Gong began to recover swiftly, from 1 to full capacity in just a few breaths. At this moment, the depletion of Yin Yang Yin's energy was only about half. Thus revealed was the true and greatest function of Yin Yang Yin. Lu Sheng was both surprised and elated. The strength seems to have increased by approximately 20%, and his skin has become somewhat tougher. He drew a straight knife from behind and made a slight cut on the back of his hand, applying minimal force, akin to the pressure an ordinary person would exert when slicing meat. A faint red mark appeared on his skin, yet it did not break the surface. With such remarkable results from merely a foundational skill, he felt quite satisfied with this new blade he had recently acquired. Once he settled matters here, he planned to visit Zungyuj, where he anticipated discovering a wealth of free martial arts knowledge that would prove beneficial to him. His anticipation for the Zungyuj of Qijing Bong grew stronger. Raising his gaze, Lu Sheng once again looked toward the village, sensing that something was concealed within its confines. He resolved to remain here for a few days to conduct a thorough investigation. Chapter 60. Songjia Zhuang. 3 days later, in the afternoon at Huangjia Zhuang. Within a private school. I'm off now, Zhuan Zhuan. A girl with twin braids, carrying a cloth satchel, waved farewell to her friends sitting inside the classroom. Song Yunjuan smiled back at her. You should hurry home. If you're late, your parents will scold you. I know. The girl skipped away, her light footsteps echoing in the golden glow of the sunset, gradually disappearing from sight. Song Yunjuan waited until her friend was completely out of view before retracting her gaze and observing the now empty classroom. Everyone had left, leaving her alone. I should head back as well. She carefully gathered her ink, brush, and paper from the desk, placing them into her small bag before standing up, dusting off her skirt, and exiting the classroom. In the dimming light of Huangjia, an unusual stillness enveloped the surroundings. A few women chatting by the wall hastily scattered upon seeing Song Yunjuan emerge, seemingly reluctant to even cast a glance in her direction. In the distance, several boys around 7 or 8 years old, who had been playing in the mud with runny noses, were startled and fled at the sight of her. Run. The little disaster has come out. Song Yunjuan paid them no mind, keeping her head down as she adjusted her satchel and made her way home. Huangjia was not far from her house, just a few miles away. Yet, for a 10-year-old girl, this distance felt quite long. Several years prior, her family had been thriving, with both parents and grandparents alive. However, 2 years ago, her elder brother became obsessed with alchemy and cultivation, neglecting his studies. He spent his days at home muttering incantations, obsessively practicing his craft, and wasted their family's savings on various obscure alchemical texts. Since then, life had taken a turn for the worse. One day, her grandparents went out for a stroll and never returned. Soon after, a tragic accident claimed her parents' lives before their mourning period had even concluded. With no one left to reign in her brother, he descended further into madness. Consumed by his pursuits, most of her siblings had lost hope and left, leaving only her and her brother in the desolate homestead. In his fervor for alchemy, her brother sold off every valuable possession, leaving the entire estate barren, so much so that even thieves no longer ventured near. The household servants had been dismissed, leaving just the two of them. Song Yunjuan's delicate face bore a hint of melancholy as she longed for her grandfather and father. Reminiscing about her mother's delightful osmanthus cakes, she gently wiped her damp eyes and quickened her pace towards home. Regrettably, there was nothing left now. Fortunately, Mr. Chen at the private school had taken pity on her family's misfortune and allowed her to continue attending classes without payment. With each step, she tied her shoulder-length hair with a grass string, and finally, just as dusk descended, she arrived at her doorstep. The gate of Songjia stood ajar, unlatched, with the surroundings cloaked in darkness, devoid of any signs of life. Song Yunjuan had grown accustomed to this. She pushed the gate open, entered, and locked it behind her, securing the heavy bolt in place. With a thud, the door was secured. She dusted off her hands and turned to survey the courtyard. The ground was strewn with fallen leaves and dead branches, and the house was shrouded in darkness, even the lanterns unlit. Using the moonlight as her guide, she made her way towards the side hall. The silence of the empty courtyard echoed only her footsteps, the worn deer-hide boots clattering on the stone slabs. Song Yunjuan was well accustomed to such solitude. She hurried to the side hall and peered inside. It was pitch dark, with only the moonlight illuminating the dining table, which held nothing. Sigh, she exhaled, resigned to head towards her brother's bedroom. Crossing the stone bridge, she approached the largest room on the left and gently pushed the door open. Creaking wood protested against the intrusion, resonating throughout the entire village. The room was dim, and Song Yunjuan could barely make out the furnishings in the moonlight. The left side of the room was engulfed in shadow, rendering it impossible to discern anything. However, she could faintly see a large object resting there. She knew it was her brother's alchemical furnace. Turning her gaze to the right, she noticed several bowls on a square table, barely visible in the moonlight. "Brother, are you still refining alchemical potions?" After a brief silence, a male voice responded from the darkness. "Yes, I just finished a small batch." Song Yunjuan entered the room, feeling her way to the dining table, grasping the chopsticks in preparation for a meal. However, upon lifting a portion of the dish, she realized the food was cold. It was one thing to forbid lighting lamps at night, but was it too much to expect the food to be heated? "Brother, didn't you warm the dishes?" "No, they're still from this morning. I haven't had the chance to heat them up," came the reply from the darkness. Song Yunjuan sighed. What she could not see was that behind the alchemical furnace in the shadows, there was no one present at all. If no one was there, then from where did the voice originate? No one knew. After consuming a few bites, she found the food nearly inedible. The minced meat tasted rancid, not at all like it had been prepared that morning. "Today at school, I spoke with Chinmei Qin. She plans to come over to play in a few days." "Brother." "Yes, I'm listening," the voice replied. "Could you stay home with me during the day?" Yunjuan asked softly. I need to refine alchemical potions. Came the curt response. Can't you spare just one day for me? Disappointment filled her eyes. I need to refine alchemical potions, the voice reiterated. Yunjuan fell silent. Her head bowed as she continued to eat. Unbeknownst to her, a tall figure silently emerged from a shadowed corner of the room, slowly standing behind her. The figure bore a pallid visage, a man's expression devoid of emotion. He lowered his gaze upon Yunjuan, extending his hand, which clutched a bloodied pair of scissors. Suddenly, a loud rapping echoed against the courtyard door. Song Yunjuan jumped to her feet. Who is there? She dashed outside to the entrance. Is anyone there? We're merely passing through, and the night has blocked our path. We seek temporary shelter for the night, a clear male voice called out, laced with warmth. Song Yunjuan hesitated. With only her brother remaining in the village, she feared encountering ill-intentioned individuals. Young lady, are your parents at home? We can offer to prepay for our stay. We only require one night, the man continued. We mean no harm. Here is the fee for lodging. With a clink, a handful of coins was tossed over the wall. Song Yunjuan rushed to inspect it, picking it up. 8 large coins, larger than the usual copper ones, glinted with a dark hue in the moonlight, all bound together with black silk thread. Counting carefully, she found 8 coins. 10 coins equated to 1 tael of silver, indicating that this person was indeed well off. Song Yunjian hesitated for a moment, considering the presence of her elder brother at home, before lifting the bolt. With considerable effort, she swung the heavy door open. Creaking, the door revealed 3 robust young men, clearly martial artists. The leader, clad in a grayish-white scholar's robe, appeared to be an intellectual. Yet even the loose attire could not conceal his powerful physique and muscular build. Upon seeing the 3 men, Song Yunjian's gaze fell upon the scabbards they bore, causing her heart to race with trepidation. Little girl, are you alone at home? Inquired Lu Sheng, the leader. I happened to pass through this area, but unexpectedly encountered a landslide on the mountain road, leaving me temporarily stranded. This estate is the safest refuge nearby, with high walls to ward off wild beasts. So I sought permission to stay the night. Despite his efforts to appear gentle and amiable, a fierce aura emanated from him, and the contours of his strong muscles, coupled with the long knife slung at his waist, clearly indicated that he was not a benign presence. My elder brother is at home, but he is busy with alchemy. If it is not urgent, please refrain from disturbing him, Song Yunjian cautioned earnestly. Furthermore, you may stay, but please do not light any lamps. My elder brother despises brightness. How can we manage without light? Murmured Duan Mengen, who stood behind Lu Sheng. Song Yunjian bit her lip, sensing that the 3 men did not appear to be of good character, and she instinctively took a step back. If you must use a lamp, please do so only in your rooms and do not bring it out. Otherwise, my elder brother will become quite angry, and when he is angry, it is truly frightening. Lu Sheng narrowed his eyes, surveying the dark interior of the estate, noting the numerous lanterns hanging yet providing no illumination. Very well. We shall light lamps only in our own rooms. Will that suffice? He replied with a gentle smile directed at Song Yunjian. Clutching a string of coins, which were of utmost importance to her, Song Yunjian felt the weight of their significance. They could assure her tuition for the next half year. Please, come in, she said, stepping aside to allow Lu Sheng and his companions entry. With a thud, the door closed and the bolt was secured once more. Song Yunjian led the trio towards the guest rooms. The ground was littered with fallen leaves and dry branches, causing her to feel somewhat embarrassed. The dilapidated state of her home was evident to anyone who laid eyes upon it. After escorting the 3 men to their respective rooms, Song Yunjian intended to return to rest. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. I shall see who it is, she said hurriedly, racing to the entrance. She had no concern that Lu Sheng and his companions might be thieves. Her elder brother had previously sold all valuable possessions, leaving only worn-out items that even scavengers would disdain to carry. Observing the young girl darting away, Lu Sheng took in the desolate courtyard and the eerie surroundings. It is quite remarkable that someone lives here, Duan Mengen remarked, feeling somewhat tense. Is it peculiar that this estate has inhabitants? Another, Ning San, queried. He was a skilled hand chosen by Lu Sheng for this endeavor. They had assumed the guise of travelers, intending to investigate the estate's internal affairs thoroughly. It is indeed strange. There are no signs of life entering or exiting the estate, and no one appears to have cleaned during the day. We initially assumed it was uninhabited, Duan Mengen quietly explained. Just be cautious. We are here to investigate the previous missing persons case. We shall observe what transpires tonight. Most of those who vanished did so at night, and I am curious to discover what could cause someone as skilled as Wu San to disappear inexplicably, Lu Sheng said, gripping the hilt of his knife as he settled down, his eyes partially closed. Seeing their leader in such a state, the other two felt their initial apprehension dissipate. With the young master here, there will surely be no issues, Duan Mingyan reassured himself and spoke to Ning San. Ning San felt a twinge of anxiety, but the words somewhat calmed him. Lu Sheng sat upright on the bed, maintaining the same composure as at home, focusing his internal energy and closing his eyes to rest. Although he appeared tranquil, his senses remained attuned to the surrounding environment, prepared for any unforeseen events. Duan Mingyan feigned relaxation, yet remained vigilant, while Ning San emulated his companions. Taking a seat, the three did not separate into different rooms. Instead, they stayed together in one room for mutual protection. Before long, a faint commotion could be heard from outside, suggesting that a number of individuals had entered, most of whom were women. "Little sister, where are your elders? Why do they not come out?" A woman's voice rang out, bright and clear. "My elder brother is busy with alchemy and cannot come out. Please be quiet and do not bring the lamp outside, or he will become very angry. And when he is angry, it can be quite terrifying," Song Yunjian admonished softly. "Do not worry, we are merely staying for one night. The mountain path is blocked by a landslide, leaving us no choice but to seek refuge here. We shall leave by morning," another woman replied gently. "Thank you for your understanding," Song Yunjian responded, seemingly guiding the newcomers to their respective rooms. Lu Sheng rose and opened the door to glance outside, noticing a group of men and women carrying torches, following Song Yunjian as she led them to the opposite room. Among them were 4 young women, each adorned in fine attire that signified their affluent backgrounds. Reminiscent of the circle Lu Sheng had often mingled with, daughters of wealthy families from the nearby towns. Each of the 4 young women was accompanied by a burly bodyguard. Yet their clumsy strides revealed that these were merely men of brute strength, perhaps with a basic understanding of swordplay, but limited in skill. Lu Sheng's gaze lingered momentarily on one of the young women, a charming and lovely girl whose gentle demeanor evoked a sense of affection, reminiscent of his beloved shower at home. As their eyes met, the group noticed each other. The bodyguards quickly displayed signs of wariness upon observing Lu Sheng and his companions, and one of them whispered a few words to his lady. In an instant, the 4 young women turned their attention towards Lu Sheng, their expressions somewhat peculiar, not out of fear, but one of the more demure girls displayed an eager curiosity. "Young master, that girl has a knife concealed in her sleeve," Ning San whispered, pointing at the gentle girl. "Oh, you can discern that?" Lu Sheng arched an eyebrow. "Indeed. I have learned from past experiences to observe closely and have noted certain patterns," Ning San replied. It was no wonder he had risen to a minor leadership position within the Qi Jing gang. Possessing such insight in an era where knowledge was often confined to the privileged elite, she must possess some training, otherwise, she would not dare to venture out with just a few girls. If true danger were to arise, even a bodyguard would be of little help. As some might harbor ill intentions, Lu Sheng remarked coolly. He had not discerned any sharpness in the gentle girl's gaze, indicating that her vitality did not stem from internal martial arts. A closer examination of her physique and movements suggested that she was not a master of external martial arts either. Pay no heed to them, rather. Observe the individual at the rear of their group. Lu Sheng directed his attention to the young gentleman who trailed behind. This young man, strikingly handsome and exuding confidence, held a white oil paper umbrella in his hand and wore a long robe as pure as snow. His black hair contrasted sharply, enhancing his charismatic presence, akin to a dragon in demeanor. What piqued Lu Sheng's interest was that this gentleman clearly did not belong to the same circle as the young women before him, and his bright, spirited eyes suggested he had cultivated internal martial arts. That one practices internal martial arts. Be cautious, Lu Sheng muttered before returning to his bed to rest. Duan Mingyan and Ning San carefully observed the young gentleman, committing his likeness to memory before securely closing the door and finding their respective places to rest. As the cold wind swept through, the wooden door creaked open slowly. Song Yunjian coughed a few times and turned to address the handsome young gentleman. "Li Dage, this room is for you. It is equipped with everything you might need, though it may appear somewhat worn. I hope you do not mind." Li Gongzi smiled gently and replied, "It's quite all right. Having a place to rest is already a blessing, especially since it may rain tonight. I am immensely grateful for your hospitality, little sister." His voice was soft and melodious, imbued with a subtle, deep timbre that caused Song Yunjian's delicate face to blush slightly, feeling a tinge of shyness. "Then I shall take my leave. Please rest well." Li Gongzi smiled and acknowledged her. "By the way, may I inquire if the 3 gentlemen who previously occupied the opposite room are also staying here tonight?" Song Yunjian nodded. "Indeed, they have only just arrived at the manor. It's rather strange, isn't it, that so many visitors have come all at once today? A glimmer of intrigue sparkled in Li Gongzi's eyes as he smiled and nodded, maintaining his gentle demeanor. Those three seem rather formidable. Not quite the sort one would deem benevolent. You feel the same way, Li Gongzi? I was a bit frightened at first. However, with so many newcomers, I feel considerably less apprehensive now. Song Yunjian smiled faintly. You should rest. I shall retire as well. Yes, do take care of yourself. You are still quite young. Li Gongzi observed her with a flicker of kindness in his eyes. Indeed. Song Yunjian skipped away, turning to enter the larger central room, closing the door behind her before Li Gongzi turned and secured his own door. How intriguing. In the darkness, he slowly retrieved a flint and lit the candelabrum in his room. The candle, as thick as a forearm, flickered to life, casting a soft yellow glow which was soon enveloped by a small lantern, diffusing the light even further. Li Gongzi could hear the women from the adjacent room chattering excitedly, causing him to shake his head slightly. This manner seems rather peculiar. They prohibit lighting outside, yet allow a young girl to entertain guests. Li Xuanxi felt a spark of curiosity ignite within him. He had merely come out for a leisurely stroll, inadvertently caught in a blocked path nearby, and had sought shelter here, only to encounter such intriguing occurrences. As for the three men across the way, their robust physiques indicated they were likely members of a gang, all sporting identical insignia on their sleeves. The dim light had hindered him from discerning the nature of their affiliation, but their expressions suggested that something was amiss at this manor. They had likely come here for a specific purpose. Li Xuanxi's interest only deepened. He was originally a young master from a prestigious family. Though he outwardly embodied the role of a gentleman, he had secretly acquired skills in exorcism and demon hunting. Coupled with his innate intelligence and remarkable talent, he had also been trained in martial arts from a young age, amassing considerable expertise. He had discreetly resolved several ghostly disturbances, gaining ample experience. Yet, none of this was known to his father, a high-ranking official, who remained oblivious to the remarkable abilities his son had self-taught. Li Xuanxi had always concealed his skills well, revealing them only when he discreetly ventured out, donning a disguise. It seemed he had not erred in coming here. With intrigue brewing within him, Li Xuanxi sat at the table and began to meticulously inspect and clean his tools from his waist pouch. In the dead of night, Lu Sheng abruptly opened his eyes, watching Ning San approach the door. What are you doing? Young master, I need to go to the restroom, Ning San replied. His expression conflicted, clearly apprehensive. Take Duan Mingyan with you, Lu Sheng said coolly. Do not go alone. Duan Mingyan was slumped against a chair, drooling in his sleep. Ning San, with no other choice, went over to rouse him. What is going on? Are you seeking death? Duan Mingyan exclaimed, clearly displeased at being awakened. As he opened his bleary eyes, he caught sight of Lu Sheng's piercing gaze, which was brimming with intensity, instantly jolting him awake. Accompany him to the restroom. Do not go alone, Lu Sheng instructed. All right. Duan Mingyan wiped his mouth, reluctantly rising. Apologies, Duan Ge. Ning San, feeling helpless, received a fierce glare from Duan Mingyan, and the two exited together. The door creaked as it closed behind them. Lu Sheng closed his eyes once more. After some time, the door was slowly pushed open again. Back already? Lu Sheng said lightly. Hurry and rest. I will keep watch for now. There was no reply. Lu Sheng opened his eyes to find the door ajar. Cold air seeping in, yet no one was present. It seemed the wind had blown the door open. Frowning, he approached and gently closed it. Where could those two be? Just as he secured the door, he felt an obstruction. Someone was pushing against it from the outside. Lu Sheng's expression darkened as he forcefully pushed the door open. Stepping outside, his blade was half drawn from its sheath, only to find the area outside empty. Playing tricks. Lu Sheng glanced around, finding nothing amiss, before returning inside. He was about to sit down again when he grew concerned at the prolonged absence of the two. Perhaps he should go look for them. He picked up a candelabrum, hoping the lantern-covered candle would shield him from the wind, and opened the door once more. The wind outside was unexpectedly strong, extinguishing the candle in his hand. The room was instantly plunged into darkness, illuminated only by the faint, silvery moonlight filtering in. Lu Sheng quickly took out the flint, attempting to relight the candle several times. But each attempt was thwarted by the wind. Reluctantly, he set down the candelabrum and stepped outside, heading towards the restroom. In the dark courtyard, there was no sign of light, and it was unclear whether others were asleep or otherwise occupied. Not a single sound could be heard. Lu Sheng cautiously made his way down the corridor toward the restroom, typically located in the back courtyard of the house. He exited the corridor and entered the yard, circling around to the side of the sleeping quarters, heading toward the back courtyard. Chapter 62. Song Family Manor. The night in the courtyard was windy, rustling the dry leaves on the ground. Lu Sheng glanced around but saw no one. gradually quickening his pace as he rounded the sleeping quarters to reach the back courtyard. The restroom was a standalone structure in the back, consisting of 2 thatched huts. However, as Lu Sheng approached, he unexpectedly spotted a figure standing outside the restroom. This person seemed to notice Lu Sheng's approach and tensed visibly. Who? Lu Sheng paused, stepping closer to recognize the handsome young man skilled in internal martial arts from earlier. The man was holding a short sword, his eyes glinting with alertness, clearly on guard. Good sir, are you also here searching for the missing individuals? Li Xuanxi asked in a low voice, having recognized Lu Sheng as well. Missing individuals? Lu Sheng narrowed his eyes, a sense of foreboding rising within him. What do you mean? You are not aware? Li Xuanxi was taken aback. My 2 companions went to the restroom and have yet to return. I grew worried and came to check. Lu Sheng offered a succinct explanation. Li Xuanxi's expression shifted slightly. So, now there are 2 more missing persons. What do you mean by that? Lu Sheng stepped forward to peer inside the restroom. The wooden door ajar, revealing a foul stench. The cramped space was utterly empty, devoid of any presence. Lu Sheng's expression darkened. Are you saying that all those who came with us, the women and the guards, have vanished without a trace? Li Xuanxi murmured. With so many people, perhaps they are trapped somewhere. Let us search. This manor is not vast, and we might find some clues. Lu Sheng suggested, licking his lips, his heart igniting with frustration at having lost 2 individuals without even encountering the main culprits. Li Xuanxi nodded, and the 2 joined forces, circling around the back courtyard. They soon discovered a kitchen tucked away in a corner. Li Xuanxi, brandishing his short sword, was the first to push the door open. The wooden door creaked silently, revealing a dusty kitchen filled with overturned pots, shattered porcelain bowls, and a stove covered in cobwebs. In the corner of the floor lay some neglected, moldy remnants of food. How long had this kitchen remained unused? Li Xuanxi frowned. He glanced at Lu Sheng and noticed that the latter did not display much alarm, clearly indicating that he had encountered such peculiar incidents before. Brother, have you also faced supernatural entities in the past? He casually inquired. Lu Sheng was somewhat taken aback. This affluent young man appeared to possess considerable experience. Indeed, I have previously encountered such extraordinary occurrences. No wonder, Li Xuanxi thought as he scrutinized Lu Sheng once more. In my opinion, the missing individuals are likely trapped for the time being. Given the number of people involved, even the swiftest action would not resolve everything at once. Moreover, I have already investigated and found no traces of toxins. Are you confident? Lu Sheng asked solemnly. It seems to be around 80 to 90% certain. Li Xuanxi replied earnestly, crouching down to examine the footprints and traces on the ground with meticulous care. Lu Sheng, puzzled, followed him as they swiftly approached the entrance to the kitchen cellar. May I ask your name, brother? Li Xuanxi grasped the stone ring of the cellar's slab and pulled it upward with force. A foul stench wafted out. My surname is Lu, my given name Sheng. And my courtesy name is Yuesheng, Lu Sheng answered succinctly. Once the stench subsided somewhat, the 2 peered into the cellar. Lu Sheng struck flint several times, and yellow sparks scattered, illuminating a few figures lying supine within the cellar. Indeed, they are here. Li Xuanxi exhaled, swiftly leaping down. Brother Lu, please guard the entrance. Understood. Lu Sheng replied, having also spotted the unconscious individuals inside, feeling a slight sense of relief. Among them was Duan Mingyan, along with 2 women and 2 guards, all seemingly in a state of unconsciousness. Li Xuanxi swiftly lifted them one by one, with Lu Sheng receiving and placing them on the kitchen floor. In no time, they had brought all 5 unconscious individuals from the cellar. They still breathe, Li Xuanxi noted as he checked the pulse of one of the women. Have you discerned what has befallen them? He asked, glancing at Lu Sheng, who remained composed and steady, revealing that he was not an ordinary individual. Brotherly, do you have a solution? Lu Sheng inquired with a grave tone. Naturally, I possess a method. Observe closely, Li Xuanxi responded, displaying a hint of satisfaction as he produced a piece of black parchment. He bit his fingertip, allowing his blood to touch the parchment before pressing it onto the forehead of each unconscious individual. Lu Sheng observed silently, neither speaking nor moving. Before long, one by one, the individuals on the ground began to awaken slowly. Where am I? Qingxing, are you all right? Miss, are you hurt? Young master. Duan Mingyan approached Lu Sheng with a face full of embarrassment, bowing his head. As long as everyone is unharmed, that is good. Where is Ning San? Lu Sheng asked sternly. Duan Mingyan looked down, afraid to meet Lu Sheng's gaze. While Lu Sheng's expression remained calm, his eyes darkened with increasing intensity. Let us return first. I believe it is unwise for us to separate at this moment, Li Xuanxi suggested. Thank you both for your rescue. I am Gong Ruqing, and this is my sister, Gong Rumeng. If it were not for your assistance, we would have faced dire consequences. Among the rescued women was the gentle, graceful figure who had previously concealed a sword in her sleeve, and her sister was as charming as a delicate flower. We are immensely grateful for your rescue. However, we still have companions trapped here. Could we implore you to assist us further in locating the remaining members of our party? Gong Rumeng pleaded. We realize this request may be excessive, but as compensation, we are willing to offer 100 taels of gold in silver notes. Oh, Li Xuanxi raised an eyebrow. Glancing at Lu Sheng. Among those present, only Lu Sheng intrigued him, as he could not read him. Judging by his appearance and demeanor, he seemed to be of a similar affluent background. Li Xuanxi speculated that they were likely in comparable circumstances, concealing their true identities while possessing remarkable abilities. Being from wealthy families, certain habits and mannerisms are not easily altered. Li Xuanxi's keen observations had already noted the subtle differences between Lu Sheng and the others. Having been confined within his estate due to numerous rivals, he had to conceal his strength as a trump card, leaving him with little opportunity to engage with the outside world, resulting in uncertainty about his own standing. Now, encountering a peer seemingly similar to himself, also a concealed aristocrat with exceptional skills, ignited a yearning within him to engage in earnest competition and exchange. Brother Lu, what are your thoughts? Shall we lend our assistance? Li Xuanxi inquired. Lu Sheng's expression remained somber. He regarded Li Xuanxi with renewed consideration. Very well. I initially came to investigate the details of this estate. And now that I find myself missing a subordinate, I am reluctant to depart without resolution. Then I too shall agree, Li Xuanxi responded with a smile. Let us proceed. Since you were seized from the bedroom and taken to this cellar, there must be signs of a struggle in the original chamber. We shall investigate that. Of course. First and foremost, we must locate that little girl. She is one of the owners of this estate, and I have heard there is also a brother who practices alchemy. Indeed, it must be that little girl who is behind this. And her brother is certainly no good either. We shall capture them at once. Duan Mingyan exclaimed loudly. Silence. Lu Sheng shot him a glare. Duan Mingyan instantly shrank back, refraining from speaking further. The group unanimously agreed with Li Xuanxi's proposal and hastily made their way toward the central room of the courtyard. The dimly lit courtyard was deserted, and the group clattered noisily to the door of the master bedroom. Bang, bang, bang. They knocked vigorously, causing dust to rain down from the doorframe, quickly blown away by the wind, creating a choking haze. Open the door. They knocked again with force. Creak. The door swung open on its own. Li Xuanxi observed the two guards, who appeared apprehensive, and stepped into the room first. Lu Sheng followed closely, and the others hurried inside. Is anyone here? Li Xuanxi shouted, clutching something concealed in his sleeve. Inside, on the left side, stood a large alchemical furnace, while the right side was cluttered with dusty, dilapidated tables and beds, emanating a chilling emptiness. Gong Ruching, bolder than the others, approached the bed and lifted the curtain. Suddenly, a shadow lunged forth. Get down. Li Xuanxi raised his hand, striking the shadow with precision. The shadow let out a horrifying shriek, akin to that of an infant, and fell to the ground, revealing itself as a bat the size of a fist. Gong Ruching jumped back in fright, noticing blood at the bat's mouth. What are bats doing in this place? This is a bat. Huh. Such creatures cannot thrive in ordinary locales, Li Xuanxi remarked with a hint of satisfaction, glancing at Lu Sheng. However, seeing that Lu Sheng remained impassive, showing no sign of surprise or astonishment, Li Xuanxi felt a tinge of disappointment. Brother Lu, do you have any insights? He inquired. Lu Sheng met his gaze, calmly responding, none. Brother Li's skills are commendable. I respect them. However, it is prudent that we locate the remaining missing individuals swiftly. That little girl and her brother may not be easily found. Li Xuanxi narrowed his eyes, suspecting that Lu Sheng might have discerned something. Nevertheless, he refrained from asking further. Let us proceed. Since the bats have emerged, the source must not be far off. As they found no one, the group exited the master bedroom and ventured into the other rooms one by one. In the process, Li Xuanxi dispatched 5 more bats, one of which struck a guard in the neck with great speed, nearly claiming his life. Had it not been for Li Xuanxi's quick intervention, the guard would have certainly perished. Consequently, everyone, including Gong Ruching and Gong Rumeng, grew increasingly impressed and reliant on Li Xuanxi. Especially the admiration of the 2 beautiful girls filled Li Xuanxi with an increasing sense of pride. He frequently glanced at Lu Sheng, only to find him still unresponsive, his expression growing more solemn, as if he were struggling to locate someone. Chapter 63 Songjiazwang. Brother Lu, judging by your expression, have you made an unusual discovery? Li Xuanxi could not help but inquire again. After searching for a while without finding anyone, the group began to gather beneath the withered tree in the central courtyard. Upon hearing this, Lu Sheng merely scanned their surroundings. In the pitch-black courtyard, they were the only group present. The surrounding rooms were empty, devoid of light or sound. Is there someone missing? Where's that girl, Gong Rumman? He suddenly asked. The crowd was taken aback, realizing that Gong Rumman was indeed not among them. While Gong Ruching's face froze. Isn't my sister right behind me? She exclaimed, bewildered. She had felt someone following her throughout the journey and had even exchanged a few words with her sister just moments ago. Are you certain? Lu Sheng turned to her. At that moment, everyone looked towards Gong Ruching. Standing silently behind her was a woman in a white dress, her face obscured by Gong Ruching's hair, leading everyone to mistakenly believe she was Gong Rumman. This woman remained motionless, her hands hanging limply at her sides. But Gong Ruching's complexion turned ashen as she noticed the horrified and bewildered gazes of the others directed at the figure behind her. If this woman was not her sister Gong Rumman, then who was she? Gong Ruching felt a chill run down her spine, goosebumps prickling her from head to toe. Trembling, she slowly turned around. Don't turn around. Li Xuanxi suddenly dashed forward, gripping Gong Ruching's shoulders tightly and pulling her towards himself. With a thud, they collided. At that moment, a glimmer of silver shot from Li Xuanxi's hand, resembling a dart, whizzing towards the woman in white. Just then, the crowd witnessed a blur, and the woman vanished without a trace. The silver glimmer landed on the ground, spinning a few times before coming to a stop, revealing itself to be a palm-sized silver top. Li Xuanxi found himself pinned against the ground by Gong Ruching, their positions ambiguous. Terrified, she clung to him tightly like an octopus, not daring to let go. Miss Qingqing, it's all right. Please let go of me, Li Xuanxi said. Both amused and helpless, the others finally came to their senses, and two guards hurriedly stepped forward to separate and assist them. Lu Sheng's brow furrowed deeply, while Duan Mengyan was terrified, drenched in sweat, and trembling uncontrollably. Boss, we should leave this place first, Duan Mengyan suggested. Lu Sheng shot him a glance, remaining silent. The group had not clearly seen the woman's face or how she disappeared. It seemed that Li Xuanxi's item had indeed been effective. That was a Nianpa, everyone. Do not disperse, as it poses a danger. It's difficult to explain, but from now on, please stay within 10 meters of me, Li Xuanxi instructed gravely after rising. If I am not mistaken, the key to this estate lies with these withered trees. He pointed to the withered tree in the courtyard, whispering. Lu Sheng regarded him thoughtfully. What insights do you have, brotherly? Li Xuanxi replied calmly. To find those who went missing before. We should perhaps start by destroying all the withered trees in this estate. Withered trees? Lu Sheng's expression remained unchanged. I suspect these trees are the source of the estate's formation, so we need to destroy the withered trees while also searching for a metallic object in the central bedroom. That should be the true eye of the formation, Li Xuanxi continued. We can try moving in the direction of leaving the estate. Lu Sheng interjected suddenly. Li Xuanxi paused, scrutinizing Lu Sheng. It seems Brother Lu and I have differing opinions. Leaving the estate now would be of no use. Let's give it a try, Lu Sheng replied indifferently. After a moment of contemplation, Li Xuanxi slowly nodded. Very well, since you say so, we can first escort those who cannot assist out for their safety. But my sister. Gong Ruching's face turned pale as she pressed. We will return for her, Li Xuanxi reassured her with a smile, gently wrapping his arm around her. Gong Ruching blushed slightly. But in her vulnerable state, she found solace in Li Xuanxi's presence, who appeared affluent and distinguished, stirring feelings within her that were not unexpected. Though she struggled slightly, she ultimately ceased to resist, allowing him to embrace her gently. Rest assured, with Brother Lu and me here, your sister will be safe, Li Xuanxi promised with a smile. Gong Ruching nodded faintly, her brow furrowed. The surrounding guards breathed a sigh of relief. This estate was indeed peculiar. Had they not feared leaving the young lady behind, they would have fled long ago. Now, the prospect of leaving was quite agreeable to them. Duan Mengyan was equally relieved, letting out a deep breath. The group reached a consensus and began to make their way toward the estate's entrance. However, halfway there, they sensed something amiss. The entrance was clearly nearby. Yet after taking several hundred steps, they still found themselves over 10 meters away from it. Li Xuanxi narrowed his eyes, glancing at Lu Sheng. See, my suspicions were correct. Young master, Duan Mengyan quivered, closely following Lu Sheng. Are we encountering ghosts? Lu Sheng's expression darkened, and he remained silent. Indeed, there is something wrong. Li Xuanxi said coldly. The cellar should hold more secrets. I intend to investigate further. Would you like to join me, Brother Lu? That should be the heart of this estate. Lu Sheng shook his head slightly. I will not go anywhere. I will stay here. Li Xuanxi was taken aback. Are you serious, Brother Lu? Of course, Lu Sheng replied earnestly. Li Xuanxi scrutinized him closely before breaking into a slight smile. Very well, everyone. Decide whom you wish to follow. I will head to the cellar, while Brother Lu will remain here. Gong Ruching and the two guards exchanged glances. Li Xuanxi stood gracefully, exuding an extraordinary aura, while Lu Sheng's demeanor was somber and indifferent. The young lady shall accompany young Master Li, Gong Ruching decisively declared. We will follow young Master Li as well. The two guards quickly affirmed, having witnessed Li Xuanxi's impressive abilities, which were far more reassuring than Lu Sheng's quiet demeanor. Duan Mingyan hesitated, wanting to follow but daunted by Lu Sheng's presence. Thus, for individuals aligned with Li Xuanxi, while two remained with Lu Sheng, a stark contrast in numbers. Given the circumstances, I wish Brother Lu a safe stay here, Li Xuanxi remarked, his tone carrying an unspoken meaning as he turned to lead the others toward the back courtyard. Gong Ruching and the others showed a hint of disdain. It was evident that Lu Sheng was merely timid, wishing to preserve himself, a stark contrast to Li Xuanxi's righteous eagerness to save others. Lu Sheng silently watched them depart, not uttering a word. As Li Xuanxi walked alongside the side of the building, his striking Danfeng eyes reflected deep contemplation. He could not fathom why Lu Sheng had suddenly chosen to remain at the entrance. In such circumstances, staying at the door served no purpose and only wasted time. He was lost in thought when he suddenly felt a chill creeping up his back. Turning abruptly, he found the space behind him shrouded in darkness, utterly silent and empty. The group that had just been beside him, including Gong Ruching, had vanished without a trace. Miss Qingqing? Li Xuanxi's expression tightened as he called out loudly. The sound reverberated through the night in the Zhuangzi, yet no one answered. Was it an illusion? In a swift motion, he conjured a yellow talisman and gently tossed it forward, his index finger precisely puncturing it. Suddenly, clarity returned, and the figures of Gong Ruching and others reappeared around him, all frozen in place, their eyes darting, pupils dilated, utterly unable to focus. Li Xuanxi immediately recognized that they had fallen under an illusion spell. He took out another talisman and pointed it at each of them in turn. Miss Qingqing, are you all right? He quickly supported the slightly weakened Gong Ruching. I'm fine, she replied, her delicate face pale, evidently shaken. However, as he helped her up, a sense of confusion enveloped Li Xuanxi. If someone had cast an illusion spell around him, he should have sensed it, yet he had been caught off guard. My lord, had it not been for you. Gong Ruching, with tears in her eyes, pressed closely against him, her curvaceous figure almost entirely against his. The softness of her touch ignited a heated rush in Li Xuanxi's mind, compelling him to reach out and touch her most sensitive areas. Suddenly, his expression shifted as he forcefully pushed Gong Ruching away. A flash of silver streaked between them as Gong Ruching brandished a short sword, fiercely slashing towards his chest. Fortunately, he reacted in time, suffering only a superficial wound on his chest. Qingqing, what are you doing? He exclaimed, but before he could ponder further, he witnessed Gong Ruching thrusting the sword deep into the abdomen of a nearby guard. What is happening to me? Li Gongzi, help me! Gong Ruching cried out in terror, seemingly losing control as she wildly swung the sword, knocking the unsuspecting guard aside before lunging at Li Xuanxi again. He dodged left and right, but her agility seemed to have significantly increased. After a few exchanges, he found himself struggling to keep up. Gritting his teeth, he retrieved a dark golden spike from his pouch, intricately engraved with delicate patterns. Yet, upon seeing the tear-streaked Gong Ruching, he hesitated. After all, she was merely possessed. To strike her down would be tantamount to taking a life. Wavering for a moment, he was suddenly dealt another deep cut. Chapter 64 Song Family Zhuang. Part 8 With a swift roll, Li Xuanxi narrowly avoided a fatal strike aimed at his neck. In a moment of chaos, though he possessed the means to dispel the possession, it required the target to be calm, which was impossible in the current turmoil. Amidst his evasions, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps approaching. Li Xuanxi looked up in haste, only to see Lu Sheng stepping forth from the darkness, his expression impassive. Brother Lu, please lend me your aid. Lu Sheng remained unfazed, brandishing a straight blade and glancing at the rolling Li Xuanxi. Help me! Gong Ruching cried as she lunged towards Lu Sheng, tears streaking down her face, her attire in disarray, revealing too much. Quickly, subdue her. I have a way to free her from the possession. Li Xuanxi leaped to his feet, rushing toward Gong Ruching. Jiuzhuan Xian Hun Gue Fuan. Tian Ning Huang Si. Suddenly, as Li Xuanxi began to recite the incantation, Lu Sheng swung his blade with a diagonal slash. The bright blade gleamed in the darkness like a clear spring, cleaving Gong Ruching from head to toe with merciless precision. In a flash, the crescent-shaped blade severed the living beauty in two. Before Li Xuanxi could react, he saw Lu Sheng's body tremble, his muscles rapidly swelling, his clothes tearing apart. A red line forming from his chest to his head, creating a cross shape on his forehead. With a swift motion, Lu Sheng sent a guard flying with the back of his blade and charged towards Li Xuanxi. At that moment, a similar silhouette shot forth from Li Xuanxi's side. Bang! Two powerful figures collided midair. Roar! With a deafening roar, both men lunged at each other like ferocious beasts. Clang! 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 A series of explosive sounds erupted beside Li Xuanxi, sending vibrations throughout his body. A flash of lightning illuminated the duel, revealing Lu Sheng, whose body had seemingly expanded further. Muscles bulging, veins protruding, as he wielded his blade like a war hammer, striking furiously. The opposing figure, however, managed to absorb each blow. Li Xuanxi's heart raced as he recognized the horrifying truth. Shirshirpa! He broke into a cold sweat. Run! Duan Mingyan, emerging from nowhere, hurriedly supported him as they fled. The remaining guard, horrified, quickly followed suit, seeking to escape the chaos. The being battling Lu Sheng was cloaked in decay, its skin exposed, rotting muscles and veins visible. Its eyes were completely white, and though its physique appeared frail, the power it unleashed was terrifying. Lu Sheng's energy surged, his bloodthirst reaching its peak. Barely keeping pace with his adversary. Clang! He struck again, but the blade, propelled by immense force, left no mark on the creature. I refuse to believe this. Lu Sheng's resolve hardened as he prepared to unleash the Black Tiger Jade Crane technique. Run! That essay Shirshirpa, it cannot be killed. Li Xuanxi's urgent voice echoed from afar. Shirshirpa, indestructible? The blood inscription on Lu Sheng's forehead grew clearer as he gripped his blade tightly, gathering all his strength into one point. Husha? The Black Tiger Blade technique was his most powerful and comprehended form, the pinnacle of his martial prowess. Under the moonlight, it surged forth like a silver serpent, crashing down upon the Shirshirpa's forehead. Clang! The trembling blade struck the Shirshirpa's head, quaking violently. Bang! The tremendous force shattered the blade into countless fragments, violently exploding against the Shirshirpa. Amidst the rain of debris, Lu Sheng discarded the hilt. His hands crimsoned as he unleashed a series of fierce palm strikes upon the Shirshirpa's forehead. Die! Lu Sheng roared, channeling his full strength into the final blow. After executing the last palm strike, Lu Sheng soared downward, observing the Shirshirpa's face, which had caved in from his assault. Roar! The Shirshirpa was sent flying, its body riddled with shattered blade fragments, a pitiful sight. It let out a furious howl, rolling on the ground, its form heating up like a steamer. Smoke and the stench of charred flesh emanating from its head. Roar! As it writhed on the ground, it let out a final roar, melting away into a puddle of black water. Lu Sheng's palms still emitted wisps of smoke as he landed, exhaling deeply, the white vapor resembling mist, continuing until he expelled the last remnants of his internal exhaustion. His body gradually returned to its original size, the blood inscription on his forehead dissipating. Li brother, are you all right? Lu Sheng turned to Li Xuanxi, who stood beside Duan Mingyan. Li Xuanxi, stunned and flushed, had yet to regain his composure from the previous chaotic scene. I'm fine. Thank you for saving me, Brother Lu, he stammered in response. As he finally collected himself, a wave of indignation washed over him as he recalled the fate of Gong Ruching, cleaved in two. Brother Lu, how could you so callously take a life? That young lady was a living soul. If you possessed such power before, why did you not reveal it sooner? Lu Sheng approached, draping a coat over his shoulders once more. What strength? I do not comprehend the supernatural arts. Is that Gong Ruching? Being possessed is akin to being a ghost. Is it not? You do not understand? Brother Lu, are you jesting? How can one who does not understand still vanquish a corpse spirit? Li Xuanxi retorted, filled with indignation. I know not of corpse spirits or whatever they may be. If it is a monster, it ought to be slain, Lu Sheng replied, looking at him with a perplexed expression. Possession is possession, ghosts are ghosts. Possession merely signifies that a human is inhabited by a ghost. Once the ghost is expelled, the person remains a person. Li Xuanxi was taken aback. Possession equates to being a ghost, and a ghost must die, Lu Sheng firmly corrected him. But that is a living person. Li Xuanxi seemed to forget Lu Sheng's earlier ferocity and argued his point. Anything that poses a threat to me is a ghost. Lu Sheng replied casually. You should be grateful you were not possessed, he remarked, casting a dispassionate glance at Li Xuanxi. A chill ran down Li Xuanxi's spine. He wished to speak further, but found himself unable to voice his thoughts. Let us go, Lu Sheng said, striding toward the cellar in the back courtyard. Boss, here is the knife. Duan Mingyan hurriedly offered the blade he had picked up from the fallen guard. Lu Sheng accepted the knife and marched purposefully toward the kitchen. The group, well acquainted with the route, swiftly made their way to the cellar. Upon opening the cellar door, they discovered several individuals lying inside, including the previously missing Ning San and the two young ladies. "This place is not safe. We must leave immediately," Lu Sheng stated coolly, instructing the others to see if they could awaken the unconscious. "Brother Lu, did you already know there was a corpse spirit lurking beside me?" Li Xuanxi finally seized the opportunity to inquire. "Yes, I sensed something amiss, but I could not identify the source, so I decided to separate from you." As expected, once we parted, the truth was revealed, Lu Sheng succinctly explained. Since rescuing the Gong Ruching sisters, he had felt something was off, as if something were out of place. A corpse spirit. How could it possess such cunning, knowing to lurk and disguise itself? Li Xuanxi shivered. Realizing he had been in such close proximity to a corpse spirit for so long, his heart filled with terror. And what of Gong roaming? Li Xuanxi felt overwhelmed. "Perhaps she is dead or missing. I do not know," Lu Sheng replied nonchalantly. "Their fates are of no concern to me. I am merely here to investigate a case." "You, how can you be so cold-blooded?" Li Xuanxi exclaimed in anger. "Cold-blooded? We are not kin. What does that have to do with being cold-blooded?" Lu Sheng responded, bewildered. Li Xuanxi found himself at a loss for words. He and Duan Mingyan assisted the individuals in the cellar one by one, shaking them awake. While Lu Sheng stood by, watching without intervening, the group gradually regained consciousness. "I was just resting in my room. How did I end up here? What is going on? How did we arrive in this place? Where are Qingqing and Mingming? Why can't I see them?" The young ladies and guards awoke, instantly creating a cacophony of panic. "We should leave this place at once," Li Xuanxi suggested. "Young Masterly, have you seen Qingqing and Mingming?" one young lady inquired. Li Xuanxi lowered his head, unable to meet their gaze. "Let us leave first," he murmured. However, Lu Sheng scanned the group and observed Ning San. "Young master." Ning San rushed over, standing before Lu Sheng with his head bowed. "It is good you are alive. Let us depart," Lu Sheng stated calmly. Ning San nodded, feeling a sense of shame. "Wait, where are our young ladies? Did you two abduct them?" A guard rushed forward, blocking Lu Sheng's path, his face twisted with anger. "Indeed, we awoke here. It must be these two who are responsible," another guard shouted, glaring at Li Xuanxi. "Young Masterly, please assist us in apprehending this individual." Lu Sheng regarded the two guards blocking his way, and then glanced at the troubled Li Xuanxi. "Are you going to leave or not?" he casually inquired. Upon uttering these words, Li Xuanxi felt as though Lu Sheng was addressing him alone, despite the throng surrounding them. "Leave? What about them?" he could not help but ask. "They were always meant to be here," Lu Sheng replied coolly. At that moment, the commotion ceased abruptly, as if a silence had fallen over the crowd. The guards and young ladies alike bore expressions of a peculiar smile. Li Xuanxi trembled, a chilling sensation surging up his back. He hurriedly joined Lu Sheng and the others. He turned to glance back at the young ladies and guards. "Young Masterly, you must take responsibility for us. That person harmed our young lady," a guard cried out, his face bearing a deathly pallor. "Young Masterly." The kitchen door creaked open, revealing a disheveled figure stumbling through. "Young Masterly, Qingqing is in such pain. Why did you leave without waiting for me?" The dismembered Gong Ruching appeared at the threshold, her body still severed, a thin line of blood marking her split form. Li Xuanxi's expression turned ashen. "Ah!" Duan Mingyan, startled, quickly shoved aside the nearby guard, who also appeared pale and emitted a foul odor. Ning San was drenched in cold sweat. The realization that he had been surrounded by corpses for so long filled him with dread. "Let us go," Lu Sheng said, not sparing a glance at the group of guards and young ladies, striding purposefully toward the kitchen door. Chapter 65, The Strange Encounter. Thanks to Ping Chuwu for the 5,000 alliance leaders. With a swift motion, Lu Sheng severed Gong Ruching once more, her body splitting apart and collapsing to the side. "Young Masterly, Young Masterly, Qingqing is in such pain." Li Xuanxi's face turned an unhealthy shade of green as he hurried to follow Lu Sheng, while Duan Mingyan and Ning San, equally drenched in cold sweat, trailed behind. Lu Sheng strode out of the kitchen, just as a fierce wind rushed toward him. He raised his hand and brandished the knife before him. Clang! A deafening crash resounded, and Lu Sheng stumbled backward, unable to maintain his balance as a dark figure collided with him. Another corpse spirit? Li Xuanxi gasped in shock upon recognizing the shadow. What manner of place was this estate, where two corpse spirits had appeared in succession? He had only encountered such entities once in ancient texts. These creatures were impervious to blades and firearms, possessing skin as tough as metal, and were only vulnerable to fire. They were among the most troublesome of spirits. He was taken aback when yet another one appeared. While he hesitated in astonishment, Lu Sheng and the corpse spirit were already engaged in fierce combat. The two dark figures clashed violently, crashing into the kitchen wall and breaking through it. Duan Mingyan supported Li Xuanxi, and together with Ning San, they fled the kitchen, followed closely by a throng of previous guards and young ladies. These spirits moved with astonishing speed. One guard viciously clawed at Duan Mingyan's back, shattering his defenses and leaving 5 bloody gashes. Ah! Duan Mingyan screamed, running even faster. Li Xuanxi and Ning San disregarded everything else, hastening toward the estate's entrance. Bang! In the courtyard, Lu Sheng struck the corpse spirit's chest with a palm, his hand turning crimson, while simultaneously receiving a brutal kick to the abdomen, causing his face to momentarily flush with blood from internal injury. Die! Lu Sheng gripped the knife tightly, leaning in to slice the corpse spirit's throat with a swift motion. A spray of black blood drenched him. Thud, thud, thud. The spirit struggled, landing blows on Lu Sheng's body, which caused an unnatural flush to appear on his face. Lu Sheng had activated the Black Tiger Jade Crane technique, combining it with the Yin-Yang pull, rapidly healing his internal wounds. The current situation is dire, compelling him to exchange injury for injury, swiftly eliminating the corpses. Otherwise, if delayed, it is uncertain what treachery this estate might conjure. Although the corpses incessantly strike him, inflicting considerable wounds, to Lu Sheng, they are inconsequential. The unique efficacy of the He Hu Yu He Gong lies in its ability to staunch bleeding for internal injuries. As soon as a blood vessel bursts, it is instantly constricted by internal energy, and after a few days of rest, one can heal. Akin to a mere scrape on a finger, had he not been concerned about excessive depletion of energy and subsequent fatigue. Lu Sheng would have long employed the Hu Shao He Li Dao, effortlessly dispatching these corpses with a single stroke. Boss, move. In the distance, Duan Ming and shouted back. They had seized the opportunity to retreat to a safer distance, maneuvering around the estate's buildings towards the front courtyard. Lu Sheng struck a corpse away with a palm, and before it could dissolve, he forcefully stomped the ground, propelling himself forward in pursuit. In just a few strides, he caught up with the trio, and they all dashed towards the estate's main gate. Why must we exit through the main gate? Can't we just scale the walls? Ning San asked urgently. No. This is a ghost formation. Scaling the walls would lead us back to the kitchen cellar, the core of the ghost formation. Quickly destroy the tree. Upon reaching the courtyard, Li Xuanxi pointed at the withered tree by the stone bridge. Bang! Duan Ming and exerted all his strength, crashing into the withered tree, causing it to snap and lean precariously. The recoil left him disoriented, supported by Ning San as they raced towards the estate's main gate. Lu Sheng, with a swift motion, beheaded a pursuing ghostly guard. Ah! Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out from the courtyard. It was the young girl, Song Yunwan, being chased by a disheveled ghost. Sprinting towards the gate. Help! Save me! Song Yunwan's face was pale as she stumbled while running, her tears and snot smearing her face. Isn't that the little girl from the estate? Li Xuanxi hesitated, his face showing compassion. He glanced back at the ghost, still far away, and realized there was ample time to rescue her before fleeing. You all go ahead, he urged, unable to bear the thought of such a young girl perishing in this perilous estate. Duan Ming and Ning San shot him incredulous looks. Boss can outrun us. If you get caught, no one will help. Enough of this chatter, move. Take advantage of the formation's temporary lapse, Li Xuanxi resolved, unwilling to witness the demise of such a young girl. Duan Ming and Ning San exchanged glances, wavering in their decision. Help! Brother! Big brother! As Song Yunwan ran, she tripped over a sharp stone, falling to the ground, just as the female ghost lunged at her. Ah! She couldn't help but scream, eyes shut tightly. Bang! Amidst the heavy thud, Lu Sheng caught up from behind, seizing the ghost by the head. His searing palm energy scorched it, producing a hissing sound and wisps of smoke. He flung the ghost away with great force, sending it crashing into the distance. Having escaped peril, Song Yunwan looked up at Lu Sheng, her eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you, Big Bang. Lu Sheng kicked her fiercely, sending her flying into a pillar of the estate, rebounding and soaring through the air. Swish! A flash of blade light severed Song Yunwan in half, her beautiful eyes wide open, seemingly unaware of her fate as blood splattered everywhere. Boss! Duan Ming and Ning San were left in shock. Li Xuanxi was also dumbfounded, never anticipating such an outcome. Disregarding their astonishment, Lu Sheng dashed to the estate's entrance, cleaving the door open with a single stroke. Crack! The wooden door splintered as Lu Sheng charged out, prompting Li Xuanxi and the others to hastily follow. Upon exiting, shock and disbelief washed over them. Outside the estate, a dense crowd of people surrounded them, numbering over 100. Lu Sheng sprinted to the forefront, grabbing a torch. "Burn it!" he bellowed. "Burn!" A leader from the Qi Jing gang shouted. Instantly, throngs of followers readied their torches and arrows, aiming at the Song family estate. Whoosh! Dozens of flaming arrows shot into the estate, igniting it like sparks, swiftly engulfing the entire structure in flames. The red glow intensified, becoming fiercer and more vivid. Lu Sheng mounted a horse, coldly surveying the inferno consuming the estate, his expression unchanging, immobile. "Young master, the surrounding kindling is ablaze," a junior leader reported. Licking his lips as he approached. "Continue firing arrows," Lu Sheng commanded coldly. "Yes." The followers swiftly knocked their bows, igniting the oil-soaked arrowheads. Whoosh! Another volley of flaming arrows soared into the estate, crashing down with force. Roar! Suddenly, amidst the flames at the estate's entrance, a small figure emerged, Song Yunwan, engulfed in flames. Charged towards the crowd, unleashing a ferocious howl. Her roar was not human, but reminiscent of some unfathomable beast. In the blaze, the little girl surged towards the outside. But with a thud, it seemed she collided with an invisible wall, unable to escape. Screaming at the crowd, her face began to melt like wax. Her eyes and mouth forming 3 large black cavities, yet she continued to howl. Roar! Bang! A rapidly spinning knife struck her face, sending her back into the inferno. Lu Sheng lowered his hand, shouting fiercely, "Continue shooting arrows until you run out." The gang was terrified, nearly breaking formation, but Lu Sheng's command jolted them back into action, gripping their bows tightly and hesitantly resuming their relentless barrage on the estate. After several more volleys, the fire finally engulfed the entirety of the estate. Crack! Suddenly, a charred figure burst forth from the estate's doorway, rolling on the ground. As the flames extinguished, the individual emitted a series of hissing sounds. The gang was startled, some drawing their bows to shoot at the figure. "Wait!" Lu Sheng raised his hand, halting their actions. He approached to inspect the figure, recognizing it as the scholar he had seen earlier passing by the estate. This scholar, covered in blood blisters and burns, still managed to smile broadly despite his condition. As Lu Sheng approached, the scholar trembled, scribbling a few characters on the ground. "I am human. Bring him down to treat his wounds. He is a human, not a ghost," Lu Sheng ordered gravely. The command was given, but the surrounding individuals hesitated. After a lengthy pause, a few brave souls stepped forward to assist the scholar, carefully examining him. "Goodness, his tongue is severed. No wonder he cannot speak," an elder member murmured, swallowing hard. Lu Sheng recognized him by his attire, recalling the scholar he had seen earlier. His ability to discern between ghosts and living beings is primarily due to his exceptionally keen senses, with mastery over 3 internal arts, each requiring decades of arduous training for an ordinary person to reach. He possessed a level of power equivalent to over a century of rigorous cultivation. This extraordinary internal energy augmented his senses to an alarming degree, allowing him to hear even the faintest heartbeat and breath within a 10-meter radius. This was also key in identifying Gong Ruching and others as ghosts within the estate. Upon realizing this fact and considering the footprints left by the main gate, only the tracks of the 3 of them and Li Xuanxi remained, with none from the others. Although it was night, shrouded in darkness, Lu Sheng's formidable vision captured these details without hindrance. Through a series of observations and a keen sense of smell, he began to form a hypothesis, noticing the faint, almost imperceptible scent that lingered on the bodies of Gong Ruching and others, which was strikingly similar to that of the young girl, Song Yunjun. Thus, the conclusion he arrived at was not far from the truth. In Chapter 66, titled The Strange, Li Xuanxi and his companions found themselves surrounded by the members of the Qi Jing gang, temporarily disarmed. Particularly, Li Xuanxi was consumed by a wave of rage when he witnessed the young girl being mercilessly cleaved in 2 by Lu Sheng. The brutality of Lu Sheng's actions, showing no mercy even to a child, left him in a state of profound anger and grief. Yet, before he could voice his outrage, he was taken aback by the subsequent events. The horrifying visage of the girl as she melted in the inferno sent a chill through him, erasing his fury and replacing it with a palpable dread. Captured by the gang members, he realized the meticulousness of Lu Sheng's plan. It became evident that Lu Sheng had intended from the outset to incinerate the entire Song family estate. Had he not noticed that the gang members had arrived equipped with bows and flammable materials? It was clear to him that Duan Mengan and Ning San had come to the same realization, and a sense of foreboding gripped all 3 of them. Prior to entering the estate, Lu Sheng could not have anticipated whether anyone else might intrude. Nevertheless, He ordered the estate to be set ablaze, showcasing his decisive and ruthless nature, which was far from ordinary. As Li Xuanxi stood frozen in fear, watching the estate engulfed in flames, a sudden flash of lightning illuminated the scene, followed by a downpour. The fire continued to rage, but the rain diminished its ferocity somewhat. "Retreat," Lu Sheng commanded, turning his horse towards the direction of the iron mine village, with his followers swiftly trailing behind, no longer casting glances back at the burning Song estate. Upon returning to the iron mine village, the rain intensified, and the group took shelter in a building. Lu Sheng changed into a fresh set of clothes and applied various medicinal powders for his injuries. By dawn, he led the members of the Qi Jing gang back to the Song estate. As daylight broke and the rain ceased, they returned to the estate, now reduced to a charred and dilapidated ruin. The main gate had been reduced to 2 charred remnants, hanging limply, with smoke still billowing from inside, suggesting that some fires remained unchecked. The high walls surrounding the estate still stood, but were marred with scorched black marks. The gang members spread out, encircling the estate. Halting their advance about 20 meters away, Lu Sheng, leading the charge, approached the entrance with determination. After a night of recuperation, his injuries had healed significantly, and he was now invigorated, ready for action. Li Xuanxi, feeling compelled, chose to accompany him to assess the situation, walking closely behind Lu Sheng. "Brother Lu, after such a fire, there should be nothing left in the estate. If my guess is correct, that young girl must have been a blood corpse," he spoke solemnly. "Blood corpse?" Lu Sheng echoed, intrigued by the term. He forcefully kicked open the gate and strode inside. A blood corpse is a spectral entity formed from vengeful blood. Not a transformation of the living, but rather a derivative ghostly being, Li Xuanxi elaborated. "Last night, I conversed with the scholar who escaped for an entire night. I had learned some lip reading at home, so communication was not a barrier." "Oh," Lu Sheng glanced at him, surprised by his diverse talents. Within the courtyard of the estate, everything was charred. The ground and walls were searing hot, emitting smoke that mingled with the rainwater, making it difficult to discern its origin. Walking on the ground felt akin to stepping on a heated stove. Li Xuanxi continued. "Outsiders say that Song Yunjun is the 5th younger sister of this estate and the biological sister of the scholar Song Yunqing. However, after inquiring with Song Yunqing, I discovered that he has no such 5th sister. His family consists only of him and his second brother. The other 3 siblings are a mystery. More alarmingly, he lived with these beings for several years before realizing the truth." Lu Sheng felt a chill run down his spine and halted. "What do you mean? Are there 2 more monsters in this estate apart from Song Yunjun?" "I do not know, but since discovering this terrifying reality, the scholar has had his tongue severed by Song Yunjun, the very monster, and has been kept at home. Strangely, he mentioned that Song Yunjun lives a normal life, attending school, eating, and sleeping like anyone else. Yet when she falls asleep, she suddenly rises from her bed, transforming into a horrifying killer. He has attempted to ambush her while she is awake, but he has never dared to act." Li Xuanxi furrowed his brow. He claimed that Song Yunjun often talks to herself, though he does not know with whom. Could it not be a consequence of her obsession with alchemy? Lu Sheng inquired. "I do not know. I asked him that question, and he recounted a day when he stumbled upon a jet-black pill in a bird's nest in the woods. He brought it home, intending to examine whether it was a concoction of someone else, but to his surprise, the pill mysteriously vanished, and thereafter, strange occurrences began at home." Li Xuanxi replied earnestly. Suddenly, Lu Sheng halted, as if stepping on something. He looked down and found a strand of long, jet-black hair belonging to a woman. Bending down, he used the tip of his knife to lift the hair and examined it closely. A sudden change overtook his expression. "Run!" Lu Sheng turned and sprinted towards the gate, grabbing Li Xuanxi by the collar and tossing him outside, following closely behind. Just as they leaped out the gate, a dull thud echoed behind them. Turning back, they saw that the once damaged estate's gates had slammed shut as if someone inside had forcefully closed them. Using their momentum, they slid more than 10 meters before Lu Sheng finally slowed down, gripping a disheveled Li Xuanxi and casting a wary glance back at the estate, his expression dark and foreboding. "This place is still perilous. I understand now. This is a phenomenon. It must be. My master mentioned that only phenomena behave in this manner. Even a raging fire cannot consume a blood corpse." Li Xuanxi's complexion turned pale with fear. "What phenomenon?" Lu Sheng demanded sharply. Li Xuanxi swallowed hard, his gaze fixed on the tightly shut gates of the Song estate. "We should leave here first." His face had taken on a greenish hue. Lu Sheng scrutinized the Song estate, which appeared even more desolate and foreboding than before. "Let us depart. We must retreat," he said, glancing at the strand of black hair still clinging to his knife tip, which had survived even the flames. At the Qi sub-branch, nestled within a small bamboo grove outside the city, stood a bamboo house quietly. The lush green bamboo leaves embraced the structure, rustling gently in the breeze. In a tranquil room on the second floor, guarded by several gang members, Lu Sheng and Li Xuanxi sat across from each other at a bamboo table, where small dishes and drinks were laid out. Li Xuanxi surveyed the surroundings, overwhelmed by the vibrant greenery that brought a sense of serenity and clarity. Brother Lu, this is truly elegant. Brotherly, your noble background renders this scene insignificant, Lu Sheng replied lightly. Let us continue our previous discussion. What exactly is this so-called phenomenon? I would appreciate your insights. He felt no animosity towards Li Xuanxi, finding him merely to be a well-meaning individual, albeit somewhat naive and easily captivated by the immediate circumstances. Upon hearing the term, Li Xuanxi's expression shifted. Phenomenon. He raised his cup and took a hearty gulp of the azure liquid. If ghosts are manifestations of transformation, then a phenomenon is a special entity that cannot be eradicated. Entity? Lu Sheng was taken aback. Are you suggesting that it is akin to natural phenomena such as rainbows or earthquakes? Not merely that. The defining characteristic of all phenomena, as my master has taught me, is that they endure eternally. Just like that place, Songjiazhai. I am certain that once we step inside again, we will once more encounter that little girl, Song Yunjun, and the spectral entities we previously saw. Li Xuanxi spoke in a low tone. How did you come to know of this, brotherly? Lu Sheng inquired after a moment of silence. Li Xuanxi also fell silent. After a considerable time, he poured himself another cup of wine and drank it down in one gulp. My master met his demise during an encounter with the bazaar. Lu Sheng was taken aback, rendered speechless. He had not anticipated that Li Xuanxi had such profound connections to these matters. Li Xuanxi offered a faint smile, his expression somewhat sinister. I venture forth to cultivate my skills, and I shall inevitably seek vengeance for my master. Observing Brother Li's background, it must be quite illustrious. But even you find yourself unable to contend with this, do you not? Lu Sheng asked in a grave tone. Upon hearing this, Li Xuanxi paused momentarily, then offered a wry smile. Indeed, my family is of notable standing, yet the bazaar, like the aristocracy, is beyond the resistance of us, ordinary mortals. You are aware of the aristocracy? Lu Sheng's eyes brightened. I am aware. Those who ascend to a certain level in government inevitably come to know of it. Li Xuanxi replied nonchalantly. The family behind the current emperor, the Huang family, which wields power over the realm, is likely one of the representatives of the aristocracy. If that is the case, Lu Sheng's heart sank, confirming his suspicions that the current royal family of the Song dynasty is indeed one of the aristocratic entities. Let us not dwell on such matters. They are too distant from us. The aristocrats reside high above, shrouded in mystery, existing in a world entirely separate from ours. Li Xuanxi spoke in a husky voice. As for other places, they must have encountered the bazaar as well. How did they handle those situations? Lu Sheng inquired. Classified as forbidden zones, they are to be circumvented, Li Xuanxi replied. Forbidden zones? Lu Sheng was at a loss for words. Did this not imply an utter lack of options? Indeed, the bazaar has its territorial limits. As long as one does not recklessly intrude, all will be well. Li Xuanxi nodded. However, I must admit that I am quite intrigued by how Brother Lu managed to injure the spectral entities. Is that truly a rare feat? Lu Sheng was taken aback. Indeed, it is quite rare. Li Xuanxi regarded Lu Sheng with a peculiar gaze. While many vigorous internal martial arts can wound lesser spectral entities when mastered, it is still a remarkable achievement to defeat such an entity with multiple strikes. To think that you could reduce a tricky entity like a corpse spirit to black water in just a few dozen strikes is something I have never witnessed before. Lu Sheng too felt a sense of wonder. Perhaps it is due to the exceptionally vigorous nature of the martial arts I practice? May I inquire, Brother Lu, what is the name of the internal martial art you cultivate? Li Xuanxi asked with curiosity.